Hello and welcome back again, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another Friday Fortnite. $20,000 on the line. Of course, your favorite YouTuber, streamers, and professionals playing it out. My name is Taylor Nobor at Reflections on Twitter. And, of course, on the couch joining me once again is going to be Landon, Lando, Sanders, as well as Legion. Welcome back, boys. It's Season 5. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling great. Feeling good. Legion, how about yourself?
I slept 3 hours last night playing the new update.
Woo!
So
exactly same here. So.
Well, you streamed it all, too, of
I
course.
did, yeah.
Yes.
I streamed yesterday for a good, 4 or 5 hours.
Switch
and
or
then got on
Xbox?
after. I was on PS4 last night.
Watch
yeah,
out.
cross-plat. I was playing on.
my
I was on
goodness.
PS4. I know. I was getting sweaty.
Jeez.
Yeah,
Wow.
lots of building. Wasn't expecting that, and just came out of nowhere. So
Competition a little
Yeah.
bit different, right?
It's,
Going to
you
PS4
know, hey.
versus the Switch.
yeah, I was actually doing Switch cross-plat recently with PC,
Okay.
and that was probably the
God.
most difficult thing I've ever seen because you can't see past 50 meters on the Switch when you're trying to play
It's like
in
you're in the
bed.
fog. Just someone pops up out of nowhere.
There's poison gas all the time on the Switch. So.
But of course, Season 5 is here, and I got to say, this is it's only been out for a little less or a little over a day, and it's already one of the best seasons in my opinion. I love Vikings. That's why. I simply love Vikings. Of course, we're probably going to see some Egyptian stuff coming out, but obviously, I'm excited for it. How are you guys feeling about it?
Oh my gosh, all these new parts of the map are so fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
That Viking area is so cool. The opposite side, you have the waterfall that kind of descends down. There's so many of those portals and rifts in that area that I saw, which, if you're landing at Snobby for these chests, by the way,
Oh, yeah,
those are a
that's-
huge help when that circle is nowhere near where you need to be at to get those. I've only found 3, and I landed there 15 times.
Yeah, man. The update is absolutely phenomenal, or the new season, rather. I mean, the locations, the new items that were added. Of course, they talk about the double pump, stuff like that we'll get into later.
Yes.
A lot of stuff kind of changed, and I was kind of surprised, coming into it, the different, there's even different sounds for when you click on different things. Epic totally kind of revamped Fortnite, and I think really updated it in a very solid way. So
Yeah, I really enjoy it. I'm excited for the new skins to come out. I want more Viking skins.
Yeah, I bet
but
you are, Reflections.
you already know I'm buying
That
every
bank account's getting drained.
You already know I'm buying every single one, but the Ragnar one is really cool.
Yeah, that's cool.
At the very end, of course, 500,000 experience, so that's a lot. But they just announced too, you'll be able to earn it even after the season ends, just as the LED lights if you reach level 80.
that's not going to be a problem for you,
Nice.
though. You're going to earn that within the next 3 days.
This is facts.
I
This
bought
is-
15 levels yesterday just so I could get the balloon axe.
Actually, I'm not going to lie.
Did you do the same thing?
I did about
It was
25.
$10.
I laughed at you, and I was like, oh, yeah. I did the exact same
yeah.
thing. It
Don't-
was 40, 60% off, something like that, which,
I
you know,
mean,
you got to do it.
why not?
Blue Nex is
that's
my favorite, by the
Every
way.
time I say
So
the same
cute.
thing, why not? And I just buy it. And then I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
So we're in week 10, another $20,000 coming up. But of course, week 9 placements. Let's go ahead and bring that on the screen here and see what happened, just to give you guys a little refresher if you missed it. Tfue and Cloakzy once again took first place, going for their
Surprise.
back-to-back championship. They've won 4 of the Friday Fortnite tournaments, going for their 5th. Of course, Myth and Hamlins. They will not be joining us this tournament. They're practicing for the tournament, which we'll talk about in a little bit. So that's going to be a good tournament tomorrow. Typical Gamer and Thief, once again, they'll be playing tonight. Daequan CaMiLLs as well. Fidesz, Svennoss, High Distortion, Nickmercs, KingRichard, Aimbotcalvin, Ninja Hysteria. Obviously, names that we expected to be up there in the week 9 placings. Just, I guess, to recap, anything surprising you just based on that?
I gotta say, one thing that really stuck out was 5th through 6th, Lolito, Fidesz, and Svennoss.
Right.
Haven't really heard of these guys too much. A little bit of number crunching and saw where and how really solid that Fidesz actually was playing in conjunction, of course, with Svennoss, who we know is an amazing solo player. I think as far as a positive for me, that'd be Lolito, Fidesz, and Svennoss. As far as a negative, at least in that list, Ninja Hysteria, right? Champions from the week prior in week number 8, played super, super solid. Top 8 finish, super out of kilter for what I was expecting.
Yeah, and Fidesz and Svennoss actually are playing again tonight.
Yeah.
So that's going to be interesting to watch them play. I know you were here. You were casting the action with us.
Oh,
This is
I was.
like our 5th week
This
together.
is our 5th week
This is great. I'm loving
as
it.
a group. Okay.
Oh, I thought we were going for a 5.
I wanted a full.
Can we go for a
I wanted
5?
a full Nate
Thank you.
shot bad high five moment.
It's cool, dude. I was like, I
really,
didn't know.
I was trying to secure that for us in this
appreciate
moment.
that.
But yeah, man, we've
Sorry
seen a
about
lot
that.
of great teams coming in here. Obviously, some of these newer guys coming into the tournament. They're coming and getting 5th through 6th. We're talking about Svennoss, of course. But you see that 7th and 8th, Ninja Hysteria. But it's kind of one of those things where you're seeing Nickmercs, right? He wins your guys' first week, comes back. Now he's in 5th through 6th. Will we start to see some more of these console guys
Right.
coming back into this tournament? Maybe taking some top 8s again. I mean, I'm rooting for pretty much anybody that's got a control in their hands at this point in my life. But it's just really good to see everybody just playing at such a high level.
HD and Nickmercs will be playing again tonight, and of course, there's going to be a lot of crazy areas. I was watching the stream, a lot of exciting stuff. But let's go ahead and bring up the bracket so we can see who's in our tournament and just going through it a little bit. Of course, a lot of the same names. We have KingRichard, Aimbotcalvin going against Speedy, and SideArms, your boys over there. First round. It's going to be
that's a first round for Speedy and SideArms. I would like to point out Speedy beat me last weekend in a tournament.
Did he?
Yeah, shout out to G18 for being a robot. I was his teammate.
A little family bonding going on there.
It was a rough experience.
Of course, we
was
have
it close? I'm sure it was close.
We lost by 17 kills.
Oh, that's not
pretty
bad.
close. Pretty close.
17 eliminations.
Okay, well. Orba and Mew also joining us, 2 new players here in the Friday Fortnite, going against Burnt Chip and Theo. CypherPK Jaomock going against Chance and Fruitcake. And then
Shout out. Best name probably in the tournament.
Easily the best name.
Well, then again, Landon's in there going playing with KittyPlays. So Landon
even I chose Fruitcake over my own name. That's how impressive that it really is.
I like it. Vikkstar and Tinny, once again playing with each other, typical gamer thief. Just going through it, anything that really stands out to you guys? I mean, obviously we have the FaZe boys playing. I know Daequan and CaMiLLs will be their first competition. Yeah. Daequan was having a little bit of internet issues earlier, so hopefully he'll kind of fix out and be able to play a little bit, at least throughout our tournament.
I would say, like, as far as a really interesting round number 1, I think it has to be Daequan and CaMiLLs versus Tfue and Cloakzy. Of course, I think Daequan and CaMiLLs had a very solid placement overall last week, finishing, obviously, like I said, in overall top 8, facing off against the defending champions of Tfue and Cloakzy. And then for round number 2, probably, which isn't necessarily always going to be guaranteed, next round would be facing off against whoever wins that game versus Optic WizKay and Mongraal, who are a very talented team. I don't think they had the greatest finish last week, but of course, both pro players. I think that particular side of the bracket could be very, very scary.
I think Karma and Hogman is going to be an interesting duo to watch out here. I mean, Nick and BobbyBojanglles versus them first round. We're going to see Hogman go against Kenith Parallax if they do end up winning that first round, probably, whoever comes off, obviously, in that other matchup. So we're going to be seeing a lot of really good first rounds. There's actually a duo there, Kevlar and DwarfMamba, who's also competing. If you remember, DwarfMamba from Vine back in the day used to be a huge Viner. I was actually playing with the guy that I used to play Halo with back in like 2008, 2009. So I'm super excited to see how they do. I know he's been posting everywhere, excited to play in the tournament. So it's good to see some new faces here in the event. And, of course, maybe we'll see some upsets as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Friday Fortnite is all about upsets, right? So, but one thing is for sure, FaZe boys, they're going for the back-to-back championships, plus their 5th one. They've been dominating the competition ever since. And competition tonight is going to be a little bit tough, but we'll see if they'll be able to make it through. But I'm interested to see Hysteria. We've seen him play with Ninja several times. Of course, Ninja not able to join us for this tournament, but he is going to be playing. Hysteria's going to be playing with Avxry, which that's an interesting duo. We saw Avxry kind of switch up teammates throughout our tournament series, at least these 10 weeks, which is crazy to think we've already been through 10 weeks of Friday Fortnite.
Double digits, baby. Oof.
It's crazy to me, and of course, we're going to continue on with this series and keep going with it. But, you think about it, Avxry, it seems like any team he gets on, at least they're very consistent. Of course, going even back to High Distortion, where they play 2nd place. That was first time playing together. They went all the way to 2nd place, of course.
I will say, though, like the one I know we always talk about them with consistency and whatnot. Last week, however, when Noah J and Avxry were together, they reformed. We had so many teams that reformed together. We had Vikkstar and Tinny.
Typical gamer and Thief.
Typical gamer and Thief, Noah J and Avxry. Noah J and Avxry did finish top 24. So that does throw a little bit of a wrench in the overall setup. But it's like, hey, let's reform together. We haven't been together in like the last 3 or 4 weeks. Let's see what happens. All right. Top 24, let's go ahead and go our separate ways again. So I'm really interested to see this duo kind of team up because you have 2 guys who kind of play that slower pace style. Hysteria no longer with Ninja for this week like we talked about. But that team, I think, along with Karma and Hogman, I think both could be very, very solid sleeper teams who are kind of at the bottom side of the bracket as well. So some squads who could be making it in the top 4, top 6, top 8 that we're not used to seeing, really. So
that's a potential 2nd round, by the way. Avxry and Hysteria going against
Karma
and Hogman. Yeah, so depending if they beat...
I would love to see that match.
Karma, of course, has to get through Nick28T BobbyBojanglles, but the Nadeshot and 100T Pro, they have to face off against Avxry and Hysteria, so that's going to be their first kind of challenge. But 2nd round could, in fact, be that. So we'll definitely have to see.
What a name, by the way.
Oh, it's Kenith and Parallax.
Yeah, I think we actually have a different bracket on that one by accident. I don't think that's
destined to be a professional gamer at that point in your life when your name's just Pro.
That's true.
Brackets.
Yeah. Or Aimbot.
Can you imagine? Yeah, Aimbotcalvin.
Aimbot Pro.
That's one of the best names of the tournament easily.
Aimbotcalvin.
And Fruitcake.
I don't think it beats Fruitcake though.
No, it doesn't.
I do like Fruitcake.
Clarification. No, it's close, but no. Not at all.
So one question that's been burning in my mind is, what are we going to call the ship on top of the mountain, that little area? I like
Viking Village.
Viking Village.
Solid.
I like Valhalla.
Ooh.
Valhalla is a good one. I like,
Okay.
because I'm a huge Vikings fan, by the way. I don't know if you've seen the series on History Channel, The Vikings.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like the football
I thought you
team.
were talking about
Oh, no, you
Minnesota.
already know I'm not talking about
Yeah,
the
those
football
dreams,
team.
unfortunately, crossed late
My
last
stepmom
season.
loves the Vikings, but
Oh gosh.
I do that. Vikings is amazing on the History Channel.
Oh, yeah.
It's a great series.
We
love
were
it.
actually playing yesterday.
Ragnar,
We
yeah.
were actually playing yesterday, and we were like, "Oh, we're going to call it. We're going to call it
You guys are
like
playing
Viking."
Vikings, like LARPing, but with Viking attire? Or?
Not exactly.
Oh, you're
I mean,
Have you ever
Fortnite.
LARPed?
Right,
Oh,
yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
you ever
Fortnite,
LARPed yourself?
I've never LARPed, but I did
I-
intervene in a LARPing event once, and apparently I was swinging too hard, and they kicked me out. But my girlfriend's little brother LARPs, and he actually, it's a lot of fun.
I gotta say, I've LARPed a couple of times in the past. Ultimate nerd status there, but I haven't done it in at least some recent days. But here we are, first match. We're already dropping in, boys. This first map, it's gonna be a bit sweaty, Legion. I already know it's gonna get crazy. Of course, this new maps is kind of shaking up the rotations a bit, also shaking up the distributions of players overall. So we're gonna see a lot of rotates. One of the things that kind of surprised me is landing just on the outside of Salty. You have a lot of players now who are pushing in from that desert area side. They come in from whether it be Paradise Palms, Racetrack, and they kind of push you at a different angle than you're used to. So kind of shaking up a little bit. But Kenith and Parallax will be facing off against Avxry and Hysteria, and already we have some drops underway. Salty Springs for Kenith and Parallax, and Avxry and Hysteria still going for tried and true risky reels.
Risky Reel is such an interesting spot, especially when you're in that little barn side of the map. You maybe have two chests in there. Of course, if you land on these RVs, you're going to find one over here as well. But this is one of those areas that we saw last season specifically was such a hot drop due to those challenges. And something that I find really interesting about Season 5 is since Snobby Shores does have a lot of those challenges, I'm seeing people land in areas that you normally won't see a lot of teams in. So it'll be interesting to see if a team goes down in Game 1, where they'll be hot dropping, right, for 2. Because Tilted Towers is basically a ghost town as of the last day. So I'm excited to see where more people are going to be pushing at.
And that kind of sets up like a different C4 rotations that you talked about. You know, when it comes into Snobby Shores, that's kind of a more populated place with, you know, Viking or ship, whatever we really want to call it. One thing that I like too about the overall things that were added, of course, Paradise Parks, Lazy Links, they're all around different portions of the map. Of course, Lazy Links toward the northern side, toward the far eastern side is where we have Paradise Parks. Like that totally kind of changed the whole dynamic of what was the Fortnite map previously, right? It was kind of like Tilted Towers. Then you have guys going Salty and Retail. And besides that, though, it's kind of a majority lingers inside of the middle of the map. What I love about this new update is that it kind of spaces things out, which it makes the kind of the entirety of the map viable to rotate toward.
Yeah, definitely so. And, you know, I'm kind of interested to see how the traditional Shifty drop is going to be. I think Shifty is still a viable option as well, too, because you have players rotating in from Valhalla. They also go into Greasy. But one thing that's kind of shaken up things is going to be those portals, those rifts, which obviously I think they're a great addition to the game overall in itself, just for the fact that you can get a little boost. You can kind of get out there. Also a way to get away from your opponents, and there's nothing better than taking a golf cart, which, by the way, a new addition, too, through a portal. That's one of the fun things to do, a lot of stuff. But already we have a fight. Kenith picking up his second kill there overall, along with Parallax. He's sitting at 2 himself. Well, it's been very slow for Avxry and Hysteria, but I'm kind of curious to see if they'll run into a lot of players from Lazy Links.
Yeah, this kind of sets up, if you go toward Risky Reels, this could kind of act as a little bit of like a shifty in some cases, sort of the opposite side of the map, regarding like where the landing zones are. Risky, it can be a popular place, but if you go toward the outside buildings, you're not going to have too much action the majority of the time, so it could actually work out very well for them. It looks like they are going to be rotating toward Tomato Town, and then maybe making a little bit of a shift over, but on the other side, though, it looks like Kenith on 40 HP.
Yeah, very low, but he has that heavy shotgun. Of course, that wasn't nerfed, and in fact, they actually buffed it. They gave it, 10 pellets instead of 5 pellets, and trust me, that thing is a beast, and he also has the legendary status
Let's
on it.
point out that Parallax now has 6 kills by himself there, pretty much eliminating an entire team. You saw Kenith just peek out to get that cleanup for the elimination, of course, setting them up significantly well here in Salty Springs. They're going to be looted up, but we're already seeing that legendary shotgun up top there from Kenith. Absolute monster. And one of the things about this season, right, and I believe it's something you guys are going to bring up here shortly, was what are the shotguns anymore? What does it mean to you? Do you need a double pump? Absolutely not. It's a slowed down rate. You're starting to see a lot of these shotguns transitioning into these fully automatics. Of course, we're talking the submachine guns. Obviously, the silent sub's still an absolute monstrosity, especially for mid-range. And then, I mean, look at this. You even see Avxry up there with that. And I just love to see these layouts change, once again, as we talk week by week.
Yeah, definitely. So the map changed, the meta's changing overall. I saw Daequan, he kind of tweeted out he was a big fan of this Season 5, but he was like, why get rid of the double pump? He said it wasn't OP. He just overall enjoyed playing with it. It made it fun, but in fact, I think it needed to be changed because now the versatility, at least where the meta's at currently, is probably the best place that it's been so far. There's so many different versatilities in terms of your inventory that we'll see overall. And for me, it makes it fun as a viewer.
I think, too, like the double pump in the past was really what made the pump shotgun viable, essentially. Like you run one pump, it's like, well, I'd rather run a tactical. Like, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And one thing that I like about this update, too, that was interesting is that, like I said, while the double pump is no longer viable, they made all shotguns in general more consistent. So it kind of balances things out overall, which is what Epic Games is constantly trying to hit hard on, is not allowing one thing to be super overpowered. The ability to kind of have multiple options when it comes down to different weapon classes. Obviously, with this update, different places around the map to where the whole thing is now consistent. So that's one thing that I really like about these updates, is that they're always, as Epic, always trying to make things more viable and not have one thing kind of dominate the others.
Right. You're talking about the shotguns, pumps versus tacs versus heavies. You're seeing a lot less of that pump action actually coming into play, which I know a lot of people do. They did love the double pump. Obviously, you've got that different pace of a game now, right? You're seeing kind of a, back in the day, it was like, oh, you're carrying a tac. It's more than like, like my brother, for example, he's a very, very casual player. I was getting a little better, but still a casual player. A lot of casuals, they like to rock that tac because it's very simple. You hold the trigger down, you go for it. Obviously, the heavies do a ton of damage, especially from a little bit longer of a distance. But, those pumps, man, last night I landed in lazy links. Yep. And, I had the pump. The guy had a tac, and he just double tapped me while I was still trying to transition from one shot to the next. So it's very interesting to see that into play, but, man, I really do love the update.
Yeah, I do too, and you got to. I mean, I know you guys have experienced it. We've experienced it since we've been playing. At least when it comes to Season 5, and so many players have been landing at these new places. I mean, there was at one point I know me, Landon, were playing along with our producer Goalie, and we went over to Lazy Links, and there was literally 20+ people who were landing there. It's absolutely insane. But that can only mean one thing too. These games are going to go a lot faster because a lot of those frags are going to be picked off earlier in the game. So this Friday Fortnite I was very excited for because it's going to be such an intense, really, because you got to get those kills early on. I'm really surprised to see the landings that we saw salty and risky. I was expecting maybe a little bit kind of closer to those newer areas, but you know what? To each their own. But Kenith and Parallax kind of showing us a little bit of that desert area, which, by the way, I like. I love looking over from Shifty and looking over and seeing those dunes. It's, at least cinematic-wise, it looks awesome.
And one thing, too, that I actually didn't even realize that I know the original bracket was actually Nadeshot playing with the 100T Pro. This kind of changes up the entirety of at least my bracket. I had no idea that Kenith and Parallax are going to be playing alongside each other. For those who aren't familiar, right, Kenith and Parallax, 2/3 of the 100T, a.k.a. 100 Thieves, professional team. These guys absolutely... I don't even think you could call them a sleeper team because they are professional players. It's just amazing that these guys happen to be on the same lineup. I think we might have seen Parallax and Risker actually on the same team in past. However, though, cannot wait to watch these two kind of duel it out. And I know you mentioned earlier, Legion, how well, at least off the break, that Parallax was doing 6 frags after the very first start of the game. Absolutely absurd. So with that, it looks like they are going to be making their way here and actually inside of Paradise Parks, which kind of our first look here in Friday Fortnite at it. And look at that as well, boys. The all-terrain cart. I want to see someone get in it and just have some amazing action. You can heal in it, you can build in it, you can basically do anything that you want.
Yes.
And I want to see some action with that cart today.
Yeah, and for any aspiring, streamers or YouTubers, content creators at home in general, if you want to just go viral, somebody please. I was trying to hit a clip last night. You take that ATK, you go through one of those rifts of those portals, be on the back of it, have a duo, and then try to hit yourself a nice little hunting rifle or snipe off the rip. It's so much fun. It's very reminiscent of like old school shooters, right? You're just riding shotgun, you're trying to get some pop shots off. I absolutely love the ATK. I love the rifts, and mostly because I catch myself outside of that circle so often.
Yes.
One of the things that I find so interesting about it from a pro player's perspective in casting them is that this is going to give them an opportunity to completely zone teams.
Yep.
They're going to be able to try to get any of the stragglers and then still not have an issue getting back into the storm and not have to worry about taking as much damage. And what I also like is that they move frequently, so you're not constantly having to worry about, somebody else just jumping on you like a falcon from the air. So,
and it looks like a fight is in fact going to be underway. Kenith is going to have a player just below him. Parallax pushing in as well to try and give some extra backup. We see those pellets and that new addition that they just added from the shotgun. Of course, you get to see how many pellets are you landing overall. And of course, right there we see a very close pattern, but he is in fact going to be able to pick off that opponent. It looks like they just got a team wipe as they've been tearing up at least a competition so far. As I say that, Avxry and Hysteria going to be in a fight once again. Now, one thing that we know about that Hysteria Ninja combo in the the past was their ability to be able to switch off roles. Can Avxry fit that ability and kind of replace what Ninja was to Hysteria?
Yeah, it's a very good point to be asking right now. So, of course, we do bring up Hysteria right now. The silenced SMG in his hands does successfully get one of the knockdowns. However, he knows that someone is around, someone is near Avxry, trying to zone them out from the skies. And what you might see here from Hysteria is kind of playing this passive role. They're going to kind of lean back, say, hey, we have the height advantage. There's no reason for us to try to be the aggressors. There's no reason for us to lose, excess HP, excess shields when we can kind of challenge this one from afar and just tag this guy up.
It's so hilarious that last week we were talking about the silent subs being followed by those double pumps. It's kind of that trio,
right,
or, the SMGs in general. And, of course, we're seeing it again here with Hysteria, not even bothering to keep the AR out. He's just switching between those submachine guns, trying to get some pop shots, destroy that build. That's what they're so good for. But it is interesting to see, man, just to see these tax shotguns actually in use this week. Is something that's a lot of fun to me. And, of course, that Tommy gun's still an absolute monster.
Yeah.
That following a shotgun blast, by the way, if you're going to go pump, I love having the Tommy gun or an LMG after to get those easy cleanups, especially early on in the match. But what we're seeing here as well, Kenith, though, Gold Scar, Gold Legendary, Blue Tommy gun, my dear Lord, with a thermal at the end of it. That is the dream loot right there. I want that inventory for breakfast.
And not to mention, he has 6 kills. Parallax sitting at 11. That's 17 overall. And this is just the first game of our tournament. And, of course, going against Avxry and Hysteria, which was one of our favorites at least. But, of course, Kenith and Parallax kind of switching it up last minute. Like you said, that was going to change things. And it looks like it is, in fact, making some ripples throughout our bracket. But as I say that, Avxry is going to get dropped and thirsted. Now, Hysteria is going to be all alone to try and cover that deficit Kenith and Parallax has put on them. Plus, he's going to be just outside of Dusty, which that was changed up just a little bit ago too, but still you have that landing triangle that kind of was there that Landon's been talking about. But we do see Kenith and Parallax going to be at retail, so Hysteria essentially is just going to be all alone by himself.
Yeah, this is going to be rough for him, too. And we talk about Kenith and Parallax, both incredibly solid players, regarded to some of the best in the entire world. But, of course, Kenith Parallax, both incredible builders, very, very solid players, like I mentioned. And what did you see there, Taylor? Anything interesting?
No, I didn't see anything interesting. I was just looking at Avxry's screen. He was 3P in Hysteria, so I was kind of like, oh, what happened? But, of course, he did, in fact, drop. That was my fault.
Oh, no worries.
Unfortunately, obliterated. And what I love about here with Kenith is that he's got a hand cam on that mouse. I mean, this has got to be some of the most... Did Kenith come from the Call of Duty community at some point? Or no?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so? I love seeing the hand cams because it's like people don't believe that you're that good at games.
Yeah.
That you have to show it off. So as you can see here, obviously every movement flowing deliciously. Kenith, 8 kills, 13 for Parallax. Honestly, you're looking at Avxry and Hysteria's total kill count. You're thinking to yourself, that's actually pretty good going into game 2. But then you look over here.
Yeah.
You got a combined 21 kills from these guys versus what I believe was around 13, 14 or something along those lines for Avxry and Hysteria. That's still a pretty big league. Obviously, if you're Hysteria and Avxry in this game 2, you're probably hoping Kenith and Parallax just go down early.
Yep.
That way, you're just trying to play for kills slowly. But hopefully we'll see one of these hot drops we've been talking about where it's in one of the new populated areas.
So let's talk a little bit about why is Kenith and Parallax leading the way here. Well, their landing was just on the outside of Salty, something we're very familiar in seeing, whereas Avxry and Hysteria decided to go over towards Risky, which obviously was going to be a lot slower. These teams still have to, obviously this update is very new. They're going to have to fill out these rotations because it's not what they are typically used to playing. Avxry and Hysteria's been playing in quite a few of our tournaments, so has Kenith and Parallax. So with that being said, Kenith and Parallax maybe did their homework just a little bit more as they knew people were going to be coming off that rotation from Paradise Palm. So a lot of readjusting and relearning. It's showing, though, going to Salty Springs still a viable option, leading 11 kills overall with still a total of 7 engagements remaining.
Yeah, and just echoing what you're saying, Taylor, I totally agree with the factor of, regarding Kenith and Parallax versus Avxry and Hysteria. At least the earlier drop zones, 100% definitely in favor of Kenith and Parallax, because we talked about the ground that they have covered: Salty Springs, Retail Row. They've obviously gone toward Paradise Parks, which you could argue probably more crowded. It's kind of like a Tilted Towers, essentially. They have hit 3 major cities since the update. And Avxry and Hysteria, they could have got a few rotations off of Lazy Links, but regardless of that, like I said, they've hit Risky, they've hit Tomato, and obviously they're now where they are, but they haven't really hit any really high-profile places. Granted, they have a very decent amount of eliminations in total, but there's no reason to me why they should be leading in this game based off the path that they've taken. They haven't really gone into anywhere that's overly populated.
I think it's one of the beauties of Fortnite, right, is that you can get really lucky, especially in these matches, where maybe you do take an abnormal route, and then you get just the luck and advantage on your side of having teams just starting to push you. But I think Hysteria is doing a great job here, at least managing him, and he's still managing to pick up a couple kills here. Obviously, we've got about 6 other engagements remaining in the map. Kenith and Parallax, unfortunately, will be approaching some of the remaining teams a little bit quicker than he is, but still, obviously, coming in with those bounce pads, I cannot talk about how important those are enough end up getting a kill out of using those, which is something I love to see.
Oh, yeah, it was a great addition overall to not only give you kind of a little of an advantage pushing forward for your opponents or past your opponents or overall pushing into a build or even using it to build yourself to get that high ground. We've seen a lot of creativity overall, but great shots from Kenith using that gold scar, showing us what it is to be a great player, at least a professional player, and another shot in itself to pick up yet another one. Good edits, getting down, and finally the eliminations are going to come through as Hysteria is going to finish off at least one of them to try and manage a little bit of that deficit overall. But one thing is for sure, Kenith and Parallax showed up extremely well. They performed great, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. Now, talking about the fantasy bracket, if I would have seen Kenith and Parallax, I may have put them ahead of Avxry and Hysteria, but I think my bracket's already been defeated.
Might be busted already, huh?
Well, lucky for me, I did not prepare a bracket.
There you go.
I'm throw them in now. As an illegal gambler / better would. And throw it in there. Kenith Parallax looking pretty strong here, getting ready to go into game 2. Kenith, though, man, that build up top was just phenomenal to see that Twitch reflex, and obviously drops down and manages to finish that guy with the heavy. Smooth like butter, man. When you watch a lot of these professionals play, you start to really learn, like, what is it? Where is the skill gap and ceiling that I need to try to reach and potentially, skyrocket past? Not me personally. That's not going to happen, Landon. But to any of those aspiring pros out there, I mean, what is it? You got to watch, study gameplay. And when we talk about guys like Hysteria, man, over a decade experience competing, watching film, playing in tournaments. I mean, this guy probably saw Kenith and Parallax originally, then with the original 2, right, that they were going to be going into the bracket. Maybe he didn't have enough time to potentially study what their normal play style is. That's probably why they landed risky. They might have been expecting a different drop there initially. But we're going to see, I definitely think, a change of pace here from Hysteria and Avxry as we go into game 2.
Yeah, and you could argue, like, what location do they go to? Like, right now, usually, when it came down to, like, last week, there was, like, a few ideas where you'd go to, some ideas for passive play. And this week, you could argue it's totally changed up. Like, you might not be seeing players go towards Salty Springs. Maybe not retail. Maybe not even Tilted Towers, as we were mentioning earlier. A lot of players going into those new zones. Like I said, the map is fresh. It has only been out for less than, like, nearly 24 hours. There's a lot of kids who haven't even played Season 5 yet. So, like, a lot of massive, changes when it comes down to overall play style changes and whatnot, but it's going to be interesting to say the least what the call is going to be for Avxry and Hysteria. They played very well, but not well enough to take down the 100T pros.
Yeah, definitely didn't. And, of course, we're going to see them going in with a deficit at the end as Kenith is, in fact, going to be dropped. Parallax following closely behind to try and pick off this last player that is just hiding behind a rock. And there it is. And there's the new Victory Royale, the slow motion. That was such a great addition. I was so confused when I first won, though, because I was like, what is going on? But it's so cool, especially if you get like a cinematic shot.
It's only happened once since then, right?
It's happened a couple of times, believe it or not, trying to low-key roast me. That's all right. That's okay. You know what?
Just messing with you.
I've got some wins.
That's good, man.
No, your delivery for low-key roast me was about as perfect as it gets, Taylor. I almost just started crying.
Hey, don't want that, man. But if you want to cry, you got to show
like
me cry right there.
In a I'm crying because I'm laughing type of way. Yeah, no. This is pretty much, this broadcast is a lot about commentating professionals and then low-key roasting each other here on the commentator's desk, right?
True. It's
analysts.
It's kind of always been that way. Analyst?
So. Yeah.
I think we can call ourselves
analysts.
analyst.
We can call
it's in my Twitter bio.
Name another trio that's casted as much Fortnite as us. You can't find them. Just saying.
Actually, that's a fact.
This is a trio over here. And we've been having a blast now.
We have.
For 10 weeks. I've been here for, I believe, 5 weeks with you guys casting some Fortnite. Of course, we see a 14 elimination advantage going in there for 100 Thieves versus Avxry and Hysteria. And this is one of the things that we've been talking about week by week, guys, is what happens when you actually start to get actual teammates, members of these organizations playing with each other, coming into these tournaments and going in. And obviously, 14 kill advantage, pretty insane here going into game 1 against 2 of the best players usually in our Fortnite events. So.
It's a lot, and that begs the question now, where's our landing spot going to be? Of course, Tilted was always like, go Tilted. Not an option at this point. You got to go to one of those newer places, Landon.
I would say regarding a place this week, which I've been kind of keeping my eyes on for sure, is going to be Retail Row. One of the weekly challenges, I believe, is here. I think for kills, could be for chess. Retail Row, or eliminations, sorry, yeah.
So sweaties are going there all day.
Exactly. So you have the option to go to Retail Row. You could also kind of sneak back and obviously go toward Paradise Parks. Like I said, there's like a central location to where you also have the ability as well to kind of grab those rifts, which can totally kind of change things up. You enter inside of Paradise. Okay, there's too many guys here. We're starting to take some shots. On the outskirts, a lot of the time is where those rifts are. So I think we're going to see a lot of teams kind of making a lot more location drops than usual regarding a lot of the space that they can really cover. So I think Retail Row would be a decent pick coming into this game. Of course, it's all personal preference. These guys are usually slower paced players. Maybe not a location for them. Could maybe see Salty Springs, rotate east, just try to hit those high locations. But we could also see a random drop in Valhalla, right? You're down 14 kills.
I'm ready
love
to
that.
see
Let's
some
see
Valhalla
it.
drops. It's funny is I've landed there 2 or 3 times with 0 other teams going. And
Really?
They all went snobby. And one of my favorite things to do right now, and this could just be for anybody at home that's watching this, is land there at Viking Village, as I'm going to coin it, and then look down on Snobby. If you get an AR or a sniper rifle, those are literally the easiest picks of your entire life. And, of course, we're seeing Avxry and Hysteria headed to Paradise Palms to start off this game, too. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
I think 96% of the lobby also dropped with them there, instantly.
20 kills. I want to see 20 kills out of this duo. I see a pump and a common pistol. So we know that pretty much if you give them a corn cob and pretty much anything, they'll be good enough.
Oh, a purple scar found as well. Okay.
Streamer loot.
There you
Hashtag
go.
streamer loot.
So one of the things about Paradise, at least off the rip, is there's so many teams that go there. Yesterday, me, Landon, and Goalie were playing, and I was having one of the best games of my life here. And whenever we push in there, the problem is...
I want to point out, he said that. He hit 3 kills.
I had 4. What are you talking about?
4
4
kills.
for 6.
Sorry.
I was having a best game of my life. And, of course, though, the problem with this area, at least at the beginning, is you got to learn how to navigate it because there's so many different angles where players are going to be coming from. We were getting shot from the hilltop. Didn't even know it was happening. And then, of course, shot from the roof as well. We didn't, and that's the thing.
Another scar?
Going here is a bit risky
tack.
overall, but it seems like it's working out so far. They came in. They've already got a couple of eliminations in their name, plus some solid loot, looking pretty strong. If they get out of here, which I'm curious to know, the rotation out of here, is it going to be fruitful in itself? That's the question because we don't know yet.
It's basically where Moisty Mire was. And for anyone who went Moisty Mire, you went there for a reason. There wasn't a whole lot of locations around there for you to kind of have some support. But one thing that's nice, though, about going toward Paradise Parks, for Paradise Parks, is the fact that you have those rifts. It's a guaranteed bounce pad where you can make it toward Tomato Town, you can make it toward Retail Row. A lot of opportunities for some change ups when it comes to the strategies.
Yeah, then you do have that rotation up there towards retail that can kind of help. The only issue is when you have a team like Kenith and Parallax kind of in this positioning, they're going to get those cleanups. And this was actually, I believe, a strategic move here on Kenith and Parallax's part because what they're doing is they know they're going to drop Paradise. If they're going to be rotating up north, then they're going to have to force to get these cleanups. Kenith and Parallax are already there to make sure that their rotation is going to be later. So if they have to move up, then all of a sudden they're going to be going more towards the center of this map, and then there's not going to be as many eliminations for them to be able to go after.
That is, in fact, true. As Kenith and Parallax went to retail, of course, that area where you said the Sweaties were going to be at, but they've only found 4 eliminations in the names. But then again, look at Avxry and Hysteria. They're only sitting at 4 themselves. It's the waterfall coming out. But as we see, yet another one coming. So obviously, retail was a little bit more fruitful here as Parallax is landing shots, not only with the hunting rifle, but also his AR. Man, I got to tell you, Kenith and Parallax are impressing me quite a bit. It seems like every fight they get into, they just know how to engage it and figure out at least the angles overall. As it's showing, they came in with the lead. They now have a lead, of course, in this second game. They look almost unstoppable at this point.
And like going off of Legion's point as well, perfect landing spot, especially when you look at the overall outcome of what took place. They're up in kills regarding right now, up in eliminations after landing here. Plus, like I said, they also had a great counter strategy. This is exactly where we probably would have seen Hysteria and Avxry have gone after this location. So they're probably at a little bit of a standstill once they find one of those rifts. They can even survive here in Paradise, which is rough enough. Where do we go? Like, what's the location drop? Of course, regarding the zone is going to be heavily based off of it, but already a very massive, kind of point of the map already taken off the board here.
Yeah, and although week by week we constantly talk about, this is kind of a detriment. Obviously, you do have them up north taking that retail position, but with this new update, Season 5, if they find one of those rifts, that gives them a chance to basically just float and kind of survey the map to see where they can maybe spot a squad and move into, which is one of the reasons why I love that so much. You can also drive the ATKs through them. I'm just letting you know that.
Can.
If you didn't know, you can drive the ATKs, and you can still actively shoot, and they survive the fall. I just want to throw that out there. Occasionally, my brother and I did not die last night completely, just destroyed the cart, much like a lot of spring breaks in the past on golf courses.
I love the aspect, though, with the ATK that if you drift, you can actually get a little boost, too. So
yes.
It's kind of, and I was watching Myth drive earlier, and I forget who he was playing with, but they were having a lot of fun. For some reason, they were on the bridge, and there was, how the bridge is broken. Instead of building just like a a floor and a floor. For some reason, the person he was playing with built a floor and then a ramp, and then they go up, they hit the top of the bridge and fall straight down, but luckily they didn't take any damage. But the clips and the things we're going to be seeing with it obviously is going to be great, but seeing a 32-19 overall score. Of course, the kills are starting to get away. Only 25, Landon.
Can we also point out something really quick that we have actually not touched on yet? The racetrack. We have been talking about for weeks about how a racetrack in Fortnite would be one of the best things ever. And they did, right? Unless that was probably already.
That was probably already. Definitely us.
But still, man, like it's unreal. I want to see someone land. I want to see some races. Maybe that's how we can do tiebreakers for this week. Instead of going to overtime, you play against kills. It is a straight-on race. I would love to see that happen. Production or anyone in charge of rules, can we actually see if that could be a possibility, please? That'd be great.
And look at that. Parallax is going to go down now. Kenith all alone, as it seems like is a lot's going to be on the line here. Obviously, they have like a nice sizable lead, but still enough engagements remain to where Avxry Hysteria could make this comeback possible. Kenith doing everything in his power to try and build up with those defensive builds to get away from this team. Now he's got to go into this 1-by-1. Traps are laid out. He is doing everything in his power to get away.
Kenith is easily one of the more impressive builders I've seen in our tournament in general. That was basically a 5 to 6 edit succession to be able to get out of there. Manages to put that roof on as well, so that had that extra damage for him to just get 2 seconds worth of time. But this is where you see Hysteria and Avxry. This is exactly what they need to be doing. They need to be pushing in, trying to collapse on him, making sure they can get all those kills. And, of course, you saw basically a full squad swipes from them, actually. As Kenith is just going to be thinking, like, man, Parallax, where'd you pass by yourself at? I'm a little scared right now, you know?
And that's one of our first opportunities today where we actually see the rifts come into use, because they actually rocked that rift in order to steal those kills, obviously, from Kenith. So really like that play coming forward from Avxry and Hysteria. Like we talked about, like in any other mode, if this was Season 4, Season 3, Season 2, those kills are in no way going toward them unless they hit like an insane hunting rifle or sniper shot from 200-plus meters away. But they rocked the rift. They see that, obviously, Parallax goes down. Perfect situation to come in and grab those kills, especially being down the way that they are, Avxry and Hysteria right now. They're going to have to try to trail these kills, and honestly, they might even have to split up here soon, which has been a very normal strategy for Hysteria and Ninja in prior tournaments. They have no problem whatsoever splitting apart, seeking out different kills, and they're actually also coming on here soon to what I like to call Split Mountain, just toward the western side of Dusty Divot. Normally, when teams are thinking about splitting, they're usually going to kind of do it around this mountain, make choices as to where to go past this into Loot Lake, Tilted Tower, Shifty, etc., and we'll see what they do here, actually.
This is still a relatively large circle for only 18 other eliminations being possible for them here. I believe they're down a total of 11 eliminations now, which means they're going to have to pretty much find every engagement here in the game as they're going to be pushing more towards that kind of tilted area. Obviously, you know, Pleasant and that whole left side of the map. I want to see one of these matches today, just one game, and one of these matches end at Viking. I want to see end at Snobby.
Yeah.
I want to see Lazy Lynx in a play. I want to see them battle it out in like a nice little city desert setting down there in Paradise. We got a lot of games to go through today, so there's a lot of opportunities. Of course, you were mentioning in early reflections, with there being so many of these hot drops, you are seeing less players.
Yeah.
By this point in the matchup, I mean, there's still such a large circle, not as many players, but this is one of those moments where will teams like FaZe come through and be even better in the clutch then? Because for some reason, they got magnets on in reflection. They find people instantaneously.
Well, that too, but you also have to be thinking, let's talk a little bit about Nickmercs and High Distortion, because obviously they love to go tilted, and I was watching Nickmercs last night, and he was like, I can't go tilted. There's just no one going to be at tilted. And he's like, and he literally said, he's like, I don't know where to go. Because he doesn't. He's got to like kind of fix things. We're seeing a shopping cart.
So can I point out something really?
Avxry's trying to get away.
So Avxry essentially rocked a shopping cart, happened to steal it right out from underneath Kenith. When they realized that there was a cart, an all-terrain cart nearby, also uses the shopping cart to get into the ATK to just narrowly steal it from Kenith. So Kenith, unfortunately, is just a little bit too far behind, as the advantage as far as speed is considered is going toward Avxry Hysteria.
Who would have thought in 2018 esports we would be talking about carts and shopping carts and golf carts in general, and it being actually used? I mean, that was like probably one of the smartest plays you can imagine from Avxry, because he was like, oh, listen, I'm going to get in this cart. It's much quicker.
Right.
Leaves the shopping cart and then just hops in, and now he's just doing what he does.
So one thing I want to ask, and I don't know if we ever figured this out because I didn't figure it out, do you take damage if you get hit by a shopping cart?
I believe so.
Not a shopping cart, a golf cart. Because
I believe so.
No, I don't.
I went full speed and tried to run someone over GTA style, and nothing happened to him. He just smiled at me and just blasted me in the face.
Because I could have swore I played yesterday, and I was in, I think it was Lazy Lanes, and someone just happened happened to like run over me when I was in the garage, and I could have swore I took damage, but that might have just been me not being aware as usual. So
also,
it's probably what would actually happen.
Definitely think about lazy lanes. If there was a bowling alley section, that would just be sick to have on the map in general.
Well, they added the basketballs and the golf balls.
Yes.
Imagine them adding a bowling ball.
Okay,
That'd
the
be cool.
basketballs, I literally, I screamed last night while I was playing because somebody was throwing, I was in retail row, and all of a sudden I'm looking over, I'm like, James, like somebody's throwing basketballs at us. I was like, well, is that a thing? I look out, there's toys in this game now additionally that you can get. Of course, we ended up murdering them. Dude, I don't know if they've done anything actually to the silenced pistol or not for this update. I don't think they have.
I don't think they did, no.
But it's incredible.
Really?
Now I know why Tfue and Cloakzy literally have that in their back pocket almost every single game that we watch them. Insane. I was having so much fun with that last night. You're going to see
no mats for him.
No
actually,
mats.
Oh, he just happened to pick them off the
just
dead body.
Off the dead
Oh
body.
man, that is so clutch.
Still going out at 6 kills from Kenith here. 7 now. Just building up. I mean, there's seriously, this is going to be, I believe it might be, is it mathematically impossible yet for Avxry Hysteria? I think at this point it is.
I think Kenith made it so. I mean, that was impressive building overall. He just had 3 players pushing him, and the defensive building was great, plus the edits. Kenith showing top-level gameplay there to single-handedly at least hold off Avxry and Hysteria, who at one point had a chance when Parallax dropped. We were kind of thinking, man, oh, no, Kenith has to go big here, and he did, in fact, do so, as they're looking like a strong team, and he has officially broke my bracket.
Yeah.
Single-handedly.
And one thing too that has became more recent regarding like players who are kind of popular, Kenith really rose in popularity throughout the playground. Like when people were starting to actually see like professionals go up against each other, starting to see the 100T guys, the Liquid guys, guys from like NRG, other organizations as well. People were very interested to see 100T especially play, and Kenith was absolutely destroying other pros, let alone other AMs as well. Fantastic play, rocking out with the bounce pad, finding himself behind 2 players, and at the same time, keeping in mind Avxry does get taken down. So Landon, throw another wrench in the setup.
Landon, do you think that those guys were wearing headphones? I mean, you make a pretty loud noise when you're floating in off that jump pad right there.
They might be cross-playing on the Nintendo Switch.
Also, how scary loud, by the way, are those riffs whenever you go through?
Oh yeah.
Oh, they're super loud.
Those portals are terrifying. You go through, it's like the aliens from War of the Worlds. You're just confused. I'm like looking up into the sky to see who's going to be floating down on me.
That's
like a
the
demon.
thing. Yeah. Whenever it goes off, I'm constantly just straight looking in the air. Like I got to know where they're coming from. And I actually I did not. I got excited because I thought I hit a hunting rifle snipe when one came through, but that wasn't the case.
How many jump pads does Kenith have? Does he actually have an endless amount of jump pads? I think at this point.
Looks like he took Phase's notes and he found all the jump pads on the map.
I seriously, guys, off the beginning rounds, off round 1s that I've seen throughout this entire tournament, for 5 weeks that I've casted, I don't know if I've seen anybody seem as capable of building as Kenith. I mean, it seems like a lot of building in this game in general seems about being patient, meaning you basically just gradually get better. You're not trying to outspeed the build. You're trying to hit the build perfectly, right? It's just like how you would assimilate to shooting in general. It's the same way with building. You're starting to see this guy just build up in general. It's just like, I strive to land pads and mats as effectively as these pro players do.
And at this point, it is in fact going to be impossible for Avxry and Hysteria to move on. They're going to be moving down to the loser bracket. But with that being said, look at this impressive showing from the 100T boys. 40 total kills, still getting more as the engagements are dwindling down. But, we talk about 40 kills. We don't see that too often, to be quite honest with you, at least collectively, as he is still going off and picking up these kills. I mean, you got to be thinking, Kenith, he is an animal. He is performing exceptionally well. He has 15 kills to his name. And in the first game, I don't remember how many. I believe Parallax had actually more, right?
I know Parallax was in double digits.
He was in double digits. I know at one point when I looked over, at least he was sitting at 6 himself. But I know he probably reached double digits himself. But 15 this game, that's impressive by yourself, whether you're in a tournament setting or not, just playing solos or squads. But got to say, I'm impressed.
And this is also a little bit of a revenge game, actually, from last week. We actually noticed that Parallax was playing alongside Nadeshot versus Hysteria and Ninja, I believe in round number 1. So this is a little bit of a revenge story, essentially, for Parallax versus Hysteria, kind of getting the last laugh, of course. You could argue, another professional player on his team to kind of help solidify that. But, man, when it comes in 100 Thieves, they're on the bottom side of the bracket. This is a very scary game for future for a lot of other squads who could be facing off against them. I think we have FaZe on more of the top side. This could easily be a very, very close winner semis, very close winners finals that we have in our hands, especially if 100T is going to be there.
Reflections, I have a quick question. Did you see what Kenith was drinking out of that container? I think it was the shaker So what is this? What are these beverages called? Actually, I'm not for sure.
Actually, so speaking of which, you're holding the UMG Shaker Cup, which is available on the G Fuel site for $4.99. On top of that, too, some G Fuel right here. And if you guys want some G Fuel, which, by the way, is some great stuff, trust me, I've already drank at least a packet myself before we went live, and I'll be drinking.
More than a packet.
I'll be drinking.
Let's be honest.
99% of the time.
Let's be honest. Taylor actually has a little bit of an issue where he actually overdoses on G Fuel.
You can't overdose on G Fuel. I shouldn't say that.
He probably has had 4 or 5 already today.
No,
you see him in traffic with just the crystal candies.
Just dumping it in my mouth. Yeah, that's what I do at G Fuel.
In the parking lot.
Woo! 65 miles per hour, baby!
And I'm running. It's like,
yeah, he's a cheetah legally.
He actually sprinted here this morning.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Fun fact, I actually did. Yeah,
one of the
a couple miles. Yeah,
You're
and
fast.
Nobody could pass me on the highway. It was kind of crazy.
Did you wear Heelys, or was it all sprinting?
No, it was all sprinting. Wearing
Can you
these
imagine
shoes right
someone
here?
just
Kinda
on
crazy.
the
Not even
road
running shoes.
just with Heelys?
Please bring back Heelys.
This is downing G Fuel packets while riding his Heelys on the highway.
Speaking of which, next update for Fortnite, this just in, they're going to be having Heelys on
my God.
as a wearable option.
That would be incredible.
Ice skates, Frozen Loot Lake, epic. It's my 5th week in a row.
The gnome automobile. We talked about that. A lot of
automobile.
we come up with so many ideas. Of course, please give us our cut if you do, in fact, add that into
Which is
your
just
game.
an endless amount of candy.
Endless llamas. We could put on the set here. That'd be great. I enjoy that.
We need those llamas from E3 to bring. I mean, no, but I shouldn't say that in front of Mike and
Mike
Larry over here. But
yeah.
I'm sorry. He was great. But guys, we're gonna go to a little quick break. Of course, though, some giveaways still underway. Use ! giveaway in the chat. You have your opportunity to win some Mako glasses, 10,000 V-Bucks, as well as 20 UMG credits, and of course, a lot of other good things too. Use code UMG when going and getting your G Fuel purchase for 30% off, and go to official EGL for 10% off using code UMG10 on your purchase. At least we'll be right back with some more exciting matches your way. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back into that short little break. I saw you guys type in ! giveaway. Keep doing that and click on the link for your chance to win a whole bunch of great prizes, but a lot more exciting action still coming. I'm Taylor Noble, or at Reflections on Twitter, and of course Landon, Lando, Sanders, and Legion. And we just saw 100T play it out, and we're going to see them play once again, but their competition now is going to be Karma and Hogman. This is a match that I think we won it overall. It's going to be a good one.
Oh my
gosh.
The
intensity. That is the intensity.
Can we get a zoom in on his face, please?
Look at that.
Oh my goodness. This is unprecedented.
Oh my gosh.
This is, it's like one of those things where you do like post photos at like a Sears or a JCPenney's, and then you realize that you shouldn't smile with your eyes because you just look like a killer clown. So that's why I've stopped doing that. But we're already jumping into the next matchup here. Karma and Hogman, of course, the Call of Duty 3-ring legend versing off against Kenith and Parallax, of course, absolutely dominating Avxry and Hysteria for their round 1 matchup. So let's go ahead and see. Where's everybody dropping here, Taylor? Yeah,
I'm excited to see Karma once again. In the last tournament, we played with Gotaga, but Karma had a great performance overall. I think he was averaging at least well over 6-7 kills per game that we saw him play, so I expect a lot out of him. Kenith and Parallax, they're going to continue on with that success that they had in the previous round. They land just outside of Salty, and we could probably see or expect to see the same rotations out of them, whereas Karma, Hogman, they're just going to be going straight to the desert right outside of that racetrack area, but they got to be careful. There's not a lot of mats over there they can farm, and on top of that, pushing into racetrack could be a very volatile area because look around them. Plenty of hilltops, plenty of wide open spaces to get sniped.
And one thing that I'm really excited about here for Karma this week, I know obviously played with Gotaga last tournament. One issue for them was the factor of them being in their very first Friday Fortnite. They really weren't sure which places to run toward. I think they went back-to-back retail row, which in, prior history isn't the best of overall strategies. Kind of the passive play in prior weeks to Friday Fortnite is by far the way to go. But now playing alongside Hogman, who I believe has at least played an 8 or 9 of our overall 10 weeks that we've had, is coming into this with a lot of veteranship. I know he hasn't played with some of the, most most top players in the
Roman
world.
Atwood was his previous.
Roman Atwood has also played with Fuzi, a lot of other guys along that nature. Has had a decent tournament when he played alongside 72 Hours, finished second overall, I think in like week number 6 or 7. So this guy has a lot of experience, going to definitely kind of provide that when it comes into playing with Karma. And we were talking about it. This team could absolutely be a sleeper when it comes down to this tournament. Unfortunately for them, though, they could be trying to make a sleeper overall run throughout the losers bracket because this 100T team is absolutely unreal. They're going to be very, very difficult to face off against.
Definitely so. As you see Karma, he's going to be going in for a hot chop along with Hogman through that little rift there to try and get a vantage point above the competition. Already Karma is engaging. He knocks one player, gets some shield off the other straight ahead. As Hogman, he's already pushing up. He's very aggressive at this point in a shotgun battle. The player just in front of him, great defensive building. He gets to knock another player bouncing off those tires, try to come in like a soaring eagle, and he's going to get eliminated as well. Great overall team battle there to pick up some nice kills to continue their way, at least kind of try and keep up with Kenith and Parallax.
And we've been talking about this racetrack upgrade, guys. There's actually some loot over there, not just one chest. Of course, we see those tires, which is why you saw that little bounce fest over there. Everybody's wearing flubber shoes, just trying to make their way across the map. But, I mean, we've seen a lot of new additions, of course. Racetrack being one of my personal favorites. This is by force. I don't know if you guys play this way, but based off of wins, if somebody picks the right spot, you get a victory off if they get a pick again. Unfortunately, we always lost landing here in racetrack. So, unfortunately, we'd be forced to land here when it was James's pick. So, just want to throw that out there, James, if you're watching. Now you can pick racetrack, and we won't judge you for this being your positioning.
Probably why you guys lost, if I had to guess, because you would always land and you would always try and get kills, but then again, you would see a golf cart and immediately start racing
there just weren't
around
kills, Taylor. It was all about having a toothpick to fight your way out with as soon as you left racetrack.
I was hoping Karma and Hogman were going to use the cart to hop inside the rift, but they didn't. Oh, that would have been perfect. We've been talking about that the entirety of game number 1. We're like, oh my gosh, if somebody does it, it's going to be amazing, and they have the opportunity. And did they let it slip? But how? They're going to be making their way, of course, going racetrack, using the rift and rocking their way over toward Paradise Parks. Guaranteed eliminations here, gentlemen. We'll see if they can try to get more on the board, as they're already up to 4 off the start here.
Now, this apartment side of the map is interesting because you have so many levels to kind of sort through. And, one of my experiences of playing PUBG back in the day, right, was landing in a lot of those multi-level apartments actually for looting. Usually wasn't the best idea just because you had so many layers you had to go through. Beauty of this game, you can just cut right through that sucker from top to bottom, just make your way from top to bottom, and then, of course, pick up all those goods. And, of course, Hotel 33, it's got some decent loot in there. And, of course, that pool actually has a chest hidden that little cabana entrance over there. So that's where I like to land.
Yeah, I was hitting the pool quite a bit, and I was like, wow, there is so much loot over here. Like, it's actually kind of unreal where a lot of the chests that could be when you don't really check it a lot of the time. Little nooks and crannies around the new locations.
Speaking of which, you got, 7 kills at one point right next to the pool.
I'm not trying to gloat or anything along those lines, if I can even speak. But, hey, it did happen. So, maybe I'm trading out being a commentator for pro player.
Would you sign my Microsoft soon?
I will.
Before the end of the
night? I will even sign the bottom of your shoes as well. So.
Okay. Like
Toy
Story? Like Andy from Toy Story?
I can even sign Andy if you want to.
Yeah. Sid was scary.
He was a creepy kid.
Scary portion of Toy Story. But 8 kills now out of Karma and Hogman. Kenith Parallax still 3. But, of course, we saw that retail drop for them, obviously making their way towards Dusty. And it seems like they might have actually did they split up here?
Well, so they went salty, and it does, in fact, look like they're splitting up. Kenith, he's going to go ahead and head over towards retail. Well, we have Parallax. He's heading at next to Dusty Divot, which is a very interesting place now. It's like
now
a forest at that point. So, which I loved. I love the fact that we've seen it kind of progress over time, especially if you've been playing from Season 2 and onward, or even Season 1. I've been playing since Season 2. But to see it from not being a divot at all to being a divot with no life whatsoever to now there's just an abundance of forest there, which no mushrooms over there, I don't think.
There's actually a couple mushrooms
Is
down
there
there.
a couple mushrooms over there? But they got rid of
out of desperation
crystals.
last night. They did. There's no more pop rocks, no more crystals there for you to use. Unfortunately, no more candy to mix with your Pepsi and have a super explosion in your mouth. But, of course, Kenith now in a shady gunfight here. Of course, the build expert making his way out. And I don't even know what he's doing at this point. Taylor, it just seems like he's wizarding his way through these little holes, and of course manages to get an advantage. And one of the things that we're seeing a lot in these gunfights, for some reason, at least today, from Kenith Parallax, is not a lot of height advantage, just a lot of building from this kind of 1x1s, maybe 2-3 levels, just trying to stay alive. And I find his playstyle in that way extremely interesting. So good thing his teammate coming to the rescue as well. Parallax dominating, gives some assistance to Kenith.
Yeah, definitely so. They're starting to heat up a little bit. Still, though, no kills for Parallax himself. We're going to see 4 for Kenith. That's going to be 4 to the score of 8 on the right side.
That was such a smart strategy. Apologies to cut you off there, Taylor. Parallax literally saw his setup right in front of him, bounced the grenade launcher off the ground, allowing it to drop right in that player setup. After it exploded, it immediately went for a few shots. No one was in there at the time, but I just love really quick little transition plays like that we have from our pros who are grinding the game all the time.
Yeah, this game is all about angles, too. And that's really, I guess, any shooting game in general. It's all about the angles that you choose. And, bouncing things off the ground and stuff like that. I mean, that's obviously the genius that comes from a lot of these players. And he even bounces another one in over there and picks up that elimination. He's going to now be sitting at 1-5 on top for 6. So they're slowly starting to catch up to Karma and Hogman, who are now going to be at Salty Springs, which was just cleared out earlier from Kenith and Parallax. So nobody may be home just yet. We do see a little bit of Storm action from Kenith and Parallax. And speaking of the Storm boys, we had a little update to where Storms, at least the Circle 7, 8, and 9, will in fact be spawning outside. So we'll have to see a lot of rotations. Of course, that's to combat at least when we see competitive play, building of those 1x1s or those massive buildings towards the end.
Yeah, that's just another credit toward Epic Games for, of course, kind of listening and obviously trying to watch, especially professional players, and say, hey, like, where can we kind of make little tweaks to our game? Where can we really kind of realize the issues with it and try to base it, for, futureness of our title? And a lot of times, whenever developers happen to kind of make it more of a competitive aspect for the pro players who are grinding it out each and every day, it also turns out to be a very solid experience for the random pub player as well. So just another props to Epic Games for continually trying to update their game and realizing that, hey, the end of the game obviously was a little bit of an issue. A lot of camping was going down, not even just in pro-level games and squads, duos, etc., but also in a random public games a lot, where you'd have kind of a slow stalemate match. And now from here, it's not exactly about that. It's going to be about the rotations and overall being wary of future situations around the map.
And if you guys have been playing squads at all, when you come down to that kind of last squad versus squad, let's say you get in a full 4v4, it's actually extremely fun because everybody's kind of, this forced aggression kind of kicks in where you've actually got to push and play. And one of the things that I love so much actually about the double pump not being in the game, although it's so much fun to use, right? It was so much fun to use, but I like it because I get to see guns like the grenade launcher kind of coming back. You started to see some of these pro players, and pretty much everybody in general just would stop using, because they wanted to have the inventory. They would stop using a lot of explodes, a lot of nades, a lot of secondary ARs. You're starting to see those grenade launchers back into play, which obviously I believe you're limited to 18 now capacity total for explodes. At least I was last night. Maybe it was just glitching and not letting me pick it up. But I could only get 18 when I was sitting over rockets and hovering, so it cannot hold anymore. So they've actually limited explodes as well, obviously taking away that double pump. So, when you get to these final circles, it's either going to be a lot of explosions or you're just going to see a lot of builds across, hoping that, or maybe one guy, what I want to see is just one guy just trying to medkit while the circle's closing in. Yeah. And just waiting for it and see if he can't just outlast that way.
That'd actually be very interesting, right? The circle moves out and then he's just sitting in the new circle just medkitting. I don't know if you'd get away with that at Circle 7, 8, and 9, but I'm sure they'll find a way. 3 campfires down on top of that medkit and a slurp juice that has been drank. So with that being said, Kenith and Parallax, triple slurp. Actually going down. Kenith and Parallax will, in fact, find a team. And I was kind of worried about them because they were really far back from that circle and they had a lot of ground to cover. Where Karma and Hogman, they were kind of just playing that gatekeeper role right on the outside of Dusty. I was expecting them to find at least a lot of the engagement still remaining. But Kenith and Parallax, luckily, will, in fact, head over to Fatal just next to at least where Karma's located at. But they're going to find those engagements and pick up those kills. So they're sitting at 9 to the score of 8. So they've managed to overtake the lead over Karma and Hogman. And we don't have, well, at least actually we have more than we've seen at least in the previous game. We're sitting at 23, or excuse me, how many? No, 19 total engagements still. So, scores could at least fluctuate drastically at this point. But Kenith and Parallax, those rotations seem to be very knowledgeable as they do take the lead once again. As look like they're making yet again another push, a bounce trap just in front, or bouncer pad in front of them. They're going to try to get that high ground, see who is lurking in the shadows.
Oh, that's great play from the 100T guys, being super wary of the map, realizing the bounce pad was actually in play, and they actually used that along with a few other items to try to actually steal a few kills just out from under Karma. Like I said, playing that gatekeeper role, it looks like nice shots coming in from Parallax, also sitting in the storm. And I believe along with that, Hogman happens to find a rift at the exact same time Karma has actually been dropped inside of the storm. I'm not sure if it's going to be possible for Hogman to go for the res or anything along those lines, but that's going to be a huge issue heading into game number 2. We talked about how close this one could be. Only a 1 elimination game coming into this previous fight. Now in a 1v2 for the rest of the match, you could argue most of these are probably going to go to 100T now.
Yeah, they definitely might. It looks like Hogman, though, still is finding players, and he is within that circle, so trying to use that bouncer trap, kind of whiffing a little bit, but that's going to be all right. Comes above that player, tries to shoot him, misses a couple of shots, but he will, in fact, get the knock plus the elim, as, of course, that was only a knock. Where's the last remaining players remaining? It looks like they're, in fact, going to be just behind it, building up, trying to get that defensive building, but there's a player just in his 1x1.
Oh!
Trap.
Hogman
is going to pick off that player, and he's going to be rewarded there with the purple scar, but still, being engaged from the outside, he's got to be careful, but that was a top-level play. But look at Parallax. He's going to be down himself within the storm. He will have no chance of getting up. We have a 1v1.
Hogman just said, "That's nice, buddy. That was season 4. This is season 5. It's a totally different game," and he absolutely destroys that Omega. Oh my gosh, that was absolutely unreal play. And he's keeping this up. Close quarter situation. Finds the Scar off the ground, and the hipfire shots are without question hitting home now. Trying to enter inside of that build, having that door, but of course the window of success could quickly start to be closing as he's realizing he's such on the edge. So little resources, not a whole lot of time, going for the rush and trying to take down anyone he possibly can, but a fantastic run will unfortunately be stopped. 10 eliminations coming through from Hogman, but Legion, what a display that we saw from him in those final moments.
If you're watching at home, obviously, you say, oh, man, all he did was set some traps. But you got to think of the pressure that's on the line here. You got round 2. You're going against Kenith. You're playing with the legend as Karma is. I mean, esports in general. And then you've got Parallax as well on the other team here for 100 Thieves. I mean, you've got a lot on the line, a lot of money on the line. Obviously, this is game 1. You're trying to get as many kills, as many eliminations, rather, as you possibly can. And he manages to drop down 2, stays alive, doesn't choke. You have to understand, he was on ramp at that point, turns over, sets down those traps, manages to kill him, and then I believe he kills 2 more. I believe he eliminates 2 more players and still almost gets out of that situation. But, of course, going back to Kenith here, he's got a pretty easy 5 engagements remaining. All tied up. Hogman, great job trying to keep the matchup close here before you had to go into game 2.
Yeah, staying calm under pressure is a necessity, especially when you start playing against these top-level teams, top-level players. And being a top-level player yourself, you have to be calm under pressure, learn how to prioritize your engagements and prioritize really your builds overall. But Kenith, he's going to be last up, just trying to continue that lead. We saw they were all tied up. Now he's going to try and get a lead going into round number 2. But he's got a decent builder that he's going to be going against as he does get that high ground shooting, raining down bullets just below. As you see that, I love the addition to see how many pellets that you're hitting overall. It's such a good one, at least to gauge how your accuracy is doing overall. I usually have at least 1 pellet in my target hit marker there. But great job getting up on that high ground, spots the player, and still building over him yet again, placing the trap down. As this player is getting away, we do see a stink bomb come into play. He's got to get out. Great build, and unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get that floor down. He's going to go down, and I believe we're going into game number 2 with the tied game.
Jeez, that was an unreal finish. And one thing that I really want to point out, in Kenith's kind of final build fight, a lot of people on Reddit, a lot of people, when it comes down to, are saying, hey, judge my builds, judge how I play the game when it comes into being in certain situations. One thing that Kenith was always doing in the situation was making sure that in any situation, he always had the high ground. There was a few times where he ended up dropping, but always was super aware, hey, do I need to build up an extra 1x1? Do I need to make myself a level higher to just ensure that I'm not going to be falling in that certain spot? Of course, doesn't end up getting taken down at the end of that fight because there's multiple players around him, but that's just another credit that we can give to Kenith. Like I said, whenever Playground was first introduced, we got to watch TSM versus Liquid, Liquid versus FaZe, all these pro-level teams facing off against each other. Kenith was right there, taking a lot of players down that had a lot of respect, especially coming from Friday Fortnite, and he was kind of a guy who was known but not really coming into overall Fortnite as a title, was expected to be a top player. So him performing the way that he has, especially in this tournament now, just goes to go. He has a lot of credit as a top player regarding the future of Fortnite, and like I said, in that particular series, in that particular moment especially, he's just giving even more credit to himself as a top-level player along with a top-level builder, one of the best in the world.
I just love that when he was getting built up on, obviously you mentioned that he just was trying to continue to get that high ground, but something else that he was doing is he was setting a floor down on purpose on the guy's ramp to make sure that he had a way to edit through and potentially kill him. Unfortunately, he was getting shot at from what felt like 5 different angles. Pretty much the remaining squad was shooting at him at all points, and obviously he ended up falling to Tim damage there, unfortunately, at the end and taking it. But hey, listen, not always can you grapple onto the walls with the floor to try to stay alive. But
that is true.
Still some incredible building out of there, and then obviously sometimes you just get shot out from underneath you, and you just have to fly like an eagle to your death.
Not a lot you can do when a stink bomb is up there. I mean, you're like 100
Those
feet in the air.
Man.
Stink bomb comes in. I think they're really underestimated. I think at this point, I mean, they provide a great purpose, and at least the tick of damage is you got to notice it. You have to take at least action whenever it's there. But we're already dropping in now. Of course, I think we're still going to see Kenith and Parallax probably hit up that salty area. Looks like they're poised to go just there, but Karma and Hogman, we know that they went racetrack or just to the outside of racetrack last time. They almost look like they want to go to Valhalla, which could be a very questionable area, especially since they're all tied up. It looks like he might be a little bit too low. Looks like he's going to deviate over to Shifty or maybe even Greasy, but Shifty, not a bad drop either. I was talking about it. Shifty, you go there, you loot up, may find a team there. It's going to be pretty rare, at least at this point in the season. But rotating over towards Greasy, when you have all those players rotating from Valhalla, you're going to find quite a few players there. So still a very viable option, and I think Karma and Hogman could, in fact, come up, at least have a couple of frags. But we see that as Kenith and Parallax is going to be in a fight without a weapon. And this player is bound and determined to use his pickaxe to take them out, as we have a pickaxe war happening here. Legion, this is craziness.
This is actually my dream come true. I daydream about pickaxe battles all day. And also, it's funny to me that Parallax can hit 500-meter shots, but this rando dude with a pickaxe, he's struggling with his hunting rifle to pop these shots off. And I think it's one of those things where the movements and the motions are so not fluid to what you're normally used to dealing with and engaging, they can actually throw you off. It's kind of like the age-old, why sometimes do these amateur teams come out of these brackets and start to kind of take on pro teams in different ways? Because pros aren't used to playing people that play so weird, right? I mean, I believe the phrasing is weird. You see that all the time. Why is this 25th seed coming in here and rotating this way on the map? But obviously, Kenith Parallax manages to get away, and that's actually really lucky. The nightmare, folks, is getting a hunting rifle only when you're having to face off against a shotgun or somebody with a submachine at this point. So they're lucky to be alive, and obviously 2 Tommy guns for Hogman, so that he's got breakfast, lunch, and dinner over there. He's feeling great.
And he has every right to be, and especially with the landings that they choose here for Shifty Shafts. I know this has been a very high-profile location that we've talked about in previous Friday Fortnite tournaments, especially as of Week 8, Week 9. It's kind of been a place where it's if you're not going, it's almost surprising, right? And one thing that's nice about this location is that even now toward the kind of southeastern region of this location, it's another high-profile place in Valhalla. So, used to, it would be, okay, we're going to get the guys coming from Greasy. We can rotate up toward Tilted, maybe even make a cross-play in towards Salty Springs, all locations to your north or your east. Now you have a very high-profile location here for Season 5 in Valhalla, where it's hey, maybe we can play the gatekeeper role. Maybe Greasy and Valhalla combine, even with the guys who are trying to grab those chests in Snobby Shores. There's going to be quite a few guys that we can gatekeep here in this situation. And based off of where the zone is going to be at, which looks to be toward the northeastern side of Shifty Shafts, probably could play gatekeeper just outside of Tilted Towers. Karma and Hogman, they have a very, very high-profile chance of getting a lot of eliminations. They're going to have a lot of guys coming at them most likely, but I think this makes Shifty Shafts an even more dominant location, a more even prominent location, because the amount of players that are now going to start coming from the overall western side of the map.
Yeah, and we do see them. They're going to rotate over towards Tilted, which honestly is fine in general. The reason being is because there's a lot of players come from Valhalla, even Greasy, and they'll rotate over to Tilted eventually, but a lot of them like to use the rifts that are located just next to Valhalla, just below usually they spawn on the side of the mountain just there, and they usually fly into Tilted because it's usually within that circle or close to it. So not a bad choice going over here. Also a very familiar area too, and I think that's kind of, they want that familiarity. But overall, they do see some builds happening. We'll get in a couple of engagements, and they got to be careful because Tilted, yeah, it may not be as crazy as it used to be, but it's still a very volatile place to go.
Yeah, I feel like Tilted, if you're still finding players actively in Tilted, these are those weirdo elitist groups of players that don't want to believe that any new portion of the map is there, so they just want to go back and continuously dominate in Tilted. So at this point, I'm thinking to myself, oh my goodness, I'm going to be terrified of any squad that I run into in this area. You know what I mean? It's like the people that pick on UMG wagers, right? They only pick radar always on and one map. It's like the same thing. It's they're just going to continuously land in the Tilted area, no problem. So, this is one of those engagements. I'm maybe just wrap around and try to kill all those people coming over from Valhalla, as Taylor likes to call it, or, of course, Snobby, where there's probably going to be a lot of teams. And also, you got to watch about, getting pinched from behind here. This is a really bad spot to be in if you're Karma and Hogman, to be honest with you.
And this is one thing that I was going to point out, which I'm really glad they didn't go toward the western side of Tilted Towers, maybe try to hit up people from Valhalla or Viking, because they can get sandwiched, right? If they start to hear some shots, people in Tilted Towers, well, hey, let's kind of focus our attention. We can now kind of play the gatekeeping role from the people who are entering in from Valhalla or Viking. So that's a very key situation here. Karma and Hogman want to make sure they're not rotating west whatsoever. They want to kind of keep themselves on this eastern portion of the map. If they have to, they can aggress it, but you're always going to be keeping in the back of their minds, always be watching that they're trying to make sure that they're not going to get pinched in from those two locations, because there's going to be some very high-profile players who survive Valhalla and survive through Tilted Towers. You could argue some of the best players in the world are going to be sandwiching them if they get too far west.
Or Landon, they got an ATK. And
yeah, that's true.
That is
true. That's very true.
Out of the entire area. I just want to see one engagement today where somebody falls out of the sky, one of those ATKs, and I just want to see how these pro players, pro teams react to this type of environment. Because it's so far I've seen so many amazing clips from pretty much every level of play involving these. And this is one of the things that as as somebody that's just been involved in communities like this for a long time. It's like why I love Fortnite so much is the game in its vanilla state and in its form is just genuinely fun. And what happens is when you have a formula like this, you see tournaments and this need and desire for tournaments to come out. You see all these high-profile streamers and content creators playing, and then you see Kenith popping off with a thermal in the top left.
Is he shooting through a ramp? Like,
no, he was shooting, those players were literally not moving. They were just taking damage and just like, you know what? I'm standing my ground. I'm not moving. And that's exactly, what they did.
Little do they know they're getting shot at from a thermal scoped AR from 250 meters plus away from a pro player from 100 Thieves. That's rather.
He's got the gold thermal.
He does. He does.
He was absolutely leaving a mark. That's for certain.
It's a whole snack.
And we see now we're gonna finally we're gonna see a little dusty fight happening as Parallax, great use of the C4 to bring down that Porta Fort as well as the other build that was on top of it. He's gonna get the full elim. Still, players are gonna be lurking around as he does have the high ground. These players seem a little bit lost, and Parallax is going to make him pay for that. He's going to get another knock and more players still remaining as we came into this game with all tied up. Now we're going to see 8 on the left and on the right we have 4, so a total of 4 elimination lead for Kenith and Parallax as they're starting to take off.
I was actually doing the quick little math to myself, just making sure that was indeed correct.
I didn't know what you were doing there. I was like, is something crazy happening?
I was using my mind calculator.
Using his index finger like a wand. I was really confused. I thought he was putting a sorcerer's curse on all of us here today at UMG Studios. And
anyone who goes tilt the tower shall be cursed for the rest of the tournament.
Anyone who goes there.
Oh, there it is.
Oh boy,
there's the voice we were waiting for.
It was like a sling blade mix with a wizard, I think, is kind of the accidental voice that just came out of there. But obviously we're going to see 9 eliminations now to Kenith and Parallax, and it's 4 for Karma and Hogman, of course, going into this second game all tied up. So, of course, now they're going to be up by a whopping 5 kills, 5 eliminations going into this game to 23 total engagements left in here. But, you know, I don't think it matters.
What is up with...
You know, Parallax is in game. Kenith, man, you can stop hurting their feelings anytime you want with that. You know,
Kenith with this thermal is just finding players and he's just dinging them left and right, and they're just not moving. And as here he goes, trying to get this player just came out of the rift. He did get 44 shot off of him, but I think they're going to be heading up this hill trying to get this this supply drop, but they will be taking shots off to the right, so they got to be a little bit wary of that. But I do think that is a team fight separate. But there it is. There's going to be a very bold soul. Ventura, 317, is pushing forward. And unfortunately, he's not going to get very far as Kenith is going to finish off the last player of that team. Plus, they'll get all the loot and a supply drop that is going to be dropping, setting them up very nicely for the final few eliminations.
Wow. 2 big pots, a chug jug, and some minis. I struggle to find some bandages at some point in a lot of the games that I play. But these guys coming in with the full loot, of course, 12 total eliminations for them, man. This is looking pretty rough here for Karma and Hogman, of course. Still not out of it completely yet. There's still enough engagements for them to have a chance at coming back. But, man, I'm telling you, I love seeing these heavies in action. We're starting to see pretty much everybody vouching for those every time. Obviously, it just feels like the reverb there on the trigger is just going to be a lot better for you in gunfights and engagements. And, of course, you're pretty much seeing them use as a short-range little KSG-style, slug-style shotgun as well, which is a lot of fun for me to witness as it reminds me of the time in my life when I was decent on the sticks, Taylor.
Speaking of which, I know they just added motion control or motion sensor for the Switch. So I don't know. Hey, maybe a little challenge coming your way. Let's see
maybe a little YouTube video in the making.
That's it, right?
You know what I'm saying? Just standing up. I'll be in like a full ninja headband outfit, also the underwear that he's selling now, and just pretty much that. I'll just be balling out, playing some Fortnite with the nunchuck and Wiimote. You know
I respect it.
Careful with the choice of words.
Speaking of which, you can also rock the EGL socks. EGL does sell socks, so you know what?
That's what I'm saying. And EGL socks. I mean, I'll be in the full gear now. No, isn't Ninja like merchandising? He's merchandising like literal like underwear now. So that's what I'm saying.
MeUndies. He definitely is.
MeUndies. Okay, they sent me like a free pouch a long time ago. I'm wearing them right now. They're so comfortable. I'm just throwing it out there.
Right on. As we're gonna see now, the game is gonna be continue on here as Parallax trying to pick off that player. It's just straight ahead as. You know, he's still rocking an AR. It seems like everybody in their inventory still has an AR. I was kind of surprised. At least in the last tournament, we were talking about it. Maybe the AR could be potentially going away, but of course, still a viable option. But, you know, that Tommy gun is kind of like a mix in between both an AR as well as a submachine gun. You can suppress, but you can also take out as well. And but it's still refreshing to see an AR still viable option overall. Of course, I know that the SCAR is still an option a lot of players like is Parallax. Look at that with this AR taking really my words away. He's getting some kills just straight ahead of him from quite a distance away. Parallax, he'll be the aggressor as well, coming up just behind him. as they know getting down to these final few engagements, there's a lot riding on the line. You just have to go for it. And C4 once again coming in the hands of Parallax. We saw him do this in the first round. There was a point where there was a 1-by-1. He threw 4 C4s. He got 3 knocks plus a final elim as the other player happened to survive. But C4 is still a very viable option, which I want to say they made a change to C4. They did. I believe it
has to land.
It has to land. You can't blow it up in the air, so you have to wait.
That's correct, which threw me for a loop last night because I was trying to do my normal just kind of panic throw and explode when somebody was pushing me. And unfortunately, it does have to land now. But, that's probably good for evenness in general. I think a lot of the pro players, we were talking about their actual matchups against each other. And I believe you guys were mentioning that they were talking about how they needed to maybe kind of nerf it in a way. I feel like that's a pretty solid way to nerf it, of course. And as we've seen, the double pumps being nerfed, obviously. And I feel like, Epic does a really great job of listening to the community in terms of updates. So I think Season 5 is starting off to a pretty big bang so far. I'm just going to go home and pretend like I leveled up and buy about 15 to 20 more levels of my battle pass. And then I'll be set here. I think Kenith and Parallax have kind of locked down this series, by the way. 19 total eliminations. Now they're ahead roughly 10, so that is going to be mathematically impossible for Karma and Hogman to make a comeback here. But honestly, an effort. Honestly, the only thing stopping Kenith and Parallax at this point is if they get knocked early at the rate that they're playing. They're averaging roughly 20 eliminations a game so far for the tournament. I mean, 30 at one point last series. I'm scared for the next round of competition here.
Yeah, and that's one thing too, is that like 100T are kind of almost kind of playing very similar to FaZe, right? I believe last week both FaZe players in Cloakzy and Tfue averaged 9.25 kills per game, and that's kind of what 100T is on track for right now. So you could argue a recipe for success essentially is what 100T is doing at the bottom side of the bracket. And like I said, man, this squad being put together, and Kenith and Parallax, of course, they're playing with each other a lot of the time, much similar to FaZe. They're both pro players as well, which meaning that they're grinding out the game, especially together a lot. So this could be a matchup that we see in winners finals. Like I said, winners semis, etc. It's going to be a very interesting tournament, and as long as Kenith and Parallax are alive, you've got to be worried for the excess competition.
Oh, 100%. Kenith and Parallax obviously showing they're a top duo, and it's so important at this point as they're going to move on in our winners bracket, of course. Karma, Hogman, great performance. They're going to move down to the losers. Still in the tournament overall. Loser bracket, of course. We reached that bottleneck where it just becomes stacked, and we're always talking about, we're like, all right, Karma, Hogman, if they win this match, wait, then they got to play this team, and then wait, then they got to play this team. Yeah. So it always ends up to that point. But
it's scary too because 100T is knocking out these squads. Avxry and Hysteria already knocked down. Of course, now we just see these two get knocked down as well. It's already looking scary, and a lot of it's actually come from 100T by themselves.
So. How many open bracket teams have we seen in pretty much any game, any tournament whatsoever? Right, coming into it, and they're all like, "I'm just praying for this golden bracket." Friday Fortnite, there is no golden bracket, ladies and gentlemen. Every duo that we've got in this tournament, in this event, is a viable duo. And, of course, we actually see DwarfMamba Mmkevlar moving on. Of course, Tfue and Cloakzy end up actually taking Daequan and CaMiLLs over there in their round matchup, playing Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall next. But I'm actually excited to see this matchup. Mickalow and Gotaga, the French wizard. This guy is an absolute beast. And playing against DwarfMamba and Mmkevlar, and of course, now Kenith and Parallax obviously continuously advancing as well.
Yeah, they definitely will. And, I'm kind of curious to see who would win that FaZe matchup between those two. I like the fact that you look up there, KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin versus Chica and SpaceLyon. That's going to be a good match in itself, too. And then whoever wins that will move on to play Fruitcake. Chance and Fruitcake.
Chance and Fruitcake took down Sypher and Jaomock in round
That's
number
a big
one.
match.
Oh, absolutely. Like I'm not going to lie. I've seen Chance and obviously play in prior tournaments, and he's been a very decent player, but Sypher and Jaomock, that's a squad who I believe placed like top 3 a few weeks ago.
Yep.
So pretty crazy to see that come out. I'm not gonna lie, I'm very, very surprised that we see Chance of Fruitcake, one of the first teams advancing here and toward winners quarters. Wow.
Yeah, definitely so. We'll be getting into our next match relatively shortly. I think we might be hopping into game number 2. Maybe game number 1, we'll get an update on that, of course, with the score, but it's going to be a good matchup overall when we see our drops and we'll be playing up against each other. But I'm excited overall. I'm excited overall for just a continuation of this tournament and just to showcase Season 5 overall. But here we are into the action once again.
Oh, okay.
We have Typical Gamer as well as Thief there, the duo that performed so incredibly well, not only in last tournament but also in previous tournaments before, facing off against their opponents. It's going to be OPscT as well as Yelo, which obviously a solid team too, but already a very questionable start there for our man of Yellow. He went to Bunker House, saw that there was 3 players in front of him all scrounging for weapons, and he decided to bolt out of there. He's going to join up with his teammate there inside a brick. And
this guy didn't realize that chess actually exists in the game. He was too busy pickaxing TG. At the same time, though, Thieves happens to go down by a trap. Oh, my goodness. This is so utterly insane. Like that's the total difference between 2 enemies. Is a guy who's smart enough to put down a trap, is of course what Thief face off against, and Typical Gamer who happens to face off against a guy who has no idea that no idea that chests rather exist. 2 totally different opponents, obviously here instead of Lazy Links.
Now, do we know if this is game 1 or game 2 of the series?
We're working on it right now.
Because if you're landing Lazy Links, you have to be
you have to be down.
Insane.
You would imagine.
I mean, you've got to be.
It's like Retail Row.
I mean, Typical's now challenging with literally a pickaxe. Unable to just build it. There we go. Finally gets the pump shotgun off the hands, turns around and knocks 346. Good night. Picks up the loot off his body, and of course that's going to be another gold thermal. I feel like I haven't seen one of those in like at least 10 games of me playing, and now we've got 2 matches in a row. And of course, Typical always looking so good there, rocking those optics, just trying to show off.
You know,
such a handsome man.
I got to say, I love Lazy Links overall. The layout is phenomenal in my opinion, but the thing is, it's a very volatile place. And like you said, what was the score? Because if you're landing Lazy Links, obviously that's the ultimate hot drop at this point. Landon, you referenced at least to retail. I would have to say at some points it's almost like tilted and it's heyday. But Typical Gamer is making quick work. You know, when Thief dropped, especially being here in such a volatile place such as Lazy Links, I was worried for Typical Gamer, but he's holding his own. I mean, he is dinging players left and right. You know, he's a little weak, but he's still making it work. But there will be players over to the left inside that little hut. This is, in fact, game 1. So game 1 overall, looking pretty solid so far. At least we do know that Typical Gamer and Thief will have the lead so far over OPscT and Yellow. But, of course, their rotation out of Salty Springs, we just saw, right? 100T. They went Salty Springs. Their rotations were on point, and they won both games. Will we see the same success from them?
Also want to point out here when it comes down to this match is Yellow. Actually, he's been playing in quite a few of our Friday Fortnite tournaments. Also, just recently joined FaZe as a pro Fortnite player, so very interested to see his overall play. I've been super excited to watch him play in prior Friday Fortnite tournaments just because of the amount of talk that I've heard about him on Twitter, how well he's played obviously in Friday Fortnite, and to see him get picked up by FaZe Clan, it's awesome to see. As I feel like FaZe, TSM, some massive organizations are picking up a massive amount of players, and you could argue are ahead of the game when it comes to Fortnite competitive.
Definitely so. I mean, you talk about FaZe, you talk about TSM just dominating the market, Liquid getting in there as well, C9, so many different, and of course you have to, I said we were mentioning a little bit earlier, just to give a little heads up, like the $8 million 8-week tournament tomorrow is the first one for $250,000. So obviously these organizations are chomping at the bit to get the best players locked down. But FaZe and TSM probably are the most impressive organizations so far that we've seen as of yet. But Typical Gamer, really the story is going to be all about him kind of soloing Lazy Links. He comes out with 6 kills, and he's going to push out. Of course, he has an ATK. Plus, I'm sure he'll find a portal. Where does he head from here? I think maybe Racetrack is a viable option. He could head over to maybe Paradise if he wanted to get over there and kind of continue on with this hot drop himself. But to find out that this was game 1 and they hot dropped the Lazy Links, that's pretty crazy.
That's exciting, Taylor. That means that TG and Thieves really wanted to come into this tournament and just say, you know what, like another round, another day, I'm going to hop in this ATK. I'm solo. And still with the lead, though, 1 elimination, obviously. So he's feeling pretty good. But seriously, Links is one of those places where if you happen to be the guy or gal that does not get the gun of choice, if you're coming out there with the revolver against the Scar, there's 13 other people to basically try to gun you down while you're even trying to escape in an ATK. And I actually feel like it's actually pretty easy to shoot people out of the ATK. When they're moving. I mean, I was dinking with the silenced pistol last night at like full teams, just dropping like 60, 70, 80 health on them while they were driving like 200 meters. Yeah, I was dropping it like it's hot. I don't know if you know this about me, Landon, but I was the Dance Central Best Buy champion.
Oh, wow.
To that song on expert mode whenever I was working there back when I was about 80 pounds lighter in 2011. So just throwing it out there.
You still look good, baby
Hey,
boy.
man.
I'm telling you.
I appreciate it. I started running this week, actually. Pretty excited about that.
Nice.
Yeah, in-game, I have the auto-run feature put on. So we're going to be rotating over there. The OPscT and Yellow, though, now 5 kills, still down by 1 elimination. Knocks another one. Trailblazer, unfortunately, taken out. But, of course, you think poor kid, he just thought he was having a fun time with his friends and then gets eliminated there.
He's going for that lightning bolt up ahead, which I felt so bad. There's a lightning bolt right next to Valhalla, and this guy built a bridge. And I landed snobby to kind of get those chests, and he built just nothing but platforms over that lightning bolt. I shot it out, and he just falls straight down to his death. And he's just trying to get his Battle Pass challenge, and I'm just knocking him down, eliminating him. Felt kind of rude, but you got to get your kills whenever you can, right? You got to just steal your opportunities, especially if you're not good. You just got to get it when you can. But, this salty rotation to Dusty seems to be the way to go for a lot of these teams. It's very popular at this certain point. Seeing a current score of 6-6, though, typical gamer, he's going to be flying in. He looks like he wants to meet up with OPscT and Yelo, kind of get that extra protection, a little padding, but also potentially still some kills in himself. May even try to get ahead of the game there, get ahead of his opponents. But I'm surprised. We're already down, to almost our second circle, and we're seeing still a total of 37 engagements remaining, which shows me, obviously, not as fast-paced game as we're typically used to seeing.
Yeah, I think it really depends on those random drops, right? I feel like if you do kind of get that expected Paradise Palms, little Viking Village, I'm saying, a little Valhalla up there, you get some people in Snobby, you get those eliminations real quick, but I feel like it actually slows down really towards that last 45 to almost be slower than some of the other matches that I'm used to seeing and even playing in, just because there's so many people having to run this vast expansion to try to make it to wherever that circle centralizes at. But OPscT, man, we've seen him in tournaments past. Pretty clutch when he's in those room corner situations. I believe I've seen him at least 2 or 3 times now in one of those, you're kind of like almost in first person mode because you're so close to the opponent. And I've seen him get out of situations. First time actually casting Yelo for me, actually. So excited to be commentating over this lovely man.
Yeah, Landon is actually a kind of like a little fan whenever it comes to Yelo. I know he hypes him up, right? Because Yelo he's a solid player, and it's been a very fruitful game. We saw Typical Gamer find a loot llama earlier, which, by the way, I'm jealous of because that's one of the Battle Pass objectives, find a loot llama. I have yet to find one. Landon, did you ever find yours?
I did, actually. My very first game of Season 5 found a supply llama.
Well, I guess I'm the odd man out. Found plenty of supply drops. Just can't find a loot llama.
I'm going to point out something that's actually very interesting we saw here from TG. I believe he was kind of surveying the overall area for the most part, kind of around the the kind of southern region of Dusty Depot, Dusty Divot. What he was kind of doing was trying to grab every single rift possible in order to make OP and Yelo have to actually use quite a bit of their mats and then also a jump pad, which thankfully they have one in the back of their pockets. So I actually like this play from TG. And one thing that's really interesting to talk about him too is that whenever he's playing with Thief, they are a very hard-nosed team. They're willing to do whatever it takes to get the W. They're willing to mirror. They're willing to do the little stuff that people would kind of consider to be, strategies that just aren't the most respected, but hey, they're willing to do it, and they're obviously champions for a reason. Played very, very, very well last week after kind of reforming as a duo. So interested to see what he does regarding this tournament. And being in a 1 versus 2, you could argue TG probably one of the more smarter players that we have in Friday Fortnite as well. So being in this 1 versus 2, it's going to be very difficult for him, especially with there was like 37 eliminations left. But like I said, we'll see what happens. We'll see what he can do. But if there was a guy to really have a very smart game plan coming into it, it would be TG.
We see a great fight underway, but OPscT is going to drop. This is teammate Yelo. He's going to drop himself, as we're going to see what happened. And there it is. He goes down, unfortunately getting mowed by the submachine gun. And this is a blessing in disguise for Typical Gamer. We're seeing on the screen, of course, a little bit delayed. Yelo hasn't been dropped. OPscT hasn't been dropped. I'm interested to see his reaction, but he's also, you see him coming in. He's going to be coming in on that team fight himself, so he has the potential to take over this lead for the game.
Watch his
and
reaction.
Look at his reaction. He's happy, and he's like, you know what?
He literally went like
I'm dipping out.
He went.
He said mid.
He said
Hamlin's or Ninja is over there taking them down.
I'm gonna turn around.
Literally in the opposite direction. He was bolting straight for it. He's like, nah, you know what? I'm a second guess.
From Op and Yelo, though, it seemed like a relatively sloppy push from them, to be 100% honest with you, because it seemed like what they did is they made their way in there, and he just kind of had that submachine gun out, didn't really go for height advantage necessarily. There's no storm coming in behind him, and it seems like there was just that one dude. I don't know if he was on top of the mountain or if he just was hiding in the build, but he just kind of came out of nowhere and accidentally, kind of ruined the rest of their game.
But what a blessing in disguise, right, for TG
Typical.
and Thief.
Look at him smiling, man. Look at him.
It was like a very close, if not like a tied game.
I want to say it was
before that
tied,
engagement happened. So this is a fantastic position for TG. He was kind of roaming around trying to look for players, using those rifts to try to give as much of a struggle for OP and Yelo as he could. And like I said, he totally gets out in a situation that probably hasn't ever, if rarely ever happens, a 2 versus 1. The opposite team overall dies, and now the one guy who was left thinking that he's in a awful spot heading into game number 2 is actually blessed in a very, very big way.
This never happens. At least when I've been casting, I
don't think I've ever remembered
kind of a solo just trying to make his way out after he starts out at a disadvantage. Thief's right now though, kissing that keyboard.
Oh, he's balling.
Thanking Fortnite for allowing them to go down there so
Kissing
Typical
the
can have a
keys.
chance. He's kissing the key. Yeah, exactly. I tell you what, I can't tell you how many times I've kissed my controller in preparation for completely lucky plays during tournaments.
And then you just get the whiff of the Doritos all
then
over
you're
that
like,
sucker.
Oh, don't say
And then
that.
you're like, are these spicy
no.
nacho or were these sweet
Oh,
chili?
the
Which one were
smells.
these? That
That, I'm not gonna lie,
Those are
I-
Cheetos
that
with
was
some nacho
pretty
cheese on it, some
repulsive.
Takis.
I think Taylor's
Oh.
actually going to throw up.
That was pretty
Taylor
disgusting.
Taylor
Smelling
actually,
your controller and getting a whiff.
He
of your
collects all of
previous
the
snack.
dust and then sets a fan behind it.
Yep.
Lets the bag loose and lets it kind of just whirlwind and mimic like a, like a sandstorm in
face.
his room. So
You
it's,
just-
it's one of Taylor's favorite things to do.
Gotta say, I don't think I've ever done that.
No one can
Lena.
see Taylor's face, but you just had the most disgusted look of just pure,
Oh, yeah,
like,
they can see. You can see.
pure
they can see 'em
disgust.
up there, Landon.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
camera.
Well, that's
I don't know if
true.
you know they came out in about like 1834 or something along those lines. But
is that
they
right?
set up. Yeah, it was, used to be
Ooh.
like this pool tab, like with a thing was like a lamp.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's what I still use for selfies, which is why they're all so antiquated looking. But I'm a hipster.
It actually looks like a really cool filter on Instagram whenever you
Yeah,
rock it.
it's,
People have no idea, not
is
even a
true.
filter. So hashtag no filter.
Actually, it's probably
I need a filter because I'm ugly. But
1864
anyways, back at you
camera
there.
is probably
Tinny.
becoming modern. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
boy.
So,
So this is what we call Phil.
Oh my gosh!
He slides
Typical
down
was
and
sliding
misses.
down a mountain, literally just free spraying and
Ran
just gets
straight into
absolutely
Wingman.
destroyed.
I want to say Wingman. Shout out to you. He played that really well. He just sees a man just floating down, casually, just gracefully coming down, and just mows him right
How
in the
sick
face.
would have been though if TG would have finished off that gunfight?
Oh, wait, if
and
he
just
would have
rode
had
down?
if he would have had
Real
a shotgun
John
and
Wick,
just
right there.
rode down and then just straight up just blast him as he's just kind of like skateboarding down, that would be great. I think.
What an odd game though. Like Thief drops at the beginning. We're thinking TG, terrible spot, 40 eliminations left. OP and Yellow totally going to capitalize on that. And then they end up dropping to 2 solo players. Oh my gosh, huge moment for TG. Now he's going to take over the game and at least give somewhat of an advantage heading into map number 2. Then TG drops, and now we're even at 6 heading into game number 2. That was
Yeah.
such an odd map number 1. Like not really a whole lot you can take from
It's,
it. Just despite
basically
the
0 to
early
0.
losses. Yeah.
I just the highlight of that though was TG's face that he made when he saw everybody just drop like, you know what I think about immediately the other direction. It almost mimics who was it before who was stuck in Tilted? It was in our last game where he wanted to challenge that team. He was kind of looking around the corner and he was looking at the players just ahead. He was kind of weak. He comes out ready to aggress, and all of a sudden he just
it
runs
was
straight
Mitch
back into
Jones.
Was it
Mitch
Mitch
Jones,
Jones?
yeah.
And runs straight back into the bathroom. Like, you know what? I don't think this is a good idea.
Yeah.
Stay in here. This is amazing.
Yeah, Winter dropped, and it was just like, okay,
Some ramps.
not interested. I'm just going to
Ran out so confidently, and then it just immediately dipped back to the bathroom, right in the corner.
I
love
feel
it.
like one of the things that's underrated in general when we're talking about gameplay, right, is just the ability to know when to not actually pick and pick a fight.
It's very true.
And I feel like
When to
Mitch Jones,
aggress.
obviously a great player. You saw TG there. He was like, yeah, you know what? If I shoot that guy that's knocked, it actually gives Op and Yellow the kill. So
Right.
I'm just gonna run away. I'm gonna go back to Tilted and then unfortunately die in a rock climbing accident as he was going down that hill.
Are OP and Yellow going tilted?
Definitely are going Tilted, which could be a viable option.
Yeah,
Could
like
be-
it's so hard to call. Like it depends on what kind of lobby
Landon.
you have.
well, it was right over too.
It's not hard to call for Landon. He would
It's
never
true.
have dropped Tilted in the situation
That
going
is a
into this.
fact.
I will
you're
say,
tied
however,
6-6.
for week number 10, or technically for season 5, week number 10, this would be the best opportunity to drop Tilted Towers. So I will give a little bit of a pass for Tilted Towers this week.
Well, I gotta say, the reason being is probably why they went there. They were going for the hot drop. I don't know why. As the score is kind of even, you were already seeing a player drop off your screen. As Thief is in fact,
Thieves had
Thief had a bad time.
He had a minute and 30 seconds of game time, probably less.
Thieves
when it
literally
comes down to this
blinked and
match.
Enabler just murdered him. And it was not a fortunate situation. I love watching Thieves, man. This guy, oh my gosh, Yellow's actually knocked as well. Oh, it's going to be a 1v1
This is
here
such a
more than
low-scoring
like, look at
game.
this. He's just getting his knock team it up there while, no big deal. If you're TG at this point, all you need to do is go, okay, it's a 1v1. I just need to stay alive. Just need to calm it down. But guess what? What's Op doing? Being clutch.
Looks
And
like
same
he
thing
is.
with TG. Great revolver. Just knocked someone. That was insane.
Yeah, definitely. But it's as we see now, once again, Yellow. Looks like he's going to drop himself. Oh, excuse me, typical gamer. My bad. Sorry. He's got that delay. Kind of tripped me up a little bit. Seeing the replay on TG's screen now. But OPscT, great job coming in clutch, picking up Yellow, and now they're going to continue to live on. Looking pretty solid overall in Tilted. Kind of got a little bit hairy, but We'll see if they'll be able to recover overall. But Tilted still, though, typically we said, right, Season 4 maybe give them a pass, or Season 5 you're giving them a pass because it's not going to be as populated. But the bus route, though, was right over Tilted.
Right.
So you still have a lot of those sweaties who's going to want to be dropping in on Tilted itself. And we still see it. OPscT, he's going to be challenged. He's got to be careful. But great vantage point using the plunger, and I think he got that stick. No, he did not. Just misses him. I thought he stuck him in the forehead, too.
That's called being a unicorn. I don't know if you know that or not.
Yep.
It's making an opponent a unicorn. I didn't coin that, but I sure do like to say it a lot, Taylor.
Speaking of which, man, we're seeing a lot of great stuff. Yellow's going to be weak. Once again, he's got to be very careful. He's just going to chunk grenade after grenade after grenade straight down below, not connecting with anybody. But they have yet to get out of Trump Tower. They've been stuck here for quite some time, and looks like OPscT kind of threatening to get out of there, but you got to be thinking mats are running a little bit low. In fact, Yellow has absolutely 0 mats himself and only 130 for the mat of OPscT, but they're making it work. Got another knock. Trying to go for the finish. Had to do that extra long reload, it seemed, as once again they're going to be challenged. So a very volatile place, but they're doing some great work.
And this is the thing, too, that Legion, you were bringing up earlier. It was like, okay, guys going to go to Tilted, probably not going to be as many, but the guys who are there are going to be absolutely absurd when it comes to their overall gameplay. But take a look at this. TG from above, destroying people just outside of Radio Tower here in Greasy Grove. There is one, and there is two. The blue tactical coming out to play. High ground advantage was obviously there, but not with a typical weapon. And, of course, not coining the term there on purpose.
Typical gamer.
Yeah, man, that was insane play.
I think you did it on
Incredibly
purpose, Landon. I really do.
Indeed. It was totally on purpose, yet I try to make it look as if that was, just something that's involved in commentary.
It's like when I wear leather jackets. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like usually it's not on purpose. But I try to make it look as good as possible. Let's talk about TG, though. Their smart play waits, doesn't just immediately try to shoot the first guy.
Leather jackets into analysis.
It's just not. I mean, it transitions. What can I say? It's been a decade of me being in and out of situations like this. Just like it's been a decade now of TG here in this game, getting in and out of situations just like that, where he's managing to get the player from behind here. Of course, the Sergeant York play, as I'm going to call it. I don't know if anybody at home knows who that is. Check out your History channel. Great movie from, I believe, the 1920s or something along those lines. 30s. It was a talkie. I know that for sure. It wasn't a silent film.
I was around
but
back
basically,
then, actually.
He shot from back to front, so it distracted them to see what they're actually looking for. So TG, some veteran plays. Of course, 6, though, out of OPscT and Yellow, making Tilted look as easy as ever.
Definitely so. I mean, well, I wouldn't say too easy. Yellow did drop pretty early, and it took him a while.
Legion.
Took him a while to get out of Trump, though. But I got to tell you, though, they are recovering very well, I'd have to say, overall, as they are getting challenged quite a bit. And OPscT, though, in a little bit of trouble. He's going to be stuck down below as that player is going to join him, breaking through that floor.
Teamwork!
He's going to make it work, as he's going to have to recover just a little bit, but he did get the kill overall. Yellow sitting at 6-3 on the top for OPscT as they are continuing to take away the game. Typical gamer in Greasy, that's an area that I talk about, right? A lot of players like to land Valhalla and then rotate down. So, I mean, his line of work isn't going to be too easy either. He's going to have a lot of players challenging him here. But then again, that's a lot of kills for him to kind of go toe-to-toe with OPscT and Yellow.
That's such a hard shot from TG. Just that straight vertical right down. I mean, of course, you have to watch out for the opponent shooting at you. 2 teams battling it out here. Let's just see if he's going to sneak in and probably get some cleanups. Fortunately, that's 2 knocks he could have very much so used. We'll see if he can stay alive, and does manage to drop. Of course, there's still another couple members, I believe, of an opposing squad down there as well. See if we can get some decent loot there off. I want to see that minigun in action again. He's already got a purple bolt, and he finds another one. What kind of luck is that, Taylor?
It's pretty lucky. It's pretty lucky.
Hit the double. I want to see him hit it on an ATK, a little golf cart action. If you accepted loss at some point, TG, please feel free to use that for us for entertainment. Knocks another player down, doing a great job here zoning. Making sure that he's got some good plays here. It's 2 more, actually? He's only down by, I believe, 1 or 2 kills against Op and Yellow.
And I was going to say, prior to this update, if you were inside of Greasy Grove versus the squad who's in Tilted Towers, it's like, okay, this guy needs to get out of Greasy as fast as humanly possible. But like I said, since Valhalla is now a location, that is going to be a huge prominent place to where, depending on how many guys survive that, depending on how many players survive Snobby Shores, Greasy is now going to be a very high-profile location where a lot of squads are going to have to run toward when it comes down to that circle. But here come more 4 players for TG.
He's turning
9 eliminations, almost at double digits, totally destroying the competition and making it look easy. And now he can reference back at the fact that he can kind of get those meds back on underway and arrival in the fact that he has brought this one back to an even playing field by himself. Like we mentioned, Thief has probably been in this series for 30 seconds. This has been all TG, boys.
I'm telling you, Thief is definitely owes TG some soda or something after the stream's over. You know what I mean? Just some treats. Something in general.
Some popcorn, you know?
Yeah. Ooh.
Because Thief's probably eating that right now.
Yeah, he's eating it right now, watching his teammate absolutely go in.
The emote in the lobby.
When you're playing in these tournaments, I've played in a few of these tournaments. It's like you're sitting there and you're just biting your fingernails, hoping that what you're getting ready to see. You're like, oh my gosh, nice. You throw up a little bit in your trash can and then focus back up on your camera, and your webcam for the stream, and you're back at it.
I got to start watching your streams a little bit more, actually.
You know, man,
I could just see you just peering off to the side, just throwing up in the trash can.
I mean, hey, listen, we keep
be like, that's my Legion.
We keep it violent. I'm like the roach guy from
we
Men in
keep
Black.
It violent. I'm sure Twitch has never been more excited about a catch reference.
Not like that. I mean,
life.
like projectile violent.
Oh,
bombing.
gotcha.
Yeah,
okay,
it's,
even better.
Pretty much only. Was it Epicat? Was it
Epicat? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just all day, just for breakfast. Don't recommend doing that. It's also a lie.
You ever had Epicat?
No, I've never had to. Luckily.
Crazy stuff. I just want to say it does work.
Not speaking from experience, however, crazy stuff.
Crazy
definitely
stuff,
speaking from experience, man.
PCB 08 was a crazy time, man. Spring break for life.
Man, look at it. TG has had the
TG
has had the game of his life. Uses that rift to kind of float in over Tilted. Might even meet up with OPscT and Yelo. As looks like he wants to head over towards that soccer field, which is a good area to go to in itself too. But we'll see where he decides to land. And actually, excuse me, he's going to be just on the other side of Tilted, going towards Shifty Shaft. So he went from Greasy over to Shifty and might, in fact, move over towards Tilted. But he has done a great job keeping Thief in the game here, keeping this team in general in the game, as we're Millie rocking on the couch.
We actually were. Wow.
Just want to point
I'm
that
not
out.
going to lie. Very impressed that you knew that.
Wow, Taylor.
I'm not that old. And even if I am,
I
do know references.
We were talking about later, or like a few days ago in the
yeah.
office, and we were talking about a certain dance move, and you thought it was like a certain person, or I forget who it was.
Stop it. I know what you're talking about. We don't talk about that moment. Juju on the beat.
Okay, we were
stop it.
We were talking about Juju Smith.
Jesus.
We were talking about Juju Smith, the NFL player, and he was like, "Oh, is he based off that dance, Juju on the beat?" And I was like, "No, that is not actually at all what it's related to." And it was just kind of a defeating moment where I was like, "Oh my God, you are 38 years old." I totally forgot that was the case. So it's all right, Taylor. It's all good, man.
He works at IT for a school, for an elementary school, and
in Utah.
He complains at kids for beating the proxy so they can go play Fortnite online from their.
Thank you, production, for putting a camera on
4
Taylor's
gigabyte
face. I appreciate
cameras.
that. It's all right, Taylor. It's all good, man.
Oh, we talked about the roast sessions that happen on this couch. It's
fine.
It is hitting me.
It's totally fine.
It is hitting me right here.
It's all good. It's fine, bro.
The fact that you brought up that
hashtag
Juju on the
fringe
beat,
in the
I am
chat,
so.
though? We just
I mean, hey, man.
spice it up.
No, rather than that, can we get some F for respects for me, please?
Yeah,
Because I just got roasted
Taylor was just
to all
murdered.
ends.
I didn't roast you. I was just giving an example of what
I
happened
literally
recently in
can
the
smell
conversation.
Career,
flesh
if you call
cooking.
it that, is now over. But TG, though, trying to transition back in a game and maybe bring new life to myself, is still sitting at 9 kills.
You need to revive you?
I do. I need some help.
You need a res?
I am struggling a little bit now. I'm not gonna lie. Legion always talks about breaking somebody, and I think I have been broken, even if it wasn't even him trying to break me.
I think I broke. I was telling you guys I broke Chris Puckett once, and wherever that man's at right now, Chris, I want you to know that having you laugh at me on a live stream.
He's on Disney XD right now.
Is he actually on
He's
Disney?
actually, no joke. Yeah, he's doing pretty well.
He's on Disney?
Well, I mean,
well, he's not on a Disney show like
Overwatch
Hannah
League is now
Montana or
on.
something. but
Overwatch
Oh
League
my
is now on like
gosh.
ABC, Disney.
I'm
XD.
just imagining
He
you
was
with the
thinking Hannah
wand,
Montana
like,
or
I'm Chris Puckett, and you're watching Disney Channel.
Bum, 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 bum.
I'm Chris Puckett, and you're watching Disney. Anyways, back to you guys here. For
Chris,
the
if you'd like to
broadcast.
use that for your donation sound,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I just want to
feel
point out
free.
now that Op and Yellow are actually up by 2 eliminations here. So TG has got to make his way into some action, finding his way into Tilted as well, just trying to play that circle, see if he can't spot any players coming in slowly from that storm as it does begin to close. But of course, you're at this point, you've now got a jump pad in the hands of Yellow. He's got that incredible incredible pickaxe that I paid to get early, as I'm sure every other streamer did, to clickbait with in their titles. And, you know, that's what it's all about, really, Landon.
Would you believe me if I had that same pickaxe?
I would believe you, because
rightly so, and I do have that pickaxe. You're right.
I think you
I
have
bought that.
everything, including both skins that dropped yesterday.
I don't. I actually did not buy those. I did not buy those. I don't know. It just wasn't enough for me.
Sorry, dude,
I haven't had a chance to buy them
deflated
yet.
a balloon in my pocket, so that was the noise that you just heard come out of my mouth. But of course,
you're a man of many voices, Legion.
Yeah.
Man of many voices. Well,
And many objects as well.
in Minneapolis.
The engagements are dwindling away. Only a total of 9 remain, at least on typical gamers. Actually, 9 remaining on all screens so far, and still down 2 total kills. So TG has the opportunity to kind of tie it up, maybe even take the lead overall. But as I say that, what a snipe potential. OPscT trying to get those kills out of the ATK, but of course they've been in this situation before. Actually, this is almost, I think, the same location they dropped.
TG
in the
found
first
both of
game.
those.
TG finds both. As they're not pushing up. OPscT now finally are going to push up. At TG, we're going to see on the screen a little replay action here, picking up.
That's so unfortunate. You just write the impulse screen like, here we go, -2 damage. Like that's so unfortunate to see. But oh my gosh,
Oh, TG with an amazing edit play, though hardly
my
any
goodness.
health. We're going to see if he can't just get some heals here. Of course, you got those minis in the back pocket. Also, the bounce pads. A collection of those minis, actually. Doing a great job. Now still down by 2 eliminations. 7 total remaining here. I
Things
believe,
getting crazy.
actually, might be more than this.
he's
based off
doing
of,
it all
the pacing.
by himself. Typical gamer, unbelievable performance. There happens to be a few more just in front of him trying to get the build battle over. I believe what is a John Wick. Rocks the pyramid and is, of course, playing very, very well, but has to be very wary of that high ground. Has a lot of mats, needs to make sure he does not get built over, and now he's put in a precarious situation to now, well, hey, do I continue to bail against this guy, or do I try to shoot down the entire structure to get a little bit of his loot off potential fall damage? He's going to reset himself, maybe take a little bit of a second to re-equivalate the score, kind of get going, but hey, man, this is an awful spot right now because he doesn't have any health regarding like what he can use in the future. He has no med kit, no bandages, and he happens to know where a player is above him at the moment, but nothing to really save for anything.
I want to say it's still possible, but he does
gets
find a
elimination.
knock, and that is going to be big.
Oh, my
on
goodness.
his part, as we see now a total of what? How many engagements are we still looking at?
Still
I think
down 2 eliminations.
Still
with
down
about
2,
3
looking at
engagements
3
left.
remaining. He's got to find every single one at this point, but he has no health. So he's got to be careful of that fall damage, especially being on top of this hill. And he does have a couple of bouncer pads, bouncer traps as well, so he can use those if he kind of wants to get the high ground. But it looks like they're just swarming this hilltop, trying to play that gatekeeper role. And if I'm TG, honestly, you're stuck in a tough position. Do you break off from OPscT or Yelo? OPscT looks like he will, in fact, be getting kind of a little bit of a lead there coming up. Typical gamer kind of trying to scan the horizon a little bit. Kind of wants that RPG kill. Long-distance RPG kill, kind of tough to get. But it's coming down to the wire at this point, and he could still win it or he could tie it. We could see a Game 3.
And he also does have a bounce pad if he vends to use it, which has to be very wary that, hey, any enemy that happens to be around him could also use that one as well. Of course, referring to OP and Yelo. But I like the situation for them. Actually, a gold scar found from OP, which is going to be very, very nice for any type of situations. Up close, far away, does not matter at all. But for OP and Yelo, I think what needs to happen, and I think what is good that's happening, is a split from these two. They can cover more ground that way. Maybe you have someone on TG just to make sure he can't get too far from you. But if you can spot at least one squad, which is probably still alive right now, 3 only left engagements, or 2 engagements in total. I was looking at TG's screen there. But, yeah, I believe this one is either near done, or if TG can find another kill, it could be over.
He did. He found another one.
Yes, he did. He found it. We saw that on Yelo's screen, and we're going to see the replay to see how TG was able to pick up this kill, as it looks like he did use
Did they
Did
they tie?
And then who just got it? OPscT. You're
TG
grabbing his stomach. Did TG come back?
Oh, my
So that's the
God.
knock-in elimination we saw a little bit earlier.
That's
and
the
we'll see on the
tie.
screen too, pushing up. That player is actually on the other team. He's going to be going forward.
Oh, my God.
Did he get
He
it?
found the storm. The other player found the storm.
No!
Did they tie?
No, they didn't. He loses by 1, I do believe.
Oh,
I think they lose by 1 because
my
that player
God.
drops in the storm. That's the RNG that we talk about, that anything can happen in these tournaments, and that is so unfortunate. We've seen that time and time again. Look at the disappointment. I would be disappointed myself. I'm disappointed for him. He come through, and you know that player.
He lost by 1 kill.
But you know what's sad about that, too? The player that he knocked, that was probably his teammate who dropped, who was just behind in a storm trying to push through. If that player would have been next to him, he would have been able to pick up a 2-piece potential to tie up the game and go into a game number 3 and 4.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get, you lose your confidence a little bit when you're coming in. You see your teammate die, and you're obviously still in the storm, so you're thinking to yourself, well, maybe I can just kind of outlast it, run with it. And obviously, if you don't make it to your time, well, you die. And unfortunately, that guy just fell in the storm and passed. But TG, man, excellent games. We could ask for any more out of you, Thieves. Losers bracket, you guys still got a great chance. OPscT and Yelo doing a great job.
Yeah.
Managing to close that game out. I mean, that's a lot of pressure on the line for that matchup,
and things could have been a lot different, Landon.
Oh,
Think
yeah.
about it.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, OP and Yelo, like, you could obviously give them credit. They were in a 2-versus-1 for the entire game. Like, I think Thief was alive for 30 seconds, not just this map, this series. Like, he died within the initial beginning of all of the of back-to-back maps, and I'm pretty sure, did Thieves even find an official elimination? He might have found, like, one at the very most.
I think in the game 1, not in the first or second game.
Yeah, but like, in the second game, the 18 kills that they found,
that's pretty much what happened.
In the 18 kills, TG was at least involved in 17 out of those.
Well, also think about it, too. What would have happened if he wouldn't have backtracked off of that one engagement where we saw the team of OPscT and his teammate drop? If he would have pushed forward, maybe get one of them at least, could have been a much different story, too. There's a lot of factors, of course, that we could play in for them taking over.
And one thing based off stats, last week I think it was a per map typical average 5.57 kills per, which is, you could say, that's pretty impressive. It was kind of one of the lower tier scores overall when we looked at the overall top 8. So I think it was Thief who was decently high, typical gamer was a little bit low. So regarding like who was kind of carrying the other, you could argue last week it was Thief. However, in this situation, whenever it needs to be revealed who can kind of be there for the result, massive props to typical gamer there in that last situation. Not having the greatest overall last week, but whatever his answer needs to be called, whenever he is there for a potential response, fantastic play. 1 kill short by playing a series by himself. To me, if he would have won that series, probably one of the best moments in Friday Fortnite history by 1v2ing an entire series and taking down a team so incredibly close. And you could argue that player comes out of the storm, a few situations go his way.
Well, saying,
one more positive, and we could be saying 1v2 for the win.
Being dinked 5 too. I mean, it would have been one tack shot to the face, and the guy would have been taken out. I mean, obviously you had both Op and Yelo looking at it, see if he was coming out of the storm, and it's just like, what was that last guy doing? Just like,
I think it was just a little bit too far behind. He probably died like literally right at the edge. I mean, that's so unfortunate. But I mean, that's when we have these games, these tournaments, at least that's kind of the RNG that plays into factor. I mean, it's one of those things that you can't control. But one thing you guys can control, of course, is using the hashtag Friday Fortnite and tweeting out the stream. Get active. Talk about the tournament. Talk about who you think might, in fact, take it over. Of course, a lot of great teams still in it, maybe even your favorite teams. Some teams still in a loser bracket to be decided. Will they make it forward and maybe make their way into the grand finals, as we've seen so many times in previous tournaments? I don't know. Too much stuff to handle, too much stuff to still happen. But anyways, we're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, more exciting action coming your way.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to hashtag Friday Fortnite. Week number 10 is in full force as we're entering in now toward our winners quarterfinal match, of course, here through and actually in the casting room, the casting desk, etc. It's myself, Landon Lando Sanders, joined alongside by Taylor, Reflections Noble, and Jordan, a.k.a. Legion. Boys, we're getting able to watch the 4-time champions, of course, newly established as of last week, 4-time champions in Tfue and Cloakzy. Here, like I said, in winners' corners, facing off against Nick28T and ProHenis. Any really things to take note of, as this is our first map regarding the landing locations.
Yeah, you already know both teams look like they hit up the Snobby Shores area. Of course, we know you have to get 7 chests in the battle pass. It looks like it was a very fruitful landing. Both teams ending up with a couple of kills. At least we're seeing 4 for FaZe, and then on the right for Nick28T and ProHenis, we're seeing a total of 5, so only 1 ahead of the FaZe boys is Nick28T and ProHenis. Of course, though, this is a great spot to land, like I said, because the battle pass also you can rotate to cut off the people from Valhalla, kind of coming down. Maybe they didn't catch the rift, and then you can rotate in towards Greasy or Tilted, depending on where you want to go. So not a bad drop, even though it's a little bit kind of weird depending, but Season 5, it seems perfectly normal.
Yeah, and perfect Tfue finding that rift, right? Getting ready to just pop into this thing, knows he's got a long ways to go, trying to find his way back into the circle. And, of course, it looks like he's actually just going to be taking advantage of your going to Viking Village. No, they're going to use up all the rifts. Smart play. We talked about this already today. No escape for them.
Oh, there's another rift as well.
It's going to be rift.
My goodness. This is actually insane to see. Now they're going to have a massive advantage when it comes to Nick28T and ProHenis are doing this the hard way, essentially, by making their way up through the mountain. And also, I want to give a quick shout out to the Friday Fortnite stats team, Getaboos and Fortnite, a.k.a. King J, who have been helping me kind of analyze exactly what's going on throughout the tournament and also providing a lot of awesome stats throughout heading into week number 10 as well. They've been seeing a lot of teams so far throughout the tournament in total have been rocking, going either Snobby Shores or Viking, using a rift to get toward Greasy, then using a rift to get toward Tilted Towers. That could be a newly established route in Friday Fortnite that we haven't obviously seen yet because of the newly added rift system. It's absolutely absurd to see like the amount of travel that you can make, and of course both of our squads have covered a majority, if not half the map already in a matter of seconds, guys.
There's just something about Tfue with the hunting rifle that's just almost unmatched. We see that from the rooftop. Just nice little quick scope. Knows he's got his teammate down there on bottom trying to get some shots off on him as well. Manages to get the pop shot off. And of course, we're going to see if he can go to work here. Waiting for that head peek. But of course, Nick28T and ProHenis coming in. Slowly here trying to get some assistant kills as well.
Yeah, one thing they did with the hunting rifle is they actually reduced the hunting rifle aim assist when targeting at least the targets because they wanted to kind of match the other sniper rifles. So kind of a little bit of a nerf there, but obviously Tfue making it look like there's nothing. You can't nerf Tfue. That's the thing, right? Who knows, man? Tfue is just an animal overall. He's got Slurp Juice there. He's got some minis as well. Bandages. He's looking pretty good. But notice he used that rift to come in on top of that house just outside of Greasy to mow down a player just below.
And I want to ask you guys, too. I mean, regarding, like, this particular tournament, week number 10, we don't have Ninja and Hysteria, the regular duo, who, in past tournaments has even won, has obviously placed in the top 4. We also have Myth and Hamlins, who, of course, finished second last week as well. A lot of people were saying, hey, this is going to be a really easy tournament for FaZe. But at the same time, though, we have to talk about the ability for Season 5 to really play a massive portion. Do you think that maybe FaZe in this particular spot, heading into Season number 5, the way that the map is new, you think this is going to benefit them, or do you think it's going to kind of hurt them in some cases because they're kind of starting from the same stages as every other player in this tournament? The massive amount of knowledge that they had coming in from Friday Fortnite really released in the factor of them knowing exactly how Season 4 map played out. Now at Season 5, we got, 3-4 new locations, new routes, of course, that are newly being established right now. Do you think this is a great opportunity for them that really pays off more since we don't have some of the top teams in the world in it? Or do you think that now Season 5 is in play, it actually hurts them more than it would have in prior weeks?
You know what? They're one of the best teams in the world in terms of adaptability, and I just feel like their versatility as a duo, they're one of those squads that you hate to have to play against in a tournament, right? Because what they're so good at is they're good at on-the-spot making changes and adjustments that a lot of other teams, they may not be taking a great consideration before these matches, but Tfue and Cloakzy, they want to keep winning that money every week. You know what I'm saying? They want to come back here every week to compete. And what do? They strategize, and they obviously love to play this initial passive, make their way in. Of course, right now you're seeing Nick28T and ProHenis only down by 1 elimination, but that's because the pace of the game is built specifically for Tfue and Cloakzy at this bottom 25. You start to see these numbers dwindle down. Their playstyle in general is catered to trying to find those remaining players. Eliminations are going to be in the game. Let's see if Nick28T and ProHenis can kind of keep up with that as well. Both obviously in the same area of the map and obviously doing a great job. Now they're actually leading as well.
One thing I talked about in the previous tournament, especially whenever we were recording the recap video, was one of the issues or one of the things that kind of stood out to me whenever it came to opponents to at least face Tfue and Cloakzy. Whoever stayed with them and kind of mirrored their strategy fared off a lot better. We saw off the drop Nick28T ProHenis, they dropped Snobby with Tfue and Cloakzy, and because of that, that's why we see the game so incredibly close, because they've been able to kind of mirror the strategies and play off of to where they're rotating through. So honestly, for me, I would have to say overall, Nick28T ProHenis did exactly what they needed to do. But whatever it comes down to, kind of answer your question, Landon, do I think at least it's going to affect them? I think it might affect them a little bit because their rotations were set in stone. Salty was where they went, or Shifty. That's it. So now they're kind of figuring out the rotation just as every other team is.
I'm going to point out quickly on our screens what we actually saw. where you guys were obviously discussing the analysis behind certain situations with the new map and whatnot. Actually, Tfue and Cloakzy, as they were putting up that ramp, put down the bounce pad, jumped off of it, and then from there threw a clinger down to try to cover their tracks. I believe either Hennis and or Nick28T either got it, they put down another one, and now they're kind of advancing. So interesting little strategy coming through from FaZe here, trying to cover their tracks, making sure that the clinger kind of disguises that, and overall it's going to quickly slow down the pace of Nick28T and ProHenis. Like I said, based off their play for right now, they've been going to the exact same locations as FaZe Clan. Do you guys think that's maybe something that teams should be doing in the future, is following in FaZe's footsteps to kind of counter them a little bit? Because I believe last week, Sypher was doing the exact same thing, following every single team and trying to follow up to steal every one of their kills.
I think it's the smartest thing you can do. I mean, there's such a deadly force together that if you're Nick28T and ProHenis, that you're going to want to play together. You're going to make sure that you can push with these guys and try to at least get every elimination you can. You start to separate. Tfue and Cloakzy, you're not going to lose those battles. You're better off trying to steal those kills, those engagements that they're going to be in. Then I would probably say just let them be on their own, because more than likely they're probably not going to lose it. And that's that back and forth switching roles that we talk about every week from Tfue and Cloakzy. No matter where they're out of the map, no matter what positioning, they're always going to be able to trade off and know appropriately what to do, right? This isn't obviously there's roles in this game, but duos specifically, you got to play a couple roles if you're going to want to be the best duos, and that's what Tfue and Cloakzy are so good at. But of course, you're seeing 11 total eliminations now, all tied up. 11 total engagements left in the game here, and I'm just excited to see who's going to be able to come out on top.
Yeah, Nick28T ProHenis has been playing extremely well whenever it comes to overall strategy-wise, rotations. They've been engaging incredibly well, too. We saw Nick28T just get 2 knocks. He's going to go ahead and go for the finish. ProHenis playing that great support role as well. He's kind of building up a platform. RPG will be coming in. He's got to be a little bit careful, but that's going to give away the enemy's position. It's going to give him free reign to kind of push up. And we see the ATK in the hands of Cloakzy. He's trying to get that distance between Nick28T and ProHenis as the final engagements are remaining. But for the score to be this close, it is showing, obviously, Season 5 is kind of waning down a little bit on FaZe whenever it comes to the rotations overall. They don't have that advantage because those rotations that they had before were absolutely solid, so now it's kind of even playing ground as we are seeing as of yet, but Cloakzy's got to be a little bit careful. Defensive building, getting that high ground up. ProHenis coming in from the back as well, looking to get a knock. We see some knocks on your screen. ProHenis looked like he got one. Tfue as well. They're battling back and forth, and I'm loving what I'm seeing so far. No team so far, at least in this tournament, has pushed FaZe to the wall as we're seeing now.
Yeah, and one thing, too, when we talk about rotations, as we do see a nice knockdown actually come through there from Nick28T at the top right of our screen, the ATKs can absolutely play a huge factor. When we talk about the ability for a late game, you're kind of trying to find those last few kills, etc., how those things can kind of partake. You rock an ATK, and you can kind of be zooming past the FaZe boys, past Tfue and Cloakzy, who, obviously are very preferred when it comes down to, their utility. They are very heavily on making sure they always hit a bounce pad when it came down to late game. And now it could be the factor of bounce pads kind of being countered by the ability of the ATKs, kind of having that multiple options for, kind of maneuverability, rather, around the map. But, along with that, we do see nice plays coming through from Tfue, knocking down yet again another player to equal up to 8 eliminations in total. That's more than the entire lobby, but regardless of that, though, players in second and third happens to be Nick28T and ProHenis at 7. Very close game right now, gentlemen.
Yeah, 14-14, couldn't get any closer, even if you scripted it. We're just seeing another engagement happening as ProHenis finding a player just up ahead. They have done a great job in terms of rotating through, playing the edge of the storm, trying to see where these players are going to be coming in, trying to fight it out, but they got to be very careful. Obviously, not a lot of engagements remaining, and you got to just rush in there and just try and get it. But we see Nick28T. He doesn't need to rush in. He's lasering with his legendary Scar. That player up ahead trying to use an ATK himself, and he's just getting him damage after damage. And there is the knock coming in, and the Storm should finish him. Will he push, though? No, still staying very passive, staying behind. I believe this is going to be the final team overall. As we're seeing now on ProHenis screen, there's only 5 players remaining, which means there's only 1 engagement. Looks like he knows where he's at.
We can see stuck him, I think. Plunger to the head. Like Legion said earlier, a unicorn coming through here at the very end. Very nice play.
What sound does a unicorn make, Landon?
I mean, I could try to, maneuver one if you'd like.
I just was hoping for a real quick one out of you. I didn't know. I couldn't predict what you were going to.
See, I don't really know how to style one out, because I immediately thought, okay, maybe a horse, and then it turned into like a pterodactyl in my head. It just the sound would not be good. I don't think.
A horse pterodactyl.
That is the sound that I initially.
That was my nickname in high school too.
That is what you see in your nightmares. A horse pterodactyl just flying at you randomly.
They're all tied up here. This last kill is actually going to determine who's going to be taking the lead as we go into game 2. And hopefully, it's a fun one.
And it looks like, too, like we talked about Tfue and Cloakzy, their ability to kind of find these last few engagements. And it looks like they might have just found this last player just as the rocket launch comes through. Did that one get stolen, or who was that actually found by?
I believe that was Tfue.
Yeah, I believe Tfue does find here the final elimination. Nice strategy from Nick28T and ProHenis to hop in the ATK and just kind of survey the entire area, but Rogue Man happens to be hiding inside of a building, and the overall looks like, yeah, it's going to be Tfue and Cloakzy who do walk away with this game.
No, 16-14. Nick28T and ProHenis actually are 16-14, so they're going to have a 2-kill lead going into game number 2.
They will, yeah. And so kind of looking on board with Matt number 2 regarding like the future landing zones for both of our squads, do we think we see something similar to Snobby Shores, then into Valhalla? Then like we saw a lot of Rift usage and a lot of kind of plays regarding ProHenis and obviously his teammate by basically trailing FaZe the entire time, almost enough to frustrate them to put down a bounce pad and then toss out a clinger to literally cover their tracks. Like that's how much they were on their heels for the very beginning of the map and stuff. So yeah,
absolutely.
I hate Snobby Shores. I literally hate Snobby Shores. It's like I think I would rather land in the forest than Divot at this point in my career of playing Fortnite. Yeah, because with that many people running, you're trying to get all those chests, man. That's so risky off the rip. I'm telling you. Go Viking, look down, try to get some of those cleanup kills. You've obviously got the rifts up there. If there's not a lot of teams going Snobby, you can kind of dip out. Maybe if you know that Tfue and Cloakzy are going to go the same route again, if you're, ProHenis, obviously, and Nick A, maybe you drop there, destroy all those rifts so they got no chance. Obviously, it all depends on where the circle's going to go, but that's a pretty close last game. Still not really entirely sure what the score was. I'm just going to be honest with you.
16-14.
Okay, cool, yeah. Counting is really hard. I tell you what, I use all my fingers and then I have my toes occasionally, but...
Yeah, we actually take off our shoes on occasion.
Yeah, we take them.
We take off our shoes on the occasion to like, okay.
Oh, the last guy jumped. The last guy actually eliminated himself. So.
Oh, wow. That's rather
shout out to 2 series in a row where somebody is just, following
disappointing,
the storm.
It really is. It's so like annoying, too, especially to be in a situation like that. That kill probably means so much when it comes down to the series. The guy's like, you know what? Here we go. Rocket launch, just dead. Like, just out.
He's
like
dude, I'm going to hit this rift.
Hey, I respect it.
Third place finish.
Doesn't even turn
you go out the way you want to go out.
You
go out the way you want to go out. You know what I'm saying? So just you kind of control it a little bit. But you ask, do we see him going Snobby? Possible. It's all depending on at least the projectile of the bus. Where is the bus going to be heading to? But honestly, Snobby, I would consider that almost to be a hot drop at this point. We saw them come out with at least close to 3 team eliminations overall combined between the two. So it's almost like a hot drop. Do we see the same thing going again? I don't know. But the question is, do we see Nick28T and ProHenis kind of stick with FaZe overall? Because that's the question. That's what they did in the beginning. That's what worked for them. That's what they need to do in the second game.
I think that's what they need to do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's what they need to do. I think they've been studying the bracket, and obviously, everybody's been watching the FaZe boys play. So if you are them, why not do what just worked to get you the lead at this point? Maybe you just even stick a little tighter. You have the lead. Oh my gosh, are they going to go Paradise Palm?
It definitely looks like it.
He's zoomed in on it.
Hit that desert.
Oh, it's right off the jump, too.
Oh,
yeah.
my goodness. That's there's an endless amount of kills. I want to see Tfue and Cloakzy absolutely go in as a duo here and see how many kills or eliminations they can get together. This would be super exciting.
So they are the 4-time champions. I think we can give them a little bit of a credit to be like, hey, you guys can have some fun on occasion. And based off the bus location, they are heading for those dunes here. As, of course, we talked about the major area of that being Paradise. But we'll see if they'll be living in it, as it looks like the drop is going to be coming through, depending on what buildings they like to go to. We talked about FaZe, very strategic team regarding their landing spots, so they maybe try to go for the rifts off the start to try to get a better position, or do they have some buildings in mind to try to hit toward off the start? And it looks like along with FaZe, Nick28T, ProHenis doing exactly what you thought, Taylor, to stick along the heels of FaZe Clan heading into map number 2.
Yeah, definitely what they needed to do. We see ProHenis and Nick28T. They're going to be kind of hitting out the outskirts, and I like this play. It almost mimics the salty push that we FaZe kind of made famous. Almost or comes with the houses. You go houses and shifty, kind of push into the shifty shafts kind of thing for Ninja Hysteria made kind of popular. I like it overall because dropping into the city is very, very volatile. You never want to do that because there's so many players still going there. So now they have plenty of options, and already an ATK in the hands of Tfue, not wasting any time, as he also used a rift right off the bat as well. So liking what I'm seeing so far. Very controlled. Yes, it's a hot drop, but they're controlling it even better. So it's exactly what they needed to do.
And I actually think this is an interesting thing to take note, is they do not drop directly into the city. That is not what you're trying to do. You're not trying to drop hotel, potentially get shot at from 4 different angles. They're actually just doing some rollovers here in an ATK. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's all about, fam. Having a fun time, potentially winning, another 10 grand for your 5th time. But at this point, Tfue and Cloakzy are just making their way in slowly, making sure that they don't do anything too crazy. But of course, you're going to spot a player. And let's talk about that grenade launcher in the back pocket of Cloakzy as well. Just drive-bying. Look at this. Good night, night.
And he's also doing it with the drum gun, which has a little bit of a history when it comes down to shooting in vehicles. Kind of having the 1920s, 1930s, etc. Kind of having a drum gun out the window was a typical strat. And one thing too, along the line sides of vehicles, as I quickly transition this, is coming from an H1Z1 background, we talked about other BR games having those vehicles, how influential they are when it comes down to those games. Tfue and Cloakzy both played that one, especially Tfue at a very high level, a pro player when it comes down to that game as well. So you could argue when it comes into vehicles in BR games, these guys are already experts at it. They know how they work. They know which situations to use them in as well. So that could be another little vantage point that we look at here for Season 5 and say, hey, for Tfue and Cloakzy, their history in BR games actually works out very, very well.
It definitely does. And one of the things, too, is Tfue and Cloakzy just work so well as a duo overall. You actually had an interesting stat that you tweeted out recently about the Friday Fortnite. Whenever it comes to Tfue and Cloakzy, what was it? They both equaled out at 111 kills. They literally had identical stats in the previous tournament, which is absolutely unheard of. And like you said, shout out to the stat team. Actually, you were the one who came up with that. But look at this, trading off a couple of resources overall. We're seeing Tfue now with 3 total kills himself and 2 on the hands of Nick28T and ProHenis, which means they still have about a 1 kill lead overall. So still looking pretty solid, pretty good. They've rightly so, I think we could say, took over Paradise overall, so they're going to be pushing out. But I think Tfue and Cloakzy, they'll have a little bit of advantage. Are they all riding in the same carts? What is this?
This is exactly what you like to see. I mean, teamwork really does make the dream work. And if I was actually the guy driving this vehicle, I would, if sabotaging was allowed, I would have driven the cart off the cliff and murdered all 3 of us. Left my teammate in a 1v1.
I thought about that earlier because I was just going back to PUBG where I'd be playing with a random person and I would have him drive and I'd just put all my faith into him. And he would just drive straight off a cliff. And I don't know who he was, but he was trolling me out there.
Shout out to you, Chad 91444.
He would definitely do that. But yeah, I do like the fact that they're helping each other out. But I noticed there's only 3 in the cart, which means, or not, I guess they're all 4 there. I couldn't see somebody in the passenger seat.
There's 3. ProHenis actually has his own.
Oh, he has his own.
He's kind of like, okay, well, you can go scout with the other team. I'm just going to go ahead and go with myself. Phase Nick28T confirmed. Hashtag. Make sure to tweet it out and blow up everyone's timeline. That's all. That's actually
Nick
all it
just
costed.
looks so friendly. It looks like he would.
He's Canadian, right?
He looks like he would offer you a beverage and a snack.
He's probably
as soon as you came over to
apologizing.
the house.
As soon as he hopped in the car, he's probably like, guys, I'm so sorry, but I have to do this.
I need to.
The type of guy who could win a game and apologize for winning.
I think it's fair to say he would be that person in this lobby.
I did actually. So I played in a Smash tournament one time, and a kid literally apologized. I didn't hit him a single time in the game.
Yeah.
In the set.
And he apologized?
He apologized, which actually just made me angry.
Reverse psychology.
It was like, oh yeah, it was a great game. Thanks, man.
That's all he wanted. He wanted to make you mad.
Oh, Tfue gets clipped out
from a sniper of 47 meters away, and I believe Cloakzy's going to have to try to rebound and realize the situation. Actually, no, it's going to be Nick28T who happens to be right alongside Tfue, and of course, being taken down. This is Nick's opportunity to find a few excess eliminations, and I believe along with that, Tfue does get fully taken out. Permanent 1v2 for Cloakzy for the rest of this game. At the same time, ProHenis is knocked down as well. And taking a look at this, Nick28T on the screen of ProHenis also falls. So just in a matter of moments, 3/4 of our lobby is taken down, and Cloakzy is driving his ATK off into the sunset.
He's pulling a typical gamer, and he's like, you know what, I'm out of here. I'm not even going to engage at this point. I don't know if they overtook the lead. I don't think they did. So I think at this point, ProHenis... I believe ProHenis is still up by 1 kill, and so what that means, obviously, Cloakzy needs to get 2 in order to secure it, or get 1 to force a game of 3. Of course, we're getting a score update, but Cloakzy, he's riding off in the sunset. He's going for those easy kills. He dipped out. Still down by 1 kill, so official. Cloakzy needs to pick up 2 kills if they want to overtake this game.
But really, who would have thought that Sunday golf with the boys would have turned into a crime scene?
See, that's the
everybody's just trying to hang out on the ATK. Next thing you know. Philip's there with a Tommy gun and just light up your whole team.
It would have been Philip, wouldn't it? Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, and here comes the sniper shot. He could do
Cloakzy,
it here.
come on, man. Hit some pop shots for us here on stream.
He's got to be very aware of his backside as well.
Oh,
yeah.
Look at that. Ooh.
We had the exact same thing going. Oh, do I?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or like
poke.
A few hundred.
You owe me a Coke.
Pinch poke, you owe me a G Fuel.
Oh, very clever.
Where are you from?
Just
I've never heard pinch poke, you owe me a Coke.
Really?
I'm going to use that.
Wait, you've never heard that?
No.
St. Louis, baby.
Seriously?
I mean, you guys also call Panera Bread St. Louis bread.
I don't say that.
I do not. I call it Panera.
Don't say that.
Yeah,
it's actually a sin.
Don't throw words in my mouth.
So,
all right, so commentating again once it was
producer, by the way,
kind of backing off in the distance. Yeah, producer keeping it straight. Goalie, shout out to you. See Cloakzy in an engagement. Look at this player thinking he's so confident. You're challenging Cloakzy, and that's going to tie up the game. And of course, he just needs one more in order to overtake it and progress in the winner's bracket. But as we know, anything can happen. We saw all the players drop previously. Can Cloakzy pick it up? And that player's out in the open, not building up. But that's the elimination, and that is it. The silent sub is going to finish it off, and we're going to see the FaZe boys move on in our winner's bracket.
Indeed, they will. And one thing that we can kind of take from this regarding future of the matchups the FaZe are going to have. If anyone was watching this game, you could argue the success rate for ProHenis and Nick28T was pretty decent by strictly just following the opponents enough to where it was a frustrating moment for Cloakzy. Tosses out the Klinger in game 1 to try to cover their tracks, and in this game as well, you literally see Nick28T apologize probably while getting in the ATK with FaZe to the point of literally just following them around the entirety of the map. And we look at this game ends out in a 1-kill overall changeup. But how close of a series would this have been regarding the strategy that they implement? I mean, if they do anything else, if they go toward a different landing spot, you could argue FaZe probably going to close out this game in a pretty easy manner just based off their history. Not at all the same story when it comes into this matchup.
Or that weird random separation where everybody was riding in the same ATK cards. I mean,
Yeah.
it was like you have your teammate go this way, you run off with the opponents, which actually I feel like although it was like a fun thing for the stream, it was actually pretty strategic because what he's hoping is that ProHenis is going to go off, get a few kills. Obviously, he gets like 2 knocks, right, which would be super helpful for them. Unfortunately, he doesn't finish the kills. They do end up reviving them, and then he gets taken out as well.
Yeah.
That separation either benefits you or it doesn't. In this case, if I'm another team getting ready to go up against the FaZe boys here in winner's bracket, I'm hot dropping with them wherever they're going. I'm sticking with my teammate, and I'm just trying to play it out in that way.
It's kind of the point where they're literally too good. It's like, guys, we can't really strategize against them to the point of like, hey, let's try to, we've seen a lot of teams like, hey, we're going to drop really hardcore, hot drop, try to find as many kills, try to outdo them regarding the kills. Hasn't really worked. Teams try to play too passively alongside them. Hasn't worked. Now we're getting to the strategy where teams are literally on the backs of Tfue and Cloakzy, trying to steal as many kills away from them as they possibly can, and it still is not working. We'll remain to see, right, whether any strategy can work out to take down Tfue and Cloakzy, who are on pace to not win this week, but to win next week, because I believe in every single week up to this point that they've competed in, they've actually won a tournament,
and then
lost, won a tournament, lost.
Lost.
Like it's gone in a very, an 8-week period where they've won and then lost, won and then lost. So pretty crazy to see. But we're just going to take a quick look at our bracket and see exactly how things are breaking down here for the time being. Of course, Tfue and Cloakzy to the bottom side of our bracket, awaiting the winner of Mickalow and Gotaga versus Kenith and Parallax. Over the top side of the bracket, we have KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin waiting on the victor of Tinny and Svennoss, along with OPscT and Yelo.
I'm excited to see at least KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin make such a great run overall. They've been a very consistent team throughout our tournaments, but the fact that they're made it this far in winners is obviously very refreshing to see. 100T, though, Kenith and Parallax, obviously a team that just joined relatively late. We didn't even know they were going to be in it. They come through, and I'm excited to see how far they're going to progress. But mind you, if they do win this next game against OPscT, they'll be moving on to play against the FaZe boys. And if anybody can beat the FaZe boys tonight, I would have to say it's probably going to be them. We saw them in the first game drop over a 40 bomb. It was a little bit probably maybe 41, 42 kills. And then on top of that, too, in the next game, they were averaging 20 kills per game. So very impressive team tonight. If anybody's going to beat FaZe, it's going to be 100T.
Definitely a fair estimate, that's for sure. But, of course, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break, try to cool off from what was an insane last winner's quarters game. Yeah, Legion is literally sweating so much that we're going to have to pour some the UMG Shaker Cup on top.
We're back on camera. I wasn't expecting that.
I thought you were going to waterfall me, but he didn't waterfall me.
I was thinking about you. You said you were sweaty. I was just going to dump this water all over
I was just like...
But speaking quickly on the topic of G Fuel, if you guys haven't done so already, make sure to go to gfuel.com, grab your UMG Shaker Cup. It's on sale for $4.99. Of course, alongside that, you guys can rock the code UMG for a 30% off discount. Like I said, guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we return, some more winners bracket action here from Week 10 of Friday Fortnite. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, of course, to Week 10 of Friday Fortnite, of course, live here in the UMG studios. It's myself, Lando Sanders. Of course, they wouldn't put me on camera alone. Have my fantastic duo, of course, just toward my right, your guys' left, here on the couch, Taylor Reflections Nova, along with Jordan, a.k.a. Legion. Legion, you got a little bit of a smirk on your face. I know you were just drinking some G Fuel. I'm not sure if it's just the sourness or if it's just the overall excitement of the tournament.
That's what my sour face looks like. I guess it's my surprised happy face. So.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, it's I get
you took a big swig before we came on air, so I was just making sure.
I drank. It was my girlfriend's actually out in the lobby, and I was drinking out there a lot of it, actually.
Yeah,
so
she actually suggests. She says, Taylor, do you like coffee? I said, yeah, I like coffee. I said, just give me black coffee. I'll use G Fuel as my creamer.
That would be very interesting, depending on what flavor you chose. Just I
was like, coconut might be viable.
Coconut, maybe. I'm not gonna lie. Coconut is my favorite G Fuel flavor.
Is it really?
By far.
I've never
easily.
had it.
Of course, production's yelling at us saying, "Hey, we need to actually get back into the tournament because we happen to veer off quite often." But regarding the bracket right now, of course, still waiting along the line sides of what match we could actually hop in toward. But I believe a recent update: 100T Kenith and Parallax officially took down Mickalow and Gotaga to now set up a very interesting winners semi matchup, meaning it will be FaZe versus 100T, and of course, awaiting onside the top side of the bracket, OP and Yelo facing off against Tinny and Svennoss. Winner of that game versus KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. Of course, guys, we have been talking about this ever since the very first game, right? When Kenith and Parallax took down Avxry and Hysteria, we were saying, hey, they are on set. They are on target to potentially face off against FaZe for a very, very close winner's semi game. I know we've been talking about it. We've been targeting it. It's now time to even see it now in full force and action. FaZe Clan facing off against 100T. Winner of this series gets a spot in winners finals with a lot of money guaranteed, of course, if you get toward that position. But it looks like based off the landing locations here, guys, another outskirts play here when it comes down to this location, of course, which has come very popular as of recent here in Paradise Parks for Tfue.
Yeah, we're seeing the Salty Springs, like you said. Of course, though, Tfue and Cloakzy kind of like what? It almost looks like Junction over in the outer area there, just in the outer section, but it is going to be a little bit free for us. Cloakzy is, in fact, going to find a kill off the rip, plus building up in another one just on top of that high hill. But, you got to be thinking a little bit of contrasting styles overall. But one thing that I do know is 100T. This spot has been very, very good to them overall throughout this tournament. I expect it to be just the same here. But one thing that I do want to point out, all the people rotating out to Paradise will, in fact, be running into Kenith and Parallax. So Tfue and Cloakzy, if I had to predict, will be having to play catch-up, trying to find those players that will be behind those players versus those players running straight into them.
Yeah, I think there's something that's really interesting here that nobody's really explored yet is the pump followed by the dualies or the akimbos. I don't know if anybody has gotten the chance to use those yet on their own, but if you're looking for that follow-up, maybe even like a similar replacement to where the double pump feels, if you're able to switch over to those instantaneously, I'm telling you, it is a crispy, quick way to get your murder on. And, of course, Cloakzy there, again, dropping down, does manage to get one elimination. Of course, just trying to, says, wait for me, bro. I'm trying to get on the back of your ATK, but you know what? No problem. He'll come back. He'll pick him up.
And one thing, too, that's interesting, I think what they should do is actually add a horn to the ATK. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm not
yes.
So you just let people know that you're heading in toward Tilted.
And
speaking of it, actually, right now, the no-scopes potentially coming from the hunting rifle of Cloakzy. Of course, at least 1, 2, 3 squads around this particular area of the outskirts. They've been watching Friday Fortnite. They know this is the place to go, but not whenever FaZe is in your lobby. Tossing out a little bit of that C4 to try to grab some excess damage is Cloakzy for the time being. And, of course, alongside Tfue, they should be able to find at least a few of these eliminations, if not all of them, it's fair to say. They're the 4-time champions for a reason. It's about time we started acting like it. But, of course, as we quickly take a look at Kenith and Parallax, right now, Taylor, Kenith rocking a few of those rifts, maybe even starting to get to a few fights that FaZe could be in. Yeah, they transferred quite well from Salty, now all the way over to where we see FaZe at. And, of course, we're going to see Kenith right into the action, dropping down and finding just one by Racetrack. And already we're seeing FaZe. They're going to be bolting out themselves, as they seem like they used up that area. But we got a tied game here. Very slow overall off the rip. And Kenith and Parallax look like they are, in fact, going to be split up just a little bit. So you kind of got to be a little bit worried for them, a little bit patient. Of course, both of them very talented players. But we've seen teams split against the FaZe boys. And once one goes down, FaZe smells blood in the water, and they start getting to work quickly. But look at the dual pistols from a distance. Tfue showing his overall accuracy. Anything in his inventory is absolutely deadly.
He's left multiple ARs and subs around, and he's just driving around with a shotgun and the dualies, which is probably one of the weirder plays that I've seen. There must be something I don't know that's going. I mean, besides the fact that he's literally, insane. Yeah. But hey, you know what? It is what it is. And look at that, just build destroying in general. I'm telling you, I called it out literally as soon as this match started. You get the akimbos, you get the dualies, you get that nice little shotgun secondary. Ooh. Pow, pow. Good night, kids. Everybody's getting exploded here. Angel wings in the.
This comes like, hopefully Tfue does not see me in this corner. And of course, Tfue cannot. No one can escape the vision of Tfue. It's just not at all possible.
Down here.
Oh gosh, that was
Hiding by a bush.
Such an accurate yet scary overall.
Not even in the
estimate of
bush, just
that.
right on the outside of it. So unfortunate, but great push overall as Parallax. He's going to find an engagement himself. But Kenith is deep in the action. He's already got one knock, pushes up on that Portafort. He got the high ground, and they clear out this team. So they're going to get both eliminations, trying to answer back to Tfue's domination just a little bit earlier. But we got a score of 5-3 or 5-4. Still, only one kill difference between the two as they are fighting both back and forth. I'm liking what I'm seeing. One at Paradise, one at Racetrack. But, of course, they have to get moving. The circle is going to be closing in on them. But, of course, they got plenty of options. Do they choose a Rift? Do they choose an ATK? I love that we have so much versatility at this point in order to break that storm. Before, it was all a running game, a running sprint trying to break the storm. But now there's so many different options. Honestly, not really too worried anymore about them being caught up in the storm.
Yeah, it's a very good point that you bring up. It's like a matter of the ability for, it's like I said, teams cut up in the storm, teams slow off rotations. You can easily get back kind of into the game. It's no more of a slower paced game. It actually speeds up, especially with the amount of, like I said, additives throughout the game here in season number 5. But one thing that I really I took notice of when we were talking about it earlier, Taylor, was the initial landing zones for 100T was actually towards Salty Springs. We were arguing and saying, hey, for FaZe Clan, this could be actually a little bit of an awkward spot because a lot of the rotations that they would be making were based off of players instead of Salty Springs, which happened to be where 100T was. 100T found those kills inside of Salty Springs and actually rotated so much as far to making it in here toward Paradise. So a little bit of a awkward scenario there for Tfue. Nearly rocks the C4 to his death. Of course, only at 44 HP, and thankfully has Cloakzy alongside of him to maybe even grab a Rift and maybe a little bit of that utility. But still, I like the game plan from 100T, because they've kind of countered FaZe in multiple ways despite not having the advantage right now regarding the overall eliminations. You could argue their game plan so far has been stellar.
It has been. And the thing is, like you just said, right, the rifts, the ability to be able to travel those long distances kind of allows players to go to those outskirts and make a little bit of riskier pushes, riskier plays.
What
and
DPI is
Kenith is playing on a very high DPI,
Oh,
and he's
no.
getting some.
It's clipping though. He's back.
That is definitely on his end. That is unfortunate, but luckily he does recover. Luckily he wasn't in a fight right there.
Yeah, right.
That could have been pretty bad on his end, but Kenith, he plays it. It almost seems like a pretty high DPI, especially whenever he gets in those build fights. He is able to just whip around and just build up overall. But with that being said, he shows overall command of the skills.
Do it.
Player down below trying to get a little sneaky with the trap.
And Omega just tried to surprise him a little bit and just was in for a surprise of his own. The traps get brought out.
This
to scare
Omega
him a
got
little
most
bit.
of his challenges done, though, on mobile based off of that reverse gameplay there.
Oh,
but drop
boy.
it down here. Got a 50 shield, the back pocket. Of course, you still got that med kit now. 8 eliminations versus 8, all tied up. Tfue and Cloakzy now making their way in. Still a ton of eliminations in this game. Of course, we're going to start to see those little consolidated circles getting smaller and smaller, so we should see some more of those build fights that we owe so much love to see, especially with all this this wood here available for you in Dusty Divot.
And this is awesome to see, right? We have 2 top-level organizations currently, obviously, in Friday Fortnite and in Fortnite competitive in general. We're going to see a lot of future matchups and a lot of future tournaments regarding both of these organizations, especially these players in total, which is awesome to, like, the fact that we have this unique opportunity to see a lot of these teams, especially in the weeks prior to this, play so early to see, like, what their potentials are. Like, I think even it's fair to say a lot of players who have been in Friday Fortnite, who have played very, very well, have gotten, massive opportunities to play in Saturday, play in Friday tournaments. They've even got, roster opportunities on massive level organizations. It's such a unique opportunity that we have, but it's always awesome to watch the top players in the world for their respective organizations battle it out against each other and really just provide fantastic entertainment for us, the commentators, but also for the viewers at home. And this is exactly what we're seeing right now. 18 eliminations left when it comes down to this game, and maybe a kill separating us at the very, very most, if not a tie game for the time being. Zone making its way toward Pleasant Park, and Tfue and Cloakzy right now playing that ever cuptuous role when it comes down to gatekeeping, playing very, very well. At the same time, we also see Kenith Parallax rocking those rifts and trying to advance themselves past Loot Lake.
Yeah, we're seeing the current score 8-11, and I mentioned it before the game. Would 100T have the potential to beat FaZe? And it's absolutely possible. If any team could do it, it's going to be them. They've been performing exceptionally well throughout this tournament. And once again, Tfue looking to cause utter destruction with the C4. He's going to go forward, and a player jumping up. And I wanted to see a hunting rifle scope out of the sky. Unfortunately, it will not come to fruition. He's got to be careful, though. He is pushing in the open, taking some damage and forcing him to build up not too dangerous at this time. But as I say that, he goes even lower in health, and he's ran out of mats and building a window, trying to edit out of there. Does get a couple of hit markers, but we're seeing all teams kind of converge and battle for these kills, and Tfue luckily will get out of there, but Kenith is going to answer himself with the kill himself, plus Cloakzy getting one. They're going back and forth, and now the score is going to be 10 on the left, and on the right we have a current score of 13, so very close indeed, but overall this is the biggest lead we've seen so far over the FaZe boys.
Indeed it is, and it looks like Kenith Parallax trying to get out of here quick. It looks like Parallax actually happens to be in a fight, and he quickly takes both of them down. I feel like almost a lot of scars being shown throughout the map, as I believe we just saw Tfue grab one. Parallax happens to get lucky enough to find one as well. Smart plays coming through from 100T. You notice in the situation, Parallax tries to distance himself a little bit toward the other side of Split Mountain, while we see 3 players kind of fighting for kills. It's Parallax who, in the end, gives a pretty decent advantage right now for 100T. Legion, 5-kill advantage, not a whole lot of frags remaining when it comes into game number 1.
Yeah, and as minor as it is, I just find it so interesting that when you do run out of mats, I mean, you just edited that window, just try to give that assist to Kenith whenever we saw him actually running out. Actually, so there's five down here now for 100 Thieves leading, actually, which is incredible here to see that these pretty much have been in the same area now for the last 2-3 minutes into the game. I mean, I don't know, guys. We usually don't see that many kills going one direction. We see some pretty split. So luckily with 10 total engagements remaining, you're going to see FaZe just ambushing this poor squad of defaults, as they're going to be wishing that Papa might have let them use the laptop a little later in the night to get their experience going.
Oh, boy. These guys just so unfortunate, like, just to get run up on. And we always, like, sometimes we can even forget, like, when it comes down to these games, who they're facing off against. I mean, there's some players who are obviously very talented from time to time, and then you also have some squads who just, unfortunately, don't have fingers and really can't move too far. So rather unfortunate spot for that, duo. But one squad who obviously is advancing themselves right now is going to be 100T, making their way through Loot Lake and trying to get in toward that position. And I'm curious if Tfue and Cloakzy tried to use the mats to actually advance the ATK through. And this is just utter, like, fantastic plays that we're seeing. Oh, the build, and it looks like they might have lost the ATK. Is Cloakzy still in it? No, gonna have to set that one in toward the water, kind of pulling the Office moment as the vehicle goes into the water. We'll have to wait to see that one later on in the tournament. But for right now, Kenith Parallax initiating the fight.
Definitely so. Bouncer trap in effect, but not going to work as Parallax mows him down, and he's going to use it for his advantage to push forward to the last remaining opponents here. Is he is going to get dropped from a snipe, and by the way, that snipe was from 213 meters away, so shout out to that player who hit that. But Kenith now, still, there's a chance for Parallax to be picked up, and it is absolutely worth to pick up your teammate at this point. Still, plenty of engagements remaining, and of course, having your teammate there to help you in the inventory is hugely beneficial
is
overall.
FaZe trolling here?
And no, there's definitely someone inside. Tfue's going to be pushing up and just trying overall to find where this player is going to be at, and you got to be thinking, man, both teams finding each other. But there's that player, unfortunately, comes through the wall. Tfue edit, and what a shot.
Clean edit kill from
so
Tfue.
Clean.
That's insane. I mean, then you got Cloakzy right around in an ATK. He just literally drove it all the way through Loot Lake, which I didn't know you could drive it through the water. Yeah, so we need a horn. Epic, get on it. We need a horn ASAP. I mean, I literally feel like that they're just kind of playing with their opponents here at this point. Still able to drop a total of 13 eliminations. I mean, they're obviously down by about 5 now with only 4 engagements remaining. But this is game 1. Maybe they just want to have some fun here, have a little good time in an ATK.
Also, take a look, though. Cloakzy right now sitting on, 17, 18 HP. Very, very low right now, sitting in the teens as he desperately needs to try and stay up. Puts at the pyramid. He's just trying to get a little bit of an opportunity to survive, a little bit of an opportunity to breathe, rather, to get that med kit into full force. But, of course, we take a look right now at Cloakzy and Tfue. They're kind of slowed up right now. Not a whole lot of momentum going for them right now. However, the aggressors in this situation happen to be 100T. Kenith and Parallax finding eliminations with ease as 12 now reach for Kenith. I don't know how many kills he's averaging per map or per series right now, but it's definitely on a record-breaking level. 2 more players in front of him trying to go for the high ground advantage, taking it from this enemy, and I believe Parallax actually finds that one as just like that, Parallax with 9, Kenith with 12, 7 and 7 for Tfue. So what, 14 to 12 plus 9, guys? Quick maths.
21. 7-kill lead.
7-kill advantage for 100T.
That's great.
That was group math.
Like, when it comes down to a victory royale where all 4 players survive, that has probably not happened in a very long time, where FaZe straight up has gone a full distance with another team, and they come into map number 2 down by 7 kills.
Yeah.
It's happened where they've dropped early and have been down heading into a half. It happened last week where they were down 15 kills heading into game number 2 versus CaMiLLs and Daequan. They actually took that series, funny enough. But that has not happened very often where all 4 players stay alive and FaZe is down heading into game number 2.
So one thing that I like about 100T there is they match the aggressiveness from FaZe, and that's one of the things that you have to do. You have to set the precedence. The other team needs to react to how you're playing versus you reacting to them. And a lot of teams don't come with that passive play. Where's FaZe going? Oh, FaZe is going here. All right, we need to go here then. 100T doesn't worry about that. They go where they need to go. You know what I'm saying? So that's what makes 100T at least a dominant force right now. That's why they have the lead. Respect the way that they're playing. Even with Parallax dropping, they still came through with the lead in the end, of course, late in the game. But with that being said, love the way that they're playing. Just continue it. Go for those. You notice they landed a little bit outside. I thought they were going for a hot drop at first. We thought Paradise, maybe Racetrack for both of them, but they landed to the outskirts. Oh, excuse me. They went shifty. Salty. They went salty. I'm thinking about the other game. But they go salty. But how quickly they rotated over to Paradise was insane. Obviously, those rifts showing huge importance overall in the gameplay. These rotations, Season 5, obviously a bit tough for FaZe whenever it comes to overall rotation-wise. It's knocked off their strategy completely.
Yeah, I don't know if it's knocked off their strategy or if they
rotations-wise
to take off the ATK today, because that was some of the most interesting. It was like he literally, I mean, he could have built out of that water a lot quicker than driving across it, but I feel like everyone's just kind of experimenting at this point. So we'll see if they're going to go 100% here as always from both squads. Kenith, though, how many times have we commentated him in these events? How many events has he been in for Friday Fortnite?
Like 3, 4, something on those lines.
Where has he been in our screens? Because Kenith is a monster.
We haven't had the opportunity to cast over him that much. I think he played with like one of his teammates a few weeks ago. It's been a while, but normally plays with some kind of lower tier players from time to time. Not hating on anyone, but
Leda, you do occasionally though. You get that one duo that just absolutely brings out the best in you, and it seems like Parallax and Kenith might actually they might just be the one.
Well, they're both on 100T. Makes sense,
They got some chemistry.
They do have some chemistry.
Keep in mind, though, taking a look at our landing locations, Kenith Parallax, not exactly sure where they're going, possibly on the outskirts of Salty Springs. However, Tfue and Cloakzy, they're going full in here toward Vikings. They're becoming them today, as it looks like Vikings, probably didn't have automatic shotguns, automatic weapons. They did have
explodes
definitely.
Back then. Yeah, it was definitely an
definitely had rocket launchers from time
for
to
sure.
Time,
and rifts, which would actually allow them to be able to parachute, a very early form of pantyhose to use those for those parachutes back in the day. But of course, you know anything about war rations in World War II? Whatever.
I do. Actually, I do.
Okay, I mean, listen, it was a quick reference,
a little bit. I actually know what you're talking about.
Nylon's great for parachutes.
Okay. That is true. I remember
One thing I do want to point out, we always talk about the initial bus off the start. Actually went basically straight through the map, vertical style, right? So when it comes down to landing locations, you could argue almost every place is going to be populated, especially in Valhalla, a.k.a. Viking, for the time being. Still yet to find an official call-out. Taylor, I know you were saying that
Myth calls it Narnia.
Yeah, Myth was trying to establish it as Narnia, but
great film.
Yeah, indeed, Chronicles.
Fell asleep.
Talk about Chronicles.
You say you fell asleep?
I did. I fell asleep. I fell asleep. I woke up, and I kid you not, Santa Claus was delivering weapons, and I was like, "What movie am I watching?" Of course, I was a bit young. I didn't understand the importance of Narnia, but great movie.
Yeah.
After I rewatched it, it really was a great movie.
What was Edmund who made like the massive mistake and whatnot? Like, we can learn
a
lot from
honestly,
that.
I haven't seen it, but shout out C.S. Lewis.
Goodness.
But back at it here, 0 kills, 0
I am the
eliminations.
only person
from Kenith.
but take a look, Kenith, low on HP. I think he might have survived this fight, but not if there's happens to be explosives all around his body. Finds yet again another elimination onto the guy who happened to get in the worst spot possible. But the build comes forward, and now Parallax has to go big. Not a whole lot of HP, but a lot to live for. Thankfully, we'll find the revive in this situation. But to what extent, right? Low on HP. Thankfully, I believe they have a medkit in the back pocket for one of them. But a very close quarter situation. You could argue one of them goes down in that spot. A 1 versus 2 for the rest of the game. It's almost a guaranteed victory for FaZe.
Now, I'd like to just mention that I did say if you go Viking off the rip, your ability to be able to clean up all of those teams coming over there, obviously from Snobby Shores, you're looking at 12 total eliminations now. FaZe has the lead in Game 2. Okay, 4 eliminations from Kenith and Parallax. We're watching a much slower start from them, obviously. When you have to heal your teammates, you've got to go through, find all these bandages, minis, whatever. That takes a little bit of time out. Of course, they're just going to drop down on them, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. You got those rifts. Even if the circle moves, it moves a little bit quicker here in the second one. You're able to rotate back. Drops another player. Spots a couple more here. Obviously going to be using those plungers and trying to spot this player through the tree. That guy obviously doesn't know what's going on with his back turn, but the teamwork is going to be quite well here. Is going to be looking for those two. They're going to be dropping down in between these two far buildings. Of course, this is going to be kind of the greenhouse area. Drops another one. Landon, what did I tell you was going to happen here, Game 2?
I mean, hey.
I said they were going to turn up Game 2. They had their ATK fun Game 1.
It's true.
Now they're bringing the heat here.
They
for game
are
2.
the 4-time champions for a reason. Tfue definitely flirting with death in that situation. At the exact same time, though, Cloakzy finding some pop shots and allowing Tfue to go for a little bit of a breather for the time being. But I think we might have found out the hottest strategy of Season 5 by going Snobby Shores, by going Viking, then by going toward Tilted Towers. You can cover a lot of different locations in just a matter of moments, and FaZe are showing off exactly how those strategies work and how they're implemented. Now 7 eliminations for Cloakzy, as he is just on an absolute tear. And, of course, talk about Cloakzy Tfue, by the way, 11 in total. A close game heading in toward map number 2. But like Legion said, FaZe turning up for the time. And right now for Hunter T, it's a little bit slow right now, Taylor.
It is, and I'm worried now at this point because FaZe, I had to squint for a very long time. Because when we saw FaZe was in Valhalla, I was like, is that an 8 for Tfue? And it was. They were sitting at 12 kills just in Valhalla alone. And we talked about it. Obviously, these new locations have quite a few players that drop there.
Right.
And the rotate Snobby, obviously a very good thing to do because they're going for the chest, right? They're, or at least a lot of the players are going to be going in for the Battle Pass, trying to find their 7 chests. And when they found a team just down there, and they are taking away this game. And, of course, rotating out. Now, naturally, they got to be hitting up Greasy from this point, and they might even find even more players there. Gotta say, though, whenever it comes to covering ground with the ATK, FaZe Boys has done just that, showing just how quick it is. No longer are we going to see these big running wars running forward. We're going to start seeing a lot of travel, and like you said, it has sped up the game entirely. I like the pace of the game overall. Fortunately, a little bit of mishap there. That's all right, though. They don't take any damage. Got to say, though, Cloakzy doing great. He stayed on the back and didn't fall off.
That's true.
The animation.
You can actually emote, too, on the rear of it, if you guys didn't know that.
You can emote. You can also
go side to side.
You can emote. You can also get resources. You can, I think, also like take bandages, take like shields. You can do basically everything.
Is a bounce pad.
The roof is a bounce pad as well. It's a lot of stuff you can do. Didn't actually know you could do that while riding on the side of a golf cart. You can also, like I said, drift and get a little bit of a speed boost. That's going to be something interesting where it's like the final few kills coming down as we see a double. Oh, gosh. These guys are in Season 4. The shopping cart. So last week, as Kenneth going to go ahead and grab a few of these shields from aisle number 6. But regarding, like, what's going to be interesting, I know what's going to happen in a finals of some sort of our future Friday or our future Fortnite tournaments. What's going to happen is that we're going to see like a race. It's going to come down to one team drifting over the other to get a little bit forward and using all those Mario Kart skills, which I'm sure Legion you are very advanced in.
So fun fact, I'm actually hot Garbaggio at Mario Kart.
Really?
But
wow.
My girlfriend is one of the most insane players in the world. After Cloakzy gets taken out, now this is going to be advantageous here for Kenith Parallax. Finally gives him a chance, but look at this. 18 total eliminations for them combined, but both of them from FaZe go down.
My goodness.
The 100 Thieves has to do here in this situation is just play it slowly. They just got to catch up, get the lead by 1 or 2 eliminations. No problem.
Taylor, what happened in that situation? Now, you were kind of pointing it out. Tfue falls. Cloakzy does, I believe, at the exact same time or right around there. What was the situation at hand? Did Tfue just happen to lose health, lose high ground? What exactly occurred?
Honestly, it just came down to a bad fight. Overall, they just took some shots. Tfue dropped first, and then we saw Cloakzy try to go in for not the res, but try to save him at least to keep him up to where he could res him. And unfortunately, those players that they were going against was just obviously a little bit too much. Unfortunately, FaZe got caught off guarded there. Now 32 to 28, 4 kill difference between the two. Plenty of kills still remaining. Like you said, Legion, 100T, they could just play it slow at this point. Just go for those kills. But if you want to beat FaZe, this is your chance. 100T, we knew they could do it. Can they do it?
And this is an opportunity to also cut down FaZe Clan. We talk about their amount of championships that they have. I believe this would be the 4th week in a row if FaZe Clan managed to escape out of this series by making it to having the opportunity, rather, to get into the grand finals 4 weeks in a row as well. That's absolutely absurd to make it to the grand finals that many times in a row, of course, alongside their massive amount of titles that they have spread out as well. A huge opportunity for Kenith and Parallax to knock out the FaZe duo into the losers bracket. A massive opportunity for these two. Of course, I believe this is their first time together, playing in Friday Fortnite. Of course, we know these guys to be very talented players in their own regard, but to take out FaZe Clan coming into their turf and just walking all over them, it would be a very interesting feat to say the least, gentlemen.
Now, in your mental state in this situation, you literally don't want to get too aggressive. I feel like they've been playing obviously more Fortnite than probably anybody else in the world alongside FaZe. But if you start to overextend here, try to get some heroic plays, it could literally be the downfall of your squad. Maybe you see a tie, you know, who knows? At this point, you see nobody in Dusty Divot. It's been about 2 or 3 minutes on the map with absolutely no player presence. They're simply just looting up, making sure that whatever engagements they get in, they're going to be completely safe for. And I believe we're going to call this a Landon play because you love it. You like blankets, rocking chairs, anything that's going to keep you safe. Teddy bears at night, I'm right there with you. You know why? Because comfort, it makes the heart grow, Landon. And that's what I want to say. He does have a giant teddy bear. I was just informed by production. It is a giant teddy bear.
It's true.
Someone else is getting roasted, not me.
I need
it's kind of nice.
It's not even a roast. I'm
It's
just
not
excited.
at all.
I
I'm actually very happy
bear.
that I have a giant teddy bear.
Yeah,
Actually,
I would,
keep warm. So
Did you win yours out of a crane game? Let's say
a very massive crane game.
Yeah,
it was actually it was an actual claw that they used.
It was crazy.
They used to kind of mess up roads and whatnot, try to pave things over.
It was one of those.
Just grabbing it right up. But
you can't see Landon, but he's dancing right now.
I am. I was actually doing the robot for a second there.
All
but
right.
there's one knockdown, not many more for 100T as they're making their way through the, no, I'm going to coin this term, 100-acre wood. As I mean, they're 100T for a reason, right? Of course, there comes down another elimination.
It's 2 of them.
As it is looking very scary if you're a FaZe fan going down to the losers bracket. And we talk about this is a massive opportunity to go back-to-back. FaZe, you've won 4 championships in a row out of, 9 weeks, 8 weeks of playing together? Like, how does it happen? Somehow they haven't won back-to-back championships.
Yep.
Doesn't make sense. And now they're looking at an opportunity to maybe not win another because 100T is going to knock them out.
I do want to remind you, though, in the early stages of our Friday Fortnite tournaments, it was very common for FaZe to come from loser bracket all the way up and then win the finals. So this is something FaZe has been known to do. They don't like to make their way through winners bracket. As of recently, they have. But, of course, FaZe may be down, but they're not going to be out. But still, a lot of work to be done. 3 total kills still needed to go into the hands of 100T if they want to win it. 2 to tie it. But they need 3 in order to take it over and progress through the winners finals or the winners bracket. I believe they'll be moving on to the semifinals from here, but just taking a little bit of a break. They're going to go ahead and calculate the score and just take a breather and get that high ground. Smart plays. Take it slow. No reason to rush.
Who wants to tie, though? You know, Taylor?
I agree.
I think if you're coming in here with a whopping, 17 potential eliminations, maybe show a little heat. What do you think, Landon?
A little heat?
I'm baiting you here to say no.
Oh, okay. No, not at
There
all.
it is. That's what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear.
Absolutely false, Legion.
His hair literally just shook. He said it. He said it so violently.
I did.
The swoop in the front of his. I don't have that hair anymore on the top front of my head, but if
It's
I
all
did,
right.
I would have.
Your G Fuel had shaking quite a bit.
Yeah,
though.
my G Fuel.
Maybe even if you grew out your beard long enough, it would kind of
Well,
wither
you
the
know,
wind,
I was looking pretty homeless about 8 months ago, and that's something I'm looking to get back to at least eventually.
in your spare time.
Just wanting to scare, all of society by walking by.
I'll donate at least $5 to you.
To full beard? To full beard?
Yeah,
Okay.
if I saw you on the street looking, I guess, the homeless, I'd donate some.
I mean, listen, nothing wrong with it. I'm just saying, hey, listen, I was trying to get the hipster beard out there, get myself an actual film camera, start pretending I'm a photographer, just get the whole effect down here. But we're going to see if we can get some pop snipes out. Still, this is what we're talking about. So much action at the beginning of the game. It starts to slow down even more now with these new drops. So quite a few teams alive here, quite a few squads, but another 2 are going to be eliminated. It looks like they're both just kind of peeking out here with sniper rifles. So let's see if they can hit a pop shot.
Now let's see if they will, in fact, be able to connect. You saw player just down below, just missing, was Kenith Parallax is going to be following, at least on the top there, building up himself as they're trying to get that vantage point over on the salty drop. And players are pretty far away. Of course, you could get a knock. Will you get the full finish? That's the question, because with those players being so far away, it's easy for the team to pick them up. But there is a supply drop in the middle of them. And one thing, though, they are going to be exposed on their left and right. But a good thing is they're playing that gatekeeper role. They're going to be just on the outside. Building up, getting a little bit closer is, in fact, going to be Kenith. He's going for a full-fledged push, as we're going to see Parallax there on the flank is going to be trying to play that support role and pick off any players. And great stuff. Great defensive building coming up. Getting that high ground. Players are getting ever so closer. They only need 3, and they land just in front of them. C4 out. Will the knock come into fruition? Yes, it will, as we see Parallax is in fact going to get one. The elimination finally coming through from Kenith. A player on the flank trying to get it, pushing down, and that is going to be on yet another one. 2 more, or they need 1 more. Will it come into play? He's going to be pushing up just underneath, trying to get that high ground. Comes to the side of the player, gets some shots. Kenith there as well, and there it is. Landon. They made it work.
They did indeed. Nice play there coming in from Parallax, as I believe maybe 1 more elimination, if not taking it there. You could argue 100T coming in massive when it matters most. We can kind of argue, right, the calculated play, them to kind of decide what they wanted to do at certain situations, the ability for Kenith at the top of the mountain, right, to just kind of hang out, wait for the engagements, and then start to challenge it forward. Of course, the official scoreboard coming in from production just to allow the ability of the score to be 100% correct, just making sure, kills are obviously hard to make sure we get 100% of the time. So just like that though, 100T have taken down FaZe in the winners bracket, as they are now going to progress toward the next round. And like I said, FaZe entering in toward the losers bracket. In their earlier tournaments, a lot of their success, like you mentioned, Taylor, came from actually getting knocked out early and making their way throughout the losers bracket. However, it's been a long time since they've been in there. Like I said, this would have been 4 tournaments in a row. They would have made their way through the winners bracket into the grand finals. It's going to be kind of uncharted territory for these guys, but they're revisiting an old friend as they're desperately trying to get back toward back-to-back championships, something that no one has done in their history.
And Drift, not to be confused with Drifter, is in fact going to eliminate Parallaxes. They're going to drop, but they got the eliminations they needed and knock FaZe out. Or FaZe out to the loser bracket. So good stuff. We talked about 100T. Did they have a chance to take it? Absolutely. Their aggression was pivotal, obviously moving in with those rotations. Great stuff, covered a lot of ground. But still, though, I got to give it to FaZe. Off that initial drop, Valhalla, of course, getting 12 kills from there, dropping down to Snobby. They look phenomenal.
Valhalla
Great
is the spot.
Valhalla is the spot.
Yeah. Valhalla.
You have so many places to...
I'd imagine the Vikings probably said exactly that, along with like the little hand flip. Like
I don't know about that.
You don't know about that?
I don't know about that. Yeah.
Your voice is getting kind of
high. It's actually Gwen Stefani's favorite place to drop.
Gwen Stefani.
Yeah.
Is that like I didn't get the reference.
She ain't no holla back girl.
Oh, okay. Didn't get that one. It took me a second. I apologize.
Food and music references. That's Legion, baby. That's
what is it?
Food and music references. That's all
true.
Legion right there.
It's really all I've got.
And beard hair. Beard hair as well.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And unlimited buckets of sweat. That is Legion.
I could literally, if I strained my hoodie,
gotcha.
I could literally serve it at a restaurant in one of those pitchers.
Wow.
There's enough.
That's absolutely unreal. But Taylor, we actually have a display, right? G Fuel sent us here at the UMG studio the new flavor, Ragin' Gummy Fish.
That's
Try
it right
now.
there.
Visit gfuel.com.
That is it right there.
And also rock the code that we have going right now, UMG for 30% off, along with the factor of UMG Shaker Cups, which are limited time on sale for $4.99. We've got the stack going up. Do we have a third? That's not. There's no way this happens, right?
Do it.
This is hitting him in his face.
Make
Guaranteed.
it happen.
Go for
Don't
it.
Flinch. Be a man.
I don't flinch.
Oh,
there's no
let it fall.
Way to
It's
make
fine. Let it fall gracefully. It's fine. Wow.
Saved his life. He
saving grace.
He
Reflections. Reflections mean the saving grace there. But shout out to G Fuel for, of course, sending us the Ragin' Gummy Fish, of course, along with G Fuel. Got to give a quick shout out to EGL as well. Make sure to use code UMG10 for a 10% off discount of any of their products. Of course, shirts like this, very stylish, very nice. Not a guy to usually wear purple or pink, but hey, I'm really liking the shirts. Why? Because they're comfortable and they look very nice. Thank you for tossing me the Ragin' Gummy Fish flavor, which, like I said, is obviously available right now for 30% off if you use the UMG code. But, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break, try to really get an idea, wrap our heads around what just happened in that last match. 100T have taken down FaZe Clan in the winners bracket. A lot of top teams still remain in that losers bracket for the time being. One elimination away, and we could be seeing some fan favorites, some tournament favorites being eliminated. Of course, guys, going to head to a quick commercial break. When we return, some more awesome action here from Week 10 of Friday Fortnite. We'll be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Friday Fortnite week number 10. Of course, hopping in toward our other winners semifinal matchup. Who will face off against 100T in our winners finals? We're about to find out. Hopping in a little bit late toward this particular matchup, we got KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin facing off against Tinny and Svennoss. Definitely some new faces when it comes down to this particular matchup. We've seen Tinny in past, even saw Svennoss last week with Lolito make it pretty far as well. But overall, a pretty interesting game. Like we said, guys, a lot on the line, a guaranteed winners final position in the balance to face off against 100 Thieves. Not exactly sure on the overall scheme of this series regarding map 1, map 2, etc., but the only thing we can really base that off of is that Tinny and Svennoss are off to a pretty decent start. 5 eliminations to KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin's 2.
Definitely so, as we see KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin over there next to Tilted. Of course, a lot of kills have dwindled away, so don't know their initial drop, as you were saying. We just kind of hopped into this match, but being over there by the Loot Lake, not expecting to see a lot of engagements, but Tinny and Svennoss themselves are going to be by Loot Lake, looking to find kind of a little riff there. Of course, game number 2. A lot could be riding on the line here. KingRichard, Aimbotcalvin, one of those consistent teams throughout. Tinny and Svennoss, though, two players that are extremely, I would have to say, valuable in this tournament. They have played considerably well individually-wise. Svennoss at one point was top, 1% in all of solos, I believe, yeah. So, and then Tinny as well, usually playing with Vikkstar, great player. But I like it so far. Very slow. KingRichard, Aimbotcalvin obviously have to start finding these engagements, and Tinny and Svennoss, though, slow in there in too.
I just want the hoodie that Svennoss is wearing.
I think it's level 3.
Yeah, level 3 of a drift, I think.
I meant in real life.
Oh, in real life. Oh, yeah, I don't know where that's at.
No, I meant like the orange one. It's like a Cincinnati Bengals vibe going there.
That'd be cool.
For the color scheme.
And
I
also,
like it.
Yeah, Tinny and Svennoss kind of rocking similar. Of course, they have like level 3 rifts, along with the factor of kind of not matching backpacks, but fairly similar. The black back bling's definitely looking pretty fly, to say the least. But
if you're not matching with your duos partner,
are you actually
is that even your duos partner?
That's true.
Are they in your Twitter bio? I mean, I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
They're not really matching right now. KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
but I mean, they don't need to match because Aimbotcalvin and KingRichard, they've they can wear whatever they want. They're OGs here in Friday Fortnite events.
That's true. And one thing that we can mention, too, when we talk about KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, their success as a duo has been, very, noteworthy. But regarding their overall placements, Taylor, they've kind of had an issue as just like that KingRichard falls from the skies and enters in toward a trap, and he's going to be down for the count as not going to receive a pickup from Tinny anytime soon, as it looks like interesting plays going through. But overall, when it comes down to this particular matchup, one thing that can be noted is I believe we actually do see Tinny reviving KingRichard, maybe an accidental knockdown. Going to go and provide him a little bit of excess loot. Always good to see that kind of come through. Tinny kind of apologizing, say, hey, man, didn't mean to do that. Going to kind of hand that off to KingRichard. So nice sportsmanship coming out from both of our squads. But one thing that we have taken note of as Tinny is quickly back in engagements yet again, taking down another enemy now up to 5, has been the kind of top 6 placement from KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. Not really too often do they get over that hump, kind of averaging around that particular placement, having a lot of issues. This particular series, they were able to win this guaranteed winner's final spot, top 3, a new location for these two, and something that's probably very refreshing for this squad as well, considering their issues in past by getting knocked up by TSM, getting knocked up by Nickmercs Hysteria. This is their opportunity to kind of have a fresh start when it comes into Season 5.
Yeah, it is, and I've always wanted to see KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin kind of progress ahead, but Tinny getting up close and personal with these two players and using an impulse to bounce them away.
Tinny with the play of the tournament.
The elimination, showing different ways to use the impulses to kind of get out of my face, go over there, and then mows them down, of course, with the, I believe it was either Tommy gun or the SMG, but great stuff from Tinny, great usage. And obviously, this is the second game, and we're seeing they're just taking away in kills overall. I believe it's looking like Tinny has a total of 8 as well on the bottom 3 for Svennoss, so 11 to still 2 for KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. They're just not having the best of luck with finding players overall.
Yeah, definitely not at the moment. But regarding players who are having quite a bit of success, obviously we can talk about Tinny right now. 8 eliminations in total. We have been given word this is indeed map number 2. Yet to find the exact 100% scoreboard for the time being, so we'll try to relay that information to you guys as quickly as we can. But yeah, I believe 11 to 13 right now. Both teams, you could argue, kind of dropping early when it comes down to things as far as game number 1, KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. After game number 1, had a 7 elimination advantage, and for right now, it's a pretty similar game to elimination. Separate both of us for the time being. Aimbotcalvin, close quarter situation, successfully gets the knockdown onto an enemy, gets the full elimination as well, just to try to change up the scoreboard a little bit, desperately trying to find this bouncer trap, which is very valuable when it comes down to this game. We talk about rifts, we talk about bounce traps, bounce pads, the things just to get you a little bit more, kind of movability, when it comes into the Fortnite map. Very, very useful.
We're going to see KingRichard kind of breaking off from Aimbotcalvin there as he's going to dip in that 1v1 1x1 and try and just get that chug jug. Get to 100 shield if he can to make that final push. Of course, with the score being so incredibly close, they split is absolutely needed at this point to kind of double their percentage of finding an engagement. We see KingRichard on your screen. He's trying to scope someone down in the distance, but nobody's going to be home just yet. Tinny and Svennoss as well on the other side of the Dusty Divot. We're seeing 2 various different pushes. Will it pay off for either which side? That is the question. But one thing is for sure, Tinny and Svennoss have made a comeback, and they are looking strong.
And one thing that I noticed actually inside of Divot, I believe it was Svennoss who was actually randomly firing a few of those scar shots to try to distract KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. It actually caught KingRichard off guard a little bit. He was trying to go for a snipe. Obviously, there was not going to be anyone there anytime soon because Svennoss was trying to work a little bit of that bait strategy. We've actually seen come in from a few of our duos in past, especially most recently Cloakzy from the FaZe duo. Like I said, just actually happened to get knocked down in winners semis.
Cloakzy,
makes their way forward,
top ATK driver of all time, though.
That's true.
That is true.
Can't disrespect the ATK abilities, but of course now KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, I still believe, are down by 1 elimination in this game too. Only 6 total engagements remaining. I mean, if you're KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, I feel like you kind of need to close the ground here. Richard finally spots a player, has the sniper out, does get the pop shot off though, but that does leave him weak. So his teammates underneath him trying to get some more shots off, manages to get the knock. Now engaging with 2 more. Aimbotcalvin, it needs the assistance here from Richard as he is going to be trying to build up. Richard coming in from behind, trying to get some shots off from the distance. Doesn't get the knocked player though. Will he get the assist he needs?
Ooh.
Or will he get knocked? Great
the assistance
plays.
though coming through from KingRichard. Talk about teamwork as KR comes in big, helping out Calvin as he will stay alive to see another day, but for how much longer? A player gets knocked down due to fall damage, and another elimination coming through from the King himself. 5 eliminations in total, and that could quite literally set them apart when it comes down to the series, Taylor.
Yes, it definitely can, and looking incredibly strong as KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. They want that secured position, at least for 3rd place. Like you said earlier, this would be their highest placing as of yet, and it is right in their grasp. 3 eliminations ahead with a total of 2 people left remaining. Of course, though, that means actually
the game's over.
The game's over. As I was doing that quick maths in my head, KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, this is going to be their highest placing so far in the tournament.
Yeah, this is really a fantastic spot for them when it comes down to things. Like you said, they're going to take down Tinny and Svennoss. Of course, a very close quarter game toward the ending of this particular moment. But yeah, man, this is a huge opportunity for them. I believe they placed top 8 last week, so a really big contribution coming in from Calvin. I believe regarding the stats, like I said, shout out to the Fortnite stats team for helping me kind of supply a lot of these things for you guys. Last week, Aimbotcalvin finishing off with 6.67 kills, or eliminations rather, per map, while KingRichard finished off with 5.92. This doesn't seem like a massive separation between those two guys, just kind of a kill difference. But related to the entire top 8, that was actually a very large difference between the two regarding like a kill and a half overall. So you can kind of argue based on the top 8 players from last week, it was a pretty big difference in skill based on how well Calvin was playing in combination with KingRichard. So the fact that this duo is firing on all cylinders, one thing that we love to see from this team is when they're playing back-to-back, both playing very solidly. You could argue they're one of the best duos in the entire world. So like you said, Taylor, kind of piggybacking off of that, got to have a lot of confidence heading in toward this winners finals. However, though, they are going to be facing off against a very stacked team in Kenith and in Parallax. OPscT took down FaZe for a reason. Legion, are they unstoppable?
At this point in the tournament, and the role that they're on, and the fact that they've been on a heater all day, they're not being cooled down, not being iced, they've just been going from one match to the other. Man, I think they're pretty unstoppable, Landon.
Yep.
I mean, I haven't seen gameplay like this from 2 players in a duo. I guess since last week when FaZe won. But still, considering OPscT has just been absolutely crushing.
It's impressive, yeah.
This week, in terms of a competition for FaZe, obviously, I mean, they took them out last series. I'm telling you, it's just about composure for them mostly. Let's talk about that sportsmanship from Tinny that game, by the way. I mean, my goodness, that was awesome. And then obviously KingRichard ends up coming back and actually closing out that series as well from that. So that's what we like to see here on Friday Fortnights.
Absolutely, man. It's great to see. Of course, like nothing was intentional regarding that particular situation.
No, for sure.
But like I said, great sportsmanship coming through from Teddy. Even gave him his chug jug. Like, not sure how much damage he overall did to him in the overall scheme of things, but still, fantastic plays kind of coming forward. And just like that, Taylor, I know we've been talking about KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. We've been watching them maybe the last 6-7 weeks as a duo together.
While, yeah.
Been playing super well. Like I said, have had their their ups, but also have had their downs regarding certain situations. And it seems as if like for KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, they are consistently great. But when it comes into facing off against the TSMs, Ninja Hysteria versus FaZe Clan, they've never really had an opportunity to take them down. And this could be a unique opportunity where they don't have to face off against one of those squads. Coming into a game and saying, hey, our record versus them is 0-3, our record versus this team is 1-4, something along those lines. It's a fresh start to face off against a new 100T lineup that we haven't actually even seen, I believe, in Friday Fortnite overall. Granted, it's a very talented team. We could argue even more talented than FaZe for right now, which is going to be a very difficult task. But it could also be a little bit of a breath of fresh air for KR and Aimbotcalvin.
Definitely could be. And I think I want to say I had in my fantasy bracket, I had KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin in the finals. At least. I did have them in the finals. So this is kind of, at least I'm going to be right somewhere. I think I'm right overall so far whenever it comes to KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, but 100T and their overall, you couldn't predict how well they were going to be. I mean, they have done so incredibly well, obviously coming in, showing why they're a duo at least on 100T. Really like what I'm seeing from them, but I'm proud of KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin overall. I really am.
So I want to quickly kind of dive into this before we head to a commercial break or even get the match underway. predictions heading into our winners finals. Of course, if you guys haven't done so already, make sure to tweet at us at UMGEvents, rocking the hashtag Friday Fortnite. Who's closing out this series? KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, are they going to finally do it, be progressed into a grand finals, I believe for their first time in their overall history as a duo? Or will we see, like I said, the solid team, the solid group that we've known to love in 100T over this tournament, right? Are they going to progress and make it forward? I'm going to ask you first, Taylor.
He's already bought 100T merch now. I can feel it.
Who, me?
No, Landon.
Oh, I was about to say.
We've grown to love them. They're a solid duo.
Yeah.
I got to give them credit.
I'm with you, though.
Taking down
I'm trying
FaZe
to
Clan, the four-time champions, it's
man.
pretty unreal stuff. But Taylor, quickly, predictions. Just give your overall thoughts, in a very fast summary before we head to a commercial break.
I was about to say, I'm about to buy their sweatshirt myself. I got to go. I got to
I'm
go
buying
with
a small though.
I got to go with 100T. I think 100T is going to take
off.
it. I think 100T is going to take it over KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. The only reason being is because their aggression has been unmatched. Their routes have been flawless overall. We've seen them take multiple routes, and they've made it work every single time. Their way to navigate the map using the rifts, as well as the ATKs, whatever they need to use, is been great. So overall, 100T. I could see them taking this entire tournament over KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, at least for this winner's final match. So I'm going with 100T.
It's getting hot in here, guys. So 100T for Taylor.
I'm going 100T.
Wow.
I mean, listen, we've been wanting to see.
You guys love them
We've been
so
wanting to
much.
see KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin just coming in hot every tournament. I wanted to see them make it further. I think we're going to see a good matchup overall. But 100T, man, they've just been popping off literally for the entire tournament. And I just can't get over the fact of wearing a crop top merch shirt from them at some point. Hit it up. Come on, let's get it.
I would pay to see you
wear
in a
it during
crop
the next
top.
broadcast.
Taylor would pay a lot.
I would pay at least $5 to see you in a crop top.
Okay.
Well, on that note, I think on that note, we should probably head to a commercial break while you guys kind of continue your love connection. Guys, we're going to head to a quick commercial break. Of course, when we return, it is winners finals. Aimbotcalvin and KingRichard to face off against the 100T boys. Who's going to close it out? Who's going to have a guaranteed opportunity to walk away with $7,000? Of course, all that and more when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 10. Of course, our an opportunity for grand finals. Winners finals is actually getting ready to come up. Get a little bit ahead of myself. Apologies, gentlemen.
You're just excited, Landon. We feel it.
I am indeed.
We feel
it.
Of
course, alongside myself, Lando Sanders, gone on the couch, is a very hyped Jordan, a.k.a. Legion, literally hitting the crap out of your sweatshirt.
When is he not
I just
hyped?
punched my chest.
Along with Taylor Reflections.
My heart stopped, but I'm here. I'm back.
You are. We were not going to lie. I think you were pretending to be a motorcycle.
Yeah, it was on the door.
Yeah,
so
he
you actually
was.
grab one handle and one handle on an open door, and
Right.
you can pretend like you're driving a motorcycle.
Wow.
So yeah,
That's very interesting.
The knobs. So yeah.
Right.
Exactly how you are on camera is how you are off camera. You literally never change. I just want you to know. If anybody's watching, is he like this in real life?
Never change.
He absolutely is.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe even a little bit more intense, rather.
Maybe so.
In real life, yeah.
No,
yeah.
actually, he is. Now that I think about it.
I wear vests.
Yes.
Vests are intense.
But guys, it's time, of course. We kind of gave our predictions heading into that last commercial break about our winners finals. I even think it's grand finals. I don't even know what's happening right now. Winners finals, though, going to be KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin facing off against 100T and Kenith and Parallax, of course. So all four getting hyped, getting excited. You can literally see on which it says Tinny and Svennoss, but on Kenneth's screen right now, his hand is still on the mouse. He is not wanting to let that go. He's still excited, probably scrolling through Twitter, maybe even ordering some food right now.
Oh, a cat. A
Oh,
cat
and
is
the cat.
on. Oh, look at that. He takes the hair off.
Get off my mouse
What
pad.
a clutch play from Kenith. Able to get all that cat hair off before the match actually begins. Landon, from your perspective, what do you think about that play?
I mean, honestly, phenomenal recovery. The cat definitely caught him off guard, but he definitely kind of took high ground, got the cat off extremely quickly, and obviously cleaned up what was necessary after that. So very excited to see that. But I believe we're actually going to take a quick look at our losers bracket as we desperately try to find something to continue. I've already given our predictions, but regardless, right now, take a look at the LB for the time being. HD and Nickmercs currently sitting in losers round 3, facing off against Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall. Winner of that match will face off against Chance and Fruitcake. Of course, some other matches taking place right now. Nick28T ProHenis facing off against Chica and SpaceLyon. At the top of the bracket, we also have a very interesting game. OPscT Yelo facing off against Sypher and Jaomock. Any early exits that we're seeing, guys? One thing that I'm saying, maybe typical and Thief, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, look at that exit. And also, let's talk about Courage and Cizzorz going down to HD and Nickmercs, right?
Wow. Respectable opponent,
Yeah, that was one of the matchups that we unfortunately missed earlier from the losers bracket. Of course, a lot of great action going on in the winners still, which is what we've been casting over. But my goodness, guys, what else you guys seeing here that's kind of just caught your eye?
Mitch Jones, Grenadier Jake as well being taken out. So of course, that was a bit interesting. Or, they're still in it, my bad. But they got taken out by Chica and SpaceLyon. So I was wanting to see the performance from Chica and SpaceLyon. I know they played in the previous tournament. They didn't do too well, so for the fact that they made it this far now is already a better performance than before. So great stuff coming from them. Yep. But of course, going against Nick28T ProHenis, that's going to be a big matchup.
Game,
so obviously, just as typical, our loser bracket is still stacked, but you got to be worried about that top half. Whoever keeps progressing through will eventually run into face Tfue and face Cloakzy at the end.
And they got to rock.
And they've got to rock it out because that is going to be a tough matchup overall. But of course, this is a loser bracket, so everything is on the line. Every match counts.
Yeah, one team that I was hearing quite a bit about was actually Vikkstar, and I believe he's playing with Triceps. Very talented.
Triceps.
ErycTriceps, indeed. Very talented pub player from what I've been hearing as well. So that could be a dominant duo to be looking forward to. I know Tinny obviously progressed very, very far, but I think he got toward winners semis. To be specific, we talked about Vikkstar and Tinny. Their history together has been very, very well. They split apart. I think they actually played separate as well. And I think it was the other $20,000 tournament on the Sunday. I forget what exactly. Nerdouts.
Nerdouts to Sabotage.
Yeah, they actually faced off against each other. I think it was in
I played
winners
semis.
Yes, you did.
Did you? How far did you get? Talk about it a little bit.
Losers 3. I think we lost to CDN and RequiemSlaps.
You always talk about losers round 3.
Listen, well, so first of all, one of my OG gamer tags back in the day was LBR3 because for 3 Major League Gaming events in a row, I got placed LBR3. And at both the UMGs I played in Black Ops 2, Loser Black round 3. So it just carried over. But it was a fun time.
Didn't you play against Ninja's team as well?
I played against Ninja's team. I played against Ninja multiple times.
No, in the previous tournament.
Oh, no. We didn't get to play against him. We were supposed to, but we ended up losing winners one. Surprise! But he actually ended up losing to the same team that we lost to.
Okay, so not too bad then.
I was like, okay.
You lost to a Friday Fortnite
okay.
If you get knocked out of the tournament, you always want the person that knocked you out to win the tournament or at least go super far.
Well, then they just got knocked.
If we would have beat him, man, we would have won the tournament.
It was a rough time. But we did play. We played Valkyrie and Alexia Ray twice.
Okay. Oh, yeah?
Beat them both times. But the last game that we played with them, I actually revived her. For no reason, and then she came back to revive me and died in the process, and we won by one elimination. So shout out
the
to the roster for
that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, it was probably the funniest match I've ever played in actually.
That's so unfortunate. Can you imagine that from her perspective? Like, okay, I'll Legion.
No.
I see you, man.
No, Landon.
Oh, not
she
at all?
ran in with 3 guys surrounding me in the build and darted to try to come heal me, and she got obliterated. And they had knocked 3 players. Right, all she needed was one elimination to get the elimination to get the lead. So,
really?
Yeah, it was a fun time.
Wow, what a great sportsmanship. We haven't seen that sportsmanship throughout all of our.
I mean, so
Fortnite
check me out. Maybe in a Friday Fortnite tournament sometime. Like I'll be there getting losers bracket round 3. You know what I'm saying?
I told you could play on your Switch while commentating.
I'll play on my Switch
while commentating.
Hey! Oh my goodness!
What would be cool is that we can actually hop into like Legion's game live. We can literally just hold it up to the camera and just watch you play on the
I
Switch.
can play right here with my
Production would love that, I'm sure.
With the remember with the motion controls.
There you go.
Yeah. With the motion controls. That I want to pay to see that too. While you're wearing the crop top.
Yeah, for sure.
Two big things I want to see right there. And a bandana.
This is gonna be. Yeah, I want. Okay.
Taylor has a very most people like to spend money on cars, maybe even some clothes. Taylor's spending money on other people to happen to wear clothes. So,
that's just something I do. I don't know.
Just something you do.
Just something I do.
I don't know. If you want, you can wear clothes. You can wear this hat if you'd like.
You know what? I did that over the headset last week. You know what? Let's just go for it.
Let's go for it, man.
Over the headset. So that's a challenge, right?
To the hat duo.
Trucker Bob back. How you doing? I'm the ultimate hauler.
I'll tell you what, man. It's been a long drive.
It definitely was a long drive, man. You tell you what, I went from Texas to New York, man. Biggest drive I ever did, man. Hauling them those V-Buck eye patches, bit
Welcome
tough.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Truck Simulator Analysis Desk, where 2 of
My
our
whole family's from Kentucky,
most
so the accent is very real, by the way. From very accurate from my family on Kentucky.
This is where I'm from. My town.
Kentucky and Georgia. That's where my family hails from.
This is my town.
It's your town?
This is my town.
Where are you from, Legion?
Kansas City, Missouri.
Okay, so I didn't know if you
born in
moved
Independence, actually. Yeah,
very nice.
A lot of family in Arkansas. A lot of family there.
Very cool.
Spent a lot of time on red dirt roads.
Nice.
Wishing I had internet.
Yeah, same.
It happened. Shout out to anybody, by the way, that was trying to download the patch yesterday on a rural internet connection. You're talking 6 gigs might take 4 or 5 days.
They actually just downloaded
it's the town. It's the town. The elderly people at the gym actually bike for the internet source.
Speaking of,
that's very.
Speaking
of which, I can totally relate to that. When I was deployed in Africa, when I was over there in Djibouti, my connection was
hold on.
literally.
Okay, we gotta say you actually did go to Djibouti, Africa.
No, I really was.
Because everyone in the chat's like, "Oh, good joke, bro." Like,
I'm in the army. I was deployed to Africa, and I was in Djibouti. 1 mega, or it was 1 megabyte up, 1 megabyte down. That's what it was. At one point, it was 1 megabyte combined, so it was up and down depending on which one you hit.
That's at least Netflix at 160p.
So at the time I was playing PUBG a lot, and of course their updates were massive, like 6-7 gigabytes. I would literally just have to keep my laptop on all the time, click download, and just wait 3 days. And finally, I'd be able to play the update until a week later. There'd be another update, and I could play for 3 more days.
Yeah.
It was the struggle. It was a struggle, but life was still good over there. I had a good time.
Legion,
I'm just thinking, I was on that USO tour actually with Call of Duty in Kuwait, and I was looking at the internet connections they had there. Actually faster than what you had in Djibouti.
Let's compare international.
So they were gaming like pretty much just fine on their
infrastructure-wise. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, no, it was crazy though.
You want to talk about like the stock market at all while we're at it? I mean, we're kind of
I think the Dow went down 150 points today. Now that we're actually going back in time with the riffs, we're actually morphing into 1920s
we were talking about
newscasters.
the drum gun, etc. And of course, while we are talking about this, the reason why we are is because players still may be deciding on what exactly host they want to kind of grab, etc., etc. But we are, of course, awaiting KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin to face off against Kenith and Parallax from 100T. Guys, I know we talked about it, as I believe players are readying up. We all kind of are predicting. I didn't include my prediction. Also going 100T. Surprise, surprise, right? For KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, in your opinion, right, related to at least the landing zones, depending on what Kenith and Parallax like to do, obviously remains to be seen. But of course, we're not predicting them to win. In what situation do you think they need? Like, what part of the map do you think they should go to in order to have a better advantage or a better idea to win this series? I mean, should they go to one of the new locations? Should they play it passively? Go toward like maybe a retail row for those challenges, the Salty Springs, to play it passively at the break? This team has been known, right, in KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, to hit tilted when they have a lead, to hit certain areas, high populated zones when they do have an advantage, or at least when it's close. Do you think they remain to kind of do that strategy, or
Paradise Palms, baby?
Paradise Palms,
hot drop
right in.
I mean, you know, FaZe is going to go there anyways, right? That's like their little new outside houses from Risky Reels just now on that bottom right portion of the map. They're going to land there. They're going to try to make their way in. If I'm them, I land north a little bit quicker, make my way in, and then try to clean up any of those kills that FaZe are going to try to get when they're actually going into the bigger portion of the town.
Well, that's actually not FaZe, 100T.
100 Thieves.
100 Thieves, yeah.
FaZe is out. That's what I meant to say.
It's cool.
100 Thieves. I'm so used to them winning that naturally I just say that.
I was going to say,
that's
like,
what I meant,
and that's totally
100
respected,
Thieves,
right?
yeah.
Totally respected that you'd have that exact thought. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin facing off against 100T Kenith and Parallax. Winner of this series gets put in a nice little spot at the top of the mountain here in our grand finals for week number 10. We talked about KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. Where do they go? What's the strategy coming into this game after having no opportunities to make it into the grand finals? Now is their chance. Here is their opportunity versus a fresh opponent. And Taylor, where does it look like they're going to be landing here off the break?
A couple different options that we could be seeing here. Of course, the new location off to the right, but we also have, it looks like Pleasant Park to the left, judging based upon Aimbotcalvin. But I think we're going to see maybe on the outskirts of that new town. And then, of course, for Kenith and Parallax, looks like they might be hitting up Salty Springs just on the outside, so an area they're very familiar with going. So different strategies between the two. Honestly, though, you asked, what would KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin need to do in order to fight off the 100T boys? And honestly, they should have stuck with them to kind of regulate the amount of kills that they get.
Okay.
But looking at it, KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, they're going to be in a very desolate area. Kind of interesting. I mean, I guess they're trying to cut off the rotation from the people coming in from Lazy Links or Lazy. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. This is a bit interesting. I think it's too slow of a start, to be quite honest.
I think I'm there with your reflections. They definitely needed to land with them if they kind of want to maintain just any sort of casual lead or even just try to stick with them in terms of overall elimination count. But KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, veterans here in Friday Fortnite, so I'm pretty sure they know what they're doing here, at least on their own terms. And obviously we're seeing them land in Motel. Interesting call, to be 100% honest with you. I don't know if they're trying to get the cleanups after this over at Lazy Links, let those initial gunfights come in, and then just try to make their way down from there.
Yeah.
But it seems like that might be the route they're taking.
I think it almost has to be the route. Like, I mean, where else do you go? But there's Pleasant Park. But
Junction, and then you just lose the game.
Yeah, I was just saying that there's no real benefit by going anywhere but trying to pick up those kills in Lazy Links, those eliminations rather. But of course, regarding Kenith Parallax, this has been pretty much standard play for those who are just joining the stream. Kenith Parallax have been going here pretty much the entirety of the tournament, making their way towards Salty Springs, having a few other options, but for the most part, kind of remaining with what has worked. And like I said, they took down FaZe the series prior to this. Might as well keep doing what's working for you.
Yeah, rightly so, as we'll see. Obviously, it's all dependent on how many people went Lazy Links. Of course, that was a little bit off to the beaten path in terms of the bus, so not too sure how many players are going to be found there. But Kenith and Parallax deep into Salty. They're going to be in bunker trying to kit up a little bit. But, of course, this has been the area they've dominated so far. When they rotate back towards the desert area, they usually find quite a bit of players. But Overall, slow start for each individual ones, but 100T, gotta say, they're probably going to be looking a lot better going into mid-game than KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, but then again, they could prove me wrong.
And one thing, too, that we have to keep in mind of, granted, they do have quite a bit of time, 2 minutes and 20 seconds before the storm even starts to make its way forward. They also do have a long way to run. So if they don't find a bounce pad, if they don't, obviously, rifts are very prominent around the map right now as well. That could work out for them. But, in past, if they're trying to make their way here toward Lazy, it could be a little bit of an awkward scenario in this situation, maybe having to ignore Lazy Links if they actually can't find that spot, and then also try to advance their way forward. Thankfully, in Lazy, they are prone to obviously have those ATKs, right, the ability to kind of make your way forward. So it could be a prominent opportunity for them, as I believe one golf cart has been found, right? The ATK is already spotted there from KingRichard. Aimbotcalvin, though, might spot a nice little common assault rifle, nothing too nice, but also a little chest. So we'll see if he can find any loot to help them support what could be a Lazy Links push. Of course, at the exact same time, though, Kenith Parallax trying to get looted up, trying to get as many mats as possible, as I believe, half the lobby's already dropped. Not many eliminations, if really any at all, from our 4 players.
Yeah, 0 across the board. But as we're watching this Lazy Links push, I'm telling you, it's such a weird part of the map to even be coming from the outside. It looks like they're actually going to just vouch to go even south towards more so Loot Lake area, just trying to wait to see those teams if they can get them in crossing. I feel like at this point, they're actually playing the smartest role, which is just waiting to see if they can't get a collection of squads, maybe get them into engage within each other and then kind of poach those kills a little bit. Kenith Parallax, though, once again, just kind of meeting up here with KingRichard. They're just actually on the other side, probably about 200, 300 meters away now, like in Dusty Divot just waving at him. So,
there's a
look
rock
at that.
there. It's not like that rock
needs
just
to put the
popped up
bifocals
either.
on there, Taylor.
Yeah, that rock didn't just pop up. They had to have seen that from a long distance. So
he's
got to rework some of those driving skills, KingRichard.
Hey, can you switch while you're driving? To
you can switch to another seat. You absolutely can.
It's game over with.
Yes, you absolutely.
In solos, imagine just
take the rift.
Hit the dance, Richard.
So coming back to your point, I always thought about that, right? You'll be driving in solos and then switch over to passenger seat or the back and just mow the player
Easy
down
clips,
like a drive-by.
That's gonna be like
and then
one of the
come
most
straight
exciting
into
things to
driving
see.
again. I used to do that actually with the shopping cart when going down a hill because you could do that.
Yeah.
So pretty smart stuff. But obviously you got to be very talented to do that because it's pretty tough. Once you let go of that steering wheel, you have no idea where you're going to go. You could let go, be shooting a player, randomly just hit a rift, and then all of a sudden you're soaring through the air, getting
like your
shot
favorite
at from
rocket ship soaring through the sky.
That is it, man. That is it.
Einstein.
Yeah, little Einstein shout out there.
Shout out. Yeah, a great song that was obviously made. But keeping on track with the gameplay right now, Aimbotcalvin trying to grab the height advantage to take down a few more players in his path, receives a shotgun blast to the chest, but survives it. And, of course, the official eliminations coming through, not only from Calvin, but also KingRichard, as they are now even at 1 elimination apiece, and also, like I said, have the ability to grab that rift whenever they deem necessary. That's, like I said, one thing that's been kind of interesting throughout Week 5. I think more than the new locations, more than anything else, the rifts allow for so much creative play, so much rather difference when it comes down to a lot of strategies. In situations like KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, we're saying, hey, going toward hotels is not a good idea whatsoever. If you find a rift, though, counter Kenith Parallax entering in toward Tilt the Towers right now, they're literally back into the game within just a matter of moments. I mean, you could argue going just toward one random building where there's maybe a player could be worth it if a rift is there in certain situations. It just totally changes up the entirety of gameplay that we expect from Friday Fortnite after just, like I said, one update, a new season added, and the overall strategies have changed, boys.
Gotta say, though, KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin Landon Hotels, they kind of didn't capitalize on their opportunity to cut off that Lazy Links rotation.
Right.
Now they're going to be where Kenith and Parallax are and trying to fight for the same amount of kills when they had a perfect opportunity to get a plethora of kills. So a little bit interesting landing there and then not fully committing, but obviously they know something that we don't know. But it's going to be interesting to see if both of these teams meet up. We wanted to see that off of the beginning. Eventually it is going to come to fruition. But one thing that does surprise me, Kenith and Parallax finding 0 kills this late in the game, of course, approaching now 42 or 41 engagements now. Typically at this point, they at least have 5 to 6, right? But of course, they didn't commit themselves typically because normally they'll maybe go dusty. That's normal for them. But the push as far and tilted as they did, it's not like them. Normally, they like to cut off those rotations coming in from the desert area.
And one thing, too, Legion, I know that we've seen casting over KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin in multiple tournaments. This is also a squad, much like 100T, usually finding quite a bit of kills at this point in the game. We talked about their kind of slow-paced style. For both of these teams, of course, piggybacking off what Taylor just said, both squads playing very passive at the start, and this isn't like a normal thing for them. They're not really having too many engagements in their situations, but at the same time, this is not typical play from both of our squads, not just one over the other, but both teams. It's just kind of odd. I don't know, and I feel like they're not having a whole lot of opportunities to even spot too many
You're
players.
right, Landon. Usually, initially, KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin either, their biggest downfall is going down quickly whenever we see them lose out in matches. Which, as I spoke, Kenith unfortunately doesn't get knocked, waiting for his teammate Parallax if he can't get the assist. But Kenith, take it out. The good news is only down by 2 eliminations now. With that being said, there's still a ton of engagements left in this game. But back to the point that you were making, Landon, is Richard, Aimbotcalvin, unfortunately, man, usually they do have more kills off the rip at this pace, but I didn't cast or curse him that time. I feel pretty good about that. I was talking about Aimbot and
true.
KingRichard, not Kenith.
Kenneth might have heard you, though. Kenneth might have heard you.
Kenneth might be listening to my podcast in his ear right now that I don't have.
I was about to say, what?
Soon.
This is new to me.
I just talk about dolphins. I don't know, man. I just really like the
dolphin podcast would be pretty cool.
I don't know.
Dolphin
Sonar.
Listen, ATK, an opportunity for Parallax to get a few clips maybe toward his highlight reels as needing to back up and not exactly sure where the zone is for the time. Looks like it's going to be on the outskirts of Salty Springs. So, Tilted Towers to Salty Springs, definitely a little bit of a jaunt that Parallax is going to have to make. Not a whole lot of time, but if he can maybe take down a few of these players, maybe even grab that ATK Taylor, he can be put in a much better position. But, of course, receiving some shots, players coming in from the zone, playing that gatekeeper role, and he's the sole man in this situation. A permanent 1v2 for the rest of the game, taking down players, but receiving shots from multiple angles. Is this 2 different squads? Is this just one watching over the other? An awkward spot for Parallax to really be in for the time.
It definitely is. And, of course, though, he has to pull a typical gamer. And what I mean by that, he's got to support his player that just dropped a little bit earlier. But like you said, I think there is, in fact, 2 separate squads facing him, but he's got a nice little peak advantage there. Did he hit that? I couldn't tell on his screen. I don't think he did. But still, Storm right against his back, trapped overall. He's got a lot of loot down there, but you see him
bounce pad
having
as well.
to build up. Yeah, Will used the bounce pad, but luckily, I think those players did, in fact, just drop down the hill to lose that height advantage. Kind of an interesting play. Bounce pad coming into effect, but he gets stuck in midair as he goes off his calf. As he goes off the bounce pad, now incredibly weak, 55, only 1 mini in his inventory. He's got to be careful, but on the other end of the spectrum, KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin in a fight themselves. They look like they're faring a little bit better, but as I say that, KingRichard, the stink bomb coming in as he got a little bit stuck there, also taking a lot of damage. Down to 19 HP overall, building up, trying to be careful. Aimbotcalvin raining down bullets from the sky to add some support. But both of these teams fighting it out, both in very interesting situations. Can King? No, and he does go down. Does he get thirsted?
He does get thirsty, but you saw him miss that. He missed 2 taps, actually, with the tac shotgun, unfortunately. And at this point, you got Calvin up top. No heals in your back pocket for KingRichard as well. No mats. And that's one of the things that we always talk about here in these tournaments is if you've got to make sure that your mat made at some point. Parallax actually almost in a very bad situation, similarly outside of Tilt, that had about 9. Managed to collect about 300-400 mats off his body. But KingRichard now taken out here, I believe, and it's just going to be Calvin and Parallax in a 1v1 to see who can take the lead. But those dualies being brought out again with the pop shot. Let's see if Calvin can get some nice ones out. Oh, look at that. Yes. Look at those shots there, Landon. Look at those shots.
What accent was that?
This is a Wisconsin dad proud of his kid out here.
I thought it was either Wisconsin or Australian there for a few moments.
No, definitely not Australian. I can't.
Well, at the beginning it sounded a little bit like Australian. Just a little bit, I don't know.
The mini personalities of
reference
Legion coming out. But of course, a 1v1 situation, obviously a little bit more testy overall. Parallax, Aimbotcalvin having to face off against each other, not going to be next to each other whatsoever. So basically at this point, they're going to be just facing off against full squad after squad after squad. Got to be careful, but looks like we see Calvin. He's going to be in a little bit of a bad situation, taking some damage, a squad pushing forward. He's going to have to backtrack, get some mats to kind of kit up to go for the push once again. But definitely a little bit of a better opportunity. Obviously, when we saw Kenith drop a little bit earlier, we were kind of worried for Parallax. Now in this 1v1, we're going to see a lot closer second game going into round number 2 as right now only KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin leading by 2, not a lot. So, this winner's finals is exactly where it needs to be.
Indeed it is. It's kind of nice for both of our players who are kind of in this particular spot to not be down the way that they are, to have, like I said, to only have like a 2-kill difference between both of these teams is obviously pretty nice. But right now, looking specifically at Aimbotcalvin's screen, has the opportunity to take someone down, of course, is just on the edge of where that zone's about to enter in toward. as he does have a player just in his line sight trying to pepper him with a few suppressed SMG shots from afar, taking down those walls with little to no effort whatsoever, going for the aggressive play. And oh my goodness, I have no idea how he's building at such a rapid pace. Fantastic play from Aimbotcalvin, but he loses most of his HP, down to 37 in total, and has to go quickly back toward another medkit. Also, keeping in mind, look at the top right of his screen right now. Red arrow coming in. That's going to be Parallax. He could easily pick up one of these kills, goes for the edit, and realizes how valuable this elimination could be, especially keeping in mind how close we are related to this game right now. And not believe he's going to spot him for the time being, as what a very scary situation Calvin was just in here, guys.
Yeah, and you saw Parallax with that nice snipe, too. I mean, it was kind of one of those situations where he's thinking to himself, yeah, Calvin's going to bait this guy out. Luckily for Calvin, man, Parallax comes in and snipes him, which gives him enough time to at least set that medkit off. I honestly think that guy was confused as to where he went to begin with.
Yeah.
Probably didn't think he just jumped off and took about, 65 dead. I see that meme going around basically telling you how much fall damage you can take in general. I don't know if you've seen those from those builds in Playground, but I'm sure these pros have been studying up anyways. They know naturally. I think one of the things that I thought was crazy actually from Parallax running away was just him building that millimeter off of the side of the mountain. You know, just even those slight little things that help you move and bounce quicker are just something that if you want to learn to be the best, definitely check out these players, man. This is what we're here for in Friday Fortnite, to see gameplay like this. Spots another player, almost gets the dink. See if you can't get and sneak up on these guys in the barn. Of course, we're actually going to be looking at Parallax down there, and Parallax actually knocks one with a sniper rifle.
He definitely does, as both on the hills in hot pursuit of the opponent straight ahead, knowing desperately that they need to find these last remaining kills. Dropping from the tree is, in fact, going to be Calvin. Can't secure the knock. Finally gets it. Player straight ahead. Both of them going for it. Takes a lot of damage, down to a total of 16, but I believe he did secure both of those kills. So we're going to see them both going neck and neck. Of course, he's having to take a lot of time out to kind of med up a little bit. He did have a first aid kit. Doesn't use it, though. Uses the bandages. So we're going to see now both of them trying to heal up. Both of them in 1-by-1s. As how many players do we have remaining? Only 7 still. And the score is so incredibly close. Both teams need to push forward here. Game number 2 is going to be so close.
It is indeed, of course, like I said, for the time being, last few engagements will be inside of Fatal Fields, and it looks like the reason why he doesn't grab that medkit is he actually does realize the apple tree is just on the outside of this. Pretty nice little find to have. Fatal Fields, not a whole lot of players, but there's crops, right? A lot of
sure love orchards. I'll tell you that.
Absolutely,
nothing like some fresh raspberries and a couple apples just really set off your day, and then you don't
just
actually eat them. You put them all in
know?
a pie, and then add some sugar and glaze to it, and then that's how you eat fruit.
It's a heart attack also waiting to happen.
That's how you eat fruit here in America. So anyways, let's see what he's got in your back pocket. 100 HP finally does get it off there with the apples as well. I think I just heard somebody's reaction to what that conversation was in the background, actually. So.
Oh, boy. Oh, it looks like actually on quickly looking at Aimbotcalvin's screen, we saw a few towers just off in the distance. A few of those shots actually coming through from Parallax, receiving a few of those shots. And right now, if you're Aimbotcalvin in a situation, you could be thinking here, Taylor, do I try to make the aggressive play? Do I try to even watch over Parallax, who actually has a player right in front of him? Or do I try to go for the sneak rush from the flank? It looks like for the time being, trying to steal these kills out from underneath Parallax, receiving a few shots, taking down a few of his shields. And right now, Parallax is just trying to find an alley, trying to find an opportunity, a route to survive, receiving constant bullets. Of course, we talked about both players in 1v4 squad situations, putting down the ramp, trying to receive a few of those shots, trying to essentially use those mats to absorb a little bit of that damage. Of course, player from the top side perspective, rocking up that pyramid, trying to grab as much of the loot as possible, puts down the trap to try to have that player come in for a narrow death. But Parallax, still from above, has the heavy shotgun in his back pocket, trying to grab a few of these shields and re-engage. Keeping in mind, Calvin not far off as well. Parallax still up for the time being. Still 7 players up, and we'll see how they try to both aggress the situation.
Yeah, I'm surprised Calvin hasn't moved in already, knowing how many engagements or how crazy it is over there. He had plenty of opportunities to kind of push in and steal some of those kills, but Parallax stuck in this 1-by-1. Now, Calvin finally on your screen, seeing his perspective, what's going on, dinging some shots just up ahead. Of course, another player pushing just above him, so he's not in a better situation at all. Stuck in that same situation as Parallax was, so both team members trying to stay alive. Teams they're going against seem to be relatively solid. Now, Parallax has taken over Calvin's role. He's trying to get on that flank himself to try and pick up what Calvin was trying to do. Now, at this point, what do? Not a lot of ground. You see straight ahead of them, it's nothing but open areas. Do you go with what Landon, you came up with this strategy, used a reverse ramp push, right? Very smart. You put those ramps in front of you, obviously gives you some defense, and you can continue to push forward, get underneath them. But of course, once you get there, you got to take over the high ground. At this point, it's a tricky situation.
He's also he's really short on mats. I mean, you're looking at Parallax in the bottom right, maybe about 220 combined. Of course, usually when we see these guys, they're hoping to have about, 600 mats in their inventory total for these build battles. But really, I think Calvin's playing the smartest role here, which is just baiting and waiting for these players to pass him, trying to sneak up. Hopefully they get an engagement. He can just go in and get those knocks and pretty much insta-kills. So decides to actually shoot, but he does have that blue SMG. That silent sub is a monster. It's literally a laser beam. Just melts everybody.
He has 800 bullets in the clip as well, trying to respond back with it. Hunting rifle in for a suppressed SMG. And nice and deadly combo, that's for certain. But here comes the rush. Here comes Aimbotcalvin, of course, on our screen, highlighted for the time being. We'll see how we can do when it comes down to the spotlight. Keeping in mind, he and KingRichard, first time ever that they would make it into a grand finals. A lot on the line for this two. Finally have made their way to the top side of the bracket. And here is their opportunity, learning to have somewhat of a lead heading in toward this map number 2. Some nice shots coming forward from Parallax as we have seen a stalemate for the time being, boys. Other squad having no issue with not aggressing, at least off the break, but it looks like it could be Calvin who has spotted someone around him, having the ability to maybe come around the corner, spot someone underneath the stairs, and says, hey, you have no idea how revealed you are.
Oh,
yes,
the trap. Do it!
And is going to absolutely humiliate him. It looks like the responding shot along with the trap will take him down and say goodbye to one more player. Now taking a look at Parallax's Calvin, trying to add up the score for he and KingRichard. Parallax could respond back with one of his own. Player building up some odd ramps, odd choice of strategy, but Parallax is happy to find as many as he will be offered. Heavy shotgun from above, especially the legendary one at this. A very deadly weapon to have in your possession, especially like Parallax.
Yeah, do you campfire at this point, Taylor? What do you think? I mean, he's got a campfire in the back pocket.
I don't think you can. I don't think you could slow your pace at this point. You know Calvin's going to be pushing up on these few remaining kills. At this point, you just have to go for it because you know you're going to be going into the other round. Hey, you might be a couple kills down, but you can kind of waver that a little bit, maybe even tie it up. But what a snipe from Calvin to push in, showing his dominant aggression coming in overall, getting that high ground, even over Parallax, to take it over and spot the last remaining players. As we do know that there is currently, I believe, 1 or 2 knocks so far. Still a couple players remaining. He's going to go for the thirst, gets it, and now it's all about finding the last remaining players. Now, guys, I just want to remind you, this is still game number 1. Yeah. What a battle for these overall final remaining kills. This has got to be hands down one of the closest battles, one of the best battles I've seen yet in Friday Fortnite in terms of length overall. The team they're playing, this is a solid team.
And one thing that I would bring up to the viewers at home as well, the recent circle at the very end has changed a little bit, Taylor. Talk to the viewers a little bit about how that has obviously kind of changed the overall style of kind of playing more slow. It's about kind of movability, kind of the maneuverability around the map till the ending of zone 7, 8, and 9?
Yeah, zone 7, 8, and 9 obviously do switch as we see Parallax is in fact going to be dropped. Calvin's going to go in for the little tag up there. He's going to get the knock. Of course, though, like you said, it's no longer, you cannot camp inside these final circles. Of course, before it used to just be a camp fest towards the end. Now it's going to be overall 7, 8, 9. Circle's going to be moving out, which forces players to rotate out of the storm, of course, and then get their overall ground. But Calvin showing off that new dance, really liking it so far. I believe you get that with the battle pass. But what a battle for those last remaining kills. Yeah. Calvin, of course, though, is going to get a little bit of the upper hand, but that's only game number 1. They'll have a lead going into the second game. But, man, you talk about it. That was great. 4 kills overall. That's a squad wipe. But interesting starts on both sides, right? 100T, they went salty, then went dusty. Kind of, the same strat they've been doing. But I am so surprised to see KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin go over towards hotels, back off of...
I felt like it was so long ago.
I felt like it was
3 days ago.
This was literally one of the longest matches I think we've commentated
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Over.
It was toward the end, there was 9 other players
alive.
Smallest
circle we've ever been a part of here for Friday Fortnite.
Probably.
At least for my casting and commentating. I haven't seen it get down to, what was that, 8 for that one? Or 7, 8, 9? Or was it 7?
It got probably 6 because I didn't see the circle rotating out of the storm at that point yet. So it's probably around 6.
Generally in the game so quickly that you're not expecting them to engage in.
We're usually like in zone 5, around like zone 4 or 5, kind of toward the end of things, just because It's usually like a wide open map. They just find him in a bush somewhere, But
How about that trap kill, though?
yeah, trap kill was nice.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, very solid plays coming from Calvin.
Baited.
I don't remember how many eliminations there were left when it came down to Fatal Fields, but I know at least 3 of those were at the hand of Aimbotcalvin toward the end.
I want to say 18.
Instead of Fatal Fields?
Well, I know when they were pushing, at least late in the game, there was at least 18, but I don't know when the Fatal Fields. Right? I know at one point it was at least 12, right? And it was pretty. It was pretty
that
high.
That final 9 was literally the longest I've ever seen anything in my entire. Like it was like every remaining squad of 3 was just trying to hide in their respective cabins. It just was summertime at Grandpa's farm, and unfortunately, they're all gone. So
there's always next time, right? They can always just spawn in for another opportunity with good old G-Paw. But loading in here for game number 2, right? Regarding our strategies, at least off of it was pretty slow pace for KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. Do you think we see more of that heading into map number 2? Because I think, in their opinion, right, going toward hotels, looking for the rotation of players coming in from Lazy, didn't work out. I think they knew that in the back of their minds. They're like, okay, we're thinking we're going to go slow at the start, then quickly kind of aggress these things, maybe take those ATKs, kind of maneuver throughout the map. Didn't really work out in their favor. So do you think that they maybe continue on with that strategy? Do you think they kind of change things up, maybe even go toward a more aggressive location?
That's the thing, right? I thought to battle 100T, they would have to be more aggressive, obviously showing they didn't have to be at least off the start.
Right.
But we're definitely going to see 100T be way more aggressive off the start here, if I had to guess, right? They did that when they were going against FaZe. Even if they had the lead, it didn't matter. They still dropped it more aggressively. I think we see a desert drop, maybe even a little outside of Lazy. I'm definitely thinking more aggressive overall. We're not going to see Salty from them, but then again, I'm usually wrong as a caster. That's okay, though. I'm just giving out my prediction. But KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, they need to be more aggressive overall during the start of this drop. But looking at the bush route, it does go right over the desert, or excuse me, go to the little, right down the center, actually. So maybe Salty, like I said, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they will, in fact, go Salty. But a couple different options. Where do you guys see them going?
I think Richard and Calvin, I'm not even going to specify where I think they're going to be going, but I'm just thinking in general, like, it's going to need to be in a more populated area. They need to play their game. And 100 Thieves for the entire day have just been playing at their own pace. They've been playing at their own speed. And, for as long as video games have been around, especially in a competitive format, it's kind of like if you've got momentum, just carry it on. Don't slow down. You've already, knocked FaZe into the loser's bracket today. You've knocked out some other formidable opponents at this point. Just keep playing at the pace. If that's really quickly and you're doing really well, just keep playing that way. No need to slow it down and try to play a game that you're not ready for. And that's what KingRichard and Calvin are also so good at, man, is they just play however they want to play and land where they want to land, and they play it really fun. So that's why it's such a great duo to watch.
It almost looks like maybe kind of like a Salty retail drop? Retail wouldn't surprise me either, given the fact that the Battle Pass.
Yeah, I was going to bring up, that would be a very prominent location regarding, like I said, the weekly challenges, regarding the location that it's at, being very, very close to, like I said, those dunes, that desert portion as well. So it looks like we're going to see, kind of dive into exactly what locations are going to be. It looks like at least tempting toward a retail push, maybe the outskirts of retail right now for 100T. And it looks like for KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, maybe something along those lines as well, maybe following in suit, as leave all 4 players at least living on the outskirts of some type of area. It looks like for KR and Aimbot, they're going to be on the outskirts of Salty Springs. So pretty much similar play for both of our squads. However, you could argue the more aggressive play of the two would be 100T, based on the fact of Retail Row's history and the challenges that obviously follow suit with it as well.
Definitely. So taking over that Salty drop. Of course, we see Kenith and Parallax usually go there, but they're going to have a lot of company at their current location. Of course, they have retail there. They have the desert to their back. So a lot of potential for a lot of kills, at least to come back. 4 kills down. It's all about how is KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin going to react. Already an engagement happening as Kenith is going to pop some shots into the player just ahead. But inventory looking pretty decent. They're going to go for the push. Let's see how it works out for them, Legion.
Yeah, let's see how it works out for him. Let's talk about the drum gun that he finds almost instantaneously, followed by a blue bolt. That's a pretty great combo to have right off the rip. Obviously, the drum gun has become such a fundamental part of Fortnite now since its launch. It just feels like everybody's got that in the back pocket. We were talking last week about how kind of the meta's changed a little bit, right? Where you're not seeing these shotguns anymore, obviously, with that removal of the double pump. Man, if you've got one of these drum guns in your back pocket, it's so great up close. I feel like you've almost got an advantage with that spray up close, but you're going to see Parallax go down as Kenith is just going to try to maintain some health. It does heal him. He's got bandages in this back pocket as well for him, and that sniper rifle also in the pocket.
There's also a team who rocks the bounce pad to try to get up close and personal. Very close quarter situation. Drop down to, 4-5 HP for Kenith. Very risky situation. Parallax is down, and now Kenith is left to pick up the pieces. An opportunity to see the grand finals after taking down FaZe Clan could be at risk. The squad is being incredibly aggressive right now, trying to find some meds, trying to find that chug jug, and really just trying to stay alive. All the pressure is on Kenith. Going for the chug jug. Here comes the rush, and just like that, Retail Row will be the final opportunity for 100 Thieves, as now KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin will see the rest of this game by themselves, 2v0.
Wow.
And of course, we do bring up as well, they can kind of roam throughout the map and obviously celebrate. Why? Because they came in with a 4 elimination advantage, as they are now booked for the grand finals here, guys.
I'm proud of my boys. KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin finally making it to the finals.
Yeah,
At least
I
they secured 7.
We all did, right? we went 0 for 3.
Actually, yeah.
Going with 100T.
That is a fact.
Is respected, right? They took down FaZe Clan. Like, that was unbelievable that they managed to do that coming to the grand finals. KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, very, very talented team, but you could argue in past weeks, you can't debate the stats, right? Losing to TSM at a very consistent rate. Losing to Nickmercs Hysteria, consistent rate. Losing to FaZe Clan, a consistent rate. A team who's lost to FaZe Clan, you could argue, from week to week. The team who just took down FaZe Clan, you could argue there's no competition. 100T should easily walk away with this. So I think for us, we get a little bit of a pass here, right, chat? I think we should get a little bit of a pass. I'm sure most of the chat are all
we don't get a pass, chat.
We really don't. I think most of the chat was also kind of agreeing with
passes.
us, though, on 100T probably closing out this game.
Possible.
I'm saying upset. For sure. Upset when it comes down to this game.
It definitely is. And 2, you have to look at as well, FaZe is going to be just behind in the loser bracket now of 100T. So we're going to probably see that 100T FaZe matchup once again in the losers finals. So
I hope so.
a lot riding on the line. So we could see a 100T rematch against KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. Of course, FaZe could learn from their mistakes and take it over once again. But a lot of upsets already in this tournament. But KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, $7,000 at least secured right now for second place.
Yeah.
They're looking good. First time they've been here. I'm happy for them.
Yeah, I mean, Legion, any follow-up to that? Of course, KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin,
I mean,
guaranteed grand finals.
You're talking 7K, right? 3,500 piece. I mean, you're feeling pretty good about it. Obviously, they've been playing in so many of these tournaments. They're definitely going to shoot for that first place, man. Finally come out on top. Keep that bracket that these guys are going to be making every week. Put them just a little bit higher. You know what I'm saying, like another echelon each week. I want to see 100 Thieves and FaZe rematch in the losers, and then I want to see if Aimbotcalvin and KingRichard can pull it out.
Yeah, when we talk about the amount of talent that's now in that losers bracket is absolutely absurd. It's about FaZe. Of course, now 100T, got some other fantastic squads.
High Distortion,
Nickmercs were still alive when we last took a look at that. But, guys, we're going to send it to a quick commercial break. Of course, when we return, some more awesome losers bracket matches to come. And, of course, during that commercial break, if you guys haven't done so already, make sure to, of course, put in the chat right now, ! Giveaway. You'll be greeted with a link where you can obviously win a number of different awesome prizes, things like 10,000 V-Bucks. We've got our Mako Shark gaming glasses that are also available as well, along with 20 UMG credits. If you guys haven't done so already, if you're a little bit bored during the commercial break, feel free to enter in that giveaway in the meantime. But of course, guys, when we come back, some more awesome losers bracket games here from our Friday Fortnite week number 10 tournament. Coverage continues when we come back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Friday Fortnite week number 10, $20,000 tournament. Of course, myself, Lando Sanders, live here in studio, joined alongside by Taylor, Reflections Noble, and along with Legion, who happens to be tying his shoe. Taylor, very important that you did point that out to him. Very much appreciate it. Safety, always a massive
Oh, no, I was the one
precaution.
who made it.
I get scared. I trip a lot.
Oh, you did that to him.
Wow, that's how it's
I just want to show an accurate replay of what just went down there. Crazy stuff individually. Obviously, these white shoes looking absolutely phenomenal.
Insane. I got to
The
tell you, Taylor.
Adidas. You guys are both rocking Adidas.
Yeah,
right?
we actually
Actually,
we
this is
high
the second
five?
time we matched. Just a tip. There we go. I like it. Respect it. I wore what what? I don't even know what kind of
Yeah,
shoe.
they're
I had.
the
Never mind.
Pharrells.
The Pharrell. That's what I was going to say, but I
Obviously,
didn't know
this
if it was
guy's
right.
not a high beast. You know what I'm saying?
Neither am I rocking the the typical Vans, just the regular black, just trying to be super.
Yeah, but I mean,
skater dude.
how can you go
know?
wrong with the Vans?
That's true. Just wearing my black Vans.
Is
not-
Skater Boy your favorite song by Avril Lavigne?
It
or is
actually happens to be, in fact.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
listen
That
up to the
brings back
gym.
memories.
Yeah, I like to work out to Enya at the gym.
Is that right?
Yeah, just real sad music that reminds me
That
of
does
at the
not
gym.
pump me
Just
up at all.
violins.
He
Just
doesn't pump you up at all?
No.
That and the Reading Rainbow soundtrack.
Now, see,
Boom.
that right there is hype. Now, of course, a lot of people in the chat probably have no idea what Reading Rainbow even was, even though they made that comeback for a short amount of time.
That's a solid point of view. That's great. It's great that you bring that up.
Of course, guys, I want to take a quick look, if we could, try to take a look at the losers bracket for right now. Try to get a little bit of an idea as to what to expect when it comes down to it. Just because, like, we really don't know, like, what's going on down there. I know we were talking about HD and Nickmercs. Thank you, Legion, for your very insightful. That's very, very nice. Thank you so much. Am I the greatest caster of all time?
Is that
Darn it! I was
is that
hoping
even a question?
For it. Yeah. Dude, thank you so much. I thought you were just going to totally blow that off, but oh boy, Legion, such a nice pal. As take a look at the losers bracket. Legion, you seen anything interesting? It looks like HD and Nickmercs haven't even played their game yet.
Yeah, it looks like they actually decided to, I think, fly to Tennessee actually to catch a quick country concert tonight, and then.
No way, Nick shirt. Okay,
so yeah, we just all went ooh randomly.
Yeah, so Nickmercs is actually en route to Nate Shot's apartment,
according to production.
I've been in before.
Have you?
Yeah, spent a lot of time.
Pad.
Probably farting on the couch in his living room while he was in there streaming and then coming back out. So just a surprise for Nate Shot. I want to throw that out there. Watched a couple episodes of Rick and Morty. But we're jumping straight into another game here.
I believe it has to be Vikkstar and ErycTriceps versus Nick28T and ProHenis.
That's the best name in the tournament.
Apparently,
ErycTriceps.
Game 2?
How big are those triceps,
yeah,
by the way?
Eric, I need to see these guns.
I think I looked him up, and I think he's got a couple of pictures flexing.
He's got some sick pythons because I need to see him.
I mean,
I need to take him to the vet.
Take him to the vet.
I gotta take a couple of those sick pythons.
Oh my gosh! You can only see his flashing keyboard. It seems for now, so it's rather unfortunate.
In the dark, pretty dark over there. Blacked out curtains. Of course, night outside.
Yeah, only wants to see the light in Fortnite. Can't hate on.
That is it, man. All right, well, here we go. Two interesting landings. We have the Pleasant Park drop for Nick28T and ProHenis, and of course the soccer field for Vikkstar and Triceps.
Shout out to soccer field.
Which,
right?
by the way, I think that's a much better drop than the Pleasant drop, given the fact that, of course, a lot of people will be rotating in from Valhalla, Greasy, and maybe even Snobby later on. And a pickaxe battle once again going down. Do they double team? But no, he waits for the tactical shotgun to come in, and Vikkstar is going to clean up that kill, or excuse me, Triceps will with the pickaxe. But gotta love the pickaxe at the beginning.
Got to ask you guys. Do you think the Crimson Axe, the Red Knight back bling, is it OG?
It's not? OG.
You think so?
I absolutely agree. Yeah, no, it's 100% OG.
There should be a signifier that you got it beforehand, though.
Yeah, should it? I don't know. I disagree with it coming out on the market, but you know what? That's okay.
Wow.
What if new fans wanted it?
Yeah, you are that new fan that you didn't have it. I had it.
You can't tell me they're not going to drop like the Skull Trooper.
Now, see,
for Halloween.
that I wouldn't disagree with, and I
That's
don't want
because you didn't have that one.
Because I don't have it now, and I would love to have that.
Can you also point out, by the way, ProHenis has been down for a few seconds, so getting knocked for the time being. Nick28T needs to go big in a situation. Does take down one, so nice play there coming through from the Canadian man himself. And needs quickly to try to go for the res, just in case his teammate were to drop. An early 1v2 would not spell for a good situation. Of course, if you're a typical gamer, it's the exact opposite. However, though, awkward spot to be in, I believe, does take down one. There was the official elimination on to the second. And quickly looting up, says ProHenis. I mean, hey, man, I got some loot for you, but I'm going to be grabbing it all myself. Have fun with a random gray burst on the ground, but still has a few players in his line sight. Do you think he should be going for the immediate kills, or should he try to go for the res on his teammate?
Definitely should be going at least trying to keep those kills at bay. Obviously, running low on mats, though, so pushing these kills is pretty risky overall. But luckily for him, ProHenis is, in fact, well, he just exposes them. But he was very, very guarded. So obviously feeling pretty good. He's got some bandages to kind of give him some heals. Looking pretty solid overall. You see on ProHenis screen, he did, in fact, get rezzed up. Got some health as well as some shields. And they're just going to be pushing forward for this kills as well. So good stuff coming from them. Obviously, a lot of action there at Pleasant. We're looking at 3 kills for Nick28T. ProHenis was 0 himself, but very slow on the end of Vikkstar and Triceps. Of course, though, they're waiting for those rotations. They've made their way down, or excuse me, they're looking to make their way over, potentially over to Greasy, maybe even work their way up towards Valhalla. There's a lot of different areas they could be going to, but still, though, was the soccer field drop worth it? We'll find out.
Nick28T, I mean, 5 eliminations so far underneath this guy's belt. Seriously, just such a joy to the community. I've never seen this guy not smiling in a matchup, which I feel like is just, like, it's also kind of like, if you're losing to him at this point, it's mocking. But we've got, like, 2 of the nicest guys against each other right now, Vikkstar and Nick28T facing up. I mean,
Nick versus Vic.
What happens here? It's just, there's so much smiling going on. I mean, who out-smiles the opponent? I mean, I don't know what's going to go on, Landon.
Absolutely true. Yep, Nick28T, of course, going to go ahead and grab a few of the loot off the ground, try to re-engage as well. But, yeah, going to go ahead and grab the loot there off the chest, and of course does have the big pot to grab as well. So looking pretty good right now as Vikkstar and ErycTriceps, as looks like inside of Pleasant Park, so just kind of looting up for both of our squads. Kind of a passive play off the break, But I believe right now, pretty much not too much of a difference between both of our players. I believe 3 kills for Vic, and of course talk about it as well for Nick28T also finding 3 too.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going to see a Rift usage for ProHenis as he's going to be pushing across of Loot Lake, just trying to spot any players he possibly can, going towards Tilted, of course, an area where there could be quite a few players, but of course they're going to be running into Vikkstar123 who seem to be building up, obviously, in an engagement overall. Vikkstar does have that high ground advantage, trying to spot anybody just yet, but nobody's going to be there as the trap. Will it be used? Doesn't look like it's going to be. I was actually waiting that player just to come through the doorway. But, of course, up close, a personal fight does take out some shield, but nothing really to worry about. Looking pretty solid overall. Another one coming down like a flying squirrel from the sky, and it's actually he's got to be in that 1-by-1. But Vikkstar might have a lot of trouble here. What's going to go on with Vikkstar? I think he is, in fact, going to be dropped here. Let's see.
No.
He's going to be
very
weak.
low.
He's only at 10.
But his teammates are absorbing the shots,
and
but
he
just
does go
the
down.
corner. Looks like he does end up getting dropped and does get thirsted as well. You see ErycTriceps trying to come forward, desperately trying to flex on the competition as the puns are absolutely awful, but the shots are much far better as the med kit along with, I believe, a campfire that he finds off the ground is going to at least allow Eric to stay up for a little bit longer. But what an unfortunate play for Vikkstar in the situation. Literally gets down, the player immediately goes for the thirst rather than taking down Eric in that situation. Rather unfortunate, but permanent 1v2 for the rest of the game. We got 40, looking at the more updated screen of ProHenis, about 41 eliminations left. That's quite a few, and especially being in Tilted Towers for all 3 of our players. I don't know, man. It's looking a little bit rough if you're a fan of Vic and Eric.
What I thought was interesting is Vic had probably 80 mats. I thought he was going to at least continue to try to build, but unfortunately does get shot at from somebody that was coming from either, what is this little crater area, or this X-crater area with the basement now, which is one of my favorite places. You just kind of hide out if I'm getting abused from various angles on the map. I just want to sit down there and try to avoid some gunfire, but it's one of the situations, man, when you're in Taco, that's where so many people like to rotate to, and obviously he was just getting pinned down, but Eric did a great job of getting out of there. He's got 2 medkits left, find some blues. He's got some pretty good loot here. Blue tack, rocket launcher, or purple heavy. I don't know. It's a pretty good combo.
It is, but you got to be thinking about the distance that's now being covered by Nick28T and ProHenis. Of course, they do have the lead by 8 kills, but there's a lot of groundwork that still needs to be done with the amount of frags still remaining of 37. So got to be worried for Triceps, especially falling this far behind. He might be able to spot somebody on top of this hill, but overall he's got to get some ground in between him and Nick28T and ProHenis. But if he doesn't do that, hey, it's going to be a bit tough. We saw him kind of waited out over in Tilted, of course, trying to get some mats as well as some other things. But wow, what a shot using that rare SMG, mowing the player down below, also firing some rockets as well, showing he doesn't need a sniper. All he needs is an SMG.
Just kind of threw those shots from afar. Just fantastic play there coming in from Eric, because he didn't even have to try to aggress, right? Just from the skies.
It just speaks to how ridiculous the tac subs are, as well as the silent subs, man. You get those in your hand. This guy's inventory, he's not even carrying an assault rifle. We've been talking about this now for a week. You're seeing a silent sub, double shotties, and an AR here from Nick A. Cool, but you know what? Eric, man, he's just sitting back, popping off with this SMG. Apparently from 300 meters away, you can now melt players and knock them down. But, hey, this is what he needs to do, just keep getting kills. Obviously, the smaller this lobby gets, the better for them. Maintaining, I believe, what, a 7 elimination lead now for Vikkstar and Triceps?
Yeah. It's something pretty comfortable, right, Taylor? I mean, being in a situation like this, experiencing as many Friday Fortnites as we have, I mean, being in a 1v2 is obviously not the greatest situations, but when there's, 30 players live here in the final 30, you got, like a 6-7 kill advantage? You're not really thinking too negatively. If you're at least a fan, if you are in Eric's situation right now for, of course, he and Vikkstar, you're sitting pretty for the most part.
Yeah, because at this point, yeah, they might pick up some kills. You might go into round 2 with a disadvantage, but overall, it's not going to be as detrimental as it could have been. Let's say they were tied up and your teammate is dropped. So overall, they're still sitting pretty well. Do I expect them going into a deficit in round 2? I do. However, they're stuck in a storm. We see a player down, right? That is, in fact, going to be, Nick28T who's been dropped. So now ProHenis has to pick him up. Luckily, they do. Well, actually, no, they don't have any meds or bandages, but they do have the ATK that they'll be able to ride at a storm with. Plus, the end of the circle is right there. So, kind of a testy situation, but that's all right. They're going to get out of it, but that does give an opportunity for Triceps. You see him. He's already broke through the storm. He's pushing through, and he is now going to be at least, he's going to have the lead, but he is taking shots.
Oh, my goodness. The ATK narrowly gets them out of that storm. The golfing party rather is over for now, as the storm will unfortunately ruin that. But here comes a few
of the shots potentially coming forward. Taking a look quickly, Nick28T does go for the med kit. He's going to be good in this situation. Of course, take a look at ProHenis' screen, the more updated of the two, but unfortunately receives a little bit of a blast from those blows, having to unnecessarily, involuntarily back up, and here comes a few of the shots. The pump in the backside, having those staircases to rely on, but here comes one from the flank. Can he do any excess damage? Fantastic knockdown coming through from ProHenis himself. Thankfully, he has the high ground in the situation. Players are staring at their blueprints. They're thinking about what to do. ProHenis knows what they're about to do, and he will take them down with ease. Desperately trying to get back into this game, but not having any mats to his name. Desperately needs to back up and try to reassess the situation. Finds at least a little bit of metal off of that dead body. Fantastic plays coming through from he and Nick. And take a look, guys, at Nick's screen. Surviving with 1 HP. Unreal stuff.
And also Triceps in an engagement himself. He did find one knock, but unfortunately he's not going to get the finish, nor is he going to get any more. He is officially done as he gets eliminated. And now it's Nick28T and ProHenis. How are they going to fare off? But you notice, ProHenis, he's going to be down himself. Nick28T has to go huge here.
Indeed he does. And of course, taking a look at Nick28T's screen, a little bit delayed, so we're going to see his reaction, right, to ProHenis getting dropped, trying to quickly go for a little bit of a reinitialization toward this fight, getting a few of those bandages on board, and tries to go for somewhat of a battle. Not a whole lot of HP to his name. No shields, right, Legion? Not a whole lot to work with the situation. Kind of backs against the wall, and the Storm's about to move in within 25 seconds.
Yeah, no shield, and obviously there's opponents in front of you knowing that you're going to have to rotate out from that circle. But your best bet at this point, maybe try to get your teammate up, drop down, edit through these builds, and then take that ATK. That ATK actually backfires for them initially because they get hurt, they get sought out, they start shooting at him. Of course, they get in this gunfight, which to their benefit, they are able to win out of this first one, but they're down by 4 eliminations. Completely doable. This is an easy comeback for them if he does manage to stay alive. At this point, take that ATK, hit a little drift, get a little speed boost, and get out of here. Drops another one as Huntress gets taken out. He's just going to be trying to pace himself here, but as this Storm is going to be damaging heavily, especially if he gets there, but luckily he does have some bandages in the back pocket. That's going to be 2 if he's able to just get a couple kills here out of the Storm. Drops 2, now down 2 eliminations. All he has to do is try to stay alive. The benefit to him, as he does have 5 bandages, sees a med kit over there. It's going to be super pivotal. Extremely lucky that falls off somebody's body that he does manage to kill. If he doesn't break it now, there's really going to be no chance. And I think he can spot that ATK at the bottom of the hill, take it off, and he still has a chance to be able to survive in the Storm.
So he got the med kit off. You saw ProHenis kind of crawling up because he wants to be able to give his loot to his partner. Of course, the ATK is going to be back there, so he'll be able to grab that. Might break the Storm. He does have bandages.
My God.
So overall, I think he will in fact get out of the Storm, but it's going to be a close one. But mind you, he's only down 1 total kill. So this is a big opportunity to go into round 2 with at least a little bit of padding.
It absolutely is. And of course, trying to ride along. Can he survive such a massive moment right now for Nick? Spots the bandages off the ground, and unfortunately, it's going to take a little bit of a time needing to get that driver's seat. You need to get out of the back seat. And the one issue for this is, right, can he find a mountain peak? Can he find something to climb up? Is there any opportunities for him to not have to go up these stairs? And there is going to be a little bit of a situation trying to back up. Oh my gosh, crazy taxi. Nick28T needs to stay up. Oh my goodness, this could be the tail of the game.
There is a ramp though, just bringing him right up that hill to his right.
He's not making it.
I don't know. Hey, look, he's got bandages. He's going to have to bandage up, but obviously it's going to be taken away 2 at a time now. So this is a lot. This is obviously a lot riding on the line here. This is game number 2. He's got to go in big here. And unfortunately, his driving skills is a little off. He's got to bandage up, and I think that's going to be it. I don't think he's going to be able to break the Storm unless someone literally runs just from behind him who's having the same situation. That is going to be all they wrote for Nick28T and ProHenis.
I don't know. He might be able to get to 75.
Is there a rift, though? Is there a rift anywhere? If there was ever a time to find one, this would be the biggest opportunity ever. Of course, on the brink of elimination.
Is that a rift in front of him, or is that's a waterfall? Okay. I was trying to say, I was like,
oh my gosh, the Storm, the rain begins to intensify.
He's got to get that ATK.
Yeah, he's got to obviously get in the ATK, and he's hoping that there could be a random rift around here somewhere. Going for the rush, of course, on the brink of elimination.
No,
backs up, and oh my goodness. Can he make it through the water?
It's not going to let him get through the water.
Oh my God!
Come on, make it out of here, Nick.
In the middle of a monsoon.
He's so far away.
Can Nick
He's so far away.
survive this situation? Is there a rift? Is there any positives at all? A jump pad, anything that he can spare, and he realizes he might have to go for more of those bandages here soon. Can he survive here, gentlemen?
Oh, he's right there.
It all comes down to the end.
He is
Can he make it? Here comes the finish line.
He's not even going to bandage.
He's got a bandage.
Here it comes down to the wire. 3 HP.
He's got
and
it.
he is still up.
He's going to make it.
Nick28T
He's gotta
might
make
pull
it.
off one of the most insane clutches of all time. The ATK might be able to make him stay up. Not a whole lot of time. And we're talking about the storm. Only 15 seconds.
Come on, Nick.
Again. Nick28T, can he get here?
Oh my God! He stays alive.
Close. Can he survive at the finish line?
got
and
it.
Nick28T will
Oh my
stay
goodness!
up. 7 HP and a dream. Keeping it.
What did he get killed by?
He eliminated himself.
Oh my gosh, Nick!
He jumped out and did they get him?
What?
Oh, that work, and he eliminates himself. Oh my
Nick.
gosh, Nick28T, he doesn't even still got a smile on his face. You know what happened? He
Oh
jumps
my
out and the
God.
card hits him. Can you do damage with the card? Yes, you can, apparently, as he eliminates himself. Oh, what an ending.
Oh my God.
Oh,
All of that
no.
build-up. He survives with 7 HP. He literally runs into a gas station
He runs
to
into
fill
a
up, and he dies.
But did he get? So he played himself. So he literally killed himself with
I
the
think
go kart.
he did.
I guess so.
He did.
That's literally
Like
that's
unfortunately,
the most.
like
That's
unfortunately
got to
for him,
get 10 billion views on his YouTube channel.
like unfortunately there was a rocket that also came in right after that. That would have probably done a lot of splash damage, but you could argue he would stay alive for that.
Yo, I was
He was down 1 kill.
one kill to tie it to force a game 3, and then he runs into a wall after making the most epic escape from the storm.
I'm just like not put together. Like if that would have been me in that situation, like he's laughing. This is how you know Nick is the
Canadian.
nicest guy.
He's Canadian, right?
This is how you know he's the nicest guy in the world. If that would have happened to me, I would have literally had to have reached out to sponsors immediately to replace all of my equipment because it would have been smashed with a bat. There's
Can you
no
imagine
way.
if that was like a high distortion or something like that? Just
He
computer
could just rip it in
smashed.
half like a phone book. I
my
cannot
God.
believe that. Nick,
He used a med kit. He used literally his very last bandage.
And we
to
were
what
like,
break that
are
storm.
you in that situation? If you're his opponents in that matchup, if you're Vikkstar,
Oh my God.
what are you feeling at that point where he kills himself with an ATK?
I'm not gonna lie, production. Now this would be very difficult. If there was ever a way that we could get a replay of the other team's reactions to that, both Vikkstar and Eric, like if we could see that, that would be unbelievable. Because I just want to see like their like. The fact that like what probably happened in that situation, they're probably like, oh no, he survived, and then just absolute like
Immediately
hilarity,
after
like
that.
just laughter straight up.
Jeez.
Oh
you
my
hey,
God.
that was a good. That's definitely one of my top moments, at least
Oh,
in Friday
yeah.
Fortnite.
Absolutely.
I've got a couple of them, but that one, I don't know. Even though there was
Jeez.
no kills involved there, or anything, that almost takes the cake. I mean, we talk about
Jeez.
23 kills by Ninja, 24 kills by his high distortion, breaking the storm,
Oh,
and then
man.
killing yourself
At
with
least,
the golf
at
cart.
least it was a better ending than driving off the waterfall. Because
That
there
is
was a
true, yeah.
millisecond where I was like,
Two times.
thought he was
you
gonna
almost
go
It's
saw
a
down.
little
that.
bit difficult to let you drive sometimes too. Like you don't really know the buttons. It's only been added for like what 24 hours.
Yeah.
Like, nearly a day and a half, right?
my goodness.
Wow.
Landon,
speaking of
what a
which-
game ender, guys.
That was unbelievable. And of course, kind of digressing from that match, of course, Vikkstar and Co. They move forward, but what a match to move forward from after something like that. Nick28T, like I said, props to him, right?
Yeah,
every other
super props.
streamer in that situation, I'm not gonna lie, I would be furious. Keep in mind that I could have moved on to the next round, and potentially have an opportunity at $10,000. But still, though, Nick28T goes out like a true Canadian would, just smiling and just trucking on. But still, guys, what an insane game. Of course, a lot more losers bracket matches to come. But still, though, a match like that, I don't think we're going to see for a very long time. It took us 10 weeks to see a game like that, to see an ending like that.
Mind you, that was
and
a
it was
long
worth
game,
it.
too. Even game 1, remember, it took forever. That's
Yeah.
why when we reached game 2, like, is this game 2? Then, yeah, it was, because it just took forever.
Right.
It seemed like the longest game ever. But, hey, that's Friday Fortnite.
It
I almost
absolutely
passed
is.
out.
I did too. We were, I just straight up laughter too. Like we were like, "Oh my God, he's gonna survive!" What? Like it was just question, and then it was just hilarity. Like, oh my God, that was absolutely absurd. Boys, I don't know if we're ever gonna see an ending like that ever again.
Who knows?
We could have 45, 50 weeks of Friday Fortnite. I don't know if we're ever gonna see
Took
something
10
like that
weeks
again.
to get here. Here we are. May take another 10 weeks.
Happy
but that's
10
all right.
weeks, chat.
Happy 10-week anniversary, guys! Of course, if you guys want to maybe experience a few of the the anniversary that we have going on with Friday Fortnite, check out our sponsors. We got some codes you guys can use. Of course, by rocking the code UMG, you can get 30% off of all G Fuel products by, of course, visiting their website. Along with that, you guys can grab a unique shaker cup, $4.99, to grab a discounted UMG shaker cup. Of course, limited time. as well. But it seems as if we don't even have to go to a commercial break. Apologies for that. Thought we were. But looks like we have another game coming up. We got Pack-a-Puncher and his teammate, I believe, facing off against HD and Nickmercs. The long-awaited game. It looks like Nickmercs actually drove over his, in real life, ATK over to Nadeshot's house and is now playing from either a setup or something along those lines. Not exactly sure, but it looks like we don't have a stream from Nickmercs for the time being, probably due to the factor of just joining up, getting to Nadeshot's house. So shout out to Nadeshot, keeping his 100T organization kept calm, kept cool, and give them the supplies that they need.
Yeah, and obviously this is going to be a big match against Pack-a-Puncher as well as his teammate. Of course, though, a lot riding on a line here to keep pushing forward in this tournament. Now, mind you, High Distortion Nickmercs played in our last tournament. They didn't do as good as we expected them to do. Obviously, a lot to prove here as we are pretty deep into this first game. Looking at High Distortion screen, he's sitting at 8 kills himself. Obviously, a very impressive start. But then look at Upshall, right? Sitting at 10 kills himself. That is even more impressive. But who knows how many kills Nickmercs got. But you know, they love those aggressive drops, right? Those aggressive drops right in the beginning. Tilted was one of their areas. Obviously, Tilted not a factor in Season 5, at least as of right now. It may change as the game is going to develop. But who knows where they drop. But obviously, showing that it fared well for High Distortion. But don't know if this is game 1 or not, game number 2. But overall, we know we probably have a close game.
Definitely the case, and regardless of whatever match it could be, Upshall definitely coming through big, and thankfully he does have that gold scar in his back pocket, definitely going to make his life a lot easier. But like I said, all 4 players still left alive, and coming down to the wire, it looks like we might be visiting Dusty Divot potentially as well. But actually just hearing word from production for those who are watching, this actually is game number 1. So it's not necessarily a back-against-the-wall situation for either of our teams. HD going big. Upshall happens to be playing just as, if not better, right, at 10 overall eliminations as well. But finding some kills, eliminations rather, through the storm. Fantastic plays coming through from HD, and just like that, that's going to be the victory coming in. HD and Nickmercs combining for at least a squad at the end. 6, that's going to be 15 to 12 in total. Lead. And advantage for HD and Nickmercs heading into mount number 2 here, guys.
Yeah, Nickmercs had 6 kills himself right there to match, or to almost match High Distortion's 9. So obviously that aggressiveness showing off. But they have that lead, but you know it's not going to deter them from their hot drops, right? So that's one thing that I'm a little bit worried about.
But one thing too that we could kind of question regarding this particular duo, we haven't had the opportunity rather to watch HD and Nickmercs. Are they still going Tilted Towers? No, we were talking about you had seen Nickmercs' stream. He's like, I can't go Tilted anymore. Like, it's not even worth it.
He didn't know where to go.
Do we see Paradise? I
want to see some Paradise palms out.
Maybe even
this has been the matchup that
Viking.
Yeah, Viking. I'm calling it Viking Village. We got Valhalla.
Yeah.
What's yours?
Well, Valhalla and Viking Village are the same, by the way.
What is yours? Yeah. What's your call out for it?
Ship.
Ship?
That was Taylor's call. That was Taylor's call yesterday.
It was my call out yesterday, but Valhalla just kind of took hold, and that's just
it's pretty cool.
With.
I'm not gonna lie. I think they're going Paradise. I'm gonna go the opposite. I'm gonna play Bad Cop, right?
No, I think it's good cop. I mean, Paradise obviously is a good drop for them. I mean,
I was just going against the grain, just choosing a different pick.
Man, got to go against the grain sometimes. Sometimes it works out, sometimes
Which, of course, it does depend on the bus location. Depends on where it likes to go. If it goes over Tilted, maybe we could see them go Tilted Towers. But, yeah, all that we know, Taylor's a little smiling, man. All that we know is that HD and Nickmercs can continue that aggression throughout the rest of this game. But if we got guys like Upshall putting up big performances like that, it could throw a wrench into the setup. An early elimination definitely could come forward.
Dude, we got controller versus controller going on right now. HD's the only PC player in this matchup. Upshall, 10 eliminations last game on his own. What?
No, yeah. Oh, it's true.
I thought you were. Listen, the fist is up because I'm just excited.
Console power.
I'm excited for this matchup, guys. I mean, in all reality, you're talking like Nickmercs literally just drove over to a friend's house, got on, and I believe this is a matchup that like Chad has been waiting for almost all day to get popping off. So finally, we're going to see if Nickmercs will advance. Will Upshall and his teammate be able to make it through? I don't know. I'm excited. Pack punch. Are you packing a punch today? Please hit me.
That's clever. Yeah. I know last week, I think it was Pack-a-Puncher and Almighty Sneaky who were playing alongside each other. Of course, both console players as well. And I think one note that was brought up for them was their ability to go crates like constantly. So maybe they kind of prefer that, kind of northern eastern portion of the map. So we could maybe see them go something along the lines of a lazy potentially. But it looks like for Nickmercs and HD, they're going Tilted Towers. Of course, the bus kind of favors that, and it's gonna be pretty interesting to see. But if you noticed anything,
I tell you what, Landon, it looks like Nickmercs is still head glitching that camera. One of the best overall nose to forehead players. He actually ended up following me off that tweet I made regarding that.
Is that right?
Shout out to Nickmercs for helping my fanboy dreams come true. But let's see if we're going to see his mouth again here in this matchup. Of course, he's going to fall and get that thermal already. High Distortion Nickmercs, known in the community as Mr. and Mr. Tilted.
That's true. That's a very solid comment that you bring up. And one thing that I really took note of, I actually went back and watched a few of the VODs from Nickmercs and HD. And one thing that Tfue at least was kind of pointing out was the factor of, they obviously go to the towers quite a bit, but one thing that they never really prefer when you watch their gameplay is holding that high ground. They're constantly on the streets. And one thing that's always noticeable when it comes to tilt the towers, high ground advantage is so important because you don't know where you're getting shot from. Building it into the towers is very difficult as well because there's so many different angles that you can receive shots from. So I think one thing that definitely is going to be notable is about Nickmercs and HD's overall positioning and how that comes into play, at least when it comes into a tilted drop such as this. Of course, we bring up Nickmercs, HD, both known for tilted. They like the high, aggressive or the very, kind of rushful play. They want to be up in the face of the enemy, and we'll see how it works out for them here in another to the towers play.
Yeah, already looks like an engagement is in fact going to be going down as we see Nickmercs in high distortion trying to double team this player just ahead, but it's going to be Nickmercs who's going to be up close and personal on the street, just as you were saying, Landon. He's going to be going in and out of this ice cream truck, of course, dipping inside the building himself. HD, though, keeping on top of that porta-fort, getting some knocks. Another player pushes from behind. Can HD pull it off? Looks like he's trying. Shots are a bit shaky, but he does manage to get it, and, of course, taking a lot more. Now, we know this is pretty typical of Tilted, exactly where the bus was going straight over it, so you could expect quite a few engagements here. But then again, on the other end, we have Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall. They're going to be over at Racetrack themselves, but HD taking a lot of damage. He's got to dip out, try and bandage up.
Indeed he is. He also rocked the bounce trap to escape from that fight as well. Huge heads-up play coming through from Mr. Solo Squads himself at the same time, though, while he's trying to res and a little bit of health. Exact same thing for Nickmercs as they'll reunite with each other for a time. And I believe we end up seeing, I think that might have been Nate in the background there of Nickmercs' camera, just making sure he's all taken care of, making sure he's all good. And that's obviously incredibly nice to see. Of course, trying to keep Friday Fortnite afloat, trying to keep these matches going. As like I said, Nickmercs and HD, they're surviving right now at the towers here, boys.
Yeah, they're surviving and tilted and literally by the skin of their teeth. Every gunfight we've seen from them has been probably at least two squads converging and then being able to get out and escape. And we were talking about this as soon as the match started. Their awareness to be able to move around tilted. When you drop there as immensely as these guys do, you know how to get out of situations. You know how to start playing. It just becomes second nature for you to be able to turn around, pop a wall, and then just go disappear. You saw him do that nice little trick play through that fence area, goes and gets a nice heal. Mercs rotates back around and helps it out. But let's talk about Pack-a-Puncher Racetrack, baby. Where are the shopping cart / go-kart races going to be happening? I don't know, Epic. Let's make it a reality.
That definitely looks like that. And jousting, by the way, happened too in the LTM. So that was another good thing that we talked about that ended up going down. So a lot of good stuff.
I'm yelling timber.
Friday Fortnite. Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall, though. Bit slow for them. They do find at least one engagement. There's another one, another knock happening as it's going to be 2 total kills. Or actually, that wasn't theirs, I guess. It was just a guy who was on the ground. So at least they're going to get their loot overall, sitting at 1 total kill. Now 2. There it is. So finally it gets updated here. So relatively even, but we do know that Nickmercs and HD had a little bit of a lead coming into game number 2. They are continuing on that path. Tilted, very fruitful in this situation.
But at the same time, though, you could argue the amount of close quarter situations that they've had, over, 60% of the lobby has already dropped, and they've only escaped with 5 overall eliminations. Do you guys think that's worth it for the amount of close quarter situations that have happened? I don't know. At least in my opinion, and I obviously want to hear your guys' thoughts as well. Tilted Towers obviously isn't as prevalent to go toward, and the amount of close quarter situations that you have in this place is so risky from time to time. Based off of what that we're seeing right now from Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall, they have 2 to Nickmercs and HD's 5. 3 kills down, but they haven't really had a whole lot of action. They just kind of moseyed their way over to the racetrack and just, pushed over a few people. So, I don't know. Do you guys think it's worth it, or do you think it could be in the future worth it, rather, for HD Nickmercs?
The image of pushing people off the edge was exactly what I imagined there on the racetrack side of the map. But, I really feel like for Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall, they're sitting here in racetrack. Obviously, they're going to be using these rifts to see if they can't spot any players over here in retail. As we know with the challenges for this week, a lot of people are going to be dropping retail. They need to get those eliminations going on for them. You still have all of those players from Paradise down below, maybe rotating upwards. I think at this point, though, they're trying to get closer to Nickmercs and high distortion. I don't know if that's the best play at this point. I believe they're down relatively, 5 or 6 kills or something, or 5 or 6 eliminations at this point.
I believe so.
It's quite a bit. Maybe you send one player towards them and then you separate off and maybe try to get some kills. But this is Pack-a-Puncher sneaking up as well. Brother Upshall, nice with the help. Dietless. I hear you, brother.
Yeah, Nickmercs and HD going over to Tilted, obviously, I think it boils down to familiarity, right? That was the kind of thing that they know. They know that area so incredibly well. So overall, hey, them going there, it kind of makes sense in terms of that. But It always runs into the same problem that we constantly talk about. Where do you rotate after tilted? And it's still going to be the same situation here. The map has changed, yes, but the rotation out is still just the same. And this is where Nickmercs and HD typically hit a huge lull, whereas Pack-a-Puncher, Upshall, they've been racetrack. Now they're going to be retail. They'll soon be at Dusty, and they'll be able to hit that up too. So a lot more areas and a lot more ground they can cover. So really, it's going to come down to this late game. How is it going to work out for them?
Not going to lie, I just asked you guys that question just to hate on Tilted Towers even more, just because I absolutely hate that location.
Oh, we were expecting the bait for it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It's Landon, you know what I mean?
It's true. Of course, right now, 20-16 advantage right now here for Nick and HD. Of course, all jokes aside, Tilted Towers, fun location to go to. I just have, my little beef with it from time to time as a prominent location to see a whole lot of success from. But as it currently stands, Nickmercs and HD are venturing out and doing their best to try to find as many eliminations toward the late game as they possibly can. And I believe in the back pocket right now for HD is going to be that thermal scoped assault rifle. Definitely can come into hand when it comes down to a player like HD. Going to constantly find those players, but keeping in mind, guys, right now, Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall, they've spotted at least one player here inside Dusty Divot.
Definitely have, and they are, in fact, going to be getting that elimination. Another one down below as it is. There it is. The eliminations finally come in, and we're seeing a huge build battle happening here. Of course, like I told you, right, the rotation out. The rotation out is, in fact, going to be a little bit difficult for Nickmercs and HD, but Pack-a-Puncher finding those engagements in Dusty as they came through retail. But watch out, Pack-a-Puncher did take some massive damage. Luckily, Upshall is going to be raining down plungers down below to try and get it. Pink Bear not going to fare too well. He's going to get the elimination on her as well. So now they're sitting very well. 8 total kills for Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall, whereas on the right, we're sitting at 5. So finally, they have managed to overtake the lead, and I believe they came into game number 2 with, what, a 4-kill deficit? Is that what it was?
4-kill deficit.
So now they're
correct,
only
Taylor.
down by 1, and obviously plenty of engagements still remain. So I'm excited for the future of this match.
I'm excited for the future of Friday Fortnite with the evolutions that we constantly see here. Fortnite, week by week, we're seeing a lot of changes. Season 5 looking delicious out here.
It is.
Especially for today's event. We're seeing the shotguns being used like normal shotguns, not like rapid-fire machine guns from back to back to back. Of course, we're seeing the use of that Tommy gun explodes becoming more relevant, as we've been mentioning all stream. Nickmercs. This man literally drove to a friend's house to finish off his chance at winning some money in a $20,000 tournament. Can we just shout out Nadeshot for just a second? Didn't compete today. Said, hey, my house is open. I'm going to watch some TV in the living room while you potentially win a lot of money in my little streaming room.
Must be nice, your friend that you're going over to casually play games with is the man of Nadeshot. So definitely a good friend to have, especially being both 100T. So obviously respecting the combo there, but still more kills happening as Nickmercs finally picks up yet another one to extend now their kills to 7. Closely following Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall's performances. They are now both fighting for the kills overall, pushing out towards, it looks like that, out just outside of Dusty area, Loot Lake. More engagements happening. Nickmercs and HD seem to be finding just about everyone at this point. Yet another team fight below. Nickmercs getting a great knock. Another player down in that 1-by-1. Does he pick it up? Looks like he wants to, and there it is. HD is going to come in just underneath to pick it up himself. So just as I said, Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall making that comeback. HD, Nickmercs, they're shutting it down.
Indeed they are, and of course, both teams getting fairly close to one another. If you take a look at Pack-a-Puncher and or Upshall's overall perspective, top right corner of their screen, they're getting ready to meet up with Red Arrow, which happens to be high distortion. So all 4 players could be meeting up, maybe going for a little bit of a jaunt, potentially, as they're going to have to make somewhat of a route behind or around of Loot Lake. But it looks like for right now, the legendary, or rather the epic, thermal scoped assault rifle, high distortion, seeing a few players from about 200, 300 plus meters away and debating on taking a few of those shots. And to be honest with you, Legion, I think that he could easily hit those if it given the opportunity.
I don't even doubt it. He could probably hit it with his feet, honestly, if he was playing upside. I mean, I don't even care at this point. HC is just a wizard. And let's talk about, he's got the double gold shotguns. I mean, look at this rotation. LMG with the secondary. He's going to take that one pop shot, switch that at LMG, and just absolutely melt anybody that's going to be within close range. Let's not forget, not only is he dirty up close, but it's extremely dirty at cleaning up builds. Of course, we're going to see him just assisting Nickmercs as he's going to be pushing in, tries to get some pop shots across, and as we all know, this thermal is nasty. You land a couple headshots, your opposing team is going to be like, hey, man, where are these bullets coming from? Because you don't know, because it's a weird pacing. Not really a gun you see used really that often. And when it's in the right hands, whether it's HD, Ninja, whoever's got it in their pocket. I think Tfue and Cloakzy are actually really impressive as well. There you go, 72 damage, still popping off. Can't see through the build, giving Nickmercs that zoning tool ability there, visibility, and let's just see if he's going to slide up into this Portafort.
Yep, see what happens here. Of course, nice support shots from afar. Here comes Nickmercs, controller in hand, not even at his typical setup, going for the rush. The nice build fight leading in versus a PC player. Nickmercs on full display is one of the best console players in the entire world. Misses a few shots, though, worth attack SMG, and trying to reevaluate the situation, trying to reinitialize that high advantage as he's going to realize, hey, time to dip out, but a little bit of too much HP, a little bit too far of a drop is going to make this push a little bit more awkward, a little bit more worrisome, but trying to take down as many of these walls as he can. Player about to fall down from that setup, and he does find the elimination. The passive play works out very, very well for Nick in that situation. And, of course, to kind of rival in the fact of all of that loot, HD is here for the party too.
Yep, 13-9 as another one comes in. So now 13-10 overall. Still, though, a big deficit for Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall. Made their way into Tilted, only found one engagement since. They have been in a lot of trouble. Nickmercs HD, obviously coming across Loot Lake. Great use of the bouncer traps. They kind of push themselves forward, propel themselves. Of course, look at the amount of engagements remaining. We're only looking at a total of 9, and I believe the deficit at this point is around 6 or 7. So, obviously, HD, Nickmercs, they only need to secure about at least 2 or 3 more kills. But as I see it, look at the eliminations popping up on the bottom end of your screen. There's only 3 remaining, and I believe that is going to be all she wrote. Yes,
wow.
It is. It's mathematically impossible. Nick and HD will be moving on. God bless Nadeshot for giving Nickmercs the opportunity to compete once again and push forward in this tournament. Boys, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. Is there still 6 players? No, there's not.
Yeah, there's definitely 6.
Hey, look.
10 minus
no, hold on,
4
now stop.
6,
Now
then,
reverse everything that I just said there. That's all right.
Flip it in reverse.
Nickmercs and HD still have the potential to come and at least take this round. Pack-a-Puncher, Upshall. Oh, my gosh. Of course, this game is so incredibly close. Will Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall take this over? I'm not too sure. Of course, we got to be looking at it. I was looking at HD's kills. He has 7. If that was the total engagements remaining, we would be sitting at mathematically impossible.
That's very true.
It's all right, boys. Take it over.
I'm not sure of anything anymore, to be
well, at
honest
least
with
you guys didn't confuse FaZe with 100 Thieves earlier and then go into a 30-minute spiel about what you think they're going to
ATK pushing in, taking some ramps. HD, not going to worry about it.
This
Taking
is
some
it.
shots at it.
HD, Nickmercs, one more elimination, and they are through to the next round. Of course, the internet issues solved or really caused quite a bit of a problem, but just like that, speaking of issues, 9 HP right now for HD. Desperately needs to stay alive. He got 4. Just like that, a big moment from Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall as they find every single elimination out there. And now just like that, you see the notice on Pack-a-Puncher's face. Can we still do this? Is this possible? And it absolutely is right now, boys. They just left. There was a loot llama on Pack-a-Puncher's screen. He ignored it to try to find these kills. That's how important that this is.
This is so important for Pack-a-Puncher. If he does win this would probably be one of the more valiant comebacks with the remaining amount of players that we have. Eliminations total in the game. I mean, counting was very hard for us, but there's still 3 eliminations. They have to get all of them in order to tie this, to push it to a Game 3. Will Nickmercs and High Distortion be able to close this matchup out? All they need to do is essentially knock one opponent. At that point, it will be officially game over with. Once again, our apologies.
Math is not our strong suit, or anyone's for that. I've never actually met someone who's good at math.
But anyways, back to Nickmercs here, dropping down into Tilted.
Oh, boys. Oh, man. But yeah, Nickmercs, HD, like you said, Legion, 1 elimination, 1 player. Wherever he could be, in a bush, in a campfire, just singing around in a random location. 1 elimination is all they need. You see the quick pace being used right now from HD, rocking those impulse grenades to try to cover as much ground as he possibly can. And right now, Nickmercs even ignoring the objectives. Not even going to go for the lightning bolt. Doesn't even care, right? He's just going for the straight up kills. Where could they be at? Where are they lingering? And it looks like he is potentially spotting someone. Of course, we can't hear the game sound right now, but you've got to imagine all players converging on this particular location. Something could be spelling disaster, but it looks like another kill coming through from Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall, and they do find it. Nickmercs and HD have yet to find one, and just like that, what is there? 1 elimination left. One kill left.
If Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall are able to kill this final opponent, this will tie them in the series and allow them to go to a Game 3. Pack-a-Puncher, that's going to see on the top left. That is the replay here from his perspective, as he is just a little bit behind. Of course, Nickmercs now up top, just trying to spot this last player. HD and them have separated, but it looks like HD has spotted him.
I think that was actually a chest. I thought that he saw him for a second. Oh my gosh! Every time that HD zooms in, I swear to God, he happens to be seeing someone. But is this guy in Tilted? Where is he at? Like Legion just set up Pack-a-Puncher, Upshall, 1 elimination, and we head to a game number 3. Bushes, trees, check everything, because he's got to be around here somewhere. Hopefully he doesn't die to the storm, because it's happened multiple times today.
Landon, have we seen Upshall in a tournament before?
We have not.
Okay, he's dropping 10+ kills each game here with a controller.
He's
so
coming
he
back.
Might be
He's
somebody
coming
to
back for week 11.
Look up for. But who got the kill?
They tied it!
Oh my gosh,
They tied
did!
the series!
Oh my gosh, let's look at their reaction. Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall. How did they find him? He was in a push! He was in a push! And you could see from Upshall's perspective, finishing off with, 11 eliminations. We're standing up. We're excited. We are hype. And so is Upshall, as they will be seeing a map number 3. It's time for some overtime. Woo! Woo! We are standing up.
I just want to point out how wrong
Wow.
I was.
It's all right. It's all right, buddy.
You know, I totally thought it was mathematically impossible. Of course, I'm an idiot. It happens, all right?
Should we just stand up? Should we pull up the Wilson
I just
from
want to
Home
say
Improvement? Just
how much of a caster
That's actually
curse.
opposite.
I
We'll
just want
sit
to say
down. It's
how
fine.
much of a
All
caster curse I just put on HD and
Oh.
Nickmercs, and if they lose this, I will single-handedly take full credit
It's all
for
right,
that.
buddy. It's all good.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I feel actually really weird sitting down. I feel like much shorter. As
Yeah,
I should.
I was
I always
hyped up
feel
standing
short
up in
between you
general.
two.
I mean, that was literally the most insane comeback I've ever seen.
we're
in
standing
Friday
up for the
Fortnite.
overtime as well.
This is the first time we've seen a game 3 since week 1 of me actually being here casting with you guys. I have personally haven't seen a game 3 since then.
I can't remember. Well, I think we have seen an overtime. It was at least 3 or 4 weeks
No,
ago.
you've seen a game 3.
Yeah, at the first week I was with you. I haven't seen one since.
Actually, no, you haven't seen one
Yeah.
since. Yeah, I was about to say, the first week you were here, you saw one. But
We
not
know
ever since.
what you don't know, even though you were there for it. Listen, Legion, you remember, right? No,
I cannot believe that we're going into a game 3.
they were down.
I can't believe it either.
Upshall is literally.
It was improbable.
Check this
Didn't see that
man's
coming.
channel out, because if he's out here dropping dimes like this every game,
He's up 20 in the series.
I mean,
right?
this is 20 in the series to keep it alive. I mean,
Shoot.
I think Pack-a-Punch is probably the more known of the duo. I mean, it could be mistaken
least
here,
Friday
but-
Fortnite,
Yeah, at
right?
least for Friday
Yeah.
Fortnite events. I mean, he's dropping 8 kills, and you got 20 plus now out of Upshall. Obviously, Nickmercs and High Distortion. That was just an unfortunate rotation for them. Everywhere they were looking at on the map, they could not spot one player.
Yeah.
One player for almost 8 eliminations. There was nobody around them. And High Distortion even had that thermal scope they are just trying to pop off.
It was just the guy was just in a bush, some random bush, just wow, where are these guys at?
Upshall's realization that happened, it was like, it's just one of those things where you start to ascend into into heaven at that point because you're just so happy, you're
Yeah.
elated. I literally almost passed out, by the way, in that last series.
I think we all did.
Yeah, no, I literally think I almost passed out.
I think Taylor might have just from a little bit too much frustration, but
Yeah,
it's all
if
good.
you notice that-
Taylor's emotionally drained and gone. From
No,
playing
you
at
know,
this point.
I just can't believe I messed up that royally bad.
I mean, you're down on health right now. Do you need a half pot? Do you?
Do you need some shields or some G
To
fuel?
be honest, I'll opt out of that. Let me go for the G
Are
fuel.
you
'cause
sure?
Apparently,
It's definitely
I've never had
real.
one.
apparently, I haven't had enough.
Definitely real.
Going on the second one. Going to
Wow.
quickly pour a third.
Wow. What a game. And what do we have up in store for us now? I mean, honestly, based on Upshall's performance, we could argue, right, not single-handedly, but he is absolutely carrying the load for that particular duo. To be seeing him at number 3, of course, some overtime here from Friday Fortnite week number 10. Predictions, I guess, heading into our map number 3. I know we kind of came into this one like, okay, what map are we in? Like, what's really kind of going on? Obviously, we were thinking probably HD Nickmercs, as long as they can kind of, collect themselves, find some, easy eliminations to tilt the towers, which is a lot easier said than done. Should be able to walk away with the series, but you can argue, right? Momentum after that last map, without question, is on board with Upshall and Pack-a-Puncher leading into this game. You think that carries over? I mean, does that kind of sway what would be our, kind of previous predictions?
I would say that it would carry over normally in these circumstances. Pack-a-Puncher, Upshall, as a duo, pretty new to this tournament. HD and Nickmercs, with their track history in terms of just competing in tournaments for literally over a decade now.
yeah.
I feel like they're used to these kind of situations where you almost get upset and then they just continue to play their own game. So really, if Upshall and Pack-a-Puncher really kind of want to secure this for themselves, they need to make sure they're not getting ahead of themselves in this matchup. They need to make sure they're not landing somewhere they would normally land. and that they're just playing their own game at this pace. Same thing Nickmercs and HD will do. More than likely, they will drop somewhere populated anyways because that's just what they do. And also with the pressures behind it, too, of him having to go over, because his setup wasn't working and play over at Nadeshot's house, for them to even be tied in the series and this far into the tournament, Nickmercs and HD are doing a great job. But, man, that comeback, Upshall, great play, man. That was insane.
Yeah. Absolutely. Taylor, any thoughts regarding momentum potentially playing a factor?
Yeah, going into game number 3, it's absolutely mathematically possible for either which team to take it overall. I got to be
math does add up, I believe.
Honestly, taking in the humanistic approach, obviously you said the experience is there whenever it comes to Nickmercs and HD. That's a tough loss for them. Yeah, they tied it, but come on, they had a nice sizable lead. Unfortunately, just didn't find the last remaining people. So with that being said, they're going to be dropping at least a hot drop area overall. They came in, 4-kill lead, and they still dropped tilted. It's the only thing that they know how to do. So with that being said, if they can win their initial drop, it's going to be tough for Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall to kind of take over the lead. But one thing is for sure, Pack-a-Puncher, Upshall, they for sure go for the win. They never stop, and I respect that because even with their backs against the wall, they were still going straight forward, using their abilities to kind of get those kills. So, but with that being said, they're going to have to match or at least keep that that aggressiveness up because, as we know, hey, once Nick and HD take off, that's pretty much it.
I'll let you bring that up, right? Because a lot of teams in Upshall and Pack-a-Puncher situation would kind of be like, okay, like the game's pretty much over.
Start dancing, emoting.
Yeah, let's like emote with the other team. Like, there's no way maybe we could come back, even though it is somewhat mathematically impossible, literally at the very, very last step, right? But they went for it. I mean, they were still seeking out kills, and of course, as time went on, it became more serious. But these guys were a hardcore set, and there were so many times where we had Nickmercs and HD probably a shot more, a pump shot, maybe even attack SMG, a few more damage, a little bit more damage, and they're walking away with the victory. They're walking away with a guaranteed spot in the next round. However, just little moments like that truly make Friday Fortnite special. In our last game, we literally see Nick830 survive but with an ATK, narrowly kind of obviously bandages up and survives, and now we see a 5-kill deficit, only 5 players alive, and we see an overtime forced. Truly unreal stuff.
That was literally the highlight moment of any of the tournaments that I've been able to cast. When you make it out of a circle like that, a med kit, 15 bandages, and they're required basically golf cart to get where you need to go, and then you just run yourself over. Man, that's rough. But shout out to Nick for making it that far.
Shout out to him for smiling, too.
The best clip of all time for his channel. So shout out to the ad revenue to that YouTube video that's going to go up.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
As little as it may be getting right now, but still obviously is going to be there. But speaking of tilting moments and whatnot, and of course with the tilted drop we're going to see come through from Nickmercs and High Distortion. One thing that I took note of, actually, I went back and watched the entire stream from HD Nickmercs, their overall progression from week number 9. One thing that I noticed was actually their tilt factor, quite a bit. Funny enough, of course, that happened to be their landing spot. But HD, every single time that they would kind of get eliminated, it would be a very frustrating moment for him. It would be like, can they recover? And in a situation like this, being up 5 kills, that is your game to lose. Like, there is, without question, that is your match to win. And so you could argue in the situation right now, what is Nickmercs and HD feeling? Like, how are they in this moment right now? Having that prior esports history without question plays a factor, as Leach had mentioned, but also the tilt factor that has been very, very well noticed in prior tournaments, that also plays an issue too. Like, are they still, having the same confidence? Are they still giving the correct call-outs? Are they still feeling as confident in their ability as a duo? It's about to be tested, and if there was a place to be tested, it would be Tilted Towers, guys.
And definitely so. Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall, though, just so you know, it's going to be just outside of racetrack as well, so a lot of potential for some action to go there, too. So both teams have to be incredibly careful, but as we see, HD and Nickmercs both pushing out at the same exact time. Players below, we already see 2 kills. Taking a little bit of fall damage, that's all right. Sacrifice that for at least getting a knock plus an elimination to continue the numbers going up. So now we're sitting at 1-1 for the side of HD Nickmercs. It's going to be a little bit slow for Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall until they push over to racetrack. But they also have retail right behind them. Same drop we saw last time. It worked out for them then. Can it be the same now?
And one thing that's nice, too, whenever you're near this kind of retail row in between racetrack, kind of position, you also see the rifts, right? The ability to, if there was players around you, if you try to enter in toward retail row, which obviously did not work very, very well from some of our prior teams trying to get in that overall perspective, 100T being one of those teams in winners finals, you also have that rift, right? You can kind of rely on that, maybe even build around it to potentially have that as a get out of jail free card. So that's also another little ability that you could have, being in Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall's position, where you can kind of say, hey, we have a little bit of an advantage. But speaking of advantages right now, guys, I believe the zone is on the far western side of the map, but pretty much almost as far as it possibly can be. So this is going to be a very long run that Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall are going to have. Thankfully, they do have rifts. They do have ATKs at their disposal, but they also kind of have to realize, hey, The future of this match, the future of whatever happens, we got to be keeping in mind the future of that zone and whatnot. So that's something to kind of obviously be having in the back of your minds. But take a look, top right of our screen. It's no spoilers, but Nickmercs on his screen, it looks as if Pack-a-Puncher might have been dropped, and yes, he absolutely has. The nice shot coming in from someone here, and Racetrack now leaves Upshall, the man who has been dominating throughout a lot of this game, at the head of this game. You see Pack-a-Puncher, a little bit of frustration being shown there, and thankfully I believe he does find at least one or two of those eliminations, and thankfully gives his teammate back into this game. That kind of slows the pace up a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely does, of course. So there will be a half pot straight ahead plus an ATK. Do believe there's still players remaining straight ahead. I'm not too sure, though, by the way he's moving. He might have cleared all of them out, but I thought there was at least 3. With that being said, some nice, good loot. Also a med kit there. So, of course, Pack-a-Puncher, he's going to be able to heal up considerably well. He'll be back at 100 plus. That half pot probably be given to him by Upshall as well. So, looking pretty good off that close call. But with that being said, nothing is slowed down in Tilted Towers. HD, Nick, still in a lot of fights, using that grenade launcher to kind of bring down a little bit of those builds, knowing there's a player down there. Luckily picks up the elimination himself. He's sitting at 3. Great, strong start off the beginning. Of course, though, Tilted, that's their area. But where do you rotate from there? But like you said, hey, that circle is going to be on the western end. Pack-a-Puncher, Upshall, can they get over there in time?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I think they'll be able to make their way across the map, no issue at all. But if we're talking about Nickmercs and High Distortion, just their overall gameplay, we've got 9 eliminations right now. If you are able to be a player that can land Tilted, get this amount of eliminations in this type of a circumstance, and play this way all the time, this is why going to such hot drops pays off. If you're practicing that way, when you're in these pressure situations, you're not playing it differently. You're just hot dropping naturally. It's just something that's already a part of your game equation. Versus, Upshall and Pack-a-Puncher, they land on outskirts and then they make their way in. Now, they're doing well with 6, only down by 3 eliminations, but this is something where I really feel like these pressure situations definitely go to advantage here of Nickmercs and HD.
That's certainly true. And, of course, one thing that's nice about the towers that I know was a recent addition not too long ago is the ability to have the amount of these wood pallets, right? You get so much wood, overall so much resources from that as well. And that's one thing that kind of makes Tilted Towers a little more of a prominent drop. And, of course, after kind of visiting that just for a few moments, what we see HD hand over a few of those mats. He has 300 plus. You see Nickmercs at 200 plus as well. They're sitting pretty good when it comes down to that overall resource category. But, of course, scoreboard on our screen for a moment, 37-34. Of course, one squad, really less than a squad, right? Advantage right now for Nick and HD, seeking out through Tilted Towers, but not seeing a whole lot of things, right? Not having a whole lot of opportunities. But one thing that is nice, though, we talked about the western side of the map. You have Viking, right? You have that ability to kind of rotate toward that particular high-profile position around the map. And that's kind of one thing that's nice for players like Nickmercs to kind of rely on. We talked about the ability to go north, the ability to go east. You also have, like I said, the ability to kind of have the option for Valhalla, but it looks like the exact same time here. Nice plays coming in from Upshall. A few players around him, his cape and all, feeling incredibly prestigious as all of these men are absolutely not being able to hold any type of ground toward Upshall. He is now up to 6 eliminations, wiping squads with ease, and here's about to be the 7th one in assistance along with Pack-a-Puncher. They are making these guys look so slight.
Imagine if we have a double overtime between these two teams, which,
That'd be
by
insane.
the way, has never happened before. So would be absolutely crazy. But, man, the reason I pointed towards the screen a little bit earlier because I think there was an ATK with a full squad that came through that rift. So you talk about, we always wanted to see it, and I think we did, in fact, see that just overall. But interesting, right? They go from Racetrack, rift over to Paradise, find a squad there, and now they're going to continue forward up ahead towards Dusty, or it looks like Salty, and hopefully be able to keep finding those kills overall. But sitting at 9 on the left, on your right, still sitting at 9 too. So they've managed to come back. They've come back, and now they're all tied up, I believe 37-37. So great game overall between the two. Liking what I'm seeing overall. But going into late game now, or really it is as we see 24 engagements still remaining, what's the overall strategy between the two? Do we meet up or converge, or do we stay on our separate ends of the map?
I feel like they're inevitably going to converge here. I mean, obviously you can see them kind of rotating. Unfortunately for Nickmercs and HD, that rotation through Shifty really didn't yield any eliminations for them. Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall, however, are going to be coming from the rear end on any of the teams that might be trying to approach that circle, whereas Nick and HD are actually going to be meeting them as they're going to be pushing in. So I feel like Nick and HD do have the advantage here in the late part of the game if they could spot some of these players trying to rotate in. Obviously, both squads are going to be in Salty Springs at this point, but it's really just going to be about who could get these cherry picks. And as we saw from last game, if you've got Upshall on your team, there's a good chance he might be able to just kind of get a little spray and pray. Now he's got a gold scar there for Pack-a-Puncher. Obviously, you've got the purple there for Upshall, and of course the loot inventory not looking quite as good for Nickmercs and HD.
Just a casual gray AR.
Just casual. Yeah, you know what? But you know what? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It just doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Hey.
We've seen people not even use assault rifles or SMGs anymore at this point, just
That's
rocking
true.
shotty. So I mean,
That's very true.
people are psychos, but you know they're good. So that's all that matters.
People are indeed psychos. Hashtag a quote there from Legion. I'm sure it's going to pop up on Twitter soon. But, of course, taking a look at this game, I believe we do see a supply drop on just the kind of western side of the screen right now for Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall. Question being, do they go for that? Obviously, they really both have scars right now. I'm not sure how you can really upgrade that. But nice sniper shot from distance. Not going to hit that one is Pack, but still has the ability for Upshall on the back end to provide a few of those support shots. And at the exact same time, I believe that it will be one kill going down, one elimination rather, for Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall's overall squad. And I believe at the exact same time, Nickmercs and HD also fighting for a few of these kills, a few of these eliminations, as these are very, 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 very important right now, boys. We're down to the teens as far as this particular game is considered. And here comes a snipe just toward the east, just toward the side, rather, of that enemy. Wow, such an incredibly close shot from Pack-a-Puncher. A lot of these little moments, a lot of these very crucial kills going either which way.
Yeah, 11-9, a 2-kill lead for Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall. Obviously, this is replicating the first or the second game that we just witnessed, coming down to the final few kills. Of course, you mentioned it, right? That shifty rotation wasn't as fruitful as Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall's, right? So they are going to find a little bit more of the engagements, but like Legion said before, they're also going to be converging relatively soon. They're going to be going towards Tilted. Maybe some players will be in there, but still quite a few ways. We have the Storm on the back of Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall. Still quite a bit of ground to cover. So at this point, Nickmercs, HD, they've got a little bit of that advantage in terms of pushing forward. So they're going to be able to find some squads potentially in Tilted before Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall can. And they absolutely need it. We've seen ATK being built up on the ramp. He's going to go ahead and knock it down, soaring from the sky. And a quick build, able to recover. But this is going to be a big squad wipe. HD has to get this coming down from the sky, building up for the defensive, does spot one of the players, tags him up just a little bit, has another player just below him. Nickmercs, of course, going to work too. Can he finish off these last remaining teams? If he can, they'll be able to tie it and even take the lead.
Trying to fire a few shots just in the side. Going for a little bit of that lower ground, trying to initialize kind of one fight on the other, trying to go a back-to-back 1v1s, but this player is not one to mess with. Thankfully, Nickmercs to the rescue will supply a few supporting shots in the backside. At the same time, though, Upshall happens to be caught in the storm. Looks like just on the outer edge, though, as he's going to go and grab that rift. Very much worth it, as he's going to be entering in toward Tilted Towers along with Pack-a-Puncher 2, as now we've got all 4 players in one particular area. Keep in mind, though, Nickmercs just in the outskirts happens to be in a fight as well. Console, Nickmercs grabbing the high ground. A lot of these building materials are a lot harder to use when you're, of course, on this particular system, but Nickmercs is making it look as if the PC is the non-preferred of the two. Up close to personal shots, there's one, and here could be the second as well. Nearly taking down 2 in just a matter of moments, but from the skies, he does get dropped. He gets taken down, and will HD be here for the pickup? I believe that one player who was alive does get dropped, and so this should be a easier situation than what it looked like prior for HD to go for the res, but maybe he is alive right now. HD still looking around, and he is going to go ahead, in fact, go for the revive here. So looked a little bit worrisome in that situation, right? Nickmercs gets dropped, totally different story. However, it does slow a little bit of the pace up. It slows the loot opportunities that HD and Nickmercs could have prior. Guys, it's coming down to the wire again.
Yep, and they also lose the ATK too. So Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall wanted that ATK to push forward. They could have used it. Of course, they're going to opt out themselves. They're right in the circle. They're going to go back to Tilted. Seeing HD, though, hitting some shots on top of that hill. They're going to go ahead and progress towards that team. Good use of the impulses to kind of get some distance between the two. Look at this, though. This is going to be a big battle to overtake this high ground from this enemy team just up above. But you're talking about a mere kills between the two. We're sitting at 13 on the left, and on the right, we're sitting at a total of 12. So obviously, 1 kill separating the two. So every kill is, in fact, going to matter. But look at this, HD trying to fight for that high ground. A little bit of stuttering going on, but that's going to be okay. Dropping a little bit of frames, that's all right. But look at the damage he's taking, even more important. But he still gets the knock, and he gets the thirst to tie it up. We're all tied up at 41-41, dropping down from the hill. Nickmercs, though, is he going to push up? He doesn't. Pack-a-Puncher, Upshall, they're going to get the high ground. This could be an opportunity they shouldn't miss out on.
They absolutely should not. Here comes Pack Puncher and Upshall, like you said, trying to grab that high ground. Where is the final few players of this squad? Where is he lingering? Where could he be remaining? I think that last elimination that came through was only a knockdown, so the elimination has to be around here somewhere. Where is that final squad player going to be at? But just like that, kills coming through. High Distortion finds the elimination with the SMG, and just like that, 41-42. Nickmercs and HD, one elimination advantage, and just like that, Pack-a-Puncher from 100+ meters away, trying to find a few shots, a sniper shot rather, into the side of that shopping cart. Incredibly fury.
In a competitive environment for 20 grand.
It does
Still
sound a little bit
blows
strange, yeah.
my mind. But Pack-a-Puncher, trying to get that pop shot up. And of course, you're going to see Nick now in HD in a gunfight. Nick just kind of trying to play that passive role in the back. Knows he's got that scar in the pocket. Of course, that's going to be advantageous. But you do have the double scars from Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall as well. So damage is going to be pivotal here.
Wow.
If you can get those last shots off. But of course, you're going to see Upshall dropping another 2, now taking the lead by 1 total elimination. Folks, this is the closest series I've personally ever seen here for Friday Fortnite.
This is unreal. I think that we have the potential to see, I think we might have seen a double overtime game once in Friday Fortnite ever. I don't believe that was on stream, but I think it did end up happening just a few weeks ago. So this would be probably the second ever. So this is absolutely absurdity, definitely making history regardless here in week number 10. Some amazing moments and even better gameplay being shown from all of our competitors, and it's coming down to the wire. Nickmercs nearly taking down one. I believe that was HD who finds it, but definitely a little bit worrisome situation, having to be very wary of your surroundings. Another knockdown coming through from Nickmercs, and he and HD, the veterans, when it comes down to this particular matchup, trying to close it down, and I believe, yes, that's going to be 3 big ones coming in at the end, and you could argue that could solidify it. However, if Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall, if it's mathematically impossible, you know they're going to be going for it.
And that wasn't just to solidify, but I mean, you saw HD. He purposely waited to fire that trigger, knowing when he was going to be able to get that knock and final elimination. That gives him 17 now to the 15. Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall need to get 2 eliminations here to be able to even come close. They need to tie it up. We've got 3 total engagements remaining. All 4 players alive here on this squad. Extremely close. I mean, it could literally go down. If it's a rando and a team of 2, I mean, it could literally be tied again.
Yeah, we need to see HD and Nickmercs get some ground coverage between him and Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall, which they do currently have, playing that gatekeeper role. But look at what's going to be at the top of the mountain. That is, in fact, going to be Valhalla, which, of course, we could see players just up ahead. So this is the circle we kind of wanted to see. We talked about it in the beginning. We wanted to know, would there be an opportunity to see maybe a Valhalla ending? We are, in fact, going to be seeing that just now. HD looks like he's been pushing over just on the side. He will, in fact, find a rift. I think he's going to use that to try and get the height advantage. He's going to go ahead and bounce pad into it. This is going to put him at the top, and, of course, that could find the remaining team. But Nickmercs looks like he's finding somebody himself. He's going to be in a fight with 2 players just around him. But one
Upshall finds it. Upshall gets the kill.
Upshall gets it, and now we see High Distortion coming in. A total of 2 kills still remaining. It's
a 1 elimination game, right?
1 elimination.
1 elimination advantage right now for Nickmercs and HD. Where is this squad? Rifts, where are you, players? Where are you hiding? We could very well be seeing a double overtime game. Unbelievable stuff. Unprecedented when it comes down to Friday Fortnite, as yet again we are in a situation as to where these players are at. Where are they hiding? And it's a game of hide and seek in this situation. Pack-a-Puncher and Upshall in prior in this exact spot. A game leading into this found every single kill possible. 5 eliminations down. They find every single one. A big moment for our esports veterans and Nickmercs and HD. They hear him. Is he in the stalls? Where is he at? And I believe an elimination comes through from HD. There's 1 and there is 2. And just like that, Nickmercs and High Distortion will take this series coming down to the wire. But this time around,
but Upshall is pumped up.
This time around, I believe they close it out, right?
I don't think he knows what the score is. I don't think he realizes they lost by 1.
That is heartbreaking. Yeah. Now there he goes. He finally realized it. He was so pumped up.
Wow.
Guys,
we are too.
I got to say, I called it a little bit earlier. I said it was mathematically impossible in that other game, and it was, in fact, just that. A little bit late. I'm so glad the caster curse didn't come through. Thank you so much. But once again, now let me say it. God bless Nate Shop for letting Nickmercs use this setup. Nickmercs,
God bless you, Taylor Renewable Reflections, for giving the caster curse to allow us to see an overtime game.
I'm so happy I'm here. That was that is nearly the closest match that we've seen yet. So great stuff coming from both sides. But Pack-a-Puncher, Upshall, phenomenal performance overall. Honestly, between the 2, Nickmercs HD won, but when you talk about skill, like being even,
I want to
Totally
see.
even.
I want to see Upshall's overall stats from this tournament because every single game that we watch, he at least dropped 30 of those 45. Like at the very
Oh,
least.
100%. He had 13 or 14 in that last game.
Yeah.
Yep.
13 and like 11 or something along those
Pack-a-Puncher,
lines.
I think he was 2, didn't he?
I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but he
No, he really did, yeah.
Let's just say he was contributing quite a bit. It's
Right.
fair to say. I definitely want to see Upshall's overperformance, and I'm sure we're also going to have those stats for next week. Of course, Fortnite stats team working really, really hard to try to get those down for you guys. But what a game, overtime. Nearly saw double overtime. That would have been incredible. I'm not going to lie. I wanted Nickmercs and HD to obviously have a good performance. I also wanted our newer player and Upshall to have a good game too. But if we would have saw double overtime, I would not have not have strayed away from that opportunity.
Imagine a double overtime right after we see Nick28T kill himself with
7
ATK.
HP.
Honestly,
Stop,
my
dude.
heart can't take anymore.
Stop, Taylor. We can't talk
What
about
else
that
could
incident.
happen to live up to that
He's
moment?
smiling, but that's...
I know we keep
There was
referencing
some
back
anger
to it,
in
but
there.
I'm just
we
saying.
we can't quit. It just was such
You just
a
got
good
to
game.
act like
Double
you're fine, but
overtime
you're really
right
not
after that?
fine, you know?
Honestly, this has been a great Friday Fortnite. I knew it would be a great Friday Fortnite. Season 5 brought in a lot of exciting new additions, and
Yep.
and honestly, it's kind of changed the way that these players play.
Season 5,
Season
week 10,
5.
I tell you
double
what,
elimination.
players
or
will continue to
double
play Taylor.
digits in our tournaments.
Double digits, yeah.
Wow.
Been a lot of good matches.
Well, shout out to the Fortnite guys, the esports guys, rather, for giving us a fantastic week number 10. Of course, guys, the matches are only going to continue. I feel like we've already seen the grand final like 8 times already. Fantastic moments, some even better overall, skill being shown from a number of our players. Guys, we're going to head to a quick commercial break. When we return, some more amazing losers bracket action. Don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite. Of course, this is going to be a lot more exciting action. We're going to have 6 back-to-back-to-back matches happening here. Of course, we got a little bit delayed as his internet went out, and of course, he had to go over to Nadeshot's house. But man, was it worth it as they came through with a big victory, 46-45, taking it over their opponents. And of course, man, that was exciting. I'm Taylor Borrett, Reflections, of course, Lando Sanders, and Legion. And of course, we're still recovering from that last matchup, but we're going to get to see yet again HD and Nickmercs perform. Of course, they love those hot drops, and did they perform?
Oh boy, I don't really know how to. I think the expectations were obviously very high coming into week number 10, with it being double digits. It's our anniversary, even though it's actually not at all. But still, expectations were high for week 10, and they have absolutely risen to the occasion. I don't know if it's going to get better, but I feel like it has to. Like, we have an opportunity to see a FaZe versus 100T rematch. We have an opportunity to see HD Nickmercs from Winners Run 2, Winners Run 3 getting eliminated. It's extremely early. Make it as far to the tournament as pretty much only every other team ever has. It's going to be insane the rest of the tournament. And like I said, we get to, obviously watch Nickmercs and HD. Our first match with them happened to be the overtime triple map overall in our last game. And we get to, we're going to get pretty experienced with watching this duo. So.
I'm just excited for the double dose of Nickmercs and HD.
That's true.
I mean, can we just be excited? I mean, in the chat in general, in the whole world right now. Look at this matchup here. Losers continue to go. This man drove to Nadeshot's house, able to stream, manages to come off of easily one of the craziest comebacks there from Upshall, and Pack-a-Puncher. Still manages to close out Game 3, almost sends it to a double overtime. At this point, my heart's beating through my chest, okay? So they're going to come out. I'm going to hold it. I'm going to look at it. I'm going to take a bite out of it.
Leach, I'm a bit worried for you,
insane.
bud. I'm a bit worried for you. Chill on the G Fuel, man.
Okay.
I don't want that heart exploding out of there. We still need it. But with that being said, let's go ahead and look at the bracket and see what we got going on, right, Legion? Of course, look at this. HD, Nickmercs now. They're going to be playing against Chance and Fruitcake. Finally, we get to see Fruitcake play it out. And whoever wins that will move on to play OPscT and Yelo. And then, of course, FaZe is still waiting very patiently out there in the losers semifinals. Of course, though, we know who's going to be waiting in the loser semifinals is going to be Vikkstar and Triceps. The losers quarters is where FaZe is waiting it out. But a lot of matches still yet to come. Chance of Fruitcake going against HD Nickmercs, so that's going to be the next one we're going to be watching. What are you thinking about this matchup?
I thought you said the chance. I thought you said the chance of Fruitcake beating HD and Nickmercs.
Very high, apparently.
Well, no, it's just funny because his name happens to be Chance, so it's like the chance of Fruitcake beating. But you said Chance and Fruitcake.
That's
sorry, just a unfortunate
You
sequence of
setting
words.
us up all day, Taylor, with these bangs.
didn't even try there, and it worked.
I mean, but it worked out for the stream. I mean, listen, we might actually get a. Okay, let's just point this out. If HD and Nickmercs keep winning, we might watch them for the next 2 hours together.
It's very possible.
There's a good chance they could
it's
just
an
be a
HD and
continuous
Nickmerc
cycle.
marathon.
It's actually a lot like the Brady Bunch marathons that run on Nickelodeon, at night, and it's going to be just like that, except with adults who play video games for a living. So
Yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and call in, we can maybe do some interviews
Yeah,
with
we
the
could
chat.
do some,
No, I'm not going to do
yeah.
that.
Call in.
Not at all going to do that.
Please
No,
don't
we're
call
not.
in.
We're not
There's
doing
no,
that.
There's no helpline. Please don't let there be a helpline chance, though. Oh, look at that flowing hair. I'm jealous.
And
Look
look
at that.
Look at the icicles matching.
That's clever.
I like that.
I like that.
I like that a lot.
I think is that Chance from Team 10? I think he's like friends with Logan Paul. Okay, I've been told by production that is correct. So, but or maybe was previously, not exactly sure.
Chance is a beast, making it through all the way with Fruitcake here. And let's talk about Nickmercs and HD. That last series, guys. It's got my heart beating, ready to see what's going to go on this game. Maybe it's a little mental break actually for Nickmercs and HD. You know, you're expecting to go hard, but you're not expecting to have to push it to the limit for 3 games in a row. I mean, I don't know. I'm even doing Landon dancing right now.
I am. Well, you said push it to the limit. I immediately had the lyrics going through my head.
Push it.
Real good. That's real good.
Push it.
Also, shout out to Chance rocking the balloon, right? The balloons for the melee weapon.
Oh, one of my favorites.
That's mine. That's what I'm rocking right now, along with the squad leader and also the. Okay, I know I'm gonna get flack from Taylor because no, I didn't originally have the Red Knight, but I have the Red Knight shield in the back. That's what I'm currently rocking. What are you guys rocking for your setups as far as your characters?
I'm definitely going with Lagartha. I'm going with the Viking, the female Viking. That's my choice, of course, with the Black Knight shield in the back because
Very nice.
It's a very unique one. But that's kind of my setup. But hey, man, Retail Row was the drop for Chance and Fruitcake, looking pretty strong overall. Got 2 kills in their name. And we also have a Retail Row for Nickmercs and HD, trying to match that kind of style. But this is probably one of the most passive drops that we have seen Nickmercs and HD do as of yet, right? Typically, we're seeing them drop hot drops right where 15 people are at or maybe 20 people are at. But they're going to be taking it a little bit slow here. So I'm kind of curious to see how well they do their rotations because that's something that in the past that's not been their area. But Nickmercs is dancing. You got to be careful. He'll luckily, I think he's going to get away. And yes, he will, but does get shot from the top, taking another shot. But luckily, we're going to see HD being the savior and helping him out.
Distortion coming around, and not only is Nickmercs' face never being shown, but it's actually out of focus right now. He's actually been blowing away the competition so hard that last series. It's just out of focus. And we saw Nate actually pass by in the background with a neck pillow on. Apparently he's going to the airport tonight, just wearing that around the house. As I can totally approve of that, as I play with a pillow in my lap at all times and get made fun of for it when
Is that right?
people see me stand up. Blankets occasionally.
Oh, I love rocking blankets.
You got to be comfortable while you're gaming,
absolutely.
right? Especially when you're playing for 20 grand. So let's just.
I also happen to lean
that
back
on.
in my chair, which is probably not a good practice, but it's chill.
I actually like to play Descended from a jungle gym just by my ankles. So yeah, it really helps
Just
me
on the monkey bars,
get all
just,
the blood to my head. So I'm thinking at full capacity at that point while I'm upside down.
I wonder what
and then play through a series of mirrors while I'm in the bathroom, actually, that lead to my actual setup. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah, just because bathroom breaks, there's no breaks, period, Taylor. That's pretty much the way we've been keeping it for at least 10 years. I mean, I've actually...
So Legion has a jungle gym that he suspends from actually in a bathroom. And speaking of that, Chance has been taken down.
Yeah, but talk about the teammate, the assist right now. Fruitcake able to just drop that guy. 6 total eliminations now coming from Chance. Fruitcake. Early lead for them against Nickmercs and High Distortion, though, all in the same place.
Definitely looking pretty strong. Got to say, this is the first time we've seen Chance and Fruitcake so far, and they are looking good. Fruitcake looking like a whole snack over there, helping
like a whole
pick
cake
up
there.
Chance. It's exactly what we wanted to see from him, of course, though. Have any of you guys seen Fruitcake play before? But look at that. High Distortion does, in fact, get stuck. He's going to be down
to the backside
to about 25 HP. Can HD go big and get the elimine? That is the question. Nickmercs and HD need to start coming back and picking up some more kills. But if I had to guess at this point, Chance and Fruitcake, I'm kind of, if I were them, I would be wanting to push out, kind of get some distance between me, Nickmercs, and HD because I want to maybe hit up Dusty, go over to Salty, or maybe even another area to try and gain that ground. We know rotation's so incredibly important.
Absolutely is. And one thing that's also very important to keep note of, they had the opportunity, Chance and Fruitcake, of course, near brink of elimination there for Chance, but also at the same time, Nickmercs and HD, they both were going for kind of the res on health. So of course, with a three elimination advantage right now for Chance and Fruitcake, it's a matter of, like I said, what's the rotation going to be? Are you going to play the gatekeeping role? You have the entire western portion of the map available. Like I said, Salty Springs, you mentioned Dusty Divot as well. A lot of opportunities that you can really go toward, but it looks like HD and Nickmercs kind of going to the latter parts of that strategy. So pretty interesting. I don't mind the call here because of the amount of people that are going to be coming, from the eastern portion of the map in dunes or whatever you like to call it. But yeah, kind of interesting strategy being brought out from Nickmercs and HD despite not really going toward where the zone is.
Absolutely. So, and Legion, coming from your perspective, do you like the fact Nickmercs and HD are pushing into Desert? Because obviously they're pushing outside of Circle. The Storm is already moving in. So they're going to have to cover some ground once the Storm moves in, but obviously wanting to catch those people off guard.
Yeah, I think it's a good play for Nick and HD here in this situation, because if they aren't able to spot any players, they will be able to just find a rift, find one of those portals, hopefully just take it and be able to drift back in towards where the population might be. But you see, once again, so early on, because of these heavily populated hot drops, you're seeing so many of these players getting taken out early, which means if you are running into a squad, more than likely they're fully looted up coming from one of these larger areas, which means if you're running out of here like Nick and HD with absolutely no shields, it's going to be a little bit tougher of a gunfight. Of course, Fruitcake spotting another player and looking like they're actually getting there just a bit quicker on racetrack. Great shots out of him there with that blue AR, and it looks like Chance is just going to continue knocking as he's going to be watching his teammate and making sure they get those eliminations.
Yeah, very good shots coming in from Fruitcake. Chance being the aggressor now. He's going to be pushing up, trying to get over this 1-by-1, as there is, in fact, going to be a player just over there as we see Fruitcake. Great support role, knocking down that wall, forcing the opponent to kind of rotate out. And great use of getting the high ground from Chance, as that's going to be an instant elimination, picking off that player to continue their lead. They're sitting at 9 as opposed to the 5 on the right from Nickmercs and HD, as Nickmercs does pick up a kill himself, as they are now going to be on the outer edge of the Dusty Divot. Of course, though, with Chance and Fruitcake rotating back to racetrack, seemed to be a wise choice.
And one thing that I noticed as well, actually taking a look at the overall spots, both teams kind of being on the outskirts, at least of Desert, not even worrying about the zone. One thing that actually happened from HD and Nickmercs, I was kind of like, okay, they're kind of going in toward where the zone area is going to be at. They actually went more, kind of in favor of that new landing location in Paradise Park. So they kind of were trying to cut off exactly what Chance and Fruitcake were probably going to find. So I like that play actually coming in through from Nickmercs and HD, trying to cut off Paradise, trying to make sure that they can find any of those eliminations, and also, like we talked about, using that gatekeeping role, which happens to be incredibly popular when it comes into Battle Royale games, making sure that the zone is at your backside and that you basically are in between what the enemy is trying to get toward, which is safety from the Storm, the Blue, whatever you really want to call it in multiple games, the Gas, etc. So let that play coming through from Nickmercs and HD. They're obviously going to run into quite a few engagements, but that's exactly what this team likes to do. Nickmercs, though, not exactly stoked about being that low on HP. Thankfully, has found a medkit, though.
Yeah, luckily finds a medkit off that guy's body. This is a solid play from HD and Nick. Just making sure that they're pushing together. At this point in the game, when you're this low health, every bullet that you take is going to be, is going to sincerely put you at a disadvantage. You've got no shields, no blues. At this point, if you're not team shooting, there's a good chance that you're going to be caught by yourself. You get reared one time by one of these hunting rifles, even if it's a green, there's a good chance you're going to be taken out.
Yeah, definitely so, as we see. Still, a little bit of a lull, slowing down a little bit as the players are kind of dwindling away. Only 23 still remaining in terms of overall killability, but we do see another rift being used as they're just trying to kind of spot the competition out there. Heading over to crates, as it looks like that is, in fact, going to be inside of the circle. Fruitcake, he's just going to hover in the air, trying to spot where these last remaining players are going to be, whereas Nickmercs HD still have quite a few ground to cover, as they'll have to push in towards the Dusty Divot. But overall, still very slow. Of course, game number 1, they can fill each other out. HD and Nickmercs took a little bit more of a passive start off the beginning. Something that I kind of question, because we know they like their hot drops. Seems like this is kind of something they weren't ready for. I don't know. But then again, it's all about the RNG, right? Spotting the players, and it's just not being found.
Oh, and an ATK actually happens to just roll out from the Storm as the successful elimination comes through from Nickmercs as well. So I believe that was just one player, probably a Nick A30 type of situation. Medkits gets as far through as he possibly can, and there just happens to be a nice little Nickmercs just sitting on the edge there, but also in Salty Springs, minute and 30 on the clock until that Storm starts to move in, and there's still players inside of this particular landing zone. And just like that, Nickmercs, a sniper shot to the chest will actually allow him to no longer be head glitching his webcam, but now to probably be giving some callouts to HD in a very, very precarious situation, but of course has that gold scar in hand.
Yeah, he definitely has the gold scar, and hopefully can put it to good use. Nickmercs is going to be relatively safe on the other side of this house, so plenty of opportunities for HD to pick him up, but this is going to be a huge momentum boost for Chance and Fruitcake to have the ability to keep pushing forward in the Storm, as there it is. Looking like HD is, in fact, going to be able to res the man of Nickmercs, and obviously very much needed. Nickmercs will have a med kit in his inventory in order to get kitted up and continue the push forward. But still, like I said, big momentum boost for Chance and Fruitcake. The Storm is going to be right on their back, but luckily they do have that ATK straight down there, but they still have that team in front of them to worry about.
Yeah, huge momentum boost, but also at the same time, you have almost this entire squad that's just going to be trying to kind of gang over on Nickmercs and High Distortion. At this point, they're pushing in on him, and he slips right over his head. Nickmercs manages to get the knock, spots another player. Will he know that he's heading on this edge? He does not! Another great knock from Nick. I'm telling you, sometimes being the sleuth pays off. Takes another 2, now only down 1 elimination, as we are going to see them quickly have to rotate out of Salty so they can get to the circle safely, as it's going to be another player's shotgun. So it is, in fact, tied. And this is going to be him and his teammates just trying to push out. Let's see, HD just trying to get some loot before he does hit this flank. He's going to be hiding right outside of that brick building. Those if he can get a nice pop shot off, this is going to set them up, hopefully, with some bandages to make their way to the circle. And, of course, just destroying him as he is going to get taken out. Great plays, now taking the lead, and a nice $30 donation to HD in his stream.
That was a great job getting out of that predicament. Obviously, having a storm to your back and that full squad in front of you, that squad pushing is what gave up really the advantage. They should have never pushed. They should have waited for Nickmercs and HD, of course, with the storm to their back. They would have to push forward to them, but luckily Christmas came early, and because of that, they are going to have a 1-kill lead now as they were trailing behind 3. So good stuff coming in for Nickmercs and HD to get out of that situation. They don't grab the ATK. They're just going to push forward on foot. But with that being said, we got Chance and Fruitcake deep within the circle. They're going to be at Tomato Town. Thinking maybe someone pushed in, maybe trying to get the little vantage point inside the circle. I don't know. Typically, no one's going to be home. Maybe they'll spot somebody, but I think Nickmercs and HG at this point now maybe have a little bit of an advantage pushing in with the storm to their back. They're going to spot players just like them trying to race against the storm.
Exactly. One thing that's been nice for Chance and Fruitcake that we've been obviously discussing a majority of the time has been like, they're slow paced. They haven't really had to do anything. They've had the entirety of the circle in their favor. They were gatekeeping on the entire opposite side of the map where Nickmercs and HD were just basically trying to stay alive. There was like a 45-second interval where they were just trying to stay up, making sure that they could medkit and whatnot. But I believe we actually do see one player actually get noticed there on Chance's screen, Rock the Rifts. They're going to have somewhat of an idea of one player just on the outskirts here at Tomato Town. Like I said, the advantage, Nickmercs and HD for the time, but Chance and Fruitcake, like I said, they've had a free reign around the map. Let's see if they can try to capitalize on it. Should be at least somewhat of an easy kill when it comes down to a Tomato Town. Easy related to the factor of not how hard it is to get the kill, but easy in the fact that Nickmercs and HD are not literally on your heels trying to fight for each and every kill, each and every elimination. But here comes the rush. We'll see how Chance and Fruitcake can do in this situation.
Yep, rush going in for Chance and Fruitcake. Another rush for Nickmercs and HD as they spot a player coming out of the storm. So engagements on both ends. So a lot to pay attention to as of right now. But Chance, Fruitcake using those bouncer traps to kind of get a little bit of an advantage point on those players up ahead as they're just trying to spot them. Builds over. Unfortunately, Chance will lose the high ground. He's going to have to dip out and try and spot where that player is in fact going to be. Trying to shoot him down. Nickmercs on your screen too, trying to get an elimination as fortunately, nobody's going to be home just yet. HD being the aggressor, he's going to be trying to get that high ground. Chance will pick up an elimination. HD is also going to get a knock himself as both teams doing absolute work on the final remaining players. HD picks up yet another elimination, and that full squad is, in fact, going to be wiped. Chance picking up elimination himself. So now we're looking at 11 on the left and on the right, 13. So still a very close game between the two. 14. So 14 to 11, very close game between the two. Obviously, only game number 1, and once again, I don't know, going into game number 2 is going to be very close, but Nickmercs, he's getting tagged up himself.
He just needs to go for these shields, thankfully, right? Has that bounce pad, but he needs to use it a casual, 80-plus damage taken off of that enemy. That's going to pepper him up enough to allow HD to come in here for the full-on elimination. Nice assistance coming from Nickmercs from afar. He also finds one elimination at the exact same time. So does HD. I believe both of them actually have found a bounce pad in a few of these kind of final fights. So regardless of the zone getting ready to move in, they have that movability. They have that kind of transportation at their advantage, at their current disposal for the time. But like I said, great expiring shots, kind of fading shots coming through from Nick, and of course, having that prior chemistry, right? As Gears of War professionals playing alongside each other, for the last 10 years when it comes into esports titles is obviously awesome to see. And you kind of see it in certain situations such as that, where HD is quickly saying, "Hey, I want to be the aggressor." Nick's probably giving call-outs from here to there, and labeling different things. But bounce pad number 1, getting rocked to escape from that storm.
And we're talking about the end of the match here. This is just, again, is that veteran play that you just mentioned, Landon. You're seeing basically 6 or 7 eliminations come out of Nick and HD and this last 14 or 15 players that are alive. Chance does manage to get a nice pop shot up there with that sniper rifle, though. Of course, he needs to build himself over there. Try to just close this gap. They're down by about 6 eliminations. Not necessarily a big deal, but when you start the game off with as quickly as Nickmercs and HD do, game 2 for them, if they extend that 6 to 11, 12 by landing one of those hot drop areas, that's going to be perfect for them. And this is actually ideal for Chance and Fruitcake, as HD does manage to go down. So now Nick in a big build fight by himself, 50 total HP, just trying to stay alive, rotate around, maybe get a couple kills before this game's over with.
Oh, man, HD, like I said, does get thirsted. What a massive moment when it comes down to this game. Thankfully, it comes, there's only a few players left, 3 overall engagements, and we'll see how many Nickmercs can get involved with, of course, being the latter part in this situation. You see Chance and Fruitcake quickly trying to find as much of that expiring loot as they can, but final zone moving in, and Nickmercs, another elimination, comes forward, and he happens to be on the bitter side of that. Of course, no res coming in from the opposite team, as Fruitcake will finish off with a very impressive 7 eliminations. We talked about good moments kind of toward the end for HD and Nickmercs, but they end up getting taken down when there's, a few players last alive. Definitely a situation where you're looking back at it, and we say Nickmercs and HD, if they get knocked out from the series, you're looking at that moment specifically and saying, hey, you guys were nowhere to be found.
Yeah, what really was it that came down to at least the final ending being that way? I mean, we saw Nickmercs HD, they land retail, someplace that they typically don't like to go because they like those hot drops, right? But they kind of want to mirror what Chance and Fruitcake is putting up. On top of that, then we see trailing behind quite a bit. Chance and Fruitcake had a sizable lead. I thought they were going to be looking good, right? We saw Nickmercs HD backs against the storm. Luckily, the team pushes them, make a fatal mistake, allowing them to push forward. But then we see the final score being 18-13 with Nick and HD leading when Chance and Fruitcake had the ability. They were inside the storm. They had the chance to potentially have a huge lead going into game number 2. HD and Nick overtake it. What was the reasoning behind that?
I mean, I don't know about you, Legion, but I thought there was obviously a certain moment where Nickmercs and HD obviously were, their backs were against the wall. They were sitting in Salty Springs, and that's when we were talking about, there was the ATK that became available, and there was a moment where Nickmercs was super low on HP, had to get rezzed, and there was a moment where HD was also low on HP. There was a good, maybe like 45 seconds to a minute and a half, somewhere around that particular area. There was one squad, right? Just one squad sitting in Salty Springs that HD and Nickmercs managed to find, but it took them forever. Like, they were on the outskirts of the map, super, not at all typical spot that they want to be in. And really, I think at that moment, Chance and Fruitcake were not finding anyone. Like, there was a very big or very long dry spell where they were just not having any action around the map. And he said there was one squad. It wasn't as if the entire map was in front of Nickmercs and HD where they were just kind of pounding through, finding as many eliminations as possible. There was an entire map available, and Chance and Fruitcake did not really, equivalent to. They didn't really, kind of expound on what should be a massive advantage. You have 95% of the map available, you're not finding anything. I think that was one issue we saw Chance and Fruitcake where they either could have taken the lead, taken a big advantage, and it doesn't happen.
I mean, what's the #1 rule in most shooters, right? Don't unnecessarily challenge. And that's what you saw from Nick and HD. They waited for that team to push them. You saw Nick on the side of that broken roof, waited for him to come up, baits him with a shotgun. Of course, they get that one guy that's just kind of all alone by himself in the go-kart, ATK. He gets taken out. Then they take, like you were saying, that 2 minutes. That's 5 eliminations that were just free for them. Chance Fruitcake, nowhere to be seen on the map in terms of being anywhere where there's population. And that just gave Nick and HD the lead. And if they would have been able to actually get some of those eliminations at the end, they would have a far more sizable lead than 5.
Right.
So shout out to Fruitcake and Chance for keeping it together and staying composed and keeping this game as close as possible.
Oh, looks like we're having a classical drop here. It looks like Chance and Fruitcake want to go shifty, whereas Nickmercs HD, they want to go over towards tilted. Now, we're bringing it back to Season 4, it seems like, right? As we got the shifty tilted drop. Now, talking about it,
there is no one in tilted.
Well, no, there's not, because the thing is you got to
look
at
the bus dropped right over tilted, though.
I believe didn't it also go over Valhalla too?
I think it did. Valhalla,
so that's the thing.
tilted,
Everybody wanted to go there. So
wow,
this is the thing, right? So obviously Chance. Oh my gosh, hold on. Chance is already down. Fruitcake is last up. So Chance is completely thirsted. Fruitcake now, he's going to be weak himself. He's now in a permanent 1v2. He already came in with the deficit as it was by 6 kills. This is going to spell trouble for Fruitcake. And on top of that too, Shifty. After that, where does he rotate to? He can't go tilted. If he does, he's going to be met up with Nickmercs and HD, who's already there finding the available kills. But then again, if he goes Greasy, he's going to be running to everybody Valhalla. There's a huge potential. Typical Gamer did it earlier, right? He went over to Greasy and found a sizable amount of kills. He managed to at least keep the game very close. Fruitcake could do the same thing, but this is a lot of pressure on his back.
Absolutely
solid find with the LMG. I'm telling you, that right after that nice tack or pump is just so advantageous. And you're going to see him find those minis as well. A lot riding on the back of Fruitcake now, officially down. Actually, I still the same amount of kills going into this game as he was starting it. But you got that purple scar from Nickmercs up there now, still with the shotgun. Of course, that blue tack submachine gun. So he's got his word cut out for him playing against these two. Of course, although nobody is in Tilted, it does give them the opportunity to get a lot of good loot and then push towards a little Viking Valley over there. That's a new one. See what I did there? A new one. New name for ship, a.k.a. Valhalla.
What
definitely
caught my eye was the fact
Minnesota.
that I'm not gonna lie, I never would have thought I'd hear anyone say no one in Tilted right now
Yeah,
at the start
right.
of a game. Like, never thought that would ever be the case, but I don't know, man. It's I guess it's old school now. I mean, I'm waiting for those pictures to pop up on Twitter where it's like only the old school guys remember when Tilted Towers was the main drop. It's like, I don't know. It's really odd to see. One thing that's nice for Nickmercs and HD that I would definitely hope that they would play, and I'm sure that they will, is play super smart in situations like this, which I'm sure that they know. They're esports veterans for a reason, right? But don't aggress anything that you don't have to. It's not as if you're down in a game. Usually when you're going toward Tilted Towers in a map number 2 position, you're kind of going all to the wall. You're trying every single situation possible. And this spot, though, play passive and play up to your skills. 8 high distortion. Use the push for cover. Oh, my gosh. Shrubs.
Gang.
I thought he was dead for sure.
Shrubs saving lives. High distortion lives to see another day. Of course, also in assistance with Nickmercs, who happen to have that purple scar in his possession. But big moment. They stay alive. Another elimination on board. Still, though, not exactly the idealist of spots by any means.
I just want to point out how different this map could have been. Chance and Fruitcake, there was no reason for them. There's really no reason to land inside of the mine itself of Shifty. Go to the outside houses, loot up, and then push in. When you land inside the mine, the loot on the ground is obviously very random. You can there's a lot of different angles you can be taken out of. You never know how many people are going to be over there. You push houses, you loot up, you can push in a more controlled aspect. Chance and Fruitcake, they land houses, then push in. It could have been so much different in this situation, but now Fruitcake is all by himself. But Nickmercs and HD obviously making it out of Tilted. They're pushing forward, and big difference overall in strategies. 15-22, 7-kill lead.
And I think one thing that it looked like Nickmercs, he's right next to Shifty Shafts as well. I was curious, are they going to try to trail Fruitcake in this situation, which I think absolutely should be the situation here, and at least send Nick right with this guy in this situation, right? You got HD Mr. Solo squads. He's used to being in situations like that. I don't think it's harmful whatsoever if you would at least mirror Fruitcake by one player, if not both of them at the same time. And based on their position, like I said, it's not a bad idea to go toward this exact location in general, but I think the idea behind trailing Fruitcake, mirroring him, would be the best idea in this situation.
And if you're Fruitcake, I mean, you kind of got to take these challenges for these full squads lightly. I mean, at this point, he does get a lucky one-off. That guy, I'm pretty sure, had his squad eliminated. He just was already in a gunfight with another team. You do spot that rift, though. I mean, if you're Fruitcake, you try to take it and then spot out some more squads. I feel like at this point in the game, super important. And you got the jump pad in the back pocket as well. So
I think he should go Valhalla here. I think this is a very close quarter situation. Don't put the bounce pad down. Why? Because the enemy can easily rock it as well. I think you go for this, go Valhalla, and you hope to find as many people as possible because Nickmercs and HD, they're right on your heels. They're not going to be that far behind you. So we'll see what he does here, but this is a massive opportunity. You could argue this is the game-breaking moment for Fruitcake, debating on where he goes, where these squads are at. This is the way to get back in the game.
Salty's not a bad option either. Of course, you have Salty. You can rotate Desert and then go into Dusty too. So a lot of opportunities here from Salty as does spot a player down below trying to slurp down some juice there, but unfortunately he's going to be caught up. Fruitcake though will get will make that player considerably weak, but unfortunately not able to finish him off. He's going to have to find a different angle to challenge down below. Of course, that's only one. There's another one straight ahead of him, and that's going to be an instant kill. And I do believe that was a player just below, so good heads-up play from Fruitcake to now put him at 6 total eliminations. He's going to push back in to get this loot from the player he eliminated just before. Not wasting any time shooting down the roof. And he does have a chug jig there. Does he get it? Yes, he does. As he opts out actually to drop one of his weapons to get more of a med slot, but his inventory looking pretty sparse. He's got the purple, of course, scar. He's got the blue pump, but only a common, at least a submachine gun. The silent sub. But still, though, Fruitcake is keeping his team alive 19-22. He's closing that deficit more and more.
I feel like at this point, Fruitcake's actually kind of playing his role as best as you can here in this situation. He's just trying to get off the ground and push towards as fast as he can pretty much any populated area that he can get his hands on. So far, it's working for him, and he's got a 2-kill advantage in this game, obviously down a total of 3 eliminations. But at this point, he does hear somebody, hopefully Ops to just spot. Maybe he's going to be building a jump pad here and then take off. Or, no, he actually does find an engagement. Remember, folks, we have no audio to be able to hear that, so we don't know that there's somebody creeping above him on that rock ledge.
Ooh.
Great building, though, from
Wow.
Fruitcake, as he's going to try to opt in to get another kill. Does have those minis in the back pocket, though, as well as that chug jug. If he needs to get away, all he needs to do is casually drop that jump pad and take a dip. Of course, though, he needs all these kills possible. Remember, though, 3 eliminations, not far off. All he has to do
Wow.
is finish these off, grab one more, and then he's taking the lead.
And keeping in mind, right, this is also kind of at a timer. You notice Purple Arrow, Nickmercs, is quickly on your heels. You need to find as many of these eliminations as possible because while Nickmercs and HD are on the hunt, they're also in the footsteps of where Fruitcake is running toward. They're not going to be, in this run that they're making right now, they are not finding any eliminations. You could argue these are the final eliminations that Fruitcake could have for this game, at least uncontested. So he needs to find these in quick succession. Has the opportunity to go for another 10 kills for Fruitcake. Unbelievable play, as I believe he is very close to tying up this game, if not taking the lead by himself.
He's winning by 1 at this point.
My
Actually,
goodness,
Fruitcake has single-handedly kept Chance alive in this tournament against the God Squad of Nickmercs and HD. What a performance from Fruitcake, obviously showcasing his skills in his first ever Friday Fortnite. What a performance overall. And you know what? I got to give it to him. He's just, honestly, he's been rotating through. He's not really worried too much about his inventory. He's not worried about too much mats. Obviously, he's maxed out at this point, but he's just been racing for those kills, trying to get ahead of Nickmercs and HD. Obviously, he knows how to play the game, and he's playing it extremely well.
At this point, if you are Fruitcake, you need to separate. Take that jump pad, get away from these guys, make sure you're not too close to them, because if they follow you, they start chasing you, that's going to leave you an opportunity to start focusing more so on not getting cherry-picked versus winning your battles. He's definitely capable of winning battles. He's seemed to swipe 2 squads this game so far. Excellent game 1 as well. Of course, you're going to be watching HD now in a gunfight, knocking one alongside Nickmercs as he's going to be throwing those C4s, a.k.a. the Cody Explodies, Landon.
Indeed.
My nickname for the C4s, of course.
I respect that. I really like that. Nice one. There's 2 from Nickmercs. Fantastic combination. At the same time, though, HD very low on health, does not want to be taken down by a stink bomb in the kill feed. That would not look very, very nice. But at the same time, though, Nickmercs also trying to find as many supporting kills as he possibly can, while Fruitcake off the distance celebrating the fact that he does have the lead, but for not much longer. Nice squad wipe coming through from Nick and HD, but just like that, HD goes down. Nickmercs needs to try to go for the res, if not just try to stay alive in this spot. HD gets thirsted, and now it's going to come down to a 1v1 Nickmercs versus Fruitcake as the intensity continues for HD and Nickmercs. They just came off of an overtime 1 elimination game, and it very well could be going the distance yet again in a mono situation.
And not to mention, he's playing that gatekeeper role. He has a player just in front of him. Who knows how many more. Also, from the back, you have that desert pushing in, so a lot riding on the line here. Nickmercs could get sandwiched relatively easily. He will spot that player just in front, being very cautious. I believe that's 2 of them. Not taking a shot just yet. Now he finds the opportunity. He goes for it. Will he get one knock? Oh, the RPG coming in. He's got to be careful. Literally jumps over that RPG to get the high ground. Now he's rotating around. Very smart. Going on top of Log House. He'll get the high ground. Of course, that player just in front of him, but he does. Oh, I thought he ran out of mats at that certain point, but he does get the knockdown. He's got the high ground too. He is all by himself at this point, trying to keep his team alive, taking massive damage. Can he get it with the SMG? Missing a couple of shots. AR out. Nickmercs drops. Fruitcake, I think, has just taken it. Maybe he has to get at least a couple more kills, but I know the score is incredibly close between the 2. Fruitcake now knows this is his opportunity to single-handedly knock out HD and Nickmercs. You talk about a team coming into Friday Fortnite with a vengeance. This is the team right here. Fruitcake is showing his worth in this Friday Fortnite right here.
We were making a joke, like, what an amazing, gamer tag that he has in Fruitcake. This guy's a beast. He's an absolute dawn. I mean, we were talking about, his overall play. There was a timer, right? Throughout a lot of this game, he has been on a race. While Nickmercs and HD were trying to chase him that entire time, they were following in his footsteps. And in following in those footsteps, you're not going to see a whole lot of eliminations. You're just finding the excess loot that Fruitcake was taking down player after player after player. He has found all of these kills, 10 eliminations, right, by himself. No help, right, from Chance. Chance dies early. He's been doing this by himself through the entirety of this game. Solo performances have been the name of week number 10 here in Friday Fortnite, and we could be seeing Fruitcake if he walks away with 4 eliminations, closing out this game, or if he walks away with 3, we could be seeing another overtime game in the
I
losers
think we're going to
bracket.
see another overtime.
You think so?
I think it's going to
Oh,
end
God.
Three eliminations is pretty tough here, especially towards the end of the match. Obviously, you still have 18 players up, but you keep seeing them getting knocked down there in the bottom left of your screen there with that kill counter. And, of course, not that many players, man. I mean, you've got to get 4 to take the lead here. Fruitcake, though, absolutely putting on a show here for the first half of the second game. And, of course, we're going to see if he can close it out and take this lead. Unfortunately, Nick went down, got pushed by quite a few players there. And if they did end up dying, did that give them an additional lead, or did they end up actually getting their teammates up over there in Salty? Because if I'm oh, my goodness, another 2 down.
And one thing that's important, one thing that's very important to mention, right? That's a squad who is just absolutely destroying others. He does not want to face off against the final team. Being in a 1 versus 3 for the rest of the game, it's going to be a very worrisome time. And right, there could be like a 1v2, there's still like a 1v3 possible, but he does not want to go up against the final squad because that's going to be an opportunity for a disaster. Having guys enter in from multiple different positions is going to be a very difficult task. So Fruitcake, yet again, another opportunity where a timer is now set. He's versing 2 enemies, not just Nickmercs and High Distortion, but also the future of this game. Can he pull off a clutch by literally having this game done by himself? Can he advance Chance of Fruitcake in the next round?
Well, he knows where the one team is going to be rotating through, and that's going to be from Salty down to, looks like this desert area close to Fatal. So he obviously knows where one team is going to be, so he's got to be careful of that. And I think he's looking for that team. Where is this team rotating out? And he's hit now 3 rifts, and he hasn't spotted anybody just yet, but it looks like now he's finally going to be making his way forward towards those build. Now, this is close to where Nick and HD went down. We obviously know that squad is very solid overall. 3 to tie it, 4 to win it. Finding another bounce pad. Nope, but he's going to go ahead and drop down low. I think he knows there's going to be a player just on the other side of that. And yes, he is, in fact, going to find one, getting that high ground, jumping down. There's going to be another player to the left of that. He gets one knock, going for the second one. Player is down just below. He's opting to get that thirst, wisely so. Can he get the second one? Yes, he can, as he gets that's 2 eliminations now. 1 to tie it, 2 to win it. Let's see if he'll be able to get it overall. Now, of course, 7 engagements still remaining for him to take. Of course, that squad that eliminated HD Nickmercs still lurking out there somewhere. So much
Legion.
riding on the line. Landon needs to be held. Legion.
I do.
Did you just flex?
I did.
That's a solid try-by over there, dude.
I appreciate that.
Solid try-by. Fruitcake. Battling it out for really this is probably his heart has to be beating out of his chest at this point. Wise use of the bouncer pad. Try spot this player just ahead.
He's doing a great job as well as using a lot of these items.
Getting
just
the
for
high ground, yeah.
Yeah, for vision, just overall for
He's like
transport
Cirque du Soleil,
sake.
basically,
Yes.
of making it on all these trampolines. It's like a Barnum and Bailey circus carnival style stuff going on. Everywhere that we see this guy is from one bounce pad to the other or rift to another. So one more elimination to tie this up. Will we see him take the lead? Or will we see Nickmercs and High Distortion get as lucky as humanly possible here, approaching? This is pretty much for all the marbles on the line here. If they do manage to gang, this could be a problem here.
Oh, and here he is.
Oh,
he's going to make his presence known. He's going for the Kobe. Will he be able to connect enough to get a knock? He does not, but he takes down that little 2x2. But wow, you talk about firepower being laid down on him. This enemy team wants him dead, and he doesn't want any part of that. Still throwing out more grenades there. Trying to spot a player, not able to get somebody just yet. Now he's in a build battle, trying to get that high ground up, and he does, in fact, win it. There's going to be a player down just below. He's going to go fire some shots on the player on the roof. Player's not going to go down. He does take about 66 shield off of him. He's going to be having a dip down, taking some massive shots. He's going to be just at 24 health. He needs 1 kill to tie it up. He's not going to get it. The Black Knight is, in fact, going to take him out, and that is going to be Fruitcake. What a valiant effort, but just 1 kill behind HD and Nickmercs as they narrowly once again, with another close game, are going to move forward in this loser bracket. Nickmercs HD, literally the last game, only 1 kill came down to it.
Gosh.
Same here, 25-26. You talk about games coming down to the wire. Nick and HD can't get away from them, but they're still moving forward. And man, I got to tell you, Fruitcake, first time seeing him.
What an effort.
First time seeing
insane.
him, but
Jeez.
man, he played so incredibly well.
He did. I want to say, though, you do have to critique that last fight. I want to be wary, right? We were looking at the kill feed. I'm sure he was as well. Basically the characters or the skins rather that were being shown, that was the team. That was the team who was destroying absolutely everybody. And you can honestly see by the builds that they were having, I don't know, if I'm in Fruitcake's position, you need to find one elimination. Find a straggler. Wait, like, if I'm in his position, you have a guaranteed squad in front of you. I would wait for them to get in a fight, right? Like, wait for them to be distracted because you're going to have 3 guaranteed enemies coming at you. You know they're not going to die instantly. Like, you're not going to see, like, a squad just, have an atomic bomb just to drop on them. They're all going to be dead. You have an opportunity to wait. And I know based off his play throughout the entirety of this match, and I think in his first Friday Fortnite overall, you don't really know how exactly everything's going to work. So I think in that situation for Fruitcake, it was an unbelievable performance, and that's not at all going to be, tampered down by any means. I just think in the last portion of that position, if there was a professional player in that spot, if it would have been even Nickmercs or an HD in that spot, esports veterans, I think they would have slowed down. I think they would have waited, not immediately made their presence be felt. And I think what he was trying to do is rock out the grenade launcher, get a little bit of that splash damage, and then maybe hope to, find an expiring few bullets to take down someone. But I think in that spot, you got to take it slower because you don't know who's there. That could be the most talented squad who was taking down everybody.
It was.
And it happened to be. I don't know. I just think the ending situation, it totally could have gone his way. Just a little bit of too hyper-aggressiveness. And, even if he would have found one elimination, which is probably the only thing he would have found, we would have been seeing overtime. Does that even go your way? So, I don't know, man. Still, fantastic performance for Fruitcake. Cannot hate on that by any means. Stellar performance. So
Time maintenance, man. Yeah. If you'd have waited for that, been able to pepper the grenade launcher while they're in a fight, maybe blow their build up, right there, you're talking free fall kills for you. I agree with you, Landon. But, I mean, he was coming off that heat, obviously, for the first half of that game. So he was just thinking to himself, like, man, if I'm playing at this level, no problem. At that point, your teammates got to be doing all the mathematics to let you know how many kills you need. Yeah. It's kind of the situation where you get the communication right. That's where you start to see players like this, a little more aggressive. Maybe you pair him with somebody like Hysteria, like we've mentioned in the past, right, that kind of slows you down, puts you in that correct mindset. Nickmercs and HD slipping by again here in the losers bracket. Crazy matches for them for the entire night.
Yeah, absolutely. So, guys, and of course, coming up next is going to be HD and Nickmercs. They'll be playing against OPscT and Yelo. It's going to be a great match. Whoever wins that will move on to then play FaZe. FaZe, Tfue, and Cloakzy, who have been waiting so long to see who their opponent is going to be. It's only going to get crazier from here. Make sure to shout it out, tweet it out using the hashtag Friday Fortnite. Anyways, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Friday Fortnite, where we have OPscT and Yelo going against HD and Nickmercs. Of course, whoever wins this will move on to play FaZe. My name is Taylor Nobor at Reflection. Of course, Landon, Lando Sanders, and Legion. And, of course, we've been seeing some massive action from HD and Nickmercs. And dabbing it out, that says it all right there. The ultimate dab coming out. Oh, my gosh. Mountain Dew was served earlier in the break room. And the Mountain Dew and Chief... he has lost his mind.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Legion, hello. Welcome back.
Obviously,
you're very pumped up. HD and Nickmercs got you a little excited there. What's going on, bud?
We got a lot of casting to do for the rest of the night, and I'm excited to get into this, baby. HD, Nickmercs continuing to just slide by game. We saw in overtime, almost a double overtime. We saw them barely win. They were dead. Had the chance. Fruitcake, unfortunately, unable to get that last elimination. Gets knocked out of the tournament. What's the next matchup?
Yeah, so at the beginning, OPscT and Yelo will be going against HD and Nickmercs. Opened that up a couple times, but you know what? The dab just knocked it a little bit loose. But
I tell you what.
I got to say, that was a mean, furious dab.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm out of breath. It's a sad part of my life. But you got to take it, you got to breathe it in. You got to have infinite dabs in the chat. Come on, you got it. It's 2015.
Well, I guess I know our next emote for our subs is going to be a dab.
That's a slow dab. That's like the congratulations at a golf tournament.
That's or you do the cool guy when you're like, just like not.
Yeah, that's the cool guy one.
It's the cool guy one.
Is that the guy that works at GNC that tries to sell you too many supplements?
It is.
Yeah.
Say, hey, what's going on, bro? Appreciate your business.
Follow
you know.
Have a good day. Have a good one.
Have you checked your weight today? Like whenever you walk by and it always says
25
that.
cents.
I'm not interested.
I just go in for the birthday cake flavored protein bars. I don't.
That's a good point.
Those are solid. Those are solid.
Yeah, they are.
I'll be honest with you.
Well, I used to have what was it? A complete cookie. Those are fantastic from GNC.
Wow.
They're okay, yeah. The sugar one. The sugar one was really good. The sugar cookie.
Sugar cookie in general.
I like the double chocolate or the dark chocolate. Forget which one
I think we should maybe talk about the sweetness that's getting ready to go down here in this game.
Fruitcake.
Look at that transition.
Fruitcake's not here. Get him off the screen. Get him off. Get him off the screen. No, it's OPscT. OPscT and
the living
Yelo.
I'm gonna throw it out there right now, Taylor. OP is one of the flashiest players that we've seen in our tournaments, period. I swear to you, I see this guy somewhere in Tilted building a spiral staircase. He's just sitting in there editing. He's trying to build the Mona Lisa of buildings, the Leaning Tower of pizza, and he still manages to get out of it, kill 2 or 3 of them. I want to see what he's bringing to the table here today. Of course, Yelo, we saw that rough winners bracket round with them. They almost advanced, but now we're going to see them taking on Nickmercs and HD. I mean,
yeah, it's going to be a tough one, isn't it?
Do we see like another 1-kill game? Like in the back-to-back series, we have seen Nickmercs and HD escape by 1 elimination. And in those situations, sometimes they haven't even been alive.
It's all scripted.
Yeah, is it?
I don't know.
Friday Fortnite scripted.
I write for Days of Our Lives.
It's
and
now on
UFC
Reddit.
events,
It's now on Reddit. The Reddit
Speaking
post
of
is
which, that would be awesome. I mean, come on, we've had some great matches. And like you said, they've escaped one overtime, came through, won it by 1. Next game, they won it by 1. Of course, and then we also see going back to Nick 830, dying right outside the storm. But obviously, crazy stuff has happened, and we are seeing it here. So, OPscT Yelo going against Nickmercs and HD. Where do we see Nickmercs and HD drop? It's kind of looking like they'll be going off to the left towards the outside of the desert. And, of course, when it comes to OPscT and Yelo, they might be sticking to where Nickmercs and HD are going, so we might see a mirror strategy. But, of course, they're going to be heading over towards Salty. HD, Nickmercs, where are they heading over to?
I believe they're going to be going to the outskirts of Retail Row, which this is not at all common.
For them, not at all.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not used to this whatsoever. That's very interesting. Wow. I mean, we saw them, go this, once last series? I can't even remember. That was very, very odd.
No, last series they went to retail, but I think they went straight into residential area. I don't believe they went to the outside. So for them to play this passive, honestly, is kind of refreshing. But then again, it's got me worried what's going on with Nickmercs and HD. But hey, obviously it's a more sustainable type of play. Landing at those other areas, just going in for the hot drops, are very entertaining to watch, but they're not sustainable long term. And we've seen that given their previous tournaments. But now the fact that they're making such a great loser bracket run might come to a testament of the reason being is they are landing on the outskirts. They are landing more passively overall. So overall refreshing. I like what I'm seeing.
I did too. It's always, like I said, overall is the key word in this situation. It's nice to see the strategy change up from time to time. Like I said, they probably get tired of Tilted Towers after playing countless tournaments, countless Friday Fortnights where Nickmercs, and every single one of them is going Tilted Towers probably 98.6% of the time. Don't ask me why that exact percentage, but it is what it is. Retail Relics on the outskirts now making their way inside of it as, speaking of trying to progress themselves, also in the tournament as well. Like I said, so many close games, so many close quarter situations. You could argue they're obviously the more hotter of the two because they have played so many games back to back to back. They got the clutch factor on their side. We'll see if it continues. Versus a very talented team, however, like OP, like Legion said, very flashy player, super solid player as well, streamer for TSM. A lot of people have even argued on Reddit how he should be maybe even on the pro team. He should be considered to be a player going into like the World Cup, into tournaments such as that. And also Yelo, recent addition toward FaZe Clan, super solid player in his own regard. Not sure if he's going to be a solo player, duos with anyone in particular, but this could be, a matchup where we're saying, HD and Nickmercs, once this game comes to a close, they had a really good tournament run, but they just fall short to the better teams. It's definitely possible that we could see that storyline once this series comes to an end.
Yeah, both teams with the matching outfits as well, which we both know actually increases team chemistry by at least 40%. And you're going to see Nickmercs right there with those matching outfits dropping a total of 5 players now in Retail Row. We all know the challenges we've been mentioning all day taking place here, so there's a high amount of eliminations ready and available. And, of course, those players rotating north from Paradise, trying to make their way up there. Shout out to my boy Paradise, who also is known as Paradise in our games because he's always down first.
Right on. This is Nickmercs and HD. They were low in health, but they managed to get some Band-Aids as well as a first aid kit to get out of there. So luckily for them, they're looking pretty solid overall. 5 kills, not a bad start in the beginning. And honestly, more fruitful than their typical tilted drop that we like, or excuse me, that we see them go. But with that being said, OPscT Yelo, they've got a head start in terms of rotations. They're already at Dusty Divot themselves. They've accumulated 2 kills, and maybe even more to come their way as they've already cut off the rotation of Nickmercs and HD. They've got some distance to travel as they're going to have to get over towards the Dusty Divot themselves. Now, OPscT and Yelo, if they play this correctly, they can beat Nickmercs and HD on all of the rotations, but they have to start deciding where are they going to be going from this point forward, moving into mid-game, close to late game at this point, as we now are down to 35 engagements. Obviously, a lot of work still to be done. Where are the players hiding at, guys?
Obviously, in small rooms or basements in every crevice on this map. If we've seen these last couple of series with Nickmercs and HD, it seems like players are literally just hiding, waiting to be found. Unfortunately, it's a long game of hide and seek.
Surprise!
Yeah, and they just pop out towards the end of that final circle, 7, 8, 9. You know, that's when they start actually coming out when the circle starts to get to a point where they can't hide anymore. But of course,
I was gonna say,
I want more trap kills.
I could have swore I was about to scream if OP did not realize he just walked over a gold scar. So I'm very glad that he
right
referenced
outside
back.
of Dusty, which like that loot spot right there, that rock, that's just that little area right in front of the mountain. I feel like there's always something gold in there. I find a lot of shields, and of course he just gets lucky, finds that gold scar. Let's talk about the combo right here, folks. Gold scar, blue SMG, basically might as well both be gold scars at this point. That SMG absolutely shreds. OP and Yellow. Combined 2 eliminations. Just need to find this rotation, as you mentioned earlier, Taylor. If they can get it early on it, it's going to be a good chance of having some luck here. But Nickmercs and High Distortion has landed. Always mentions such a great job of gatekeeping. We saw that last game, or last series rather, in that salty area. We'll see if they can do it again this round.
Yeah, heading over towards the desert area. Obviously, a lot of rifts in that particular spot. I wonder if they're going to opt to try and get one and kind of rotate forward. Of course, a little bit of distance to cover. Not too much, though, as they're just going to be on the outside of that. Expecting a lot of players to kind of rotate through that desert area. They've been successful thus far, but they've kind of hit a dry spell, just like OPscT and Yelo. Although they landed salty, no one was going to be home as of yet. And, of course, them rotating over towards Tilted Towers could, in fact, be fruitful. Of course, being ahead of Nickmercs and HD, that's something that you want, but looking for a rift, desperately looking for one, maybe even an ATK. We'll have to see if it is, in fact, going to be out there. But honestly, if you're Nickmercs and HD at this point, you're sitting pretty. You know it's been a slow game so far. You still have the lead. Nothing too much to worry about.
I thought you were going to say something, Legion. I heard a...
I was going in off the short breath there, but then laughed immediately as we got the quad screen of, I believe that was Nickmercs in the top right. Of course, he's going to find that gold pistol in the back pocket. And
It's
I'm
been a
telling
long
you,
night, ladies and gentlemen.
Those silence gold pistols, man, you just keep it. Do you even need an assault rifle if you can just dink kids with it? I mean, just being 100% honest with you, I just feel like there's so many viable options in this game. They don't know what's going on. Pop, pop.
There's a pop.
You know what I'm saying? It's a nickname for grandpa and the sound that your pistol makes. Come here, pop, pop. And then everybody's just taking
It's
out.
like
Look at this.
the least... Oh, no!
Oh,
OP!
he takes some fall damage. OP.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, you got to get those ramps in there.
New subscriber!
Hey, shout out Volt Jolt. Thanks for joining the sub club there on OP's channel.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we all call it a sub club at some point as
That's true.
streamers at this point in my life.
Well, with that being said, an engagement is in fact going to be going down just on the outside of Tilted as OPscT doesn't get that knock, but Yellow will. OPscT trying to be aggressive, trying to ding the head off of the player just in that 1-by-1 just ahead. Will he shoot him to the ground? Yes, he will. Taking some fall damage and an easy pickup, but unfortunately taking some fall damage himself, but that is so incredibly needed, of course. 4 kills for Yellow. OPscT sitting at 1, so that's 5 now, matching the side, almost matching the side of Nickmercs and HD sitting at 6, but they're going to be in an engagement themselves, bringing it into it. Of course, just on the outside of that circle, the Storm pushing on their back. They've got to be careful, but the engagements haven't been going as fast as I would have expected them to have been going.
It's a 7-year engagement for sure, Taylor. And we're hoping he finally pulls the trigger on her date. But let's go see Nickmercs and HD now with a total of 6 for Sop and Yellow. We saw Op get knocked down from the winner's bracket here with Yellow from one of those aggressive pushes. It seems like he is taking a lot of fall damage, actually almost willing to. That's twice now we've seen him almost get taken out. Luckily, Yellow, though, playing that more passive role back there. Now both of them should have a scar, but he opts not to keep it. He's got a hunting rifle, 4 C4s, and a shotgun. And, of course, we're going to see that silent submachine gun because why do you need anything else? You just need that, some caviar, and you've got yourself a fancy dinner.
Indeed, pop, pop. That's for sure. Definitely agree with
Tell
that.
you what,
Oh,
I
nice
appreciate
eliminations. Nice eliminations coming through from OP, but he gets involved with the kill feed, rather, finding 3 of those. And I believe at the exact same time, HD also dropped some coming through from that ATK. So he's going to have a nice little movement. Is he even going to go for it? Is he just going? Okay, I thought he was just ignoring the loot whatsoever and just kind of, or ignoring the ATK rather, and just kind of going in for the Storm. So I don't know what it is, but I know the ATK makes some noise, obviously, because it is a vehicle. I've been seeing a lot of players, like, even though it would be very beneficial to move faster, not actually grabbing ATKs. Like, and I'm not obviously talking about high distortion in this situation, but just in general, I've seen many players just kind of ignore the fact that ATK exists and just be totally fine with walking. I'm not sure if they need exercise or whatever the case is, but they're just kind of ignoring them. And I'm not okay with it, Taylor, to be honest.
Well, I think it also comes down to even pushing back to Season 4 with just a shopping cart. with the sound that it makes, plus you being just a giant target. It's used in situations if you got to cover a large amount of ground, a.k.a. Nick A30, shout out to him earlier. But honestly, with it being said, there's no need, at least in terms of the total engagement still remaining, being just that close to the outside of the storm. There's really no reason to be using it. Obviously, he's going to use it right now to get kind of a little bit of distance. If he finds a rift, though, he'll probably opt to use that. But we see OPscT Yelo using a rift himself, get that high ground over the Greasy Grove area. With that being said, they're sitting at 7 versus the side of Nickmercs and HD sitting at 10, so still a very close game. Nick and HD have managed to find a lot of players. HD, though, that fight inside the storm that we just saw a little bit earlier was really the definition of composure. He knew his health was dropping, but he still managed to pick up that full squad coming in with the ATK. Great use of that part, but of course, he's going to find that rift, ditches the ATK, and now he's going to push forward towards Greasy to try and meet up with OPscT and Yelo for the final few remaining kills.
Well, so you can find those Nickmercs peppering in a few of those bullets just on the outskirts here. Another ATK found. And still, like I said, doing quite a bit of damage with the green tack in combination with the epic version of the FAMAS. Fantastic synchronization, really kind of to dodge that player, making him think he's going to go one way, kind of crosses him over and goes for the excess. So nice play coming through from Nick as he's now up to 4 eliminations. However, like we mentioned regarding kills overall, it's actually going to be HD at 7 in total, right? Is the combination of OP and Yelo combined, right? 7 for them, 7 for High Distortion. He's about to make it 8. Fantastic performance right now from Nick and HD. That aggression definitely paying off, as we may not be seeing as close of a game as we have in the last 2 if they continue at the pace that they are right now.
Yeah, that laser-like focus, and still no actual visible mouth from Nickmercs up there in the top right corner. Very excited. We're going to see maybe pull back there. We only see it in losses. He's in full try-hard mode if he's this close to the screen. Of course, we all know that's going to be a good sign here, obviously, with the, is it the Raven backpack, actually, that's going on as well with that outfit? So pretty exciting to see that one out. Ops and Yelo just need to make their way in. Obviously, they're kind of trying to do this gatekeeper role, maybe zone, but more than likely just healing, and, of course, coming in a little bit later. This is actually going to be an advantage yet again for Nickmercs and HD, trying to just fight off, see if they're going to be coming in from the opposite side, and maybe they'll actually spot some players over here, and I believe what is a soccer field, which is actually my favorite place right now. And I don't know, is it going to be Croatia or is it going to be the French?
Oh, very
we'll
clever.
see.
Oh, that is an interesting question.
Croatia.
Landon thinks Croatia. Okay. Croatia did play very well. They did play very well.
They did.
They're in the finals.
They are.
This is the finals. They've played excruciatingly well.
Absolutely.
Excruciating.
That's in a good way though.
I love giving compliments to people in like odd ways, like using like you were playing excruciatingly well. I like
painstakingly.
That. Yeah, like painstakingly.
Yeah, I mean, there's occasionally, I mean, your fingers just start bleeding when you're starting to play, on console, at least mouse and keyboard for long enough. I'm actually not for sure if that's true or not, but I'm sure it's happened to somebody at some point there. Playing in some weird exotic conditions for stream viewers. But we're going to go ahead and see Nickmercs climbing up top to this as he's going to be trying to get some high ground, of course, making his way over here to Viking. Will there be some players camping up here? Hopefully so. I want to see some action on the waterfall land, and I want to see a little TLC action. Don't go chase them.
Don't go chasing them.
But at this point, you have to chase them, though, and that's kind of an unfortunate thing because you know there's going to be opponents up here in Valhalla. Nickmercs is finally going to push up, but he's going to be low in health, 59. Getting that high ground, and wisely so, pushing up ever so high. But I do believe he is going to be out of match just about, only 75 metal, so he's got to make sure that his aiming's going to be on point. And unfortunately, he's going to drop HD, though. Where is HD? Is he anywhere to be found? Of course, though, the victory route will, in fact, come through. Yelo and HD will split those kills, and I believe HD got 2 where Yelo got 1.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a nice sizable lead. 14
to 9.
14 to 9
That's
going
right.
into game number 2. Of course, a 5-kill lead. Not a lot, but not a little either. OPscT and Yelo, they've got to come back. But I just want to highlight, by the way, HD Nickmercs going to the outside of retail. This is a new page in this book of HD and Nickmercs that we typically see throughout the whole storyline. We've always seen them go tilted. We've always seen them do hot drops. Maybe something is changing.
They're evolving.
They are.
They're evolving.
They're not even at their final form yet.
It doesn't matter where they hot drop. They're just good.
So I'm so
you know,
proud.
I'm so proud of them. They're leaving tilted, taking retail. I mean, honestly, it's kind of one of those things where it's been a day since this season came out, right? So everybody's just kind of finding themselves. Once you start getting about 6, 7, 8, 9 hours in your competitive
little handbook here, your little coach's playbook, then you start changing it up a little bit. And that's what I'm saying. They've been around for a long time, playing competitively, man. They can change that playbook up anytime they want. And today, we're seeing it from Nickmercs and HD. Of course, OP and Yelo. Unfortunately, coming up short here, game 1, but of course, it's still relatively close going into game 2. So will we see a quadruple overtime?
I don't know. that is a good question. Honestly, anything can happen.
I'll be on the floor by then.
Yeah,
I'll definitely be on the floor.
I actually brought
casting.
a stand-up bed so I can cast standing up while I'm sleeping. It's got straps on it, so it keeps me up, but I can just kind of yeah.
That's interesting,
Yeah,
actually.
it was someone the guy had on Ripley's, believe it or not. You guys have never seen that episode?
What's the functionality?
God, nobody's watching shows on
I watch
WGN.
I watch Ripley's, believe it or not. What's the functionality of a standing up bed?
Just sleeping standing up, you know what I'm saying? It's like laying down, but you're not.
That's a good point. That's great analysis, actually.
I don't want to blow your mind or anything, but I think I might have your brain just exploded.
I'm not going to lie. The headset's keeping it all in. So 14-9, we're going into second game. OPscT Yelo. Look at this aggressive drop. We're going to be heading over towards Pleasure. Let's see how it works out for the two teams, but apparently that was funny. Paradise.
I've been calling it Pleasure Park.
You have been calling it. Oh man, see, you tricked me up, bro.
For like 6 weeks.
Legion has literally
I've
been
calling it
calling.
Pleasure
He's
Park.
been calling Pleasant Park Pleasure Park. So I see the P, and I just assume it was Pleasure Park. Still
sounds
learning
like
a
a fun
little bit.
place, but OP with the pistol in the
You
back
love it,
pocket. You
folks.
see the shotgun out tack, going to be pushing this man with the steel
love
build,
it.
making his way to the RV park just like Grandpa. He's excited for this holiday season, folks. But where's he going to spot him? Around the corner, does manage to get that drop. Unfortunately, not his or his teammate's knock. Or it may have been just a little bit of delay there from Yelo. No big deal. Just like like 20-second delay. No big deal.
Hey man, Paradise, Pleasure, both are the same things. So
Pecan. I love pecan.
Picone, whichever way you say it, right?
Pecan.
Never heard anyone.
Yeah.
in my life.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, what's your favorite pie? Oh, pecan pie for sure.
I just
Definitely
love
pecan, bro.
I don't know, man. It's just, have you ever been to the mall and just got some roasted pecans? That's my favorite way to eat pecans. It's so good. I mean,
Pecans for
my
sale.
cousin's actually allergic to pecans. Yeah. So whenever I'm eating Illmans, I love to share my Illmans with my cousin who loves pecans. Yeah. And peanuts. Yeah, those are my favorite too. Yeah. Those are really good.
What is going on?
Oh my God.
We've hit another level of off topic tonight, Chad. And if you're tuning in, it's okay. You drop those hashtag cringes. We keep it lit here. Picking up those bandages as well. OP, a nice few eliminations now out of him and Yelo. I'm telling you, the flashy plays will never stop from this gentleman. I'm so excited to see what he's going to be able to do here as they have landed in Paradise Palms.
Well, let's bring it.
If you enunciate it, you won't ever forget the name again. And there's the hotel here in Pleasure Park. Let's see.
Yep. We have made it. We have reached our final form. I think this is what. Yep. Well, Chad is wrong. So there you go. Nickmercs and HD performing so incredibly well. They're sitting at three total kills. Yo, guys. All right, you muted them. All right, cool. Let's bring it in. All right, Reflection, you're professional. OPscT and Yelo here on your left side, doing incredibly well. Of course, 4 frags or 4 kills in their names, looking relatively well. Obviously, Paradise is an area you got to be careful in because there's so many people dropping there. Just like a Tilted, a newly founded Tilted, but man, have they performed exceptionally well, winning overall. So Nickmercs and HD, though, looking good themselves over at retail. This is an area they've been going at least for the past couple of games, and it's been working out for them. Why change something if it's not broken? But, man, what a performance on their part. Great headshot to get that elimination to put them at a total of 7 kills for High Distortion. He is doing so incredibly well. They came into this game with the lead, and they're already maintaining a lead with HD alone, keeping that lead alive.
And their pacing is so interesting here in retail because they don't just overextend, try to immediately get some loot, and then run over to the other side of the map. Here you got Noms over there, obviously a little Bass Pro Shop action going on in the corner. They just pace slowly, move house to house together, and of course they just collapse. And this is one of the situations where you're seeing a lot of teamwork, a lot of assistance here from Nickmercs. To give HD these 7 total eliminations, you're looking at Ops and Yelo, you're talking 5 for them, not doing too bad, but to be in an area that's so popular and so new, you'd expect even more eliminations coming into this game too. For them in this area.
Definitely. So 21-14, a nice lead, of course. Still plenty of engagements remaining for OPscT and Yelo to make that comeback possible. Hitting up that Pleasant Park right at the very beginning was obviously a good area for them to go to, but still, with that being said, they're only sitting at 5. I expected at least for it to be a little bit more fruitful, but look at the distance they have to cover and no rifts to be found. They're not able to jump forward, but of course the storm hasn't started moving as of yet, so still time remaining for them to come in on that at least that first circle. But Nickmercs and HD, they've got a jump on it. They're going to be a dusty divot. Players should be found here.
Definitely should. And that's one thing we've been talking about too with High Distortion's overall play. And this even goes back to his first week ever playing, which I think was like, what, week 7, something along those lines, where it was just like all of a sudden, like he can somehow manage to have like 7, 8, 9 kills in just a matter of moments. That's just overall credit to his overall play, obviously as a player, and the overall support, right, that we talked about Nickmercs can provide, to this team. I know I've been saying overall at least like 8 times in a row there, but still, Nickmercs, when it comes into a support player, you could argue is a great counterpart to HD's overall play, as like I said, just in combination, plays a great support player. They have the previous chemistry together as a unit, and like I said, whenever it comes down to High Distortion's play, he can somehow just explodes with the insane amount of frags that we don't even know how to comprehend.
That's a fact. HD just comes through and is able. I mean, obviously, the solo squad god himself, right? He goes into these solo squads. This is kind of his homeland. Obviously, to have Nickmercs, though, in his inventory is hugely beneficial. Nickmercs, a great player himself, representing the console scene, but still, with that being said, OPscT Yelo haven't found any kills overall. They've gone through Salty. Now they're going to be heading towards, at least up towards Dusty to kind of meet up with Nickmercs and HD. HD, though, he's going to be finding a player straight ahead with that thermal, dinging some shots, taking off some shield as well as health. Nickmercs, he finds the confidence to kind of push forward, spots one, goes for the second, hiding inside of the water, just spotting the head. HD is going to come on the right side, and he's going to be able to get a knock as well with the eliminations finally coming through, and HD with yet another one, and there it is. All 3 go down, and you talk about keeping that lead alive. They're sitting at 13 to the still 5 of OPscT and Yelo.
Yeah, and we're looking at those eliminations. I mean, back to the ATK. That thing starts pushing you here. You hear it. It's so loud. It's so audible that at this point you're thinking to yourself, hopefully, especially one of these players at their level, man, I hope a whole squad's riding on the back of this thing, because this is going to be pretty much just Merc City for him. And there you can see he's putting some shots in. Yelo with some nice shots there from the zoom, as we like to call it, of course. Scope, they are absolutely nasty. Wouldn't mind seeing a gold variant of it, because why not at this point? But you're going to see Yelo following it up. OP and Yelo have a lot to cut out for him here if they want to make this comeback. But great shots. And, of course, still doing some dinks with that zoom. We're going to see if we can get the high advantage. Does so. Knocks a total of 3, gets those eliminations. Great plays out of Op and, of course, Yelo.
Yeah, and great transition kills from Yelo as well in that situation. I mean, he's just literally in a full-on sprint, just running at enemies, grabbing the high ground, and, of course, makes it look incredibly, incredibly easy. Fantastic play in combination there from OP and Yelo as they're going to go ahead and get back in the zone. And, like I said, kind of playing that gatekeeping role that we've been highlighting quite a bit throughout a lot of our teams. At the same time, though, on the opposite end, Nickmercs and High Distortion grabbing a few of those rifts, and boys, it looks like they could be possibly visiting their homeland of Tilted Towers.
Definitely so. They know how to navigate it. Of course, they've been going there. Really, Nickmercs has been going there since the game came out, right? That's kind of been, like you said, his homeland overall. And, of course, they'll be there before OPscT and Yelo get there. So any engagements there will be found by Nickmercs and HD, which obviously rightly so as they need to. They still have that lead. They want to maintain it. An impressive game on both ends. Very much so. Of course, going into this second game, what was the lead for Nickmercs and HD? I want to say it was around, was it 3, 4?
Something along those lines, yeah.
Right? So, obviously, to still have this lead, it's kills are definitely dwindling away. OPscT and Yelo have to get to work at this point. They're going to be in Tilted now, but luckily for them, Nickmercs and HD haven't found anybody just yet, but it looks like we do have a minor split between HD and Nick. HD is going to be just on the outside, as Nick is going to be directly on the inside, pushing out, but of course, nobody home. Where are these final engagements? 17-27. That is 10 kills overall that OPscT and Yelo need to find, and of course, only a total of 18 engagements still remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be rough. We'll see what they can try to obviously come up with, but they're going to need a new game plan, right? We talked about, so far in this game, they've been a little bit slow when it comes down to the kill category. OP and Yelo, fantastic players in their own regard. We were giving them a ton of hype, obviously a lot of credit coming into this matchup. They're here in this loser's round for that particular reason. And like I said, they've been kind of, it's fair to say, not as impressive as I was kind of expecting, at least when it comes down to this series, right? Facing off against a very aggressive team like Nickmercs and High Distortion. They obviously know each other well. OP and HD, I know, play, or at least have, against each other, with each other on stream from time to time. They know what they're facing off against, especially Yelo coming into a match like this where he obviously is a highly competitive player. When it comes down to scrims, when it comes down to certain matches that he's facing off against, he's played against teams who are like this exact team. So I don't know what the game plan is or has been, but it needs to change up.
I'd like to see some bait plays here with these rifts. Like if you're looking to just, if you're playing casually or even at this level, I mean, you might be able to just destroy some of those builds, get some easy kills, while people like there, for example, Op just built up, no protective ramp, no base floor, just managed to kind of get up there and then soar in across. And hopefully, if you can get some of these kills here, that's going to be pivotal. A great turn there on Huntress. Manages to pull out that tack sub. No AR in this man's inventory. Still rocking the C4s, of course, with that green tack. Not a lot of ammo, though, which means there's going to be a little bit of an itch here. But will the C4 destroy this ATK? Nice shots here. Needs to get the reload off and the build safe. Of course, he needs help from Yelo. Waiting for him to be able to rotate around the map. Minnie's in the back pocket. And of course, he still has this medkit next to him. If he can get some help from his teammate, this is going to be pretty big. But I think he's by himself, boys.
Yeah, I'm looking at the mini-map, and I do see a little red arrow coming in, but that is, in fact, going to be Nickmercs, which actually could be a savior in itself. Yeah, he may lose a kill, but he'll still save his life. But OPscT is, in fact, going to get knocked from a fall. And, of course, Yelo nowhere to be found. And I do believe that is going to be an elimination. Yes, he is. He goes down now. Yelo with a massive deficit now has to try and close it out in a 1v2, and HD is finally knocks himself. You talk about your back against the wall. Yelo, I don't know if it can happen here. Of course, though, he's not going to give up. He's finding a player just below, but he doesn't get that knock. Nick steals it. Going back and forth, and, of course, this is it's going to be a very bad spot for Yelo to be in overall, even with a knock. Only a total of 14 engagements remaining with another kill himself, but will take some fall damage. So that's a tough hit. OPscT falling, man, that gives away a lot of opportunities. You can't split now. You can't push forward. You don't have your teammate there in your inventory in order to support you in fights. And now you got Nickmercs and HD hot on your toes.
I would say, well, that push from OP, you could argue, in different situations could have, targeted from different point of views. You could argue he could have maybe attempted those shots in different ways. But that push was necessary. He had to have a push like that happen.
Absolutely.
If they want to get back into this game, high risk, high reward plays is what you got to do when you're down the way that you are, and you see the amount of elimination potential that obviously was in Pleasant Park. I respect the player from OP. Unfortunately, doesn't go his way. I'm not exactly sure. He gained a lot of air whenever he was kind of coming down. Not sure what that came from. If there happened to be like a spare bounce trap on the ground, which actually, if it would have been a bounce trap, he would have stayed alive. Whatever it could have been, right? But still, in that situation, well, it does seem a little bit odd. He had to do it, and it doesn't work out for him in this spot. We'll see what happens, though, here for OP. What he can try to pull off would be very, very difficult. They said, 8 eliminations, and there's going to be 10 players alive? It's happened in the past, and it's happened versus Nickmercs and HD.
It's happened
today. Will it happen here? Yeah.
It's happened today, actually, less than 2 hours ago, when we all almost literally lost the top of our heads from exploding due to that incredible comeback there earlier as well. But, of course, still trying to locate some of these other players. They're going to be on this portion of the map. All 3 of them actually taking height advantage. OP doing the smart thing, just trying to follow suit, as he's going to be followed as well by Nickmercs and High Distortion. Of course, this is going to be one of those moments where if you're seeing some eliminations, you're knowing that amount of eliminations are dwindling total overall. And, of course, no AR. This is where that does become a little bit of a damper. Obviously, that Submachine Gun doing some great jobs. But, of course, Nickmercs with 2. And I do believe, folks, that
should be it, or very close.
Or very close.
Well, I know
Yelo
picked up 1 himself, so I think we're still waiting on 1 more elimination right now. Of course, whoever.
I think if he gets every kill, he can tie it, unless another elimination went down that we didn't track.
But yeah, but Nickmercs, I'm looking at the kill feed right now, and I still believe it's possible.
This could be it here.
But yeah, it definitely could be it, especially if Nickmercs picks this one up. But as I say that, Yelo did pick one up, but can Nickmercs get this? This is so incredibly important. Shooting him from the back. Can he get the knock? Nick! There you go, straight up your shots, and there it is. That is, in fact, going to be it. I don't think it's possible for Yelo to make this comeback, and it's going to see Nickmercs and HD moving forward in this tournament.
HD hopping in the ATK, doing some donuts. Probably super stoked about that W. 3 back-to-back games, right? 3 overall series where they have made it by the skin of their teeth. This one, obviously not as close as the last 2. Why? Because they both came down to 1 elimination games in total. But, man, what an insane tournament for Nickmercs and HD. And honestly, well, this is obviously a very long situation that we found ourselves in here. it's also kind of a blessing in disguise because we get to watch a overall team play in back-to-back matches because we don't usually get that opportunity very often to see like what it really means. Like if Nickmercs' internet wouldn't have gone out, we wouldn't have been able to see these matches. We wouldn't be able to see all of these amazing moments. So I think it's kind of a blessing in disguise in some situations just because we don't really get the opportunity very often, if ever, to really track a team's overall progression throughout a tournament. And we didn't get to watch them play in the winners bracket, their losers bracket matchups, right, have been absolutely absurd. And I think it's kind of great for us to be able to witness, us be able to broadcast, because these are obviously the only games available, but also very, very intense games to kind of highlight that with. So.
Yeah, and it seems like they're really heating up, too. I mean, HD dropping 13 total eliminations for that last game. If you're waiting for them in the losers bracket ahead of time, you're seeing them coming up. They've obviously just made their run through 3 or 4 rounds. You're waiting for them. You're probably thinking to yourself, man, I better be playing these pub matches, getting ready, warmed up for this as best as possible because they're coming in hot, right off a heater. You're coming up with that momentum, man. I feel like when you have momentum with veterans, man, that's a scary formula.
I will say, Legion, while High Distortion is heating up, he now has to face off against FaZe Clan.
He does have to go against FaZe, and on
and
on top of that, of course, moving from FaZe, you would then have to go against 100T for the losers final. So obviously a lot riding on the line. But of course, guys, you got to stick with us. We're going to see HD and Nickmercs go against the FaZe boys in the next game. It's going to be more intense. Make sure to shout it out on Twitter as well to hit that follow button if you haven't already. But guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back to Friday Fortnite. Of course, a lot of great matches that we have seen already as HD and Nickmercs continue to make their way through the loser bracket. Of course, though, now they're going against a powerhouse team of FaZe who's trying to win their back-to-back title. They've already won 4 Friday Fortnites, and now is their opportunity to progress in a tournament or maybe even not be knocked out by the great performance of HD and Nickmercs. Of course, I'm Taylor, and we're at Reflection. Joining me once again is Landon, Lando Centers, and Legion. And of course, guys, these matches have been absolutely insane. We got Nickmercs HD going against FaZe. Of course, though, before we get started, I want to go ahead and just jump straight into predictions. Of course, I've got to know what you guys are thinking. And Landon, you always pick me first. So Landon, I'm going straight to you.
Well, hey, man, I always got to give credit to the guest. I mean, Legion, you know.
I mean, come on, hello.
All right, Legion, I'm going to jump straight to you.
You know what? First of all,
I would give my prediction first.
We here in the studio want to know, who are you guys rooting for? Let us know here. Let us know on Twitter, okay? But before that, I want to let you know what my prediction is, okay? I play with a PlayStation controller a lot. So you already know that I'm rooting for my boy Nickmercs here. I'm going to say prediction-wise, HD Nickmercs with the upset over FaZe. Why? Because I don't know. I just wanted to say that out loud, and I want somebody to reverberate my opinion so I feel vindicated.
Okay, right on. Well, Landon, what are you going with?
I'm going to go with FaZe in this situation. I feel like the underdogs coming into this. I mean, they've only won 4 championships. Like only 4.
Just 4.
Just only 4. So
I don't. Kia Sedonas they could have bought with all of those earnings. I mean, it's insane.
Yeah, a few.
A few. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely
used 5. Easy.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
You that's a lot of it.
Used
or go karts. They could be
miles?
buying a lot of ATKs in real life now.
They
at this
could
point.
be a lot of golf carts.
This is facts. So FaZe, that's your final choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with FaZe.
Man, I didn't even think about my answer. I would have to say we're going into games. So let's see what my answer is in fact going to be. It's going to be Tfue and Cloakzy going against Nickmercs and HD, of course. This is the quarterfinals. Whoever wins this will move on to play Vikkstar and his teammate, which obviously they've been performing extremely well overall. But, man, this drop is going to get crazy. Of course, look at FaZe, boys. They're going to be going straight to Valhalla. Let's see if they will meet their ending or will they, in fact, thrive in this mystical place, whereas Nickmercs and HD, they're going to be heading just past Greasy into Tilted, and that's going to be their drop. Both volatile drops, but really the story is going to be on the FaZe boys. Can they make it out of this area? Because we know how crazy it can be off the jump.
And normally we could argue and say, oh my gosh, I got to go hop on board with the guys in Tilted Towers. You could argue coming into what is now season number 5, how important it actually is for Valhalla now. Like, this is not at all a prominent location that we would be hopping on board, but what that is now exactly the opposite. And right now, of course, trying to get as much resources as possible is Tfue, who nearly found elimination off the break. And speaking of that, I believe a knockdown did come through for Nickmercs. At least had a few shots in the side, but still a lot of early aggression to be shown. And this is the strategy that we've seen from FaZe, right? They either go to Valhalla or go to Snobby Shores. Depending on whatever happens after that, they'll kind of rotate themselves either toward, expiring location around this area. Then you have shifty shafts. Then you have a number of different places to rotate toward. The western side of the map has, without question, after the update, begun to be one of the more prominent spots as well.
Definitely. So taking that high ground, we saw Tfue up there, which is extremely important whenever you're playing over here Valhalla, because there's so many different angles you can be shot from. So you got to be careful when you're up there. But getting that high ground is really important because there's a lot of different angles you can, at least opponents can come and get you. But man, they managed to rock it. But with that being said, only 1 kill in the hands of Tfue and Cloakzy. So they only have 2 versus the 1 on Nickmercs' side, and still more engagements, but the rotation is where it all comes down to. And of course, we saw them go Valhalla before, and then from there they dropped down to Snobby, which tended to be a very good rotation in general. And they came out with quite a few kills overall, but really now watching Nickmercs, he's already sitting at 2. High Distortion himself still sitting at 0, but their rotation after this is going to be extremely important. But as I said, there's FaZe, Tfue, and Cloakzy. They're already rotating over towards Snobby. Will anybody be home?
There should be at least one team, right? I think
yeah,
for the most part.
There's at least one team trying to go for those weekly challenges. I mean, there's no way you're not spotting a squad over there. First of all, if anybody's actually been able to get all 7 chests in one game, I really don't know if I can trust you as a human being. I just don't know if your lobby was real or not at that point, because I can't land there for anything. I found 3, landed there 15 times. Taylor, I'm a little frustrated, but of course, they do spot a team over here, and of course, it's going to be another one eliminated. So 3 eliminations for Tfue and Cloakzy as they're going to be rotating through Snobby, probably going to be rotating back up there to Valhalla, taking those rifts and being able to fly away, and that is why it's such a prominent part of the map. It will be interesting to see, though, when Snobby's not as populated as an area, when you start to see these challenges shift, what's going to be the play? Will you still go Valhalla? Will it be popular for no reason? No, more than likely, you're going to see them probably hit Valhalla, loot up, and then immediately rift out. So it'll be cool to see where this shifts over in the next week. Of course, you're seeing a relatively close game right now, but Nickmercs absolutely popping off, making that his 6th overall knock, 6 elimination, 7 total for the squad, of course, making that 8.
Yeah, definitely looking strong. Wow, I got to tell you, is that a 6 or an 8 for Nick?
That's 6.
That's a 6. So total of 8, man. Like you said, that is a great start for Nickmercs and HD, especially going against the FaZe guys. You want to try and get that lead and maintain it overall. And even though Tfue and Cloakzy, they've hit up more areas, it seems like it wasn't as fruitful as I thought it would have been. I was expecting that drop over to Valhalla would have been absolutely insane, but I guess it wasn't. Not a lot of players are going there, as I guess as the Season 5's kind of been out now for a little bit over a day now, day and a half, starting to see those players, they've seen the new areas, and now we're starting to see them regress back to Tilted and kind of Salty and retail in those areas down there. But of course, though, Nickmercs, HD still finding engagements. As I think this is the first time we've seen them actually find this many in Tilted. Typically, it's been very dim, very dry overall in terms of kills.
Yeah, and which is very odd to say. I mean, if we were looking at our overall perspective, coming into what is an unknown, right, season number 5, and we're saying, yeah, players aren't going to be going toward Tilted very often, I'd be saying you're absolutely crazy. Like, no one's going to toward Tilted Towers, really. And that happens to be the case. It's very, very odd. And I think for a conversion, you could probably be saying, for those who have been watching prior weeks, you could say that essentially Tilted Towers for what is week number 10 is kind of like a week number 9, a week number 8 retail row. Like, it's still a prominent area. There's still quite a bit of loot here, but regarding the overall, like, players that are going to be around this area, it's kind of like a retail row. It's not the most high-profile position. The entire bottom right side of the map is totally changed. We have 3, 4 new locations added to the map. People are interested. They want to go there. And you still have quite a few guys who are loading into the game each and every second. So you're going to have a lot of lobbies where players are interested in saying, hey, this looks like a new location. This looks like a new place. Might as well try to hit it up and see what I can really kind of do from there. And that obviously really comes to play when it comes down to our Friday Fortnite tournaments. Nickmercs and HD, they did clean up quite a few players here, 9 in total, and they're sitting pretty. And honestly, you could argue like in prior weeks, if this was week number 9, week number 8, they might not have survived that.
It's definitely so, and that's the thing, right? It probably wouldn't have survived it, to be honest. And actually, we've seen them land Tilted previously, and honestly, they didn't survive it. So the fact that they came out of that, they've obviously learned from previous tournaments, and they've been practicing together and performing exceptionally well to have a 5-kill lead going close to mid-game, at least at this point in the match overall, with a total of 38 engagements still remaining. We're seeing Nickmercs HD looking incredibly strong. Of course, they're rotating out. Where are they going to decide to go? They could be threatening maybe Salty. Of course, they'll hit up the Dusty at some point, but it looks like everybody's going to be converging overall. Tfue still finding engagements, backing up just a little bit, showing those building skills off, but there is going to be a player just below. We'll see if he can mow him down. Cloakzy, not too sure where he is going to be at in terms of Tfue, but it's not going to stop him. mowing him down, and there it is. Look at that kill from down below. Good stuff. He's at a total of 4 and looking to make it 5.
Yeah, I mean, this was a smart separation for FaZe in this instance. Cloakzy goes one way. Of course, you got that ATK. You leave Tfue by himself. He finds that rift and then drops some other players there, pretty much a whole squad. Then that manages to give them a relatively large comeback 6. But Cloakzy's taken the trip of a lifetime here as he's just going. I swear to you, I've never seen a man have more fun in his entire life than Cloakzy in that ATK.
Absolutely.
Does anything surpass yesterday's Season 5 launch for Cloakzy's life? I don't know. Because if he's got this ATK forever, I mean, he's been floating around for literally every round. We're seeing him in the loser semis, right? This guy just doesn't stop.
Quarters, yeah.
He doesn't care. He's just out here still just popping shots off, and he's going to get out, take the challenge, no problem. Not a lot of build, though, so let's see if he's aware of how many mats he's got in this situation. Literally, he's going to build up once and pretty much almost be out, but we'll see what him and Tfue could do together. Of course, drops another one, no issue there. Spots another player. Nice shots! I'm telling you, the Tommy gun transition from the pump is certainly the wave these days. Going to be looking down a Thor on him. Good night, sir. And then drops another one there, Landon.
Oh, my gosh. He is just making them look like peasants when it comes down to this particular fight. What wipes away 2-3 players in that situation. Of course, does get the knockdown. So the teammates are around here, at least to some extent, and thankfully found quite a bit of wood off of at least one eliminated player, and up to a 500-plus resource at the exact same time, being just around the Dusty Divot position. That's also where we're going to see, looks like Tfue glide past, as I believe for the time being, High Distortion getting up and close, involved rather, him and HD and Nickmercs rather, getting up close and personal with Cloakzy for the time being, trying to fight for these kills. Cloakzy does find the successful elimination, so I believe he does find most, if not all, of that squad, while at the same time giving the opportunity for Tfue to verse squads by himself.
You know, let's go back to that team fight that we saw Cloakzy was in. He was just about to run out of mats. The enemy team could have built up above. We knew they had mats because from one of the players that he eliminated, he picked over 500 wood. It just comes to show high ground is so incredibly important. As soon as Cloakzy stopped fighting for that high ground because he had no mats, the enemy team, they didn't fight for it themselves. They decided to just run up the ramps blindly and try and push him at an even ground. If they would have pushed up, tried to get the high ground over Cloakzy, it could have been a much different fight, a much different scenario. So just kind of showing you guys, hey, high ground is everything, and whenever it comes over to Fortnite. So it could have been a much different story, but luckily Cloakzy does get out of it, finds his ATK. He's going to be back in it, but we're seeing FaZe boys, you know, they started off with a deficit, but look at them now. They're starting to take away the score overall, 14-10. They're going to be up 4 total kills, as now we are reaching at least the end game portion, 14 players alive. We'll just see how it's going to go down. It looks like the FaZe boys have found yet another victim, Cloakzy. He's going to be building up to get this high ground. He's going straight into a build fight. He is fearless.
And we're talking Cloakzy in this ATK. I keep mentioning it because what he's actually doing is he's baiting players. He's hoping that they put shots on him so he can just get out, start peppering them. And at that point, you're letting your teammate Tfue know, hey, I'm getting in a gunfight. I found where the opponents are. You're using it as bait, man. When people see you in that vehicle, they think that you're an idiot. They're like, oh, this guy's not going to be able to fight. Next thing you know, you got Cloakzy popping out of this golf cart and then murdering your whole squad. So that's what we keep seeing here, back to back to back. Cloakzy with another squad swipe. Coming together right now. FaZe taking a pretty significant lead here for game 1. It's looking like a whole good time out here, Taylor.
Yeah, it definitely is. Of course, the kills are going to be dwindling away, and Cloakzy is finding just about every single one. Now, he went from 4 to 8 relatively quickly. He's sitting at 8. Tfue sitting at 9. Now, we know the FaZe boys, it's very common for them to finish off with a total of 20 kills with 10 between them, and they're looking to do just that and maybe even more. Of course, it's been very quiet on Nickmercs and HD side. We're seeing 7 and 3, so a total of 10. As Nickmercs, you know, he's been finding a kill here or there. HD, though, it's been very quiet, very dry for him, but it looks like they need to split up, and it looks like they're doing just that. They're going to be approaching the circle, going over towards the bridge area, whereas Tfue, Cloakzy, they're just having the time of their life, like you said, Legion. They're riding in that ATK, looking for players, hoping someone pops a shot at them so they can get a kill.
I will say, while we are giving credit to Nickmercs for having several eliminations, I don't think he's found more than one since they originally left Tilted Towers. Because whenever they left there, he was already at like 6 or maybe even 7 eliminations. Of course, as another one gets found there from HD, both of them aren't really finding too many players. I mean, you could argue the rotations for this particular map haven't been stellar. And in the opposite end for FaZe, we're watching these guys take quite a bit of risk. Something that I was thinking that we were going to see come through from HD and Nickmercs. These guys all about the super aggressive play. Going Tilted Towers, obviously in itself was a risky play, but we were seeing full 1v4 splits coming through from Tfue and Cloakzy in different spots. That's one thing that's super impressive about their overall play is their decision making and also their ability to almost get every single decision right, to know when it's good to push, to know when it's good to do certain pushes towards certain areas. And of course, speaking along the line sides of overall good decisions, HD in the spot does get fully eliminated as he will be taken down. And just like that, Nickmercs permanent 1v2 for the rest of these 8 eliminations.
And unfortunately for Nick and HD, obviously Tfue and Cloakzy following so closely there to high distortion. Now know they're in a 2v3, 2v4 here. At least there's going to be a full squad pushing. But the squads that they're going up against, man, seem to be pretty solid, forcing them to have to build themselves in. And Cloakzy goes down as well. So this could be very beneficial here for Nickmercs. If they manage to squad up here on Tfue, take him out, he can narrow this deficit from 7 or 8 to maybe 4 or 5. Then going into game 2, it's a pretty good setup.
Yeah, it definitely is Tfue trying to fight outside of the storm. Of course, he has the medkit. He'll be able to pop that, but his tempo to get out of the storm to match up where Nickmercs is at is, in fact, going to be slowed down. Nickmercs, he's not going to be slowed down, however, as there is a player just above, gets the knock, and goes for the full finish to try and close that deficit. HD went down, of course, though. He had 4 kills in his name, now sitting at a total of 8 for Nickmercs as they're trying to close that deficit down. Going into game number 2, so incredibly important to have the score at least as close as possible, as you don't want the FaZe guys to kind of run away with the score. But Cloakzy dropping is obviously a blessing in disguise. Nickmercs now, he'll have that advantage as he's going to be searching his final circle just around Tomato for the last players. But Tfue will spot a player, getting those pop shots, taking off the shield, now eventually held. But now he's going to be shot from this side as well. So he's got to play this incredibly patiently, prioritize his engagements if he wants to try and get these last frags. But look at that, Landon down to 18 health.
Yeah, 18 HP. Actually does not get that mini off. I think he thought that he would have time to go for the mini. Unfortunately, now has some time to kind of reevaluate the situation. But of course, just on the outskirts here of Tomato Town, player does have the height advantage on him, and we'll see how Tfue actually vents to play this one out. Of course, many hours spent in the playground, still receiving bullets from every which direction, trying to implement a few of those straps where you hear them, the weapons on the outside of this overall build. Well, we hear the drum gun, we hear some grenade launchers as well, just trying to get somewhat of an opportunity to get this med kit off. And he's getting no time to breathe. Here comes the rush, up close and personal fight. Somehow was built over that player. And that man is sitting in a 3rd-story structure firing at where Tfue is no longer at. A wizard-like play coming through from Tfue, back, getting some shields under his way as he's ready to go for another aggressive rush. Here comes the tactical SMG out. Doesn't not take any fire. Player trying to grab the height advantage. Tfue nearly follows suit, nearly falls off the map and is still somehow alive. He's still somehow surviving, as this is unbelievable stuff. Thankfully puts down the campfire to get a little bit of that excess healing. But like we said, Storm is already starting to move in. Thankfully not a whole lot. Tfue can start to build a little bit and try to get a little bit of an idea as to where this final player is at. A very difficult opponent when it comes down to it. Pulls out the edit and drops him as well. A full-on elimination as Tfue on full display, making an entire squad look silly. Back against the wall. Not a problem for the best player in the world.
I am absolutely dumbfounded that Tfue just made it out of that situation. Managed to put... I thought he was done for sure. He had the storm directly to his back. I seriously cannot believe he just made it out. He has clearly shown why he is one of the best players, if not the best player, currently in Fortnite competitive. What an amazing showcase of skills. Honestly, any player I would have counted out there. Tfue made it out alive. Now he's going to continue that lead single-handedly, 19-12, 7-kill lead, 1 player remaining. It's good to see it. Nick and HD's going into second game. They're going to be down.
We're on a loss for words. Like after that play,
I mean, lost for words, and just exactly we were earlier when Nick A30 accidentally got ran over by that golf cart. But FaZe now up by 7 eliminations here against Nick. Of course, they've got 1 player remaining here for this final elimination. But what I found so interesting about that escape for Tfue is I feel like this is a huge example for all players. Like, learn your edits, learn your builds as best as possible, even the simple ones. I'm talking full L from left to right. You saw him build his way down and escape, and now Tfue manages to pop shot the last guy. Was that a hunting rifle?
It was just a one scar shot, 65 damage, and just took him out.
Oh,
one bullet.
okay. So he just Harry Pottered.
He did.
So
that's
fine.
fine.
That's
straight
Just
up.
waved his wand around
He
and
was
said,
like,
I'm Tfue, and just destroyed him.
Goodbye.
So that's an 8-kill lead going into game number 2. And that's obviously
Significant.
That's got to hurt
Oh, yeah.
Nickmercs and HD, but of course it's not going to change their strategy. They're still going to hot drop, of course, go into Tilted if they can.
I want to say,
Maybe
based
even
off the
another
bus, like maybe they go retail row because that could actually work out better for them based on certain situations. I mean, if we see outskirts of Paradise Parks, like that could definitely be an opportunity where you try to counter their strategy of phase, right, by going inside of retail row, stealing a few of those kills, talk about challenges, overall player population of retail row, very high. Like I said, well, like Tilted Towers is nice. It's just like you have Valhalla, you have Snobby Shores to look forward to, but regardless, like, generally when it comes down to a map, you're going to see more player in Paradise. You're going to see more players in combination with that in Salty Springs. Just overall, I think you have a way better selection when it comes down to a high priority of the map. If you go toward Retail Row, Tilted, it's just like, how long do we stay here for? Do we try to rotate all the way west? Because if you rotate all the way west, then you run the opportunity of running probably away from where the initial zone's going to be at for Zone 1 or Zone 2. So, I don't know, man. I think while they probably will go toward Tilted Towers, I think it's definitely something that they should be arguing right now. Maybe we should go retail row based off the bus's location in certain situations. So
I think at this point, Paradise, Lazy, or Valhalla are the 3 drops that they should go. Tilted.
I wouldn't say Lazy.
Lazy, if the bus
They're
goes
feeling
right
spicy.
over, if the bus goes right over Lazy, you talk about a massive amount of kills. A massive amount of kills. That's where TG, mind you, going back to like almost the game 1 where TG
7 eliminations
he
just
came
before
out with 7
escaping.
eliminations. It's a lot. It's risky. It's very risky.
I'm just talking about like rotations because like, you can go there
Rotation-wise, obviously,
and you can find an ATK, but it's like it's where Anarchy was,
right.
and we all know like Anarchy.
Well,
was
Anarchy's
like, do
great
we go
when
toward
you're playing
Pleasant?
with your 3 friends who never played, and you're trying to get a win by just outlasting people in the circle.
Yeah, rotation.
I loved Anarchy, to be honest with you. I just thought that it was just a
Yeah.
fun play, especially whenever you didn't get any guns, and then they were all coming out of the house, and you're stuck with a 2x4 in the middle of a cornfield,
2x4.
just like summer.
New pickaxe coming your way. Just a 2x4.
That'd be cool, actually. That'd be amazing. Just a straight up 2x4 with like a nail on it or something. That'd be great.
Please, Epic, give us more pickaxes. Of course, that beautiful pink pickaxe you get for ranking up. So delicious, of course. We're going to see Tfue and Cloakzy starting out with an 8 elimination lead going into this. I don't doubt a single bit they're going to go back to Valhalla. That's my favorite place on the map. There's snow there. It gives me hope that as we get closer to the winter time, we might see some more snow portions of the map here as the seasons continue to get out, Landon.
I would love that.
Of course, we're going to see them dropping there as well, knowing that it's such a busy area. Nickmercs and HD looking like they're just going to be headed straight for Tilted.
Well, no,
So
they're
that's
actually going to be going
interesting.
for a split. HD actually looks like he's going for Valhalla, while Nickmercs is maybe going toward Tilted Towers. I actually like this a lot.
like the
Not
play.
expected whatsoever from these particular 2 teams, but wow, this is very, very interesting. Like I said, Nickmercs inside of Tilted. HD, we'll see what he can try to pull off here. Like I said, Valhalla, not an easy strategy by any means. Soloing when it comes down to this particular area, not going to be prominent. There are a lot of weapons, a lot of different little buildings that are going to make it pretty difficult to stay alive, but thankfully does find a great tack off the break, and there is going to be an early elimination found. However, no mats to his name. Nearly tries to grab a few of these off the ground, and he is cornered right now, guys.
He's going to be in a corner. It's a tough situation already going down. Of course, he won't be picked up. Nickmercs now last alive, trying to cover an 8-kill deficit. HD's kill, of course, I believe that player might get picked up. He might get lucky and get it to kind of bring down that deficit to 7, but all we do know is HD is officially done. Nickmercs now trying to keep the team alive. Of course, he's going to be on the edge of this building at Tilted. Now, we've seen a lot of players do that. Fortunately for him, he doesn't get sniped. Saw HD drop relatively early, at least, or actually, I think it was Tfue back whenever they lost the tournament a little while ago to Nickmercs Hysteria. Tfue was just on that ledge and ended up getting sniped and getting taken out. But, man, you talk about your back against a wall.
Yeah.
Nickmercs has a mountain to climb. The only thing that could possibly save him is a miracle happens and Tfue and Cloakzy go down.
And that's such an unfortunate situation right there for HD, right? Because he obviously has an initial elimination comes through, finds a decent weapon off the break. I mean, you can't argue with a great tack. It's better than a hunting rifle. It's better than a pistol. It's obviously a very solid weapon to find, especially considering it is kind of an overall random drop that you're going to find. I think, too, and it's obviously hard to predict because, of course, we can't always hear the game sound when it comes in his perspective as the nice little shot from the corner comes through from Nickmercs. but like he tried to go for some resources. You can see he was kind of doubting himself. He wasn't really fully sure what to commit to. Does he try to initialize himself, try to go for a few whipping shots, or does he try to build up on resources? I think in that situation though, he definitely kind of found himself in an awkward corner. And I think once players start to play Season 5 more, once they start to visit Valhalla more, they're going to realize what spots they should be going toward if they're in a 1v2 situation. We talked about Nickmercs. He knows the towers like the back of his hands. Reason why is because he's played it for almost over a year now. Valhalla, it's a new spot. Like coming in toward that particular area, you're just hoping you land on top of the mountain, because we talk about how difficult it is to land on that particular spot sometimes, considering the bus location and whatnot. So I think if this was maybe a few weeks down the line, a much different situation for HD, but also a little bit of scatterbrain play. Definitely not kind of in his element when it came down to his back against the wall, not really knowing what fully to do, and doesn't commit on either, and obviously ends up dropping.
Yeah, he ends up getting taken out. He does land there pretty almost direct center, and unfortunately for him, that team split up. Seemed like there were actually 2 squads that landed there as well. Going into it, you're going to be running into that many squads at the least. Man, you're talking 2, especially with such a new area and being so close to Snobby at that point. A lot of teams are starting to pick up, man. If I want kills, I need to go towards these challenge areas. Of course, they do. Unfortunately for HD, he does get taken out early, but of course, it's going to put an interesting spin on the game if Nickmercs is able to rally a comeback. Smart move, though, from FaZe, pushing into Tilted to ensure that it's going to be a little bit more difficult to come back from a 6-kill deficit if you've constantly got them trying to push into your presence.
Yeah, and with that being said, there it is. Nick is going to go down, and what a loser bracket run, but that is going to be it. Nickmercs and HD are now out of the tournament. FaZe will be moving forward to the semifinal match. Of course, they'll be playing against Vikkstar123 a team that has made it far in this tournament, and a team that we didn't. Obviously, Vikkstar, we know TriCeps, though, coming into it, proved to be a very good player, at least overall so far. But, of course, going against a powerhouse team of FaZe. And, of course, once that match is done, we'll go into losers finals to see who's going to win between FaZe and 100T. The rematch is going to be going down. Whoever wins that, of course, will be meeting KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin.
Oh, yeah, keep forgetting that KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin are
and the
at the top of the mountain there.
They're just sitting there. They're just waiting patiently.
They're sitting there.
$7,000 guaranteed.
They're sitting at the top of Valhalla
Sitting
right
in
now.
Valhalla, awaiting the arrival of their competition.
Wow. Those are great.
Yes, they are.
Sorry, I got lost in the sauce. I used to narrate for History Channel.
Is that right?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wouldn't surprise me, to be honest.
Just an old man's voice.
Man.
Hello.
Well, with that being said, of course, great stuff. Of course, hey, HD Nickmercs, what a run they have, but unfortunately, they are going to be out. But, man, that was some exciting stuff from them. But now FaZe is going to have to go against Vikkstar as well as TriCeps. We'll see how that match is going to go down in our semifinals. Who will meet up with 100T in the losers finals? I don't know. Let us know in chat. We'll be right back after these commercial breaks. Hello and welcome back to Friday Fortnite. Of course, we're going into our semi-final match. We have FaZe, a little rematch, by the way, from that $20,000 Sabotage tournament. We have FaZe going against Vikkstar and TriCeps. Of course, FaZe won that tournament. Vikkstar and TriCeps ended up getting second place right behind them. So now going to you, though, Lando Sanders.
Hello.
As well as, I believe it's either Mike or Larry. That's Larry.
It's Larry.
My apologies. Larry is back on here while Legion is doing his thing, whatever he's doing back there. But, of course,
back there in the bathroom.
Got to be asking,
yep.
Landon, Larry, what are you guys thinking about this next match coming up? Larry, let's start off with you, please, a new guest.
Oh, Larry, sorry. Actually, the mic is right next to his eye, so there we go.
Oh, now I can hear him.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Right.
I could see that.
Yeah, for those who don't obviously speak Llama at home, basically he's talking about he's super excited to actually be named something else now known as the Supply Llama rather than the Loot Llama.
Yes.
He feels that actually, kind of prefers, it's kind of like his actual name, right? That's actually what he serves his purpose around the entirety of the Fortnite map. So definitely great insight coming in from Larry. He also asked you as well regarding the future of these matches. What's your thought on FaZe, right? Their overall presence around the map. He's been playing very, very well.
Take off the headset. Take off the headset. Move the llama. Again? Oh my gosh, he's here. Give me the llama. Hurry up. No, we're not. We're not even live. Just give me. We're not even live. Just give me the llama. Give me Larry. We're not even live. Just wait a second.
He's very sorry.
We're not even live. Put on the headset. We're live. Seriously, sit down. So we're live, okay?
Hold on, I'll do it for you.
Watch out, Mikey. Thank you.
It was Larry. Mikey's right
Prep
here.
me.
Oh my gosh. What A luxurious way to what? I don't even. Okay. Anyways, Tfue and Cloakzy facing off now against Vikkstar123 which, by the way, Vikkstar123 they got second place in a $20,000 sabotage tournament now going against FaZe themselves. Let's see how this little rematch is, in fact, going to go down. Good stuff coming in overall between both sides, but this is what I like. Where are we going? We're going lazy for the boys of FaZe. It's going to be a hot drop if I've ever seen one, whereas Vikkstar123 they're going to be a little bit more passive going over towards soccer field. Boys, call the action for me. Let me hear it.
Well, the action essentially is pretty slow to start, you could argue, for FaZe Clan, right? Because obviously they're kind of going toward the outskirts. I think that's probably Tfue's first time ever landing, and I'm going to go ahead and call that shed, just because that's really all about that there really is, besides the fact of there being a tractor. But also, it looks like there is a chest, finds a boogie bomb off the ground, and I want to see Tfue pull off a highlight play. I want to see this go into his montage. He actually had a montage get released the other day. In case you guys haven't seen it already on Twitter, make sure you go check it out. I want to see him rock out with this boogie bomb. See if he can make a highlight play off of it. Of course, somehow has not moved and then nearly has taken down 2 players in the first, 8 seconds of the game actually starting up?
Yeah.
Oh
and
my
he's just
God.
shooting through swamp trees like it
What
doesn't
is
even
this?
matter. Look at that.
What is that?
He's just dominating. Their 339 said, hey, I'm just going to have some fun in my little ATK.
He didn't
And then
move.
he just shredded. Oh, and another
He
guy
does
tries
not
to pick
move.
it up. That's 4. It's 4. 4 eliminations.
He
Stop
didn't
it,
move.
Tfue. And again, he's not moving.
Oh my
Again,
God.
gets another one. Spots 2 more players over here. He's going to be almost ready to drop
my
these 2.
God.
I'm telling you, this is probably the smartest play that they could have had against Vikkstar and Triceps coming into this. If they get a lead this large going into the beginning portion of this map, based off how they play rotation-wise, there's no doubt in my mind that this game 1 could just easily be swayed in the first 3 minutes.
Tfue has literally ran out of ammo. He's been fighting. He's been killing so many people.
But he's got a boogie bomb landed.
He does. He could just straight up Kobe that one from across the what is that, hole number 6 probably, or something along those lines. So he's got 5 eliminations already. That is it doesn't make sense. I don't understand how that's physically possible to do. I don't get it, Taylor. I really don't.
No, seriously. I mean, you talk about coming in. That's obviously the way to win over Lazy Lynx. I mean, sitting now at 9 kills, 8 kills. I mean, that is what a way to start. I thought it was going to be a hot drop, but honestly, they made it look incredibly easy. Cloakzy decided to go in, whereas Tfue, of course, pushing the outside. He comes in with the ATK. And now they're kitted up. They've got the inventory.
Just an 8-kill lead. No big deal, Taylor.
That is absolutely amazing to watch such skill at high caliber
Vikkstar
level.
just stared at I think the scoreboard for a second and was like, "Oh my God!"
Yeah, I mean that hurts,
what?
right? You're going. You got to be happy. You're thinking, all right, FaZe, they're going lazy links. Obviously, that is a very volatile place to go to. That is literally the tilted as of right now, at least this early in season 5. And oh man, if they go down, we're just chilling at soccer field. Of course, we'll be able to push out towards Greasy or wherever we want to go from that point. And man, now they're looking at the scoreboard and they're saying, where did we go wrong?
There just comes a point in your career, like every gamer's career, right, where you play like just a group of people and you're just reality checked so instantaneously, like with the swiftness. Like I remember the first time, not the first time, but one of the times I played Ninja actually in Halo. It was on Guardian, if you remember that map. Mm-hmm. The game starts, I think I'm in good positioning. I have camo. I don't see him. And basically back in the day when you got killed really hard, like just some embarrassing, your screen basically black screened for about a millisecond. I black screened like 2-3 times in a row from just headshots off my spawn. Couldn't even spawn in. At that point, I was like, okay. Now I know what this feels like. Now I know what I need to strive for. And when you start seeing like 8, 9 kills just dropping almost instantaneously, you're like, okay, now we're going to step the game up. But of course, Vikkstar, ErycTriceps, Vikkstar, man, he's been playing in so many tournaments over the course of the past month. A lot of Friday Fortnites. He is experienced beyond all belief with this game. Many hours into our tournaments. And of course, he's been performing literally better and better every event we've seen. I feel like he keeps continuously placing higher, which is pretty exciting to see.
Yeah, and I believe regarding overall placements, I think last week he and actually who he played with was Tinny, placed top 12, got knocked out actually by KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. But regarding average placements for Vikkstar, average around 8.63, which is actually very respectable when it comes into Friday Fortnite. Having an average placement of top 8 rather, is very respected, right? When it comes down to facing off against the top teams in the world, especially when it comes into certain brackets. I mean, some weeks maybe you're facing off against FaZe a lot earlier than you'd expect, a lot earlier to TSN than you'd expect as well. Squads along those lines, but boy, have they met their match when it comes down to the currency, rather, of Tfue and Cloakzy for the time being. An
Incredible
early
rapper.
10-3 lead.
Yeah, 10-3, and I just want to point out, they went from Lazy Links to Loot Lake incredibly fast. with that ATK. Of course, I believe they might even hit a rift or two to get over there. But, man, what a jump.
The boost.
10-3 to get there. And now we're seeing Vikkstar and Triceps. They're going to be in an engagement themselves. Triceps taking a lot of damage, getting tagged up quite a bit. Of course, he's going to be left with just a little bit of health. Lucky he has that half pot there. Vikkstar up top to try and act as a little padding. Good teammate, obviously, coming up, but they're very high up at this point. They almost got knocked down. C4 coming out, trying to spot this player just down below. And there we are. He is, in fact, going to be lighting him up, but no! Great recovery build. Not taking any, or taking a little bit of damage, plus the knock at the bottom. What a great recovery overall. He's sitting at 2 kills as they have now just about one over tilted, but he's got to watch out. Shots fired from just ahead.
And no excess meds either, whether it comes to shields and or bandages, of course, to revert back that staircase around, and really he doesn't have an opportunity to go for an edit because this player is just constantly firing in bullets toward his brick structures, as I believe he actually happens to come out and gets the elimination, I believe maybe even along with the help coming in from Vikkstar. Fantastic support coming in, and we talked about they try to enter in toward Tilted Towers, trying to get somewhat of an advantage when it comes down to this, getting back into the series. That's what happens. You got to get in those close quarter situations to try to bring yourself back into the game.
Yeah, Vic with that nice assist, and he does maintain some control up there with that height advantage, just making sure that his teammate's able to build out of that. Amazing reverse, though, for that structure to have it flipped around so we can actually stay alive in there. Pops out of the build, manages to actually kill that guy. And, of course, 11 now for the FaZe boys. But Vikkstar and ErycTriceps making a valiant comeback here in Tilted. Smart plays for them to kind of stay more towards these populated areas. However, there are only 15 engagements, and look how big this circle is, boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite the size. Of course, this game went very, very fast. You got to be thinking, but even with that hot drop, we saw an amazing performance from Tfue and Cloakzy off to start over at Lazy Links. The score is still only 11-8 as Vikkstar, Triceps rocking Tilted incredibly well to bring the scoreboard back within a manageable at least size now. 11-8. What is that? That's 3 total kills overall. Triceps, Vikkstar now rotating out, looking incredibly strong. Now, going like we talk about, right? We always talk about it whenever we see Nick and HD play or Nick in general. From Tilted, where do you decide to go? Luckily for them, they're going to be pushing more and more into the circle, whereas we see Dusty, they're going to be playing Gatekeeper themselves, the FaZe boys, just on the outside of Dusty Divot. So various different styles of play overall, but we actually, no, excuse me, they split up. So that's going to be quite interesting. They're covering a lot of ground overall. So
double ATKs.
Double ATKs.
Respect it.
Hey, I've got to say, FaZe, really the ATK Kings throughout this Friday Fortnite tournament, they have covered more ground in that than any other team.
Well, I'm telling you, I think the trick here is seriously baiting these players out. I mean, you've got who's rocking the default skin right now? They're pretty much both default, but Tfue, I mean, he's like the ultimate trap artist here. He's waiting for you to kind of just peek out of nowhere, thinking it's just going to be some innocent default skin, and then pops out with that 441 build, and all of a sudden you're at the bottom just confused about life in general. You don't know what's going on anymore.
That's very accurate. It's almost scarily accurate when it comes down to
how I feel.
The trauma that's about to come up for a lot of these players.
When we have to face players of this caliber, I think I would just collapse into a fetal position and just kind of think about my life.
That's understandable, especially at the rate that Tfue and or Cloakzy build. It truly is depressing whenever you look at your overall skill, being whoever you are out there, myself included, and saying, I will never be that good.
Or maybe with a lot of practice, you could be that good.
No.
Hashtag dreams.
That's true. Maybe, I don't know. Anything's possible, right?
Kind of observing Cloakzy as he just drifts a little bit off to the left and right to get that boost. I thought you had to do a massive drift, but showing obviously you don't. And that's why he's able to cover ground so quickly.
Solid Mario Kart player, I'd imagine.
Absolutely. He's so good at getting that boost overall. So good stuff. I'm learning new things I'm going to be able to implement into my gameplay itself. But already from Dusty to Salty now to Fatal and just working his way around, like you said, Legion, using it sort of as a bait car, trying to get anybody just to fire one shot so he can kind of go on attack mode. Tfue as well. Vikkstar, Triceps, very slow going for them overall. They're going to be at Salted. We just saw Tfue and Cloakzy there. Nobody was going to be home as of yet. Tfue forced to jump out. Will he build a bridge? Yes, he will. So he can get over there. Has to do his own work.
No one's stopping Tfue.
He is a one-man army.
He just builds his own. Gets out. Doesn't even want the campfire. Oh, he does grab it. Smart play. Smart play. Because we saw him in that game where he was trapped over there outside of retail
where he ended up building himself out of there somehow with all those edits from top to bottom, and then manages to kill that duo that was chasing him. That's why I don't chase people. I'm just going to throw that out there. You might find yourself on the other end of attack shotgun. Now, that'll go up that hill? Oh, quit playing with me. I learn new things every day, Taylor.
Oh, Friday Fortnite teaches you a whole bunch of new knowledge. But what kind of surprises me is how much ground FaZe has covered and not found a single player.
Yeah.
Also, Vikkstar123 going with the more archaic route of the shopping cart. Because, of course, they're going to fall over just a little bit, but, of course, they're going to recover and keep pushing forward. Has Tfue finally found somebody? He was aiming down the sights. Of course, Cloakzy has, as that player was trying to mow him down. Unfortunately, not going to happen, as Cloakzy's going to finish him off to extend his kill to 6 total, 8 or 6 as well on top for Tfue. Both of them mirroring each other. Of course, both having a similar stats in the previous tournament, both finishing with literally exact stacks, 111 kills overall throughout that tournament. So they mirror each other perfectly. I got to say, I respect overall. But going for the quickscope, not able to hit it. Cloakzy pushing up. And eventually, he will be able to find the knock, hopefully. There it is. Actually, it's going to be an instant elimination. Now going to be 7 total. So finally, that little lull is in fact going to end.
Yeah, not just the knock there. I mean, you see him coming in with that Thompson, pulls it up after the shotgun. You're pretty much seeing that back and forth peak. I find it kind of interesting, though. I feel like they go immediately back to the shotgun just to hope for that, maybe that high damage dink that you can get immediately afterwards. Of course, Eric, though, with a nice snipe, 306 with no chance, still building up 3 C4s in the back pocket. Apparently, C3PO is actually in the back pocket as well.
Wow.
At a C3PO. Shout out to Big Sean. But let's see him drop these players. They're going to be pushing off the hill as well. Finds another one. He's going to be running away, trying to take shelter behind Brick. He just says, hey, can you guys just leave me alone for a second? I've got this med kit that I want to pop. But he re-challenges. Interesting plays. He's going to get tinked in the back yet again with that tac submachine gun. Maybe he'll have some build cover here. We'll see if Triceps can actually push him out. But he's got few mats.
And notice this, I think we actually saw Tfue flying from above and Cloakzy actually riding on the ATK, but it doesn't matter. The elimination coming in. Very, very solid play from Eric. But looks like Tfue and Cloakzy are dying to join the fight. They said Salty Springs. It's a pretty interesting venture. We're going to join alongside hand in hand by Vikkstar and Eric. At the same time, though, Vikkstar does spot out. I believe this is a little bit of a replay on his screen because I think he is streaming on YouTube, so a little bit more of a delay on his screen. So, yeah, that's going to be a prior fight, so nothing really too much to add. But overall, Eric playing very, very well, and it just obviously goes to show how close of a game this is. 2 eliminations separating both of our teams. Eric, a major reason as to why they are that close. And at the same time, though, Tfue and Cloakzy do find elimination, and I believe during this time on Tfue and Cloakzy's screen, Vikkstar has fallen, not fully eliminated, but is knocked down for the time, and that's without question going to slow down their overall pace as a team. We talk about the final eliminations kind of coming down to the wire. You got to have, kind of pedal to the metal. You got to have a full-on aggression being shown, and at least for the time being, that's going to slow down their progression as a squad.
A very smart play from Cloakzy. He opted to drop the med kits and take the Chug Jug, obviously not wanting to give that to Vikkstar, who is in fact going to be picked up by Triceps. So he didn't want to give him the shields, only wants the health, and rightly so, as he's going to continue pushing for, not wasting any time, getting in that ATK and trying to find the last remaining players. Of course, we're going to see 6 total remaining. Where are they going to be hiding at? But still, with that being said, yeah, he dropped, but still such a close game going into game number 2. Vikkstar123, a talented team on their own, and they're performing incredibly well overall. Where is actually looks like Tfue will find yet another engagement, or maybe he's just shooting down that 1-by-1 to see if anybody's going to be home. He's a bold player. He just wants to kind of bait all of the players out. Why not, right? Of course, being Tfue and Cloakzy, whoever challenges you is going to be at a disadvantage already. He's going to go ahead and build up, use that bounce pad, try and get that height advantage to see if he can spot anybody.
Also has the bounce pad, like I said, in his back pocket when he begins to use it. Of course, we do see something similar to that being rocked out for Cloakzy. And I believe he's going to use the bouncer trap in combination with the bounce pad. And obviously, it's going to give him a lot higher of an idea kind of around the map to kind of gauge exactly where these final players could be. And I love this play, right? This is something that we've always talked about when it comes into FaZe, having advantages in different ways. They always make sure they have those bounce pads in their back pocket to make sure that when it comes down to these final few kills, these final few eliminations, they have the advantage because they can go anywhere on the map. Since they have that combination of the bouncer
Oh
trap,
my goodness.
they have the ability to always find these guys. It looks like
he's trying to land on it.
Tfue nearly lands on top of the ATK himself, finds one elimination. The second's about to be found, as I believe this is just a total ruined golf party here on hole number 18. A player tries to use the bounce trap. Can he stay alive? A little bit of damage inside of Tfue, but valiant effort in the end coming in. As Tfue literally just actually is so confident, he runs past a purple scar and decides to hold on to the gray one. So
you know,
gray
sometimes
AR,
you just want to go into battle with nothing but your hopes and dreams.
Right.
And then maybe you'll come out victorious. And I'm just going to point this out here. The bounce pad to jump pad transition that he just did first try instantaneously took me roughly 25 times in Playground to figure out. I was like, wait a second, do you build a 1x1? I don't know. But you saw it actually work out to perfect advantage. So don't let any item slip past you, folks, if you're watching from home. Pretty much anything's viable if you know how to use it correctly here in Fortnite.
Yep, 6-kill lead, looking to get some extra padding. We'll see if he'll be able to find the last remaining players. There might be someone straight ahead, and I believe there. Oh, is he trapping them in with the traps? Kind of curious. There is someone in there? Hello.
Oh no! This poor
soul.
soul. This poor soul.
Tfue just kind of not making quick work.
He's bullying this
man. There he
man.
is, and he finally does get the win, and I believe that's going to be 2 kills towards the end, all found by Tfue. And with that being said, I think it's now going to be an 8-kill lead going into game number 2, as Vikkstar and Triceps at one point were making that comeback possible, but FaZe, in the end, their rotations, using the ATKs to the fullest of their ability to just cover as much ground as possible, was the reason why they ended up with an 8-kill lead going into game number 2. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, like I said, the bouncer traps, the bounce pads, they just always put themselves in a position to succeed. And that's something that really comes down to their decision-making. I can't remember who it was, but I actually saw someone make a video piece on FaZe Clan their success. I think actually it was Keemstar who tweeted it out. But it was a video essentially kind of explaining like the reason why FaZe has success. And it was actually a very well-structured video. And one thing that they really targeted was, like I said, their decision-making. It all relies on that, which is so important to mention because, you know, the ability to, you know, make certain pushes, the ability to rotate towards certain areas is obviously very, very, very important. But you take all that away and you realize the basis of all of that is because of their decision-making, the ability to rush certain things, the ability to keep certain loot for the future of the game. There's been many times throughout Friday Fortnite where we've seen them kind of make questionable plays at first. Like, for example, I think it was a few weeks ago, they were actually in grand finals. I don't remember who it was against, but essentially I think it was Cloakzy who was caught in the storm. And there was a moment where I was like, why is he not using the bounce pad? And the reason why I didn't use the bounce pad, he had bouncer traps in his back pocket, decided to use those, made it inside the storm. And then for the later part of that game, he ends up actually using the bounce pad in order to kind of gauge a little bit more of the kills around the map. So it was like a very smart future is what they're always thinking about, the future of the game, the future of the Fortnite map, and it all comes down to their decision-making, and they just happen to be some of the best players in the world in combination with some of the smartest players in the world, which makes them so deadly and the reason why they're 4-time champs. You guys doing okay?
I just want to know.
We were making a lot of eye contact. It was like the intermediate thing that when you were talking. We wanted to make sure that
that's cool.
the connection could zoom through you and then vice versa back. But when we're talking about FaZe, Tfue, and Cloakzy, guys, I mean, seriously, 4 championships here for Friday Fortnights. I mean, if you're watching their gameplay, it gives you faith and hope that maybe you can be somebody that can do some crazy bounce pad plays and then jump almost on a golf cart. I actually thought he was going to bounce off the top of that ATK and then shred them again while he was jumping, which would have been even more incredible. But of course,
I thought he was going to hop into the passenger
we're seeing
seat.
this game
just
2.
Roll with them. All right. So, anyways, FaZe is going to be dropping down with Vikkstar and Triceps, as of course. As we look at FaZe, they're going to be dropping on the outside. Once again, look, Lazy Links once again. They want to kind of piggyback off the success that they had earlier, but it looks like Tfue's getting a bit bold as he's dropping ever so closer now this time. Cloakzy looks like he's going to be dropping right in the center. This could be a bold move that could be their demise overall. Vikkstar Triceps, they're going to be landing quite passively just on the outside of Retail Row. So two very different styles between the two. Now the story's all on FaZe. Will they come out with just as many kills they did last time, or will they fall early?
And I'm just excited to see him use these dualies right off the rip. I mean, you're talking multiple teams here for engagement. He's going to go right out there, no shame, with the dualies. Knows there's going to be a player underneath him. Of course, all accuracy, these things up close, once again, after a shotgun, absolute monstrosity, as that guy's just going to be hitting the orange justice. Of course, everybody knows the dance move gives you a 45% chance of confidence, especially those of you out there that actually dance in general. I feel like you should just give the orange justice a try, especially in public spaces, mostly clubs, bars, and or your cousin's birthday party. Pretty much just whatever fits.
Jeez, look at this. Obviously showing that it's working. The dual pistols going in the hands of Cloakzy, and he's making them work as... Honestly, you know, I was landing here yesterday at least, and it was so incredibly hard. As Tfue, though, is going to be dropped. So this is what I was talking about. Will they come out ahead or not? Cloakzy has to come to the rescue. Of course, there's going to be a player.
That darn Leviathan.
Yeah, and Tfue is Tfue is going to be dropped completely now. Cloakzy all by his lonesome self to fight off all these players.
And if I'm, like, realistically, if you're in Cloakzy's situation, you want to be very careful with not just these future engagements, but the rest of the engagements in this Fortnite game. Yeah, you have a lead, but like, how long is that going to last for? Like, you're absolutely going to have players in Vikkstar and ErycTriceps who are going to be finding so many engagements at the rest of this game. If he drops, like, we're saying that this game is just almost essentially over for FaZe. Like, it almost comes down to that point. If you're new to watching Friday Fortnite, if a team drops early, it's no matter how much of an advantage they have, if it's upwards of like 10, okay. But like, realistically, when it comes down to this game, I mean, it is very, very worrisome if Cloakzy were to drop. So while it is a scary situation for Vikkstar and Eryc, really, if you're Cloakzy, you were just trying to pad this lead as much as possible, if not trying to stay up, trying to stay alive, and he is doing a great job at doing both of those things. 5 eliminations to his name. I think we actually heard through the in-game communication, Tfue ended up finding 3 or something along those lines, so regardless, a decent advantage, and I believe he also does have a bounce pad in his back pocket if he happens to get into a sketchy situation. So, I said, if you are Cloakzy, it's not the worst of situations. Granted, you did lose your squad mate early. However, you do possess a lead. You have some decent loot, and also you do have that bounce pad in your possession if it does deem necessary, which is probably going to come in handy very, very soon.
If you're Vikkstar here, are you popping this Chug Jug immediately? You've got no blues on you at this point. Your teammate's not necessarily engaged in any combat. I feel like it's kind of a perfect time for them to just kind of sit back. Maybe he'll put these meds on.
I would.
Of course, you're seeing a 13 elimination lead here for FaZe. If you are Vikkstar and Triceps, once again, very simple. You need to rotate, potentially even separate at this point in the game. I feel like that's such a huge deficit. And with only 42 of these engagements actually remaining, it's going to be pretty rough on him here as he's just going to be trying to bounce over there with those impulses once again. Just trying to get some map coverage, get some good ideas. Maybe spot one of those rifts somewhere floating. Passionately drift his way with his parachute. And land in the middle of a squad, maybe on a golf cart.
That's very
and ruin their land sleepover.
That's a very true statement, Legion. Vikkstar deciding to use that Chug Jug just wide out in the open. No fear. And I like that. Respect that so incredibly much. Of course, though, being those gatekeeper role on the outside, Cloakzy is going to take his typical ATK, and it's business as usual for him, even though Tfue's not there. Now, mind you, Tfue and Cloakzy, they split up in the last game. Cloakzy did just fine. He ended up finding a lot of engagements, ended up winning the majority of them, and you know what, honestly, Cloakzy at this point just back in his element, just cruising around, trying to find
There's that
anybody
riff.
that's going to be shooting at him. And, of course, there is that riff,
Look
like
at
you
that
said.
float.
And they're going to be trying and find anybody in their possession. Of course,
What a
nobody
great
homemade
little umbrella
crates.
there. Real Mary Poppins, I'll tell you that. Hopefully I can land somewhere safe. What do you think, Landon?
I think that you are one of the best interpreters I've ever heard. I'm glad that you exist.
I don't know how interpreter fits in there. I feel like that's like a job. It's like a profession.
Oh yeah.
Are you telling me that I could be an interpreter full time?
I absolutely am saying that.
Well,
and I ain't lying.
I do speak sugar. I'll tell you that.
Speak sugar.
Anything with corn syrup in it.
Wow.
High fructose.
Hate to break that conversation up, but Cloakzy will in fact
we'll carry on with this once it's over.
Cloakzy will in fact find a Chug Jug plus a med kit, so he's pretty well stacked up whenever it comes to inventory overall. He's got that heavy shotgun, he's got the green Tommy gun as well as the rare AR. So he's stacked pretty well, plus he's got the ATK, and look at this, there's only a total of 31 engagements remaining with that 13-kill lead. Vikkstar, Triceps, even though they have the man advantage, they're just not finding the players around here. So with that being said, honestly, they've got to get to work and quick if they want to try and overtake this lead.
Speaking of quick, so the ATK being brought out from Cloakzy. And of course, if you're in his situation, depending on where the zone is, which I don't believe we've had the opportunity to take a look at, as of recent. It's really a matter of like what risks are you willing to take versus which ones should you take. So I think if he were to go into the towers, it's a matter of like maybe you follow up with Vikkstar and Eric, see like what they can try to provide, and then maybe you kind of go from there. Or maybe you just totally dodge till the towers, maybe try to go past that, maybe go toward Valhalla, depending, like I said, on whatever the zone happens to be. It looks like they're just fine regarding that. So they kind of make that play however they'd like to, but it looks like Vikkstar being very wary of his ramps and saying, you know what, Cloakzy, I appreciate that you are on an ATK, but I'm not about to allow you to literally run me over. So smart play there coming in from Vic. Definitely respected as not trying to give any advantage toward the opposition.
I actually like that because I was looking at Cloakzy's webcam there, and he had let out a little smile. He was like, okay, good play.
Yeah, respected.
Because he was going straight up that ramp with his ATK and just trying to overtake it from Vikkstar there. But good stuff, and obviously a good heads-up play, but both pushing into Tilted. Now, at this point, Cloakzy, kills are great, but he kind of wants to be the thorn in the side of Vikkstar and Triceps. At this point, hey, he can still 1 kill here, 1 kill there, and still maintain his lead. Overall, of course, still sitting at 13, but they've kind of hit a dry spell overall, as we typically see whenever we hit at least mid-game, going into late game. Not a lot of kills will go down, but as soon as that circle starts closing down on them, we start seeing more kills and engagements. But, of course, with that being said, we're sitting at 23 kills remaining now, which means 10 kills. Once those go away, it's pretty much all she wrote for Vikkstar and Triceps.
And they're actually taking the shopping cart route here, which is fantastic. I don't know if you guys have seen that show on WGN from the late 90s where they just race through an actual supermarket and try, but they're actually going to be competing on that after tonight's Friday Fortnite Tournament tomorrow, so they're getting mentally prepared for it as well. Really excited to see how they're going to be able to do in that tournament. Of course, Cloakzy by himself now outside of Shifty and Tilted, just looking for those stragglers, seeing if they're going to be able to pop in. 13 elimination deficit here. Of course, you'd have to eliminate literally over, well, actually just a little under half the current lobby that's available. Tfue spectating, giving Cloakzy some intel, said Vic is currently skating through a forest.
That's true. That's very impressive. I don't actually know if that's even possible to do. You even like to think that the wheels of the hinges would probably fall off if you fall from a 8-story hill. However, though, Vic is making it work, and like I said, he's just pedaling on. Pedaling on, he is.
Trying to find logic in a shopping cart in a competitive video game is kind of crazy in itself. I love the way that Epic is just – it's such a fun competitive game overall, and I can't wait to see the more – at least the more introductions that they kind of start and kind of love to adapt. But, man, I like to see this play from Cloakzy to kind of dip out of there. Honestly, pick and choose your fights. Cloakzy's obviously good at doing just that. He's going to dip out, and then he'll be pushing in for maybe even some more kills overall. But, man, Vikkstar Triceps still not finding anybody. They've been stuck at least 3 kills since literally the beginning of the game.
But you also notice, you take a quick little look at that mini-map, you see Vikkstar inside Shifty Shafts, just at the northern side there of Tilted Towers happens to be Eric. They're splitting up right now. They're trying to collapse on a lot of these kills, while at the same time, Cloakzy is just trying to stay alive. He happens to be finding all these eliminations, and if they could maybe find out where Cloakzy is, try to target where he is on the map right now, then they can try to collapse on those and steal any kills that Cloakzy would have an opportunity at finding. So at the moment right now, where Vic and Eric are trying to escape from, is exactly what Cloakzy is trying to do as well, and I believe on Cloakzy's screen, Vikkstar has fallen, and nearly so does Cloakzy, going for the solidified elimination, still receiving quite a bit of shots, 12 HP and a dream. You could argue if he were to drop here, it could potentially spell disaster for FaZe moving forward. Like we said, 13 HP, puts down a trap, potentially try to cover his tracks, has the medkit in his back pocket, and we'll see if he has an opportunity, a breather, to put that around his delightful wrists.
Yeah, that's the smartest play, too, from Cloakzy. In that instance, he's got those people right there on the edge of that mountain, getting ready to drop down on him, and he manages to build himself in, of course, using that nice little ceiling trick to get through those smaller windows. Of course, has that chug jug in the back pocket, manages to get away. It's pretty much all about survivability for him at this point. If he can just manage to clean up 1, 2, 3, 4
that's
more,
it.
and just wins it. And look at Cloakzy with the celebration. I saw a smile out of him. Full giggles.
That's it, man.
Gigabox.
FaZe, you know what? Hey, heads-up play coming in from Vikkstar as well as Triceps. They played so incredibly well, making it way all the way to the semifinal match, only to go against the powerhouse team of FaZe. Of course, FaZe will win that and move on to play 100T in the losers' final match. Never wins that. Will meet up with KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin for the grand
They've been
finals.
waiting for 3 hours.
But
They're
one
ready.
thing that is certain at this point is either which team right now in the losers finals is guaranteed $3,000.
Wow, that's a lot of cash. And I don't know about you guys, but I am very excited to see this rematch that happened basically 18 hours ago, which, obviously has been a lot of time since that last match has taken place.
Yeah, it's quite a long time. 18 hours, actually. It was full.
Yeah.
Full 18.
Yeah, actually just hit 18.
You actually set a timer on purpose for this broadcast.
In fact, so
I gotta say, guys, it's been a while, but hey, it's been a fun
Great
while.
song.
we need a refresh with some Raging
yeah, I
Bunny
was just
Fish.
about to go through that. So, guys, check it out. G Fuel is one of our sponsors, of course. Got out with the Raging Gummy Fish from FaZe Jeff, of course, a really, really good flavor overall. If you guys want to check that out, maybe get your opportunity to buy some, you can use code UMG on your checkout for 30% off of your purchase. Go to gfuel.com and use it, of course. We also have official EGL. Go to officialegl.com, and you can have your chance to pick up some great gear. Use UMG10, and you'll be able to get 10% off on your purchase. Of course, exclamation point giveaway in the chat. You'll be entered into a giveaway. Click on the link, and you'll have 10 ways to enter that Gleam giveaway. Get the opportunity to potentially win 10,000 V-Bucks. On top of that, some Mako Shark Gaming Glasses, 20 UMG credits. A lot of stuff out there for your pleasure. But, of course, moving into the losers' final round, we are going to see FaZe going against 100T. 100T knocked FaZe down to the loser bracket in the winners bracket a little bit earlier in the day. Will they do the same and knock them out and move on to the finals, or will we see FaZe come through and win it themselves to move on to the grand finals to potentially get their 5th Friday Fortnite victory, and on top of that, be able to potentially secure back-to-back victories? Anyways, let us know what you guys are thinking in the chat. Use hashtag Friday Fortnite on Twitter. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopping right into the action so we don't waste any time. FaZe going against 100T, the rematch of this Friday Fortnite series tonight. Of course, whoever wins this, moving to the grand finals to play against KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. And already off the jump, we're seeing both teams mirror each other with the Valhalla drop. Let's see how it's going to work out for the two of them.
Oh, surprise inside of the hay bales as Tfue will unfortunately drop most of his HP, a quarter of his HP still left alive, and well, he's going to have to try to surround himself with some warmth from Cloakzy, hopefully finding some bandage or something along the lines. But I don't know, was that a worthy exchange to drop a fourth of your health for one elimination? I mean, at least for right now, it's working out. We'll see how long-term it works out in FaZe's favor.
Sometimes you just get surprised in those hay bales. You think everything's fine, and instead of a needle in a haystack, it's unfortunately a guy with a 12-gauge shotgun waiting for you behind there. Weird holiday experience for all of us here. Stephen Cloakzy enjoying the sights up here. I'm talking full-blown snow, of course, in this Viking village, as I'm going to call it, because everything's got to be 2 names in this game. But Valhalla, still, it's cool, but, it's a Viking village. I don't know, Taylor. I'm just going to throw it out there. But two eliminations after Tfue and Cloakzy, of course. Kenith and Parallax. No eliminations.
Kenneth.
Yeah, I like what I saw there from Kenith and Parallax. They got the knock, and then finally the elimination. Running down the hill, they wanted it, and we're super hungry for it. But, the question is, Tfue, he is incredibly weak. He's going to be in a fight himself, of course. If he takes one shot, he will, in fact, go down. But a knock and another elimination in the hands of at least Tfue and Cloakzy. They're sitting at 3 on the right side, still at 0. Not anything for them, as I thought that that knock and elimination was something that was going to benefit them, but then I guess it doesn't. But already hitting, as the rotation is going down, Kenith, he's going to be heading over towards soccer field. Parallax, where's he? He's going to be going to soccer field himself. I'm quite surprised. I figured a Snobby rotation would be underway.
Well, that's one thing, too, is that if you go towards Snobby Shores, you have the worrisome part about saying, hey, Snobby Shores is basically to try to solidify, like I said, one elimination, like one overall squad elimination at the very most. You're not going to really find too much more than that. So I think by going Snobby in the situation, they'd actually kind of be messing up a little bit of their future for the rest of this game, because the Parallax are thinking late game, hey, we're going for the majority of the kills rather than probably a squad in the future. However, though, they actually go toward past a few other places. They go straight toward Tilted Towers. This is a very big opportunity because they are wanting to get into this game quick, and they're wanting to get into this game fast. They realize when you're facing off against a squad like FaZe, not just in Friday Fortnite, but in scrims, constant matches that they're facing off against this team, they know their pace, they know their play style, and they say, hey, we understand what their call is here to do is to kind of play the passive role and find eliminations along the way. We think we can do that, but at a much extended rate, and we'll see how long and how well that strategy is going to serve them.
And, of course, you're seeing Kenith Parallax finding some opposition here and Tilted, of course, trying to combat those players moving over from Brick as well as that nice little divot area. And, of course, he's going to spot another player literally completely out of ammo. But 2 rounds, and you're going to see Kenith go down so early. Will his teammate be able to save him from it? And, of course, Parallax with an amazing clip, making sure that Kenith has got at least another few seconds of life here, as he's also got a medkit in the back pocket, of course, sitting at 80 HP himself. But let's talk about Tfue up there. 4 kills apiece now for him and Cloakzy. Looking pretty good here, as it's going to be a solid 8-4 lead.
Yeah, mind you, Tfue was just at a sliver of health, and it was kind of weird because Cloakzy was at a sliver of health himself. He was in the back. If Tfue goes down, Cloakzy has to come up to try and eliminate the opponents for the res. But
the phase.
Luckily for him, though, Tfue is is an expert at what he does. He's professional, so he was managed to come through and get the kills. And, of course, another happy ending for Kenith himself as he manages to get rezzed, get picked up, and get an elimination himself, keeping the score 8-4. So it looks like FaZe will have a little bit of an event, or 8-6 now, as we're going to see a little bit of an advantage for the FaZe boys. But Kenith and Parallax overall going toe-to-toe with them. Now, the thing that they have is they have the rotation ahead of Tfue and Cloakzy. So that is one thing that is going to Tfue and Cloakzy are going to have to kind of, fight against. But as of this point, pretty even.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I'm curious what the call is now for FaZe Clan, because normally, right, we talk about typical strategy once you've gone towards Snobby Shores is to either go Greasy Grove, it's to go toward Tilted Towers. In that situation, the high majority of the 2 has already been taken until the towers. 100 T is without question wiping the floor with anyone who happens to be around this area. So where does Tfue and Cloak kind of go from here? Like, what's the overall strategy call? It looks like they're going to be going toward the southern part of Valhalla and hitting up Greasy. So or Soccer Field, right? Whichever one of those 2 of those locations, which could add up to a little bit of success from time to time. And it looks like Tfue is going to go and drop off Cloakzy to go and grab a few shields, maybe to try to search around this particular area, grab up some mats, a little bit of those resources, and they could be actually splitting here, which I think isn't a bad idea. Considering the map advantage that you could argue Hunter T has at this moment, maybe they split up, try to get a little bit of a strategy change up. Maybe one hits up Soccer Field, one hits up Greasy Grove to try to find maybe a squad apiece, and then kind of move forward from there. I don't know what the play call would be, but I think it'd be interesting for them to try something out like that.
FaZe with that zoom too. You got that purple scope AR in the back pocket. Obviously, we always see Cloakzy or Tfue keeping this weapon. When it comes to zoning, when it comes to keeping players a little bit afraid to peek with those headshots, even if they got a sniper rifle, he's got that in his pocket. Unfortunately, no splodes, though, for that grenade launcher, so that's going to be interesting. He's going to continue looting here, trying to get some nice RNGs. He can make his way through, but Tfue, once again, doing the same thing. Of course, he's got that beautiful little cart there to bait. And Kenith and Parallax now taking the rifts themselves, just trying to rotate around the map and spot some players so they can catch up here, only down by 1 elimination.
Yeah, not a lot, obviously, as they're going to be pushing out across Loot Lake towards maybe Salty, Dusty area. We'll see where they'll eventually end up at, but looks like Kenith, he's kind of dipped over to the left here. We'll spot a player just ahead. Of course, that player looked like he was getting into a chest, so I think he's going to come up right behind somebody, potentially. Yes, he will. We'll see if he'll be able to pick up. No, that's just going to be an ATK. Players just up ahead. I don't think they know he's here. Does Kenith know they're there? I was for sure.
Parallax just knocked him in the water.
Okay, was it Parallax?
Yeah,
so
Parallax just bodied him.
I was wondering why, because I was like, why is he going all the way over there? Of course, he was going to be in an engagement, but he doesn't end up getting in one. But luckily for him, he will find an ATK, and then Parallax himself will find a half pot, as well as maybe some potential engagements in the future. But Tfue and Cloakzy splitting up, right? That doesn't surprise me. That's something that they've been doing throughout the maps overall. So we'll see, though. Tfue will be in an engagement, Landon.
And one thing that's very important to mention, too, Tfue was debating on going toward Tilted Towers. He kind of has to change up his strategy overall. Thankfully, he finds a rift. It was trying to make his way towards Salty Springs. Happens to find a squad here. So the overall idea of what FaZe is trying to do has totally been messed up based off of 100T's play. The nice knockdown comes through off the bat. Here comes the second potential that could be coming forward here from Tfue. The nice excess shots coming in from the common assault rifle, but a shot is anything but that. Player has to try to dip out, trying to stay alive, because if he tries to engage, it's not going to be a very happy ending for him. I believe one player just tried to escape out of the ATK. I thought that he actually hit that shot with the hunting rifle in the ATK, just happened to get the official elimination onto one player in front of him, but there's still an enemy here. No mats to Tfue's name, 20 HP and a dream. Quickly has to go for the medkit. because if not, he is going to be eliminated from this game, and that's going to totally throw a wrench in the setup for him and Cloakzy to stay alive.
He's gone.
Oh my gosh, Tfue was about a half a second away, maybe even a full second away from getting off that med kit and re-engaging. Will get taken down to whatever that random player was thinking in that situation. Right place, right time, 1v2, and now it's another opportunity. Right 100T, a massive advantage in the rematch versus FaZe.
And I actually think that player was one of the players on the ATK that he was trying to take shots at with the hunting rifle. Flanked around, solid, he was by himself. If you saw those multiple eliminations, that ends up killing him. But Cloakzy, you know, he's no stranger to having these types of comebacks here for himself in terms of basically. Does he have stickies? Oh my goodness!
All three of them.
All three of them killed. Great play from Cloakzy. Insane gameplay here with those. Oh my gosh, I don't even know what to say with the plungers.
Those guys clingers. They were just making the way up to the ramp. And Cloakzy's like, oh yeah, I have these plungers. Let me make you guys all unicorns.
Oh, by the way, enjoy this.
Oh my gosh. Absolutely explosive play, quite literally there, Taylor. That was unbelievable. Like, in that situation, I think that's the last thing he was expecting to see. 3 players just on a dead set route to climb up that staircase.
They were just having a good time, man. They were just like, you know what? There's a ramp. Let's see if we can climb it. And yeah, you can climb it. Unfortunately, there's a Cloakzy waiting for you at the top with plungers. So hey, nothing you can do in that situation. But obviously, Christmas came early, as now he's going to be sitting at 8 total kills, 14-9, as he'll continue that lead, padding the stats just a little bit. Kenith himself in a fight, and he's going to clean up that kill as well. So gotta say, back and forth action between the two, and this is what we saw in their first match. But you know, Tfue dropping, honestly, like you said, nothing that Cloakzy kind of isn't used to at this point. At least he's been performing incredibly well. They've both been splitting up. So Cloakzy, he's used to playing solo. Yeah. Even if Tfue was still alive, they still would have been split up.
I would say, too, when it comes into this tournament, we have seen a very high rate of FaZe players dropping, which is not at all a normal situation, at least when we talk about Tfue and Cloakzy, right? I think we may have seen Tfue and or Cloakzy drop 2 or 3 times, being fully eliminated in this tournament, which is probably the highest since, you could say, a very early, the week 3, week 4. And you see this Cloakzy waiting for the res, has the C4 in his back pocket to solidify that he can grab all of these kills. He got a 3-piece with the clingers. He's about to do it in the exact same way with the C4. This guy's going for the res, and he hears the explosions going off. There is 3, and there is about to be an entire squad swipe. What an unbelievable play coming in from Cloakzy, now up to 12 eliminations. Explosive play and dominant play at that.
You want to talk about veteran gameplay here. I mean, the patience that it takes for you to not just want to try to get that pop shot off. Waited for him to get that knock healed up, that revive, so you could then eliminate the whole team. Those C4s, although you got to wait for him to plop, I mean, that guy stuck it. At that point, I'm leaving Buddy on the ground and trying to dip.
Oh, my gosh.
Just exploded that ATK. I thought it would do a lot of damage and at least blow him up like in other video games, but it didn't. As they're still going to be alive. C4 going out, try and blow it down the walls as Parallax now is going to find all of them. He does have 2 knocks, trying to finish off with the eliminations. Kenith dropping down below as well. As this team, really, there's not a lot of legs for them to stand on. There it is. The buildings aren't going to go away. The final kill is, in fact, going to go down. And there it is. All of them drop. And all the loot on the ground is now 2 players left on the map. They're all going to be searching. But, you know, Cloakzy got a little bit carried away there. He was deep in the storm and still.
Did he lose his ATK?
He must have lost his ATK at some point.
Maybe he just left it because he's got bounce traps. I don't really know.
No, definitely. I think he lost it. Then again, maybe you're right. Maybe he
based
did
off
hit a mountain,
based off of where he is in Tilted Towers, it could have been a factor of maybe he doesn't have anything to climb with the weapon, no structures to kind of cement that. So thankfully, he does have the bouncer traps, but not a whole lot of HP to his name. As he's got to make a very far jaunt when it comes down to this new zone. Thankfully, we'll be able to stay alive, but to no avail. You see Kenith Parallax. They're going to totally do their best to try to counter any strategy coming through from Cloakzy. Any potential kills that he could be going for right now, they're going to be on a race to try to counter that. Parallax just in front of him. A full-on rush. A bush happens to be hiding on top of a ramp, and he is quickly eliminated. Love Ranger 281. We'll see you later. Welcome to the reloading screen, and welcome to your teammate also being there as well. Huge kills toward the end. Another squad swipe coming through from 100T as they're going to finish off with 16 kills. Parallax 10 himself. Wow, that was unbelievable play. we also give massive credit to Cloakzy. 2 different situations when there is a full squad in front of him, and he uses the clingers, he uses the C4 to find 7-8 kills toward the end. That without question keeps FaZe in the game and keeps them in a prime situation heading into game number 2.
And that's why these top players do not pass up on any sort of explodes whatsoever. I mean, we see those C4s in action. We saw those clingers with that squad. That unfortunate squad just trying to have a fun time with that ATK goes straight up the ramp that he built and then gets a clinger to the forehead on pretty much all 3 of them at that point. They just exploded on impact. That ATK blows up, kills them all, and then he waits for the res, drops the C4, and then just explodies the whole squad.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously something you didn't want, especially if you're just trying to have fun. But Cloakzy, he wanted it, obviously, and he kept FaZe in, and I believe they're going into game number 2 with a 2-kill lead, and that's all left up to Cloakzy. Obviously, unfortunately, Tfue dropped a little bit earlier, but obviously going Lazy Links, that is a dominant area to be going to right off the rip. That's something that kind of surprised me because typically FaZe tends to be a little bit more passive. Obviously, when they went to the outside of Lazy Links in that one game against, it was against Triceps, right? Yeah, Triceps and Vikkstar.
We also been seeing them go outskirts Paradise Palms, too.
Which works out really well. The outskirts is the way to go for FaZe, but just dropping a hot drop straight in, it was a bit testy, but luckily Cloakzy made it out.
It's a new season. They want to flex. You know, Season 5's out. They're ready to hot drop. Obviously, they dominate in that area. For some reason, there's been a scar in everybody's hand for every match we've seen today.
I'm
just saying, like, the blessings are pouring in right now with the great loot. So, especially C4s and clingers.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't really know, like, when we look at this future game, like, since FaZe has been dropping early in a lot of their matchups, I think that's the reason why we're seeing so many change-ups, like, overall. Like, hey, we've been going Paradise Palms. Maybe we change something up. Even though they've been winning quite a few of their games, I think that's the reason why we're not seeing them stick to one strategy. And, of course, along with that as well, it's a new season. Season 5 has introduced multiple locations, getting rid of some, adding others. I think along with that, we could be seeing them change up a lot of their overall calls based off certain things. But I want to point out here quickly, you actually see Cloakzy and Tfue currently communicating. They're watching the back of the bus, and what they're trying to do is gauge how many players are going to be where. And probably based off of how many players drop early is what they're thinking coming into this game. They're thinking, okay, how many players dropped early? Based off of that, this is what our strategy is going to be. And according to how many players have dropped early, it's fair to assume Tfue and Cloakzy are going to be going for more of a passive play. They're making their way toward Lazy Links, which you're not going to have as many aggressors. There's still going to be quite a few teams here, but not as many as they're going to be in Paradise Palms. So I like this play coming through for them. They realize, hey, the passive play is what we're typical toward. It's what's obviously seen as 4 championships already so far throughout Friday Fortnite. Let's stick to our guns. Let's stick to what's worked in the past and go toward an area that's going to have quite a few teams, but not nearly as much if they would have dropped early. So I love that play call coming through from them and the decision-making to always watch the back of the bus when it comes down to their landings.
Meanwhile, Kenith Parallax landing just a little bit north of where you pretty much saw almost everybody drop down there from Paradise Palms. I literally think I saw 40 or 50 drop right out of that bus. So what they're going to do is probably rotate over to Salty, get some great loot, and then go back and try to zone in and kill those that are going to be coming north from that Palms area. So depending on where the circle goes, this could be actually super advantageous to Kenith Parallax. If not too many teams go Lazy Links, that's going to be a bad predicament for them. Luckily, there's an ATK that spawns in there, so they'll be able to cover ground quickly, maybe find a rift. But to start out, I think Kenith Parallax definitely have a good opportunity here being in Salty Springs.
And also reflecting back to previous matches, Kenith and Parallax, when they did beat Tfue and Cloakzy, it was because of this Salty drop. They were landing just to the outskirts of Salty, pushing into Salty, getting a quick little inventory, and then pushing out and catching those people on the flank coming in from Desert, but they also hit up the Dusty as well. So with that being said, honestly, they're back in their home, and I expect a lot from them. But, of course, it all comes down to Cloakzy and Tfue. Will they make it out of Lazy Links this time as opposed to last time? And just with a common pistol, Cloakzy is still mowing players down just on the other side of this pool area. They're going to make a little split here, and they're going to try and finish off the teammates straight ahead, or their opponents rather straight ahead, as those double pistols have never looked so good as they have in the hands of Tfue.
And I'm glad on occasion we're actually being able to listen to a few of the players when we go to them, obviously in full screen. Shout out to production for doing that. But one thing that's very important to notice, and I'm glad that we actually get to hear it, is actually Cloakzy's overall play, right? Whenever he's in a game, one thing that I love about him, and one thing that I would personally pick him, like we've been doing fantasy drafts around the office, and I've been saying I want Cloakzy first pick 100%. Reason why I want him is we transfer in here to Hunter T, who are actually in quite a few engagements at the moment. Kenith finding a few just on the outskirts here of this gas station. One player gets impulsed into another direction, as it looks like it could be Kenith finding quite a few of these kills at the same time. Parallax responding with 1, 3 eliminations eliminations in total, but getting back to, as we actually hear a little bit of Kenith and Parallax overall communication, that's the reason why I think Cloakzy and Tfue have so much success, is their communication as well. Cloakzy's overall presence around the map to give callouts, to give specific moments as far as where players are, how one-shot they are, and to give specific, yet like highly detailed callouts in short terms is something that you can't teach to a certain player. He has to learn that over time. And coming from prior BR games, the history that these guys have together, their communication and their overall presence as a duo is only getting better each and every week of Friday Fortnite.
Another knock in the hands of Tfue, plus the final elim. As with that, they're going to tie up the game once again. We saw 1 kill lead for Kenith and Parallax, but fighting back is going to be the FaZe boys. Man, it's going to be another close one between these two, as we can see so far. Now, one thing about Tfue is he doesn't have as many mats as we're used to seeing him have. He ran out a little bit earlier. Luckily, he picked off that kill, but 131 in his possession. Hopefully, he'll be able to find more as we go. But, or excuse me, that's Cloakzy. But Tfue is going to be breaking off with the ATK himself, as we're going to see yet again another split between the two. These guys have been splitting up left and right, and it's been working throughout this tournament. But, of course, when you split, you also add at least a little bit of risk, as one player will go down, and then of course you cannot res the other one if you're split up at least too far. So a lot of dependence on your teammate, but Cloakzy putting so much damage on this player ahead. Little frustration coming out from him. Another player pushing down. So will he be able to finish him off? Taking some damage, a lot of health being taken away, of course. He's got to be careful. Will the edit come out?
He also has no ammo in his pump shot, so he can't really rely on the shotty up close. Has to go for the burst here to solidify the kill.
We talked about splitting up, obviously. Will it pay off in this situation? But this player is going to get him. And will the third, or will the final elimination come in? No, not Tfue. Comes in with the ATK. And just like that, will save the life of Cloakzy. You talk about a clutch play. That player, by the way, wanted the final elimination on him. And he's not going to get it.
It's so interesting when you're playing these pub matches, Taylor, and for some reason, instead of shooting the guy that could potentially keep you alive in the game, they just go for that down. Like, what's the point of that? I don't even understand. Like,
stats.
What's up with the thirst, bro? You know,
it's all about those stats.
Calm down a little bit.
All about that final elimination. Hey, you know, when it comes to these tournaments, whenever it comes to watching these streamers, these Friday Fortnights, a lot of the public players themselves have kind of adapted to. They want to get the elimination as soon as possible. You can owe it up to these streams and these Friday Fortnights. It's kind of the strategy that's worked out overall. Would it have been smarter to kill Tfue? Absolutely. But, hey, it's just the kind of mentality that's been set forth, at least when it comes to Fortnite. But now on your screen is going to be Kenith, as he's trying to engage on his player and just lasers him down. He gets a knock, and of course the full elim will come in a little bit later, as he's got a little bit more work to do. Another player straight ahead inside the store.
And everyone except Parallax has kind of got an average inventory, to be 100% honest with you. We're seeing those tax machine guns, obviously, so nasty. A couple of them have got the purple in the pocket. We see that scar in the hands of Parallax, but basically, both squads have been doing a lot of damage here with almost nothing. We've seen Tfue running around with those Akimbos and a shotgun for the majority of the game, not even an assault rifle, and he's still rocking 4 kills. So that's going to be 6 total. But if we're looking at the scores, guys, Kenith Parallax now, I think, are in the lead.
I believe so.
Not too sure. I haven't calculated as of yet. Of course, we'll get an updated scoreboard, but they might be. They got to watch out. They are still taking some damage, but look at the accuracy from Parallax. We're hearing some communication, though, as Kenith just saying, stay alive. I'm going to be coming up behind, getting that flank. Great communication overall, and that's exactly what you need if you want to take the game over the FaZe boys especially. You have to be on point in every way. But look at this. 2 players are going to be right in front. Parallax doing a great job avoiding some damage. Places the trap down. Does he get it with the trap?
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
He gets double knockdowns.
He gets a double knock and a double elim with that trap, showing Parallax, hey, heads-up play on his part, the composure coming in, and that's what separates him from an amateur player to a pro.
Oh, my gosh.
There's moments like that where you realize, I didn't even know I had a trap in my inventory when you're playing at an average level like we would be at that point. But, of course, he knows every little bit, every part of it. Parallax,
fading
an amazing play. And, of course, they are just extending their lead here as we're going into this game. 2-13 now for them, as it's going to be 9 for Tfue and Cloakzy. Remember, they came in 100 Thieves down 2 into this game, too, so they are winning, in fact, by 2 now. A ton of engagements left. 20, actually, sorry, math is hard again.
18.
We're talking 15 now.
Yeah, 15 eliminations still available when it comes down to things, like you said. But one thing that I thought was very interesting through a lot of this kind of retail road dissection that we saw here coming through from 100T was their constant ability to realize once they didn't have a particular enemy to face toward next was kind of not necessarily like building up in 1-by-1s, but having overall the height advantage. Like there were a lot of situations where it was like, okay, Parallax not seeing anyone. Why is he building up himself in a 1-by-1? The reason why they're trying to do that is to have the height advantage, to have, if anyone tries to aggress them, they know and that they have the ability to kind of cradle up inside of their fort. They have the ability to also try to expand upon shots to see from an upward point of view. So I like what we saw from Kenith and Parallax. Of course, we got to hear the communication intertwined with a lot of those fights. But yeah, I just really like their overall play, their ability to kind of rush things at certain times, and they're both rocking the 100T jerseys too. Got to give a lot of respect for that. Those things are absolutely sick. I need to buy one myself, but yeah, man, they're definitely got the synergy right now. Like I said, they're rocking the team jerseys in the game, and they're rocking the team jerseys in real life too. I don't know what percentage that equals out to in team chemistry.
43 actually.
43%.
Calculated earlier. 43% better chemistry. Of
That's
course,
a record.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, and they're also wearing the matching outfits in real life. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I never go to the club with my bros without matching. It's just what we do. And when we hit that Orange Justice on the dance floor, the world's in shock, honestly, at just how quality it is. But, of course, Kenith and Parallax doing a great job here trying to separate the distance in terms of lead that they've got going on here against Tfue and Cloakzy. Enough eliminations potentially remaining in this game for this to be a rather close one, as we keep seeing here with how separate these populated areas are. These last 30 eliminations are taking, I feel like, almost double the time they've taken in the past year in Season 5, which means if you're wanting to get some kills, you might want to drop a little bit earlier here in some of these hot spots, and that's what we saw Tfue and Cloakzy do, somehow staying alive in Lazy Links.
And we're seeing two splits between the two teams, and obviously this needs to be done. I think 100T kind of answering to what Tfue and Cloakzy is doing, because obviously with the score being so close with only a 2-kill lead for Kenith and Parallax, they need to kind of mirror what Tfue and Cloakzy's thrown out there, and they're doing just that. Of course, luckily they're going to find a rift and be able to get that high ground, whereas Tfue and Cloakzy stay on the ground themselves. They're going to stay grounded, moving their way into Fatal Fields, playing that gatekeeper role, but we do see Tfue building up. C4 is out. A team is going to be just ahead, and there's going to be 3 up as he does knock one. Doesn't go for the full elimination. Another player trying to push just above him. Great shot out of the air as he does get that knock, and the final just ahead, and that's going to be 3 in his possession. And just like that, they overtake the lead, and they are now going to be up 1 kill over Kenith and Parallax.
What great intuition. They're coming from Tfue. Of course, he takes down one, and probably a bullet away from dropping the second near the doorway, but realizes which engagement is most important, which one he can be taken down from. Like I said, shuts down the ramp, gets that player to some fall damage, and literally in the middle of the air, after taking down that ramp, hits the guy in the face with a shotgun pellet, then immediately focuses his fire onto the final enemy. Fantastic awareness and great overall kind of situation awareness coming through from Tfue, as he's now up to 8 eliminations in total, as I think he's got not the most in the game right now, actually tied with Kenith at 8 eliminations in total right now. So 2 very heavy hitters for the time being, but guys, a game coming down to the wire.
And guys, this is an important match. Whoever wins this will automatically get an increase in prize money of $4,000. So a lot riding on the line, plus the chance of getting into the grand finals to play it out for a total of 10. We'll see who is, in fact, going to make it to play in the grand finals against Aimbotcalvin and KingRichard. But FaZe going for that back-to-back title. Will they have the opportunity, or what? The newly founded team here of Kenith and Parallax of 102 came into Friday Fortnite. We didn't even expect them to be here. Now they're here, and they're showing dominant fashion. It's all come down to these last remaining kills. We're seeing a total of 7 still remaining. And obviously, guys, they are running. They are pushing forward to try and find them. RNG now is going to play at its finest.
Yeah.
We'll see if that. But, of course, we see Tfue, right? He's extremely
Oh,
close,
I
but
love
luckily
that.
he blocks it off. But, no, Kenith is going to follow straight behind into that rift to see if they can spot any of the players. But he's going to stay right behind Tfue. But one thing that I do know at this point, if Tfue finds the player, Kenith, he's going to be a little bit far behind, and it looks like there it is. Tfue is, in fact, going to be in hot pursuit of the players just ahead, and he's got free reign, taking some damage, building up. That's all right. He's going to get some shot. No, Tfue, he's going to drop down. Kenith is going to be behind. Will Kenith come and capitalize and find these kills and be able to get them? Let's see it. Will FaZe be knocked out of this tournament and finish in 3rd place? To see Kenith getting that high ground. Got just above that player, fires a shot. Will he be able to get some damage? 53 shield off. Another shield is going to be off. Another shield. How many shields does this guy have? And there it is. Finally, the knock is going to happen. Will the elimination come in? Yes, it will. And, of course, we see that finally. So we're going to see they're going to tie up the game overall. Tfue has been absolutely eliminated. Kenith and Parallax free reign. And so now it's going to be a 2v1. Cloakzy trying to keep FaZe. Will Cloakzy single-handedly push FaZe into the finals? Let's find out.
Well, indeed. Nice shots coming through from Parallax as they're teaming up right now. Cloakzy is on the other end of this fight, so that could be solidified eliminations going toward Cloakzy. The bounce trap fading shot coming in from Kenith as he's taking a little bit of damage, trying to stay alive. Player just toward his right side. Cloakzy is intertwined in all of this. At the bottom side, though, we do see an elimination come through from Parallax. Big moments coming through from 100T. We talked about it. Can they take down FaZe? Not once, but twice. The shot from Kenith. He enters in toward the top side, gets the edit through, and this could be the opportunity at 3. This could do it. 100T. Can they take down FaZe? Not once, but twice in just one tournament. Expiring shots coming through. Parallax fighting for one. And on the opposite end, Kenith knows he's around. He knows he's here. At the same time, though, Cloakzy finds one. And Cloakzy, can he find the second? No. It's actually stolen from Parallax. At the same time, Kenith finds one from above. While we are fighting back and forth, this kill from Kenith could be it right here. Low on HP, 15 to his name. At the same time, Cloakzy's finding some. Kenith falls 1 versus 1. Parallax versus Cloakzy. We'll try to get a scoreboard update to you guys as soon as we possibly can, but it is coming down to the wire. Only a few eliminations remain. Actually, it happens to be 1 player left. What's the score? What's happening?
Oh my gosh, look at the Taj Mahal just straight ahead as it looks like Cloakzy is trying to shoot it down to get any player to die from fall damage. As we're going to see Kenith, he's going to be screaming as Parallax is pushing up. And Cloakzy as well too. Who is going to get the high ground? The building is falling. Who's going to be falling down with it? Looks like nobody as of yet. Parallax pushing forward. Cloakzy shooting shots down with the AR. Parallax is going to get it! And I believe that is going to be 100T moving on in a tournament as they just won it by mere kills.
2. I think it was a 2.
And it's a 2-kill lead. Potentially
2-kill lead, I believe.
100T
for 100T to be able to get out of that.
Just beat FaZe once again. This was a rematch from winners bracket. FaZe was going for back-to-back championships, and once again they are going to be knocked out of the tournament. My goodness.
Every other, man.
100T.
Every other for FaZe.
Kenith Parallax, a fill-in for this tournament, came in, and now they're in the grand finals to play off against KingRichard, Aimbotcalvin.
Jeez.
This has been it's been a long tournament, but a great one indeed. We have seen so many great runs. Final score 34-32, 100T going to grand finals, boys. What do you got to say about it?
I got to say, I feel like if Tfue on that hot drop, whenever he was landing from that parachute, would have just went back maybe 50 meters, kind of built up, waited for his teammate to respond. It was one of those situations where, I don't know, did he have a pump in his hands in that gunfight? Or was he using attack?
I want to say he had a heavy.
I think
okay, so he had a heavy. It's just one of those things where that timing was off. And whenever you get players too close to you, they kind of block that build, right? So he was trying to drop that ramp so he could try to potentially build himself out of that situation. Unfortunately, I mean, he knew he was dead at that point, called it out, just unable to get the help from Cloakzy. I mean, there's 30 people shooting at you at that point. Nothing you could do in that situation.
Yeah, we talk about the RNG coming into factor. I mean, those guys were super aggressive. Like, they were being shot at. And I think, like, when it comes to that situation, I mean, if you're a team of 3 and a guy is running at you solo, it's like, okay, who is this guy? Like, that's like sprint at him. We have the advantage in the situation. And I think normally, depending on the squad that you're facing off against, sometimes they play passive if an enemy runs in front of them. Sometimes they just want to straight up run aggressively at him. It just happened to be that Tfue runs up against a very aggressive team like Legion just mentioned. He tries to put the ramps down, but he literally can't. Those guys are stuck to him as if like he's like got a magnet on him. So that once they rush forward, he gets taken down. Like Legion just said, kind of piggybacking off of that. That's a situation where that was FaZe winning the game. And since he obviously ends up dropping does Tfue, that's where 100T has the door open. The door is officially open in that situation for them to potentially walk away with this matchup. If Tfue, finds those 3 kills in that situation, they're down by 5. There's, 7 eliminations left. Yeah, that's not going to go 100T's way in any future.
Can we talk about those edit plays on top of the mountain, by the way?
Yeah.
From 100 Thieves. I mean, he's just literally sitting on top, manages to block build. Kenith is up top. I believe he shotguns him once, and then from a distance, builds a ramp over, then builds a half at it, pops him again, and then builds another, and then jumps over and shoots the other kid to knock him. I mean, it was like one of the craziest plays I've seen for just swap building.
It was
insane.
a great losers finals, to say the least. Of course, grand finals is still coming up, ladies and gentlemen. We have Aimbotcalvin and KingRichard going against 100T. Both of these teams have not been in the finals thus far, so obviously it's going to be a crazy one. Let us know who you think is going to take it in the chat. Of course, we will be right back with grand finals after these commercial breaks. All right, welcome back already into the action, guys. It all comes down to this. 11 hours of casting for the grand finals of KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin going against the 100T boys of Kenith and Parallax. And mind you guys, I was looking at chat on the break, and I got to say, it was definitely split between do you want 100T to win or KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin. I saw a lot of you guys putting 100T is going to take it, but I also saw a lot of you guys saying KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin as well. I'm tailing over Ed Reflections on Twitter. Of course, Lando Sanders and Legion calling the grand finals here. And guys, it's about to get crazy. Look at Kenith and Parallax. 100T already dropping over to Valhalla to get us started.
AKA Viking, whatever you really would like to call it. Yes, 100T making their way here. And in our last game that we actually saw for map number 1, we actually saw both 100T and FaZe make their way here. And what a way to start off the grand finals for HB, for Kenith. Finally, and thankfully rather, finds the elimination. Does take a mini for his troubles, but man, what a very close quarter spot. Parallax nowhere to be found either. He happens to be in Valhalla, but not right next to his teammate. Gets another knockdown onto an unfortunate Red Knight in that situation. So, wow, what a way to start off this game.
Yeah, he definitely started off in Valhalla, but he didn't want to end there this early in the game. What a performance, though. Managed to come through and at least get the knock as well as the elim. He's going to be at 2 kills overall. KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin being a little bit more passive, heading over towards soccer field, looking to cut off those rotations. In fact, that's where Kenith and Parallax will be going. But as I say that, Parallax is dropped, but luckily the knock does come in as Kenith is in fact going to save his life. But with a knock comes another enemy as he gets yet another knock. Fighting up. Battle down the finals. Mind you guys, I want to set the pace. 100T, they drop early. KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin go soccer to be a little bit more passive, but the bracket reset is on the boys of Kenith and Parallax. They have to force that bracket reset in order to take this grand finals, and right off the rip, they go down. KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin have free reign now for the entirety of this game with 74 engagements still remaining. They could come into game number 2 with a massive lead if they play it right.
And if you're Calvin and KingRichard, there's literally no point in being over-aggressive at this point. You're trying to accumulate kills. You just need to play it slow. You need to do exactly what they're doing, which is landing on those outskirts. For some reason, I feel like Kenith and Parallax, at least for this specific... Oh, Cloakzy's now hosting the stream with 7,322 viewers. Just a fun fact there. For some reason, he ended his broadcast. Cloakzy already in his broadcast over on FaZe and just made it to host him up. But, you know, when you're in the situation at Parallax, if you're going to drop Viking Village right off the rip, I really feel like you guys need to at least be together in that scenario. Yeah. Maybe land on one side together directly. Unfortunately, they landed and basically had the exact same replica start as FaZe did in earlier matches we saw tonight in the losers bracket.
Yeah, we've seen a very odd when it comes down to our week number 10. Of course, definitely living up to the hype of reaching double digits when it comes down to this Friday. But yeah, guys, I mean, what an insane start that we witnessed. And that all really comes down to that initial shot from Kenith, right? Happens to find a weapon, has a great burst in his possession, gets brought down to, what was it, like 7-8 HP. Thankfully has some shields in his back pocket to try to, reassess the situation. But same exact thing happens on Parallax. Viking Village, Valhalla, whatever you want to call it, a very prone new location. You got some very solid, talented squads going there. You also have some randoms as well from time to time. They just happen to run in toward the wrong crowd. And like I said, in the worst possible time for it to occur here, Taylor, in the very initial start to this game. And like you said, like you mentioned to the crowd, obviously watching this, a full-on match is what what KingRichard and Calvin have for right now. And based off of that is what's going to be needed, right, for 100T heading into this next match. I mean, for them, it's a matter of like, hey, what do we have to do for this next game? Because unless these guys die early, we have to basically do the exact same play, have to aggressively rush. But we'll see how Aimbotcalvin and KingRichard start to establish this lead here in Tilted.
You say that, and then we look at it overall. Still, though, we're going to see a 3-kill lead for the boys of 100T as they came out with a very explosive start. Following up, we're going to see another elimination go in the hands of our guy up there, of course, Aimbotcalvin, picking up 1 at least, but Tilted, as we know, can be a very volatile place. You have to be very careful because you can get sniped from either which angles. Of course, you got to be careful. You see some plungers go down, destroying a little bit of that build-up as they're going to be rotating around this building. Phenomenal way to kind of navigate these buildings overall. Very impressed as yet another elimination going in the hands of Aimbotcalvin, sitting at 2 to kind of narrow that deficit. Plenty of engagement still remaining. They don't have to get crazy with it. They just need to play consistent, and they'll take over the lead.
And normally when we talk about trying to establish a lead, trying to be, aware of your position, right? They're in basically their own match. They're basically in just a 2v4 squads game through the rest of it, then kind of chill, kind of relax the rest of this game. I mean, prior week we would be saying, as Calvin does actually hear someone around this area, what we would be normally saying in the situation is, why are you going to the towers? There's no reason to go here. Surprisingly, for those who were just tuning in, throughout week number 10, season 5, Tilted Towers has almost kind of been a ghost town. There hasn't been many players around this position, so normally what we would argue and say, hey, this is not an ideal landing zone. This is not an ideal place for them to kind of relax and, kind of try a few kills from time to time. It's actually quite the opposite. So very interesting that we actually see them make a rush toward this area, but at the same time, not as odd as many people would probably previously think.
Not only that, but I mean, they need to increase this lead, and they're not, exactly like you've been mentioning, going to some place where it's going to be volatile. It's not, Paradise Palms where they're unfamiliar with the layouts. They've only been playing it for a day or so. Right. They know Tilted like the back of their hand, and we're talking about Calvin and KingRichard. These guys like to go Tilted even if it's losers and they're up by 10 and it's, the second game and losers 3. For some reason, they're just not afraid of anything. We've got the full PC version of Nickmercs over here, and of course his teammate High Distortion and Calvin, and of course KingRichard. But they're just playing it patiently. There's still a ton of engagements left. Obviously, this was kind of a split lobby. We've seen it kind of dwindle down faster throughout the night in various matches. But of course, they're just doing a great job rotating and just making sure that they're not too separate from each other. There's no point in not playing as a team whenever you're not playing anybody. There's no competition here. It's still 4-4. Basically, we're tied at a neutral. They just need to go ahead and garner this lead and keep moving throughout the map.
Yep, they're all tied up 4-4. And like I like to say, at this point, it's all extra credit from here, as we're going to see how many points can KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin add up and stack up in order to go into game number 2. Of course, they do not want to have that bracket reset forced. This is the first time KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin have ever been in the grand finals. I believe their highest placing being 3rd place, so they have a total earning 3,000. Very respectable, but with that being said, they're going for the gold, and man, rightly so and well-deserved. I got to say, they have played in just about every single Friday Fortnite tournament we have had, and on top of that, they've been one of the most consistent teams that we've had, usually finishing anywhere between 6th and 8th place, but to see them in 1st place right now, or at least, going for the 1st place, going for the gold overall, is rightly deserved. And of course, I think that means more for right now for Aimbot and KingRichard, more so than the $10,000 1st place prize.
I've almost said King Calvin at least 16 times throughout the night. Aimbot Richard and King Calvin. Those are my. I mean, it kind of goes both ways, right? They're both aimbots in this situation, and we're seeing them engage here. Where finally they spot a squad, and he's actually getting pushed. A nice aggressive play here from the opponents, but not going to be enough. As he's going to whip out that Tommy gun, just unbeatable following that pump. Of course, a smart play to go ahead and just garner that lead, and they're going to continue to knock a total of 3. And Richard just playing it slow. I'm telling you that the submachine guns are just so viable. There's no reason to not have one in your inventory at this point if you're playing this game.
And many people would say, right, okay, there's only 30 people alive. There's probably not going to establish much of a lead. Especially when it comes into Friday Fortnite, the lesser the number in the top right of your screen, the less amount of players who are alive in the game, the higher of a chance you have to actually see those guys. So when we talk about the final 30, it's just kind of a key term that I'd like to coin. It basically means that you have a very, very high chance of having, like a 90 to 80% chance of seeing probably most of that 30, in engagements compared to the initial 100, where, a lot of those guys are dropping early, dropping inside of Paradise, dropping inside of what would previously be Tilted Towers, et cetera, et cetera. So, like I said, a lot of people might think, oh, only 30% of the lobby's alive right now. There can't be established much of a lead. Not at all the case when it comes to Friday Fortnite.
Yeah, they've already established a lead so far, up 4 kills over the boys of 100T. And looking to increase that. They see some builds just across of the Dusty Depot there. We'll see if they're able to hit it. But look at this guy, man. We got KingRichard taking a little bit of Aimbotcalvin troll there and using that hunting rifle and just beaming the heads of the players over at Dusty Depot. We see the elimination finally coming in as Aimbot and KingRichard looking extremely, extremely strong overall. As now it's going to be a 9-kill total for the 2 of them, as it looks like Aimbotcalvin getting yet another knock. They are not going to stop, and nobody turning around to kind of see, hey, maybe I'm getting shot in the back. Now they're going to be at 9 kills. Aimbotcalvin having a phenomenal game overall.
And that's exactly what you were talking about, Landon. They've pretty much seen a third of the lobby now as we're dwindling down to 20. Almost all 10 kills have been affected by them.
Yeah, and that's the thing that we have brought up, and it's like oh, it's not that much, not really that big of a deal. As Friday Fortnite has kind of progressed, especially for right now, I think you have a much higher opportunity, like you said, of seeing them even in current weeks, because debating on whether landing zone is that, and depending on whether like certain players are at, they're super wary of having the bounce traps, having certain things. KingRichard, the king for a reason, saying off with their heads as the hunting rifle from long range is absolutely destroying everyone in his path. Absurd stuff. Of course, the expiring shots from long range. Calvin up close. A dastardly duo continuing on their deathly run.
Jeez, that was phenomenal.
That was an
commentary.
animated comment. I mean, I honest to God think that you should do like slam poetry.
Yeah.
Just
Slam
and Shakespeare. Oh, if you're not snapping the fingers, are you even at a coffee shop? That's all I'm saying. 10 eliminations.
13
Guys,
total.
13 total. I mean, now they've taken a 9 elimination lead here over 100 Thieves. Definitely not doable for them here in the game, too. But, of course, we still have a lot of eliminations to go, 18 total engagements. You mentioned it again, Landon. There's still 18 other people alive. They've affected literally almost every single gunfight that's been, of course, following suit. We praise the FaZe guys who did there with the rhyming. It's crazy, I know. I'm a rapper. You should check my SoundCloud out. But anyways, they're so good at doing this gatekeeper role, and now all of a sudden you're seeing 100 Thieves play the same Aimbotcalvin and KingRichard play the same role. They're just playing on the edges, finding these players on rotation, and it's going exactly as they'd like it to.
And one thing, too, going into the second game, of course, already having the lead Aimbotcalvin and KingRichard, I'm a little bit worried for 100T because it's going to force them once again to hot drop, maybe even split at that point. But you already know Aimbotcalvin, KingRichard, they're going to play the game that we are so used to seeing them play. They're going to be passive once again, and they're not going to drop early on. They're just going to continue getting kills.
Okay.
The confidence coming out from Aimbotcalvin using that new dance, which, by the way, I need to pick up myself as soon as I get home. I'm going to do it. You already know it. But, man, I respect the confidence. I respect the grind. They're looking incredibly strong. 100T is going to have their backs against the wall going into game number 2. As it looks like Aimbotcalvin, KingRichard, they're not slowing down. 15 engagements still remaining.
Just soaring through Jurassic Park, enjoying the view. I mean, come on, let's talk about that scientific lab in the middle of it with that overgrowth. This is probably my second favorite part of the map now after Valhalla. And then, of course, obviously being in the whole desert area down there by Paradise Palms. I just love all the additions on the map. And I feel like they did a perfect job from Fatal to Paradise, having that nice divide where it turns from grass to dirt. I love it.
I think, too, speaking alongside the update as well, one thing that they've done is that they've also expanded multiple portions of the map. Like you talk about, different weapon classes being more preferred over the others. They took certain portions of the map, being Moisty Mire, being Anarchy Acres, certain portions of the map that players normally wouldn't visit, and turn them into high-profile areas. So now when it comes down to entering toward a Fortnite map in Friday Fortnite, it's a matter of there could be people just about anywhere. North, you also notice, too, that being Tilted Towers, Retail Row, Salt Lake Springs, probably the more prominent areas when it comes into population. Those are all pretty much in the center of the map, east and western portions. All those positions are also on the outskirts. So it's like, I really like what Epic Gaming is obviously doing when it comes down to patches and whatnot, obviously in different seasons. Not just in certain weapon classes, rather preferring different things, but balancing even landing zones for everyone when it comes down to the Fortnite game.
Another engagement is going to go down. Traps are going to be placed. Trying to get a little bit cheeky as KingRichard, of course, though. He's just going to build that 1x1, take in those minis, and then push out. Says Aimbotcalvin, great at it. It's getting a bob, but will he be able to get that high ground? That player is going to be beaming bullets down. He's not giving up, but he does drop down to at least the bottom section of this build and just goes ahead and just immediately engages onto another player. Gets the elim plus. Gets a knock plus the elim fully. But as I say that, KingRichard is, in fact, going to drop, but he has not been eliminated totally. So it looks like Aimbotcalvin looks like he's trying to come to the rescue. I almost want to say KingRichard dropped to his death, took that fall damage, but watch out. Player trying to get the final elimination straight ahead. There we go. The wall is, in fact, going to drop, trying to get some at least hit markers. He's trying to edit out the back. Unfortunately, he can't do that. Goes back into trying to build the walls. KingRichard still alive, but someone comes into that 1x1. The trap comes on the right, and he does get a knock.
He needs to stay in the game here because if he ends up getting killed.
No.
Smart play from Drift535.
I would still stay in the match, though. You never know. Maybe he'll get blindsided here and give him an additional down.
I believe that 16-4 with a 12-kill lead going into game number 2. That is a very solid one. Now, mind you guys, if you're just joining us, 100T has to force a bracket reset in order to take over this Grand Championship. but I don't know. Backs against the wall. Now, do we see a hot drop with both of them going to the same area? Do we see a split? There's a lot of opportunity here. Of course, we know Kenith and Parallax, both of them, we've seen them split in the past, and they played extremely well individually. So we know splitting up is a viable option. But what do you guys think? And Landon, let's start with you.
Regarding what I think the play call should be for 100T heading in toward this map number 2. Like I said, they're down 12 kills. I think an idea position, of course, it does depend on the bus zone. Wherever that likes to obviously fall, we'll change up a lot of our callouts and whatnot, any predictions as well. I think Retail Row is a great pick. I know that's obviously where weekly challenges are right now. You also talk about having the ability to go toward Paradise just toward your right. You have, Salty to your south. You have Dusty Divot just toward your southeast. You have a lot of options when it comes to Retail Row. You have a lot of, predictions when it comes down to where players are going to be lingering at. So if I were in 100T shoes, I think you at least in one Retail Row. Do you make a split? It remains to be seen. I know. I think you just, as a duo, because they've looked phenomenal when it comes down to their communication. And I think in their series versus FaZe Clan, one of their highlight moments was actually also in Retail Row, where we were calling out how they had double 1x1s just kind of throughout the map, just kind of almost acting as like massive towers looking down at the enemies. So I think Retail Row would be a very comfortable pick for them. And based on the bus zone as well, that's going to be a very hot target for a lot of the opposition too. So.
I mean, I think Lazy Lynx is probably going to be the best bet for Kenith and Parallax for them to take advantage of the situation. We're talking a multitude of kills. A lot of people just immediately drop anyways. You're talking having that plus this brand new landing. This Paradise Palms is going to be an extremely hot drop for them as well. Yeah. If I'm KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, what I'm doing is I'm baiting them into a drop. I'm going to set those points down. I'm going to pretend like I'm going to be headed to one of these populated areas, force them to maybe make that decision irrationally, and then just fly away and go land somewhere safe. You've got a significant lead. There's no reason to play offhand. Obviously, KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin, veterans here in our Friday Fortnite events. This could be the final game of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Kenith and Parallax going for the comeback.
They are indeed. Very excited to see what's going to happen, boys. This is it. One more map could possibly be it for week number 10 of the grand finals. As looks like right now, KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin going potentially around the outskirts of Salty Springs, while Kenith and Parallax are, I believe, going for a drop also on the outskirts of Retail Row or Salty Springs. Outskirts of Salty Springs.
No,
totally off kilter, maybe even a split. I believe it looks like maybe a split where Parallax is going outskirts Retail.
Retail, yeah.
Outskirts of Salty for Kenith. Totally out of left field. Totally out of left field. Just want to throw that out there.
Well, Retail, of course, that Battle Pass objective to go in and get some kills. And then, of course, Salty has been one of the most popular spots for 100T overall. So, yeah, like you said, a little bit different. Obviously, we expected maybe going over towards Paradise. Not going to be the case in this situation. They're playing a little bit smarter, a little bit more passive, but still overall kind of aggressive to get in there. All right. We're going to see the impulses coming in straight on top of the gas station. Kenith getting straight to work on this player just below. Gets the knock, but doesn't get the final. Or there he goes, finally getting the elimination. There's going to be yet another player who's going to be over into the brick area. Two players pushing him straight ahead. He's got to be careful. Not a lot of mats in his possession. He gets the knock, and unfortunately, he's going to get eliminated.
The backflip.
And the backflip coming down, and that's not what you want, especially with Parallax. Now, in a 1v2 situation, on top of that, he's 1v4 in these solo squads, and he is 12 kills down. And it's looking like KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin are looking poised to secure their first ever Friday Fortnite victory.
Yeah, not only their first ever Friday Fortnite victory, but I mean, wow, and what a fashion. I mean, you kind of get lucky in that game when they go down so early. Once again, Kenith kind of going down early as well, spots that whole team. In this situation, if I'm Kenith and Parallax, I'm probably going to try to land together, to be honest with you. I don't feel like splitting is ever hyper beneficial for any of the teams that we see. I mean, obviously Ninja on occasion in our tournaments has done an extremely good job of dropping 20 kills randomly and tilted with a light machine gun. But hey, you know what? Sometimes you just got to land by yourself solo and do some wizard stuff. But of course, Parallax now in a situation where he's going to be down. Did Kenith get a kill before he actually passed?
I think he got a knockdown. I don't know if
he got a knock.
Ended up as
I don't think he got
official elimination.
No, he did get an elimination.
Oh, he did. He got one elimination
by gas
so,
station.
So Parallax with only 39 engagements is going to have to make that up with 11. Which is going to be pretty insane. So if this is possible and they end up resetting the bracket, this would actually be probably the most triumphant comeback in history here for Friday Fortnite. Of course, we've seen crazier stuff today. A lot of very, very close games, especially throughout our losers bracket. And I feel like this is just going to be a matchup where if he could do it. I mean, I don't doubt it. Thunder Thieves team is definitely a squad in org not to be messed with here in the Fortnite scene.
Oh, that's for certain. And like I said, this kind of week 10 has been built off of solo performances. And we've seen some amazing plays from certain players, but I mean, this would by far be the most incredible feat that we've seen, especially in week 10 and maybe even overall when we talk about deficits when it comes down to a series, because like piggybacking off of what Taylor said and off of you as well, Legion, like I said, Parallax is down in this game, right, by a very decent margin. Also keeping in mind that he has to beat this team if he even makes this comeback and another best of 2 scenario to reset the bracket. So this is a very awkward spot to be in, and honestly, if you're Aimbotcalvin and KingRichard, an easy way to close out this game, at least send one to mirror him. If he has any opportunity to find anything whatsoever, as long as you send KingRichard, as long as you send one player at least hanging on the heels of him, you're going to probably cut his kills in about half, if not 60%, based off of your overall builds. And just like that, Parallax, a matter of moments, of course, his reaction matching mine too. He will end up being taken down, and for the first time in Friday Fortnite history, we see a new champion's crown. KingRichard officially on his throne, along with Aimbotcalvin, as they are week 10 Friday Fortnite champions.
Look at him overlooking the area, just stopping, standing side by side. You know, there it is. You got KingRichard on your screen. You know, he's happy. Like I said, that they have tried so incredibly hard throughout Friday Fortnite. They have grinded so much. I have seen not only Aimbotcalvin, but I have seen KingRichard develop as a player just literally right before my eyes throughout the 10 weeks of this Friday Fortnite. And for him to come through and win it honestly brings a smile to my face as well, because so well-deserved overall. Getting into that grand finals, taking it. Now he's going to be, at least for himself, $5,000 richer, of course, as a team, winning $10,000 total. Wow. And, you know, like I said, from 6th to 8th place, literally consistently throughout our tournaments, now to 1st. I'm feeling good for him. But also, got to give it to 100T as well. What a performance from them. They came into this tournament rather late, and they performed well, obviously getting 2nd place, $7,000 in their name too. And in FaZe, of course, getting 3rd place. And I believe that makes them $49,000 total in terms of Friday Fortnite earnings, which is absolutely insane.
It really is.
But, man, what a finals. It took us 11 hours to get here. We started on Friday. It is now officially Central Time Saturday, where we are located. So we literally went from Friday to Saturday. But, man, was it a good day. What was let's just go through it. Let's start with Legion. At least closing it out, what was your favorite part of tonight?
I don't think that anything can top Nick28T.
That's true.
Obliterating himself with a golf cart. And so let's just preface this if you didn't get to see it earlier. The most insane escape from a storm I've ever seen. Full med kit, ATK, 15 bandages. He's out of the storm. He's getting ready to clutch it. He needs one elimination and then gets out of the golf cart and it runs into him and kills him. And that's what happens. And it was probably the most entertaining thing that I've got to see all day.
It was awesome.
And 100 Thieves coming in so hot at the beginning of the tournament, just kind of surprising everybody early on in those brackets, doing a great job. So good to see Aimbotcalvin and KingRichard coming out. They've been grinding week by week by week. I mean, hey, you deserve it. First place.
Absolutely. Landon, what do you want to close this out with?
I mean, really, exactly what you said, man. Like, Nick28T's play, I don't know if we're ever going to see a play like that happen ever again. Like you said, we were so, like, oh, my God, he's going to make it through. I'm not going to lie. Like, we were certain moments like, oh, he's not going to make it. Like, we'll see what happens. But, like, he's going to get to the better end. 7 HP is alive. And, like Legion said, gets hit by his own ATK. Super unfortunate. I think along with that, like I said, 100T's overall play to get here was unbelievable. We had some amazing solo performances, one coming in from Fruitcake when he was trying to clutch it up versus HD and Nickmercs.
Well,
HD and Nickmercs' losers bracket run where they had, an overtime game where they clutched out. The very next game, they won by 1 elimination in total. Back-to-back, probably one of the most close overall series that we've seen from a losers bracket team have to face off against. I mean, Week 10, I think it's fair to say, probably the most intense, if not the most competitive week that we've ever had in Friday Fortnite regarding how close the matches overall really were. But, yeah, man, a tournament for the ages, for sure.
Yeah, and obviously Nick28T got to be one of my most favorite moments throughout the tournament, too. Definitely hands down. But, of course, I obviously – You know, it was a blessing in disguise when Nickmercs' internet kind of went out at his house and he had to travel over to Nadeshot's house because obviously we would have missed those matches previously, but to watch them kind of progress through loser bracket and play the way they did was great. Like you said, we saw at least an overtime match. On top of that, then went into 2 different matches with that where they came down to literally 1 kill for them to take the win. But what a performance from all the teams overall in this tournament. Shout out, though, to KingRichard and Aimbotcalvin for finally getting that victory. Of course, 100T as well as Tfue and Cloakzy. But great runs overall. I totally expected this to be hands down one of the best Friday Fortnites, especially with the Season 5 remake of the map.
It's been fun, too.
It was absolutely great. Now I'm going to go home and play some myself. Trust me, I am, because got to get that Battle Pass, pick up that new dance as well. But hey,
just
guys,
buy all the levels.
definitely got to do that. It's good stuff. But, of course, shout out to our sponsors, EGL, official EGL.com. Go there and use code UMG10 to get 10% off of your purchase. Of course, G Fuel as well. Go to gfuel.com, use code UMG, the dab coming out. Use code UMG for 30% off. Pick up the new flavor here, Raging Gummy Fish, as well as other flavors. If you want to try the sample pack, you can pick that up too. But, of course, exclamation point giveaway. Click on the link, and you'll have your opportunity to win 10,000 V-Bucks along with the Mako Shark Gaming Glasses. Of course, 20 UMG credits there too. But man, so many great opportunities to see some excellent matches. Of course, we'll be back next Friday for some more Friday Fortnite action with $20,000 once again on the line. Shout out to, of course, Landon Sanders Legion for joining us. I'm Taylor Nobel, Reflections on Twitter, signing out. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you next time.